Jacobs, no shot, barreling forward, touchdown again, number 3 for Jacobs in Green Bay.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. Oh, baby. Kevin Burkhardt on a call, Fox Sports, and Josh Jacobs runs for 3 touchdowns and over 100 yards, becoming the first Packer to do so since Dorsey Levens. And the Niners give up a 100-yard rusher for the first time in 55 regular season games. And they were just all-time soft yesterday. Defensively, offensively, special teams, coaching. It was just an embarrassing day. With that said, the silver lining is they're a game out in the first place in the NFC West.
I'm not allowing that today. No.
But hold on. Let me speak. No, the facts are the facts. They're a game out of first place in the NFC West, but this doesn't look like a division title winning team at all. It just doesn't. They don't have enough bodies. They get dominated in the trenches. First downs go 22-11 Green Bay's way. They hold the ball for nearly 37 minutes of action. They set the tone on the opening drive, killing up 7 minutes and 25 seconds off the clock. And where do we go from here? But look, Brendan Allen is who he is. Shaska, as I say, good morning to everybody out there. Get off the graveyard shift. Please drive safely in this rain. It is nasty out there. The Niners get just obliterated 38-10. And where do you go from here? Where you go to Buffalo, where you got to take Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills coming off a bye week on Sunday Night Football. Doesn't look pretty, right? McCaffrey doesn't look pretty. Fred Warner, when is he going to make a play again? Deebo Samuel, when is he going to make a play again? This is bad. This is all-time bad under Kyle Shanahan here. So we're going to talk all about it. We're going to talk all about it. What went wrong? Was the game lost before the game started, Chasky? Because it felt like the game was maybe lost Friday night when we all found out that Brendan Allen was at the start for the first time in 3 years that he's going to be a starting quarterback in the NFL. I didn't think they had a shot going in, Shasky.
I'm not even mad at Brendan Allen. I mean, I know he made some horrific fumbles in the pocket and just a couple of, whoa, what are you doing throws? But he also made a bunch of nice throws. Like, if we're being fair on this one, I didn't think Brendan Allen won or lost them this game. It's just your point about the math, and I'm not trying to jump down your road. You're factually correct regarding, like, well, they're only a game out. Technically, it's more like 2 games because they don't have any tiebreakers, and I understand that. My eyeballs are telling me, like, this team has just hit the wall. That's what my eyeballs are telling me.
I'm not trying to sell anybody.
No, I didn't say that.
I'm not trying to sell anybody on this being a NFC West title winning team. But the division is not good.
No doubt.
And the fact is that the Niners have regressed back to the mean with the rest of the Rams and the Cardinals and this, because the Cardinals, Seahawks, and Rams, they're not good football teams.
No.
They're not. They're average football teams. But the Niners are an average football team this season. And there's just too much to overcome. It just feels like it's one of those years where it's going to be too much to overcome, whether it's the training camp holdouts, whether it's CMC, whether it's coaching. There's a plethora of things we're going to get into today. But one guy, I'm going to let you go here, Shaska. One guy I want to touch on. Well, actually, you touch on something first because there's somebody I want to call out. And I want to talk about leadership, being a captain, being a guy who the team can look up to, say, okay, when the chips are down, we can count on this guy to make a play. When things don't go right, okay, this guy's going to stand up in front of the team and talk and explain himself. Like I see Fred Warner every single week. Talk to the podium. He goes, talks to the media, talks to the fan base, win or lose. George Kittle, same thing. Kyle Shanahan, same thing. Christian McCaffrey. Even Nick Bosa gets his ass up there at the podium and speaks. Now, he may not give you the answer you want, but he speaks. For Deebo Samuel to not speak to the media after that game yesterday, and after the 2-game stretch he's had, after chopping Tabor Pepper in the neck, and everybody's like, oh, he's a long snapper, he deserved it, Team Deebo, blah, 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 blah. But he did that, and it got caught on film. And he's got to see on his chest as a captain of the football team. And as a leader, you don't like to see those things. But, everybody washed it away. They won the game against Tampa. Shanahan said, hey, Deebo didn't like what he said, blah, blah, blah. Then he goes out there the last 2 weeks, and he puts that on tape. He puts that on tape of what he did yesterday in Green Bay. A couple drop passes, 1 catch. I mean, it was awful. And then you don't speak to the media. There's 6 games left in the season. It could be the final 6 games of Deebo Samuel's tenure with the San Francisco 49ers. And it's not ending well. It feels sort of like Klay Thompson last season when he goes 0 for 10 in the play-in game and everybody's all over Klay. But at least Klay, from the All-Star break on, he produced and showed up. Whether you like it or not, he showed up. Deebo Samuel, the lack of burst, the lack of route running, the lack of accountability, clapping back at T.O., worried about Twitter and all that stuff. Yesterday was very disappointing to see, number one, Deebo Samuel put in that performance on the day they needed him. On the day they look for him to make a net play and to help out this third string, second string, whatever quarterback he is, Brendan Allen. I walked away from that game yesterday highly disappointed in Deebo Samuel.
So you're just mad that he didn't talk to the media? I'm trying to because if I'm him, I'm just furious in general. The way this season has gone, I've been dangled in trade rumors, for the last basically year and a half. I did rework some of my money to try to make things work, and I have a big time return to start the second half, and it's called back again by a special teams penalty. They had 3 consecutive special teams penalties, right? So. Look, I'm not going to defend what I call there's a level of cowardice not talking to the media. I acknowledge.
It's not what I'm mad at. After all that said, it's not about being mad at him not talking about the media. But if you want to be a captain for this franchise and one of the leaders for this franchise, and on a day like that, 38-10, and you say, yeah, I decline to speak to reporters after what you put together on tape the last 2 weeks, after what happened in Tampa. We can't ignore what happened in Tampa Bay to Tabor Pepper. A lot of people didn't like what Deebo Samuel did to Tabor Pepper. And you do that, you win the game, whatever, bygones be bygones, you work it out before you get on the flight, that's fine. But the last 2 weeks with Deebo Samuel at the wide receiver position have been subpar. I mean, what did he have last week? He had 4 catches, 22 yards with Brock Purdy.
He hasn't done
burst.
No,
he hasn't done anything.
He hasn't done anything.
He does, and so as a leader of this football team, and when you talk the talk that you talk, week in and week out, because we hear from Deebo, and I got no problem with Deebo Samuel. But boy, that's not a good look yesterday.
Well, of course.
It's not a good look. And you drop the passes, the game-changing interception. The Niners were in that game whether we like it or not. They were in that football game. Because I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not impressed with Green Bay.
Well,
Green Bay was not impressive whatsoever to me.
I mean, they got multiple stops. They had the ball in the fourth quarter. Brandon Allen's got the ball. God, I wish he was Josh Allen. And he just fumbles it in the middle of the pocket. And the defense got multiple stops. They also dropped a million turnovers. I don't know, B, the Deebo thing, for me, it's not the end of the world. I don't really care if he talks or not. I don't want to hear him on his podcast. I don't think he's the greatest at a podium, but I understand the leadership factor.
It's leadership. It's accountability. And you put together what you put together on tape. When you talk that talk and you can't get separation from quarterbacks, and when people press man you can't get open, and then T.O. says something tongue-in-cheek, whether you believe that or not, and you get on Twitter and you're replying to everybody on Twitter, no, it's not cool.
Okay,
it's not cool.
That's true.
So you're playing yourself. These last 6 games, it matters to the fans. It matters to the fans how it looks. How you going to go out? Because this could be your last year as a 49er. And yeah, your name's been in trade rumors. Who hasn't? Everybody gets traded. Everybody's been in a rumor here and there. But just the fact that went down after yesterday's game, that doesn't sit right with me. Okay. I'm not mad about it. I'm just telling you, last 2 weeks have been suboptimal for Deebo Samuel. And he's a playmaker.
Well, you know what doesn't sit well with me? The first half alone, 15 missed tackles. 12 by Josh Jacobs runs. You know what doesn't sit well with me? 4 pre-snap penalties by my offensive line. I think 3 by Pooney alone. You know what doesn't sit well with me? 3 consecutive special teams mistakes, penalties, negating huge chunk yards, one of which was the Deebo 80-yard run. You know what also doesn't sit well with me? The ball going right through his hands and leading to an interception. To me, it's about execution and details, and I understand there's a leadership component that I acknowledge, but this morning, I'm looking at a team that needs a complete rebuild on the trenches. They're just getting dominated up front. Can't stop the run. I'm looking at an offense that looks really stale, and even then, they did kind of move the ball. Yet you drafted a guy in the first round who can't sniff a target. And that's with Brandon Ayuk, who you paid $30 million out. Why are we investing first-round picks in guys I'm not going to target? I got a CMC issue where I don't know, is this just who he is now? Do you shut him down and pray to God that he gets his burst back? I have no idea. I saw reports he sat in a locker after addressing the media for 15 or 20 minutes straight and just sat down and was staring into the abyss.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? This season's been lost for him. And Jordan Mason in one run yesterday looked as impressive as CMC has in his return.
I'm with you, but Mason and Garendo have fumbled like 4 times in the last 2 weeks. And I love both guys, but it feels like when they touch the ball, as the coach, I understand being a little reluctant because they're literally, but again, Kyle, you have 2 guys who are running backs who aren't kick returners playing kick returner. And they're fumbling on kick returns, and then you're taking out on them in terms of their snaps at running back. They got gashed up the middle so bad yesterday by Josh Jacobs in the first half. Jordan Love threw balls up in the air. Renardo Green dropped one. Mustafa dropped one. Tig Brown dropped one. This team has so many problems. And the leadership at the podium and everybody getting theirs in terms of money, Trent looking, I'm going to call it what it is. I've thought this for a while. Trent Williams looks like a front runner. Anytime things are kind of against them or whatever, he kind of bows out or he takes kind of what I deem to be the cheap shot on his way out of a loss. And this team right now looks old, overpaid. They look like the season can't come to an end quick enough. Fred Warner hasn't made a play in what feels like a month, and I love the guy, and I feel like he's hobbled out there. D. Winters makes a play. He's sitting behind Devondre Campbell for weeks on end. What are we doing?
Let me ask you, though. It doesn't look good at all.
At all.
At all, right? Doesn't look good at all. This division doesn't look good at all.
I don't care about the division.
I know, but I do.
Form matters.
I do. But I was thinking about this. So
form matters.
I was thinking about this, and I think about to that night in Las Vegas when they lost the Super Bowl. And when that kid was like, you really think this is the worst Super Bowl loss? Really, I thought he was like going off about Miami and Super Bowl 54. And I was like, no, I was depressed. And I remember the phone call I had to Anna, my fiance, that night in the hotel room eating Chinese food with my fingers because they forgot utensils in my Chinese food. And I just thought, they're just never going to get it done. And it's just sad because the Super Bowl 54, when they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs, I go back to the clip of George Kittle saying, I will be back, I will be back. And I felt like they would be back. It felt like it was the beginning of a great run. Debo was a rookie. Bosa was a rookie. George Kittle was very young in his tenure with the 49ers. Fred Warner hadn't even entered his prime yet. Shanahan didn't have bags under his eyes. Things were rolling. But when I think about that loss in Las Vegas and the way it went down and the way the season just aligned perfectly for the 49ers, and they were number one in all these offensive categories, and you get all the breaks at home, you get a home field advantage, you come back from 24-7, and you lose that Super Bowl. And that feeling of walking out of there, it just felt like it was the end of this run with this core. Whereas Super Bowl 54, it felt like it was the beginning of things to come. And instead of winning Super Bowl 54 and getting off, because winning that one means so much. Winning the one for Joe Montana against the Bengals back at the Pontiac Silverdome, it sparked a dynasty. What if they lose that game? What if they're Jim Kelly and the Buffalo Bills lose it to the New York Giants in Tampa, Florida in Super Bowl 25, and then they lose 4 straight Super Bowls? Or what if Mahomes and company loses? You know what I'm saying? All these things that happen. It just felt like that Super Bowl in Las Vegas was the end of this run for this current core, and we're just in denial the first 3 months of the season.
There's not a question in my mind that's the reality of where we're at, B. Like, Bonte, I was involved in this. We were crushing Steve Wilkes. You know what this defense did yesterday? Literally couldn't stop the up-the-middle power run over and over and over again. And I watched, for the first time, I want to say a swear word. I've watched crap Niner football over the years of my life, and I know you have too. Never in my 42 years of existence have I ever seen the 49ers get a 12-man on the field penalty in consecutive plays. That's Tom Sula, Chip Kelly, Dennis Erickson level, undisciplined BS, and it's unacceptable. I straight up, and I love Kyle. I've rooted Kyle on. I think Kyle's done a lot of great things. I'm not asking for his head this morning. I'm not doing any of that. The details with this organization, we're all worried about clicking on a podcast, cashing in at the bank, but no one's worried about lining up properly. No one's worried about executing before the snap, before the hike. Nobody's worried about finishing the play through. Like, make a freaking play. Could someone make a play? CMC, they get a huge chunk play. Oh, you're only down 2 touchdowns. It felt like that, to your point. They were in that game.
They were in the game.
They throw a little pass to CMC. Boom. It's one of his biggest plays since coming back. and he fumbles the ball. CMC, everybody's favorite player, fumbles the ball. And as I watch Saquon Barkley on Sunday Night Football look like the CMC from last year, I'm asking myself, is CMC ever going to get back to what he was? Like, I have no idea. What's going on with Bosa? Is he going to have a season-ending oblique injury? Is Trent just going to hang it up from here on out for the year? What do you do with Fred Warner? What do you do with Brock Purdy?
Hold on. We'll go back to CMC for a second. When we talk about the end, the CMC, maybe it was a microcosm of things to come. He fumbled in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, and George Kittle was goofing around with Karlaftis instead of jumping on the ball.
But you know what, though? George Kittle has no idea. Don't blame him for CMC fumbling.
I'm just saying it's a microcosm of everything.
It's CMC fumbled. You know what I'm saying? Nobody knew he was going to fumble. He fumbled. That's not CMC. And he was a shell of himself, and he fumbled and lost the confidence in Kyle Shanahan in that Super Bowl, where Shanahan went away from him for a long period of time. So this team is not it right now. They're 5-6. They're a game out of first place in the NFC West. I'll continue to say that because those are the facts. But when you don't have Nick Bosa, Fred Warner's a shell of himself, Greenlaw hasn't hit the practice field, Charvarius Ward's going through a personal tragedy.
I mean, it's sad.
Deebo Samuel can't get off a press man. Ricky Pearsall's MIA. Can't give him a target. George Kittle's battling his ass off. Trent Williams doesn't suit up. You're playing Jalen Moore. It's just a disaster right now. Oh, by the way, you don't have the quarterback. You don't have the quarterback in Brock Purdy. So I think, in a way, we kind of see how valuable Brock Purdy is to this offense. Not even close. Brendan Allen didn't have a shot. He didn't have a shot.
Well, look,
I mean, come
Brandon
on.
Allen is not great. There's no one denies that. But, like, he does have a really good arm, and he does make some throws on the field, and you're sitting here going like, man, it was something up with Brock's arm because the last month or so of the season, it doesn't feel like they've hit spots on the field that they did with Brandon Allen. I'm not saying Brandon Allen is better than Purdy. No one is saying that. Purdy has such better pocket feel and has instincts and anticipation. There was a 4th down play, 4th and 2, early in the second half, and they went for it. And Purdy hits that pass to CMC. He anticipates the out route and the guy being on the hip of CMC. Brandon Allen's late to see it, late to throw it, throws it high. Boom, incomplete drive killer, right? So there's no doubt. But there is something to be said for a little bit of arm strength. So whatever's been going on with Purdy's arm, which hasn't been the same zip, and he hasn't thrown the ball past 20 yards in what feels like forever, like, we got to get Purdy right.
I don't know when he's going to be right. I don't know when he's going to be right. We'll pick it up on the other side. Shanahan, how are you feeling about Shanahan? All that stuff's on the table. I see the calls. Leland, Joe, JD, we're getting to everybody here. 888-957-9570. Shout out to those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. The guest are you, the roasters, the fans. You guys are the guests today on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? What's coming up in the game? Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Is it over, Niner fans? I'll just ask you. Is it over? Is it over for this current core? Or do you still look at the standings saying, well, 38-10 loss, but you're still one game out of first place? Nobody wants to hear that, right? Those are the facts. I'll continue to say it. They're a game out of first place in the NFC West. Sure, they need tiebreakers and all that stuff, but they play the Rams, they play the Cardinals. Still going to run here, but how likely does it look like they're going to go on a run? Is it bleak? Are the chances bleak? 888-957-9570 is the number. Now that's coming up. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians. Check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and much, much more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. BayAreaOilChange.com.
I've admired my father since
McKinney again. Xavier McKinney blocks. Down the sideline he goes. Finally knocked out of bounds inside the 25.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Niners get pounded 38-10, probably the worst loss Shanahan has suffered since 2018 when they lost to the Dallas Cowboys at home. Remember that? Ezekiel Elliott went crazy. Eric Reed was playing middle linebacker. That was a rough day for the 49ers at Levi Stadium, but this was bad. 38-10, and Green Bay dominated time of possession. They dominated the run game. The Niners give up a 100-yard rusher for their first time in 55 regular season games. What do they have, 20 missed tackles? 15 in the first half? And this is, I can't believe how Fred Warner has gone from DPOI to not really having an impact at all.
He hasn't made a play in weeks, B.
Maybe it's on the defensive line. Maybe it's on the secondary. Maybe it's him trying to do too much, but he has not made an it play for whatever reason in weeks.
There's no doubt. Look, you asked a very specific question. What was it before the break?
What did I ask? I asked a bunch of questions.
Is this it?
Is this it for this core?
So I'll answer that. For some guys on this core, yes, it is it. But I just seen how the NFL works. You can go from worst to first in one year. Like that happens all the time, right? Yeah, they're going to have to. They have a very difficult uphill battle to retool this entire.
I don't think
roster.
It's that daunting, to be honest with you.
No, I think there's some salary cap stuff that they're going to have to maneuver.
But I don't think it's as daunting as you're making it seem. Like,
well, no, they're not.
In this division,
they're not the Commanders.
There's nobody like the Rams are going to be the Rams, but Stafford's getting older. Cooper Kupp's got some injury issues, and they look to trade Cooper Kupp. The L.A. Rams, the Cardinals have Kyler, Trey McBride. They got some players, no doubt. But I don't think retooling this roster, being a competitor in the NFC again, I don't think it's that daunting.
Okay,
I think they have an avenue to be right back on top next season, if not this season.
Well, fair enough. But I look at Philadelphia and what they did in one offseason. They went from a team that was really good last year, hit a wall. We had questions across the board on Sirianni, who are the coordinators, the run game, their defensive line, their secondary, their linebacker situation. And really, obviously, they had guys that were carryovers, right, in terms of the players on that defense. But Howie did a great job, the GM, to kind of retool that team, and getting Saquon Barkley was the perfect fit for them. And then everything's kind of flowed off that. Jalen looks better, healthier. They've got weapons. Their defense is making timely stops. And you look up and you're like, are they the second best team in the NFC? Feels like it. Sure looks like it. I don't think I would have said that heading into the year. Although you and I were kind of like, hey, don't rule out Philly.
They look good. They were going to be a contender again. They were a contender last year.
I think that when I look at the Niners, to your point, it's not like they need 50 new guys.
Right.
That's not what they need. But they do need to retool the trenches dramatically. And then they have to look themselves in the mirror with the running back, and they have to go, who are you? Are you the guy that's going to be not explosive, and you're really only a factor in the passing game because you do still have great hands and you can run good routes. And I believe that explosion matters, but not necessarily for getting open. Keenan Allen's made a career, and the guy can't run a 40 of just getting open via savvy route running. But I need to know who he is next year. What's going on with the quarterback? What's going on with these offensive and defensive lines? Can you upgrade the linebacker spot? They do have talent in the secondary. They do, B. They do have some weapons. But, man, the trenches it's done them in this year. The lack of defensive line pressure, the lack of being able to stop the run on that first line of defense, and then offensively, the pre-snap penalties are killing them. There are not a lot of running lanes.
No, not at all. Not at all. Let's open up the lines here. 888-957-9570 is a number. We'll go to our Warriors focus, future focus going into the break. Let's take some calls. Let's go to Leland, who's been on hold the longest here. Leland in the 916. What's up, Leland? Leland, you there? All right, let's go to Joe and Sac. Joe, what's happening?
Morning, guys.
Morning, Joe.
Just got a comment from Keyshawn Nixon, the cornerback from the Packers yesterday after the game. He's quoted, "It's the NFL. It's not an excuse. We didn't have our quarterback. We won 3 games. So we don't want to hear that. We came to play. They should have came to play." We didn't come to play yesterday. in any aspect. Every season that we have a down season, we blame injuries. Bosa, Ward, Hargrave, Mitch Wishnowsky, Greenlaw, Ayuk, Kofunga, Elijah Mitchell, Drake Jackson. I understand we're hurt, but every off year we have the same problem. I don't see how you run. Does Nick Sorensen get a pass this year? I mean, can we get Robert Saleh back here? Or is he going to be over there in Green Bay, pitching against us? I mean, I don't know what to do anymore. It's been a rough game. It's been a rough season, but we are one game out.
We are one game out. Listen, I'm going to drive people crazy with that because those are the facts. They are one game out. But, when you think about the injuries or whatnot, this team wasn't playing well when those guys were playing.
No.
They weren't playing well when Bosa was in the lineup. They weren't playing well when Trent Williams was in the lineup. They weren't playing well with Ayuk in the lineup. So all these guys that are injured, wasn't like they were 8-2. They've been a 500 team all season long.
And I would push back on guys weren't trying. I don't think that's fair. When you have a bunch of guys that aren't good playing, you weren't executing. You're telling me George Kittle wasn't trying hard?
Yeah,
You're telling me Juwan Jennings wasn't trying hard? CMC looks like he's trying. I think CMC dramatically cares about winning and losing, right? I really do. I think it.
Yeah, no, I don't think effort was a problem because in that third quarter, they were in that football game.
That's what I'm saying.
They were in that football game.
Even in the fourth quarter, they had the ball with a chance to make it a one-score game.
Brendan Allen throws a pass to Deebo Samuel, goes right through his hands. They pick it off.
He's got to make that play.
And the Packers, what they do is they convert the 3 turnovers into points.
Yes.
They force 3 turnovers. They score 21 points off the turnovers.
Jair Brown got hit in the numbers on an interception and dropped it.
Yep.
Renardo Green dropped an interception. It just...
Somebody's got to make a play.
Exactly.
Somebody's got to make a play.
Totally.
And nobody made a play yesterday. Let's go to...
Leonard Floyd finally made a play.
Yeah, he made a couple plays yesterday.
He
made a couple plays yesterday.
He made 2. Was it Gross Matos as well? They made a couple of plays. But again, your D-line needs to be completely reworked. It's inarguable. They need to have better impact in the trenches. They're losing games in the trenches.
It's funny. I saw a reporter tweet out that Leonard Floyd's on track to get 10 sacks again.
It's the most hollow 10 sacks.
He's tracking to get 10 sacks, and I thought the same thing. I said, boy, very impactful 6.5 sacks he's had so far this season.
That's like the Brandon Belt 20 home runs that all came when we were down 9-1 in the 8th inning.
I'm telling you, always find a beat writer who will wave the palm bonds for the team. Let's go to JD in San Francisco. JD, what's happening?
What's up, JD?
What's up, fellas? Hey, man, I'm with Shasky this morning, man. I think it's just the eye test, right? If you watch this team, the eye test tells you they just don't have it. To your point, you watch Philadelphia last night, you watch Detroit, you watch the teams, regardless of what stat says, you can see who's good and who's not, right? You watch the explosive plays. I'm watching Philly last night. You see A.J. Brown. Dude just looks explosive.
Yep.
They just can't stop. And you watch Saquon. He has that extra gear that he just takes off, but he has explosive plays. We don't have that, right? Even Philly's defense, you watch the Kobe Dean and those dudes last night, they're physical. I mean, they're talking about on the broadcast, they're hitting you in the mouth we used to. We used to intimidate teams and physically impose our will. We're not doing that anymore. It's we've gotten to the point now where teams know they can run it on us now. We don't scare anybody on offense anymore like we used to. With running game, they used to be terrified of our running game. We used to just run it down teams. Now we don't have that anymore. So to your point, I think we need to revamp this roster, not to the point that complete overhaul, but there needs to be some explosiveness and some tenacity.
Some tweaks.
Retooling.
That's it. Some tweaks. You don't need wholesale changes. You got some things built in. Dominic Pooney, somebody you could build around. I still believe in Banks at left guard. I think he'll bounce back. Though. He's a free agent, but I believe in him. I would like to bring him back on the cheap and keep him in the Niner uniform. I don't think he's that bad. But maybe you move Pooney to right guard or left guard and put Banks at right guard. Who knows? But you have some assets here. You have some assets, but you definitely need some explosiveness. Explosiveness and athleticism. They're desperate for it because Philadelphia does have that. Before we get your thoughts, Shasky, it's time for a little Warriors Future Focus.
That's not who did that. That's Back to the Future.
All right, Trace Jackson Davis grabbing 8 rebounds against the Spurs. What happened to the Warriors Saturday night in San Antonio? What an atrocious fourth quarter. Blowing that lead there. Oh, my gosh. Luckily, we're not going to talk about that too much today. But he did have 12 points to go with 8 rebounds, including his dunk early in the second half.
Here's Jackson Davis running the floor right down the lane, gets a dunk. The Spurs were lackadaisical on defense, and Jackson Davis took advantage, 57-45.
All right, Warriors, they blow that one in San Antonio. But if you win tonight against Brooklyn, a team that's going to shoot a lot of threes, they go 3-1 in this 4-game stretch. Warriors at 12-4. Score 13 points in the fourth quarter. Get outscored 33-13.
The only thing more disappointing on Saturday night than the Warriors was Colorado getting blown out by Kansas.
That was it. They got the ball ran up. Kansas ran for like 300 yards on them. 300 yards. Big 12 better than y'all thought, huh? Look at Kansas Jayhawks upset and then shaking up the Big 12.
I think they've won 3 straight games against ranked opponents.
Yeah,
and they're a losing team, which is like never happened ever.
Yeah, losing team. So they beat BYU and BYU, Provo, Utah. They beat up on Colorado. Colorado just couldn't see the ball. Kansas had the ball for 42 minutes. 42 minutes. Green Bay yesterday, 37 minutes of time of possession against the Colorado Buffaloes. You guys are so excited.
Forks up, baby.
Oh, Arizona State.
They're coming.
What about Cal? What about Cal? The nerd off. Did you see that?
On the other side.
That was Warriors Future Focus, just like we love the future of the Dubs. Peralta Community College District encourages you to love your future too. Go to peralta.edu and apply today.
At Makita, good enough is never enough. It's not just about the power and run time.
Slips again. Allen hit. Ball is loose. And is picked up by Green Bay. Lucas Van Ness got the sack. Packers get it back.
I'm really not concerned right now about how many guys we missed today. We don't play good enough, so that's not a factor. But when you are missing some guys, you do have to be better. And when you have those penalties, when we didn't stop the run like we did, and then having those 3 turnovers in the second half, that's how you get embarrassed.
What's going on, Roasters? It's Brian Baldinger with the NFL Network, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
And Baldy was at Lambeau Field, as we heard from Shanahan, Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. We'll talk to Baldy tomorrow at 7:30. He was there to watch that embarrassment from the 49ers. 38-10, they lose to the Green Bay Packers. 3 turnovers in the second half. The Brendan Allen fumble. And the funny thing is when Fox started reporting, he started zooming in on his splint, on his non-throwing hand. And it was like, wait a minute. He's had a broken finger for 2 weeks, and he broke his finger on the first day of a practice, and nobody knows about it? Now, granted, maybe he's in the open portion of practice without a sleeve on his finger. I don't know. But the guy had a broken finger on his non-throwing.
Did you hear what Kyle said after the game? We actually had him on the injury report,
Right.
whatever. I guess it was either the week before or whatever.
And we just didn't even...
And no one knew. No one knew.
Or he was on the injury report, nobody cared because Brock was playing. It's like, oh, Brendan Allen's on the injury report. Great. So a lot of people were clamoring for Josh Dobbs. Look, Josh Dobbs is okay.
We're choosing amongst 2 not great options.
Yeah,
Can we at least acknowledge?
Josh Dobbs played for Minnesota and got his... It was benched like 3 games into his tenure. For Nick Mullins, for crying out loud. Or the other rookie they had somebody else too last year in Minnesota. But, Brendan Allen had a broken finger. It's not throwing.
Look, this is not going to be a very, we're not taking calls on this, but like Brendan Allen made some bad throws. And I also thought he made some good throws. I don't think they won or lost this game because of the quarterback.
Yeah,
That being said, would I be surprised if Purdy couldn't go next week and they started Josh Dobbs? No, nothing would surprise me at this point.
No, it wouldn't surprise me either. The Brendan, this is why I'm not as emotional today as maybe many others. 888-957-9570. Because once Brock Purdy was ruled out Friday, it's like there's no chance they're winning this football game at Green Bay. And I didn't even think Green Bay was that good. I believe if Brock Purdy played, we get a closer game, and maybe it's coming down to the wire. Because Green Bay, they ran up the score in the game, late in the game, and they dominated in the fourth quarter or whatnot. They could not put the 49ers away for the life of them. The 49ers just, hey, put us away, please. Put us away, please. Put us away. But Green Bay was, like Jordan Love was throwing it up yesterday, making some horrendous decisions. Horrendous. He's single-handedly trying to get the Niners back into it. And that's a guy who's getting 4 years and $220 million. Good luck with that. Jordan Love is a good player, but, man, he makes so many bonehead decisions.
Well, that game could have been over at halftime when it was 17-7. He threw a perfect pass.
Perfect.
To Christian Watson, who just dropped it. I mean, that was I don't know how that guy gets open. I thought Brady was excellent yesterday, but Brady's like, you can't let him get over the top, like literally as they're coming out of the huddle. And then what happens? After 2 sick Josh Jacobs runs, just the Niners weren't good yesterday. And, your point about the backup quarterback is a good one. But to the Green Bay point of view, they did win multiple games with Malik Willis.
No doubt.
At quarterback. Now, it was against Tennessee. So, if people want to take a caveat with that, Tennessee looked pretty good yesterday. I mean, on any given Sunday, anybody can win. We know that Dallas won a division game with the backup quarterback in Cooper Rush. So it can happen. But B, I think when I look at it and it's like, okay, it's not just Brandon Allen. It's no Trent Williams, no Nick Bosa, no Brandon Ayuk. I don't know what's going on with Debo emotionally. Clearly a compromised CMC. I mean, he's out there and he's a player, but he's nowhere near what he was last year. And then I look at no Dre Greenlaw, which is one of the things I underrated him all year long. No Charvarius Ward. And they just had no shot. No Hargrave, forgot about him. Like they don't have enough bodies, dude. They're not good enough. They're just not good enough.
They're not good enough.
When you miss 1 million tackles, you commit 1 million pre-snap penalties. You commit penalties on special teams.
Who's that on? Penalties, missed tackles.
It's on Jake Brendel for not dog. You're the center. How are we offsides as the center?
Offsides.
Full starting as the center.
Holdings. Legal man downfield. They weren't just throwing flags. You could see like 4 flags at a time. It's like, damn. Are they popping popcorn? Oh, wait, that's yellow flags. Oh, that's not popcorn. They're just throwing flags. Hold on. 3, 4 flags. Boom, 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 boom. It just mucked the game up, so you're not buttoned up. And you know what? You're going to be penalized a lot. When you have a bunch of new dudes in a lineup who don't know what the hell they're doing, maybe that's a coaching thing. Maybe they're not buttoned up. Nick Sorensen, not buttoned up. Brian Schneider, we know they haven't been buttoned up on special teams.
Saubert.
I mean,
Saubert tackling the guy as Debo's flying down the line. It was going to be a 17-14 game if they find a way to punch that in.
I mean,
87 yards called back.
It was a mess. It was a mess. And maybe the downfall is here. I mean, who better to speak about that than Rob and San Bruno?
Before we go out to Rob, and I'm going to I want to hear from Rob. George Kittle, again, is a guy that needs to stay on this team for the remainder of his career. Like, you're talking about, like, everything's going wrong. George Kittle's out there busting his butt. Juwan Jennings is out there busting his butt. There are guys playing really, 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 really hard. And that's the part of me, like, it's not
That's why I'm saying it's not. That's why it's not, you don't need an overhaul. You have plenty of talent here to tinker and retool for next season, but you don't need an overhaul. You don't need, like, 15 different players. You know, you need a couple tweaks here and there. You add something, and you'll be fine. But 415 says it's on the coaching. It's on the coaching. That's what he thinks. It's on the coaching. Well, I want to know what the roasters think. Is it on the coaching? Is it on the players? Is it on the coaching? Is it on the players? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Rob and San Bruno.
Yes, the downfall is here, as I predicted. You know what I'm saying? People called me crazy, laughed at me, but I told y'all what was going to happen. Look, man, not being disciplined, the special teams been ass all year long. You're getting all these penalties. That comes on to the coaching. Hey, Cal, if your head went in the playbook all the time, you had offensive coordinator, you could have went out there and counted the guys. The guy you fired, Wilkes, tell Sorensen, that's his defense. Tell him to count the guys on the field. That's basic football. What about the people at the top? You know what I'm saying? Count who's on the line. So that's two times in a row they did that. So, you know what? That's coaching. And then he plays favoritism. His favoritism is going to be his downfall. CMC is not a better runner this year than what Mason is doing this year. He's by far a better running back. He got more juice. It just is what it is. CMC, you missed 2 games. You had 2 messed up ankles. And you think you're going to come back and be the same guy? No, you're not that guy this year. Maybe you rest up and come back next year and you be that guy from last year. But you got 2 Achilles injuries. You had injuries on your knees and ankles before these 2 injuries. I mean, come on. I mean, like, why are we playing this guy? Mason was the lead rusher in the league. He was at least top 3 for half the season, and then you don't even play him no more. Like, what is going on? And Dobbs, look, man, in preseason, Dobbs is better. Allen, we haven't seen Allen win a game in I don't know how long. He hasn't played in 3 years. He hasn't broke in, and you still don't want to play Dobbs. I watched Dobbs play good against us last year. I watched Dobbs win a couple games last year. Is he great? No, but he's better than Brett and Allen. This thing that Cal got with mediocre mid quarterbacks is crazy with me. It's crazy. Like, this dude haven't done that in 3 or 4 years. He hasn't started a game. He has a broken hand. Dobbs started more. We got more film on Dobbs than Brandon Allen. So why is Brandon Allen playing?
I don't know. Well, why? Daniel Jones may be on. Apparently the Niners are in on Daniel Jones, Rob.
Hey, Vontae, what I say, Vontae? I told you. He's the perfect fit for Kyle Shanahan. Mid, he got a big arm. He can run a little bit. He like the full white Trey Lance. You know what I'm saying? You can play him cheap. If they sign, look, watch. He just like his daddy when they went out Jake Plummer. That's who I'm with Jay. He remind me of Jake Plummer. And I'm gonna tell you this. When Daniel Jones had a good running game, which Saquon brought, he went to the playoffs, right?
There you go.
So if you put Daniels with this, if we get this running game right, if CFC come back healthier next year, I just feel like if they go get Daniels, they're gonna try to backdoor Purdy. That's what the Shanahans do.
Hey, Rob.
Backdoor Purdy.
Rob, there's so much I want to get into. Like, I want to ask you about Trent Williams because, look, when they made the trade for Trent, he has been a really good Niner. I'm not here to deny that. Like, he has been a really good Niner. But the whole holding out thing, it really rubbed me the wrong way this year in particular.
Rob said Bruno, courtesy of the River Rollins guest slide.
No, like, it really rubbed me the wrong way. Him, and I get it. You're injured. I understand that. But I do get the sense at times he's got front runner mentality. Would you feel me on that?
Of course. He old, man. He done made his money, man. He don't really – the drive's not there no more. That's on the 49ers. Instead of you dropping Pearsall, who can't even get open. Y'all blaming Debo. Pearsall can't even get open. He's just nonchalant. Drop the offensive lineman. And one more thing that I don't like that Kyle hasn't done, where's that second tight end next to Kyle?
We've been waiting on that for years. For years, Rob.
Where's that at?
For years.
If we're going to run big personnel all the time, like when Jim Harbaugh had Vernon Davis and Delaney Walker, we could be more of a threat.
No doubt. Good call, Rob.
The
Good
obsession,
call.
and look, I understand why they have the fullback. I get it. But to me, Kyle Juszczyk not being utilized as your second tight end and strictly at the fullback position, it's bad value. It's bad value financially, and it's bad value in terms of one guy being able to play multiple roles. The one evolution I would love for this team to see is get a legitimate H-back who can play tight end and fullback if you're so obsessed with the fullback position being utilized as your offense. Like having that second guy who can be a pass catcher and a mauler in the run game is important for this offense. Find that guy.
Yeah, they haven't found that guy since Shanahan has been here. He's been here for 8 years. They haven't found that guy. Whether it was Ross Dwelly or who is it? Braden Willis or Cam Latu? Charlie Warner. They haven't found that guy. But also, you know what hurts? I think what hurts me the most, and I'll speak for myself here. When you watch last night and they're getting steamrolled by Green Bay 38-10, and Green Bay obviously took it personal for what happened in the divisional round game. After losing that Super Bowl, we were so far away from it. And that's the harsh reality of walking out of Las Vegas knowing that it's going to be so hard to get back to that point once again. Everything lined up for them last season. Everything. Oh, you're coming back from 24-7 against Detroit because Detroit just simply hadn't been there yet with that group. Jared Goff had, but Dan Campbell hadn't been there. Ben Johnson hadn't been there. And you saw some of that in the fourth quarter of that football game. Jordan Love, obviously, hadn't been in the playoff position in the divisional round game. Now, it's one thing to beat up on Dallas. That's not a road game. They're so far away, Shasky, from getting back to the mountaintop to getting to that Super Bowl. And you just wonder if they ever got right after leaving Las Vegas in the way they did. Not knowing the overtime rules. You can't unsee it. The lack of scoring after Patrick Mahomes' interception. You know, Christian McCaffrey fumbling, Deebo Samuel suffering a hamstring injury, Drake Greenlaw running off the sideline, tearing his Achilles tendon. Their harsh reality is they're so far away again, and you just wonder how patient people are going to be with the head coach, with the quarterback, with the linebacker, with this core. Because you know what Teddy Bruschi's saying this morning on Get Up? Here's what he's saying.
You described San Francisco as sort of the Cincinnati of the NFC, so close so many times, coming up short. At some point, it just takes a lot out of you.
It's a lot of long foul balls in the playoffs, losing at various different rounds, and all of a sudden you're playing extra games, and all of a sudden now you're getting everybody hurt, and you really don't have any validation in terms of what all the work was for. Okay, they look tired. They look tired. They look like they've been playing a lot of football games, losing the quarterback, losing the D-line, everybody, you're not tackling well. That's just like, it's such a long season. It looked like they were tired.
Mentally tired, physically tired. Beat up.
Losing the way that they have, it takes a huge chunk out of you emotionally and spiritually. It's undeniable. We already saw this with the Harbaugh era.
Yeah.
Like that. There are similarities to the Harbaugh era where it feels like their last great push was last year, and the way that they lost in the fashion that they did, and then their age and everything, it all caught up to them. It was like the perfect recipe for a giant letdown this year. That being said, like, I agree with you. They feel so far away from being like contender. Give me a break. Like, give me a break. Okay. That being said, it is the NFL, and things do flip quickly.
It's a year-to-year league,
Like,
no
the
doubt.
Commanders look like a lifeless organization a year ago. They get the quarterback right. It feels like they got the coach right, and they've lost 3 in a row, but you can see there's hope. Like, they moving forward.
No doubt.
I'll give this team the benefit of the doubt in terms of they have proven to me that they can make moves and they can figure it out, and they have drafted well. Like, this year's rookie class, Dominic Poone's worst game was yesterday.
Yeah.
He's been outstanding all year. Renardo Green should have made a couple of plays yesterday. For the most part, I think he's been pretty good at quarterback.
He's been solid.
Mustafa had 3 big hits. He dropped an interception, but he had some whoa hits. Tig Brown has played well at times. I don't think yesterday was his best game.
No.
There is talent. Like, I'm talking about the young guys.
No, yeah, they could bounce back.
There is talent, but today they do. I can't be saying the word contender. I feel like a moron.
Well, with this core, with the Debos, with the Bosas, we'll see what happens with Bosa.
Where's Ayuk
When is he
at?
going to come back? Where's Brendan Ayuk at? When they lost Super Bowl 54 to Kansas City, that first one in Miami, and you got George Kittle saying, I will be back. As the segment is sponsored by Go to State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. It felt like it was the beginning of a run, and it has been. The next 5 years, from 2019 to 2024, has been magical. You're just missing that one piece, the Lombardi Trophy. They've had some great, iconic wins, moments, memories, great times. But it felt like with this core, it feels like with this core, because there will be changes. Like, I can't see Debo on this team next year. I just can't. I think Debo's playing his final 6 games as a member of the San Francisco 49ers. And think about how it's ending. Think about how it's ending. He's going to be more known for this season for checking Tabor Pepper, the long snapper of the team, than he is making a play. Than he is making and I'm not blaming Debo, but he's been kind of, when you say front runner, and we think about everything that's happened in the last 5 years, and all the trash talk after losing to Philadelphia in the NFC Championship game. Now, Debo stood on business, and he backed it up, and he had an all-time game in Philadelphia, scored 3 touchdowns. But then even this year in the podcast saying, we've been the best team over the last 4 years. We've been the best team. It just seems like it's a silly thing to say.
I would agree.
When you don't hoist that Lombardi. It's like, yeah, you may have had the best opportunities to win, but you haven't been the best team.
What do you think about the whole Vernon Davis thing at the end? Because when Vernon Davis was at the end of his Niner tenure, it felt like he kind of tapped out. Like, that's the way I viewed it. Like, I felt like he kind of tapped out emotionally, physically, and it was like he wanted out. He wanted them to pull the ripcord. And a lot of time has passed between, 2015, I think he was traded from the Niners. I still love Vernon Davis.
Yeah.
It didn't end well, but I still love Vernon Davis. I feel like Debo, I'm a love down the line. And I know there's a lot of people angry at him today. I'm not going to remember 10 years from now whether he was on a podium or not. I will remember some of the ridiculousness, of the tweeting and back and forth and the dumb podcasts. We'll laugh about those things. But I don't think I'm going to remember him as a gladiator and as a Niner.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I get your point of view. In real time, it is tough to digest.
Right now, it's tough to digest. And you don't think it's a big deal going to the podium. And look, I understand why a lot of people don't think, he's mad after a loss. But when you talk the way you do, and you just had to tweet at T.O. last week, who, whether you like T.O. or not, he's in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's in Canton, Ohio with the Gold Blazer. All right? Terrell Owens, one of the 3 best wide receivers I've ever seen in my life. It's Rice, it's T.O., it's Randy Moss. It starts there for me in my top 3. And I know people love Megatron and Larry Fitzgerald, but those are my 3. When you clap back at T.O. and then you put on that performance on Sunday and a ball goes right through your hands, not once but twice, and you don't have an impact, and you have 1 touch for 21 yards, back it up a Seattle game where you have 4 catches for 22 or whatnot, and you can't gain separation. And a guy at the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame is yucking it up with Guru and I earlier this offseason saying, who's the guy I would roll with? It's not Debo Samuel. And I'm like, wow, this is an all-time Niner saying that. An all-time Niner telling Guru and I that he would not roll with Debo Samuel moving forward. It doesn't look good. And from a leader who's wearing the C, what leadership qualities has he shown over the last 3 weeks?
Okay, the last 3 weeks is hard to defend, but I have a tough time ripping Debo when the guy's literally carried this team at times for long stretches. I'm talking months at times. And I know, the Super Bowl was bad. The last couple weeks are bad. The leadership qualities aren't great. I don't consider him one of the spiritual leaders of this team in terms of heartbeat. That's like a Kittle.
Well, he comes out with the boombox. He comes out with the boombox with Trent.
No, but that's more of an intimidation thing.
No doubt. But he comes out with the boombox with Trent. And I'm not blaming Debo because it's not his fault. Yesterday, the whole team sucked. Coaching, the equipment staff, the bus driver on the way to the stadium, the Pastor Earl. They all sucked yesterday. They all sucked. It's not just Debo. But Debo kind of epitomizes what's gone wrong with this football team. The front-running kind of nature of what's been going on with this football team. He's kind of at the front of it.
Yeah, but he's suiting up, right? Like so, and he also reworked his money.
Not doing nothing.
I know, but
he's been hurt.
Okay, but he also reworked his money to be able to play this year because he wanted to be on this team. So, like, to me, of the guys that are, complaining about money and this, that, and the other, like, he's out there. You know what I mean? He had a 90-yard return that was called back because of a hold, which is out of his control. He can't control the quarterback fumbling in the pocket. He can't control the offensive line. No, that was a bad play.
He can control his route running.
I don't know.
He can control his route running, right? He can't get open. Like, we literally have wide receivers who can't get off a press man.
But he hasn't been able to get open for 5 years. Like that's
that's not true. That's not true.
I mean,
that's not true. He got open against Detroit. He's got open against Detroit in the NFC Championship game. I just look for one of my leaders. One of my leaders was not there to be counted on yesterday, and that's disappointing. And I'm a Debo guy. I love Debo Samuel. Love him.
When I walked away from that game, and I get the point.
I'm not walking away from that game just blaming Debo. Let me make myself clear. It's not just Debo. There's a plethora of things that went wrong yesterday. But when I look at my captain, one of my playmakers, he did not show up yesterday. And he did not show up the last 2 weeks. Juwan Jennings has been a better wide receiver and a better playmaker. Juwan Jennings
hasn't talked to reporters for weeks. He has, and then Juwan is
doesn't need to. Well, he produces on the field.
No, I know, but
he shows up.
He's also he literally has not spoken to reporters after games in weeks.
That's fine. He shows up on Sundays.
No doubt.
He makes
plays.
He's
getting targeted.
He makes plays. He's also not the captain of the team. He's also not making top dollar.
That's a good point.
He's not also one of my premium money makers and premium playmakers.
Look, I'm just saying, of all the guys to be mad at this morning, I'm not that mad at Debo.
I'm not mad at Debo at all. I'm just calling it like it is. I'm not mad at all. I didn't lose an ounce of sleep over the loss yesterday. Believe that. But I'm looking at Debo Samuel as one of the captains, as one of the guys who's on the side of Levi's Stadium with the big posters and everything. Come on, man. 1 catch, 21 yards. I don't need Juwan to talk to the rest of the season. He's done what he's had to do.
Well, I love Juwan. I'm just using that as an example that not everyone talks to me every time.
It's not about that. It's about the playmakers, the captain. He's got the C on his chest, Jasky. He's got the C on his chest as one of the playmakers, as one of the leaders, as one of the captains who changed his jersey number, who comes off the Blue Bucks, who has the podcast, who goes out with Kay Adams, who tweets all the time. And he has not showed up the last 2 weeks after doing what he did to Tabor Pepper. Those are the facts.
I'm not arguing those facts.
I'm just saying.
But he's also not getting targeted and he's not getting touches. And when he was, not much was happening. But, I mean, one of the
He's not getting targeted because he can't get open. He literally can't get open. He can't beat press man. One of my premium playmakers can't beat press man. And I got a problem with that. I'm not blaming Debo. I don't want to be clear. I'm not blaming him. But I look at the top. When I look at my team and I start pointing fingers left and right, look at the head coach, we look at quarterback, and I look at my premium guys. And my premium guy who was on the field yesterday and on the field last Sunday at Levi Stadium did not show up. He did not show up. It is what it is. All right, we're coming up. Your phone calls. Brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change, expert technicians, check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and much, much more. You better get it checked right now because it is wet out there on the roadways and it's the holiday season. So get those carbs right. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com, BayAreaOilChange.com.
You're listening to 95.
Looking around, fires, caught in, touchdown, George Kittle.
Hello, it's Zuski Man. You listening to the 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. Oh, baby.
George Kittle, now third all-time in franchise history with 509 receptions. He's behind Terrell Owens, who has 592. And the great Jerry Rice, who has 1,281 receptions. George Kittle surpassing Dwight Clark and Roger Craig last night in Green Bay. He had 6 catches, 82 yards, 6 catches on 6 targets. The touchdown right there. So shout out to George Kittle, who made history once again. And, you know, I would love to see the Niners extend him and make him a lifelong Niner, because you see how important he is in the run game, in the pass game. George Kittle's been exceptional this season. He's been exceptional last season. Just when you thought he was slowing down, he's getting better and better and better, aging like a fine wine. So George Kittle, hell of a game for him. He plays his ass off. But then it was not enough as they lose 38-10 in Green Bay. And download the Odyssey app in case you want to listen to thousands of other stations. 95.7 The Game, a million of podcasts are all free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, great podcasts like Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys are all available. And follow your favorite teams like the Niners and Warriors stations and radio shows like Starty and Goo. How about this? We'll quick on the Giants before we get to VO in Texas. They're bringing back Mike Yastrzemski. Mike Yastrzemski's back.
Yay. I mean, he's
Score
fine.
one for Buster Posey?
Well, I mean, we'll see. I mean, just because they're bringing him back on a one-year deal doesn't mean they couldn't trade him down the line. I mean, but it feels like they'll keep him. But Yastrzemski being a Buster Posey guy doesn't surprise me.
Played well last year. Played well. Mike Yastrzemski.
Okay.
Your favorite.
I think we all agree he's a fourth outfielder on a playoff team, but that's okay. Maybe we don't. I'm looking at the Niners from yesterday, and it's just like they've got so many issues.
Mikey, yes! No, kidding. It's all good.
They have so many issues. I mean, just yesterday alone, right? Offensive side of the ball. Backup quarterback, backup left tackle, essentially either backup wide receiver 1 or wide receiver 2, however you view Brandon Ayuk. Starting running back looks compromised at best. Horrific pre-snap discipline. Horrific post-snap execution. Defensive side of the ball. No Bosa. 0 D-line pressure. Can't tackle behind the line of scrimmage or after it. Linebackers who can't cover in space. DBs dropping balls down the field. Special teams. Okay? The kicker made a kick. Great.
That is great. That is a nice little bounce back for Moody.
Yeah.
He made a field goal in the elements.
Okay. 3 consecutive holds on punt returns or kick returns. 1 negating 87 yards. You had a total of 120 yards called back. Also, on top of all of that, your backup quarterback fumbled the ball in the pocket multiple times. I mean, it's just yesterday was a litany of issues, and I understand there's a leadership thing. All your top paid guys, it feels like, are either hurt or underperforming, and you want someone to step up and take control of the situation because it feels like things are spiraling out of control, and I understand that. Just I'm looking at the list of issues right now, and like for me, and others could disagree, like Debo at a podium, it's a horrible look. He should have been there.
I'm not trying to make a big deal about this Debo thing.
On the list of things, it's like 25th.
It's not high on my list, but it's a microcosm of what's been going on with Debo in this season.
That I agree with.
And when things get hairy, and you get, we need somebody to look to. Like Fred Warner's speaking after every game.
Well, the bigger issue with Fred Warner is I love the guy. We all love the guy. He's one of the most respected players ever wear a Niner uniform. Hasn't made a play in a month.
Hasn't made a play. But you know what? He hasn't made a play, and he still faces the music. No doubt. My bigger point.
But that's who he goes up there and he goes in.
But he's a leader. Christian McCaffrey's been back for 3 games. Has no burst. Can't get to the second level in the run game whatsoever. And we need more Mason. We need more Correndo. He just doesn't look like CMC. He even fumbled yesterday. But you know what? He went to go face the music.
But Bonte, this is kind of who Debo's been.
Yeah, but Debo's been talking. He's been talking. He talked after Tabor Pepper in that situation. But after 2 games and after tweeting at T.O., I don't hear from him. I need to hear from him. I need to know what's going on at the wide receiver position. Why aren't they getting targets? Why aren't they getting open?
Again,
is this something secondary guys are doing? Yeah, is this something that the defense is doing?
It's backup quarterback, backup left tackle, 0 run game control, pre-snap discipline. You're behind the sticks left and right. They can pin their ears back. Like, I don't know, man.
I'm not saying that it's a big deal, Shask. I think you're like,
no, but what I'm saying is you're talking about getting open. Like, guys aren't getting open because of all of these reasons.
They haven't been getting open when the guys have been in the lineup.
Agreed.
What if they've got the worst separation in the league in terms of wide receivers getting off the line of scrimmage?
That's not his game.
And that's with Trent Williams in the lineup. That's with Brock Purdy in the lineup. That's with Chris McCaffrey in the lineup. That's with Brandon Ayuk in the lineup. They haven't been good all year. So I don't want to hear about injuries and having this backup and this backup as a reason why they can't get open. They haven't been getting open all damn season. They haven't been getting open since the Super Bowl, for crying out loud.
I understand that. It's just that there's a lot of problems on this team right now. Like, no one is arguing. Like, there's a lot of problems on this team right now. And, like, you drafted a guy in the first round, and you brought back Ayuk, and you only target Ayuk like 4 to 8 times a game. You bring in Pearsall. I don't know where he was going to be value year 1 if you don't throw the ball that much, and he's buried on the depth chart behind Juwan Jennings, who would have been your 3, so Pearsall would have been your 4. Now, with all the injuries, you elevate him. He still can't get looks.
He didn't get 1 target yesterday.
So, like, in terms of value for a first-round pick in year 1, not great value.
No.
If you're trying to, like, win now. Like, part of why you brought him in or whatever, like, win now. We got to beat man coverage. It's like, you're not even targeting him, you know? And the 2 guys who are making plays, George Kittle and Juwan Jennings, guys are draped all over them, and they're still making sick contested plays.
Let's go to VO in Texas. VO, what's happening?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just want to thank y'all for being a blessing to the 49er Nation. We need y'all on a morning like this, man. Y'all are a blessing, so I appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
I just want to drop these facts real quick, man. I'm gonna try to be as quick as I can, but I just got to say this. There's been 4 coaches in NFL history that have lost multiple Super Bowls and have not won. Right? I'm looking at Bud Grant, looking at Marv Levy, and the last name I want to mention, the most recent, was Dan Reeves. Dan Reeves was with the Denver Broncos for 11 seasons, I believe, 11 or 12 seasons. He lost 3 Super Bowls, if I'm not mistaken. And
Dan Reeves, yeah.
Yeah, Dan Reeves. Okay. If we let's look at it. The very next year, their owner was it Pat Bowlen? Yep. I believe their owner was Pat Bowlen at the time. Who did he hire?
Mike Shanahan.
Year. What did Mike Shanahan do?
I think they lost in
they lost to Jacksonville in the divisional round.
But then
won back-to-back seasons.
But they eventually crossed the hump, right? Right? With essentially the same roster, right? So I'm not going to say, I'm not going to be leading this fire Shanahan thing, even though I'm not a fan of his at all. But I will say this: if we don't make the Super Bowl, I would hope Jed would look at that history, being that the coach you have, whose dad replaced the guy who lost multiple Super Bowls, who was there for 10 plus years. I think we there's got to be a change if we don't make the playoffs this year. That's just my opinion. I want to know what y'all think of that. Hey,
hold on. So if they don't make the playoffs, VO, you think there needs to be a head coaching change?
I think Shanahan has been there for how many years?
This is year 8. Year 8.
Year 8? I mean, we've had multiple rosters, multiple talented rosters, but we've had the same result, right? And I think the only constant is what? We went to the Super Bowl without CMC. You know what I mean? So we've had multiple talented rosters each year that we could have won the Super Bowl. We haven't won it because of one thing. And I think the only thing that's been the same is Kyle Shanahan. And I think, just look at it like this, guys. We had 12 players on the field for 2 plays in a row. I never seen any coach, whenever we watch a game on TV, I never seen a coach be in their play sheet more and not watch the field than Kyle Shanahan.
He was yelling on the second one. He was like screaming on the sidelines before it even happened. He was kind of all over it, and that's one of the memes that I saw yesterday. Here's what I would say to people out there. If your prerogative is they got to get rid of Shanahan, hey, you're a fan. You're entitled to your opinion, all right? I'm not going to deny you that opinion. Here's what I would say to you. My point of view is this. I would like to hear who you're replacing him with, number one. And number two, if you're going to say that, I want to know what your solution is. And then number two, don't you think Kyle's earned the benefit of the doubt to kind of, see what he's got for next year? He's been really good the last couple of years. Almost won the big one, all right? He's had one down year. Hasn't he earned enough, leeway to be able to dig himself back out of the hole and just see what he's got next year at the minimum? So if you're going to call in and say you want the coach to change, that's fine. You're entitled to that. You are, right? I'm not going to get mad at someone who pours their soul into the Niners because they think that Kyle sucks or whatever, but just tell me who you want. Don't just come on here firing the guy. And I'm not saying that's what he was doing. He had a really good call. But tell me what your solution is. And then my counter to you would be, don't you think he's earned enough to be able to run it back and see what he's got with a retooling?
Well, 408 doesn't. Caller's right. We've been saying this for weeks. Fire Kyle and hire Coach Prime.
Coach Prime. Yeah, I'm out on Coach Prime.
Comcast Business Text Line. Hire Belichick. Fire Shanny. Warriors did it with Mark Jackson. Mike Vrabel, go get him. It's from the 530. Are we really there? Are we really there to talk about a coaching change? Really, is that what that's where we're at, Niner fans? You think it's all on the coach? It's all on the coach, huh?
So there was a play yesterday. There was a sequence.
Come on, man. We can't fire. Hold on, real quick. We can't keep firing the coach every single week. I mean, you just laid it out. Brendan Allen was your quarterback. Now, the coach made that decision to play Brendan Allen, but that was your quarterback.
Okay, so it's Josh
Jalen Moore. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Josh Dobbs.
Okay, so it's Josh
Did you not
Dobbs,
watch Josh Dobbs last season?
Yeah, I mean,
he got his job taken by Nick Mullins.
I don't think
who's on 3 different teams. So I'm not with the whole fire the coach after every single week. How about players make some damn plays?
First drive.
How about some players make some damn plays around here? We don't hold players accountable whatsoever anymore.
Well, I mean, we've been holding Debo and CMC and Trent. And I'm
look
saying
at this defense.
Are.
They missed 20 tackles yesterday.
No doubt.
20 tackles.
I mean, Bonte. So first drive, okay? Brandon Allen, nice little pass, little flip pass to George Kittle. Oh, then there's a penalty, a false start, pre-snap penalty on your rookie who's been excellent, but let's just call it his worst day of the game. And then on 3rd and 5, manageable, okay? 3rd and 5, Brandon Allen loses the ball in the pocket and is sacked. Is that on Shanahan?
No, it's not.
Okay, so now you're down big, whatever. You only ran a couple of plays. You're down 17-0. Before you've really had any offense going. It's not even on Shanahan. 17-0. And he had 2 of the best plays of the day. 3rd and 7. All right? They have CMC and George Kittle off to the side. And they do the rub route that I've been begging for. And CMC gets the little out and boom, Allen hits him with anticipation, first down. Then you get that unbelievable flea flicker screenplay that they threw to Debo. And boom, they get a pop. They end up scoring on that drive. To me, that was a signature Kyle Shanahan drive with a bunch of backups. After everything had gone wrong for this team. It was a 1-score game, essentially. Like, they had that thing in the bag. And Saubert freaking gets called back for the hold on the big Debo play. There were plays out there to be had. The team, the guys didn't execute.
No, they didn't.
At all.
Did not. Did not whatsoever.
I'll defend Shanahan in this one. I know one wants to lose their mind. Look, I'm not going to defend the Sorensen hire because I think it's a bad hire.
And they'll move on from Sorensen.
Yeah,
and I think they'll move on from Sorensen. But boy, how?
But come on.
6 months later, how do we feel about Steve Wilkes now? Boy, we'd be begging for Steve Wilkes to run this damn defense. Begging. This defense looks soft.
Well,
soft. And if we're mad about Steve Wilkes not being in the, he needs to be on the sideline to fire this team up. We need somebody to pump the guys up. You ever see Nick Sorensen sitting on the sideline? Who the hell is he pumping up?
He's got the sunglasses on. I'm like, dog, it is.
Sunglasses on with his hands in his hoodie pocket. Call it a defense.
Dare I say, do we bring Brandon Staley? The coaching change I would make is I'd say, Sorensen, you're a great guy. I know everybody loves you, but I think we need to go to Brandon Staley.
Maybe.
I mean, this is why you don't listen to players, though. Like, the players wanted, for example, Antonio Pierce, and now all the guys that wanted Antonio Pierce have nothing to do with the Raiders. The players really like Sorensen. You don't let the players choose because the players are going to come and go. You make the best decision, and you figure it out, especially considering it's the NFL and you flip the roster over no matter what team you are.
No doubt.
Players wanted to get rid of Nick Sirianni.
Oh,
Jalen Hurts didn't like him. The quarterback didn't like him.
Now look at Nick Sirianni. And Nick Sirianni's won at least 8 games every single year. He's going to go to the playoffs every single year.
Kellen Moore was a great hire.
He understood it. Great hire. Now, I didn't like his clock management at the end of the first half yesterday. He's been good in L.A., but
Fangio's been great for that defense.
Fangio has been really good for that defense.
And they drafted well.
They did. Cooper DeJean could play, man. What that one rep against Cooper Kupp on the third down in the slot. Oh my God! I kept rewinding and saying, "Damn, they got to play." Then they got Quinyon Mitchell, the corner. Nobody throws at him. They had a hell of a draft. So did the Rams. Let's go to Richie Rich, Livermore. Richie Rich, what's happening?
What's up, my guys? This morning. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning.
Let me get a few things off, man. I think. We just look tired and cooked. I think we've been in so many games every year, playoff games, that it's finally just hitting us. And we're just not a well-oiled machine, right? If the offense is wrong a little bit, defense ain't. Special teams making mistakes. We look at Debo. Debo looks like he's been on the milk carton, man. He looks cooked. And I think we are seeing the last of Debo. You know what I mean? But it still boils down, like you said, players got to make plays, but our leader looks tired. Kyle looks beat, man. Kyle looks tired. And we see flashes of his trickiness, and then it goes away, and it's the same old pitch to the right, pitch to the left. It's you see what's coming, right? And at what point do you say, hey, let's shut down CMC and run Mason? Mason had a run yesterday that was longer than CMC since he's returned, man, right? Well, use CMC in the slot. Get tricky and make Mason your main running back. You know what I mean? Like, I just think we're tired. And we need to trickle it down, like you guys say, make some changes. I don't say fire Kyle Shanahan yet, right? The fans that say that, y'all are crazy. But the change has got to happen, man, because it's the same thing week in, week out, right? What's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over. And that's what it is. We're not finishing. We just can't complete a game, man. And it's frustrating as a fan, you know? Like, I'd be getting pissed off on Sundays, but I'm not even mad.
Yeah,
I expect this now, B, right? Like,
yeah, I wasn't mad watching the game yesterday either. Yeah, good call, Richie Rich. I wasn't mad yesterday watching the game. I kind of baked into the equation Friday afternoon. Yeah, they're going to lose this game, but how does it look? And how it looked was the defense was very soft. The defense that has Fred Warner in the middle of that defense, missing 20 tackles. And they allow a 100-yard rusher for the first time in 55 games. And Green Bay literally was running up the zero hole. Behind center, boom, up the middle. We're going to push the pile. It just looked soft yesterday defensively. You could control how you play. So I wasn't angry that they lost because I figured a loss was coming. It was a tough stretch without Brock Purdy, but it's the way you lose. It's the way you lose. Did they put that out on tape?
Well, and I'm going back to this, that we brought it up Friday, and I know I was getting a little premature probably with it, but the fallout of the game prior against Seattle has led to where we're at now. And I know there's math and you're still involved, and I understand that. Believe me, I do. But I think there's an argument, and we'll make it later on this week. There's an argument to say, Bosa, get whatever surgery you need to get. Get it right now. Just get it right now. Just shut yourself down. CMC, we need to consult with you, the doctors, everyone, and like, can you get it back if you shut it down right now? Are you able to just get the juice back in your body? You know, Derrick Henry was slugging it around last year. Didn't look necessarily like the quote-unquote vintage Derrick Henry. And whatever happened in the offseason, he looks great this year, just in general. Is CMC, is this just who he is? They need to determine that. If not, maybe you shut him down. Maybe. Fred Warner, what's up with the ankle? Do you need to shut it down? Trent Williams, I don't know what's going on with Trent Williams. If they have to shut it down, maybe you do so. And the reason why I do this is because these bodies do look exhausted. They do look like they've hit a wall. And I look back to the Warriors the last couple of years, and there is something to be said for taking a little time off at the end of the year and your season ending early and you rolling into the next year a little more rejuvenated and fresh. It doesn't always work. It doesn't mean next year is going to be a banner year, but their bodies and their minds and their souls, they look shot.
They look tired. They look tired. Let's go to Kurt in Oakland. Kurt, what's happening?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. Joe, I love the fact that you were like, people call in for the whole, if they have a backup plan for the firing of Kyle Shanahan. But the problem is most fans don't have a backup plan. They just want to say it just to say it. It's the same old story where people want Steve Kerr fired, but they don't have a backup plan. They just want to get it out there, and it's like, Kyle isn't the main problem. It's just players got to make plays. And I feel like they're just too top heavy on salary. And that's kind of their downfall because they didn't restructure all the smaller things that need to be restructured or fixed. So it's like they just went too top heavy on the highest paid players and those players got hurt. But then the depth chart, as we know, shrinks a little bit. But yeah, fans aren't going to come in with a backup plan. They're just going to say, fire Kyle Shanahan, but it's like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
He's not that bad of a coach, and from what the Niners used to have, it's like he's an upgrade. Just let him be and let them fix it, which is a lot, going to take some time, but it's going to get fixed. So thanks for taking the call, guys.
Kurt, your point about being top heavy is so factually correct, Bonte. Let's just roll through the top paid guys, and you tell me good year, bad year, whatever. Trent Williams.
Hasn't been good.
Okay. Travarius Ward.
Hasn't been good.
Nick Bosa.
Hasn't been good.
Fred Warner.
Hasn't been good.
Deebo Samuel.
Hasn't been good.
George Kittle.
Hasn't been good. Oh, no. Kittle's been great.
Okay. So one guy of the top 7.
Kittle's
McCaffrey.
No, it's been a lost year.
Okay. I think Kurt's spot on. Your top paid dogs haven't played like it.
They haven't.
Not even close.
Hey, how's that on the coach?
No, that's on those guys.
That's on those guys for not being, so a lot of people say, man, you guys are wrong. You should fire Shanahan. Why aren't you giving Shanahan? I've given Shanahan plenty of heat. Bad clock management, bad play calling, bad designs, the lack of targets. How about using the outside of blade of grass, outside the numbers? We saw that yesterday. It's wow, look at how many out routes they're running.
Yeah.
It was pretty cool. Actually took a deep shot yesterday, although it took the deep shot to Chris Conley, not Ricky Pearsall.
Who couldn't find the ball in the air.
He couldn't find the ball. Right, I thought it was a good throw. But he couldn't find the ball. He lost the ball.
What's crazy is people are going to think this is nuts.
So Shanny is culpable of all this. He is. He built this roster. But to me, I give him the benefit of the doubt after what's happened in the last 5 years. You had 4 magical seasons that ended just short. You ended in the Final 4 or the Final 2. So I'm not cool with firing a coach quite yet. I want to see him. He's been able to retinker this thing, too, multiple times. After 2019, he had to retool the roster in a way that could sustain itself and go on deep runs. He's done that before. He's put together good rosters. So, yes, some of this is on Shanahan, but players also have to execute. So everybody's culpable of the blame yesterday. Yesterday was as embarrassing a loss the Niners have had in the last 6 years.
It almost feels like the Warrior thing all over again. The offseason, we should have just saw it coming. Just the way the offseason was playing out.
We were in denial.
Of course. But I'm saying, moving forward, and we've talked about this over and over now, offseason matters, and the vibes matter, and all these little things do matter.
There's no doubt. They do matter. They do matter. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Verducci in the El Dorado Hills. Verducci, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Happy Monday. And, I'm not there yet to fire Shanahan, but I think there needs to be a conversation in the off season with keeping him accountable. People that talk about, what's happening during the season, he's as much accountable with putting together this roster and drafting. What's the reason for drafting Pearsall when you had other needs there? The offensive line, defensive line, you could have built some more depth, in the secondary, so when I look at Shanahan, it's not just what's happening in the game. It's everything that happens outside of that with Lynch. And, people think that Lynch is making these decisions as much as Shanahan with making those decisions and picking out who he wants. But I also think, too, if your players aren't playing up to their capabilities, then that's on the coach to hold them accountable, having those conversations, giving them a little fire. I mean, he looks toast. He looks cooked on the side, like he's not even, there. It's like he's just walking through the motions, and that's how the team has been playing. And you know what? My gosh, he's not in charge of the defense, but in a way he is. He's the head coach. He could walk over to that coach and tell him to stop playing his defense that's softer than Sharman. Dear God, and what about the special teams? Holding that man accountable. I don't know how that guy's not even fired by now. But at this point, the big problem I had during the game is the fact that you knew you had a backup quarterback. So why wouldn't you focus on the run? Why wouldn't you go ahead and use the three-headed monster to be able to control the clock, control the game, give the defense a little bit of rest when you know that's the weak link of our team? But instead, it's like these mind-boggling play calls, that it's 3 and out. It's a quick 4-play drive and out. And then, boom, the defense is back on, and they can't cover.
I hear that. But
anyways, I'm not saying fire.
Verducci, it just felt like there was no running lanes yesterday. It felt like they couldn't run the football. It felt like the offensive line couldn't get off the football and create running lanes for this offense. And, by the way, when you are running Chris McCaffrey, I'm with you. We need more Mason. We need more Carindo because McCaffrey's he's unable to get to the second level right now in the run game. There's no doubt about that. But at the same time, give Green Bay credit. They stuffed the run yesterday early and often. So there's not much the Niners could do yesterday. Couldn't throw the ball. You get off on the wrong foot in the first quarter where Green Bay has the ball for over 12 minutes, and they set the tone right away. They took the opening drive and went right down the field. 12 plays, 67 yards, and ate up 7 minutes and 25 seconds. So as we say with the Warriors when they're playing, and they played the Clippers twice now, where the Clippers dictated pace, Green Bay dictated pace yesterday. They played at their tempo, at their speed, and the Niners played uphill with the backup quarterback, which is the recipe for a loss. Let's go to Ken in Orlando. Ken, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, how you doing this morning, fellas?
Good morning, Ken. I'm fine.
Listen, I just wanted to say that I think I don't know the gentleman's name. One of you two gentlemen is being very dismissive by saying that the coach is not responsible for the downfall of the team. Because I would question his ability to hire somebody who can be effective in player development. And then also, I see a real problem with the way that he makes adjustments in the second half. Mm-hmm. And then basically I could take the New Orleans Saints, who are hopeless, and see that on the defensive end that they play with much, much, much more intensity than I've seen the 49ers play with this year. They seem to be like the Walking Dead kind of. You know what I'm saying? I'm not seeing the intensity. I'm not seeing the fire. I could take any of the other 31 teams in the NFL and see more fire defensively than I see in the 49ers. And Shanahan, I've always been a proponent that he's a offensive coordinator. He's not a leader of men, my friend. He would never, ever, could never be matched up with anybody like Dan Campbell in Detroit. And what it is you need a voice. I think he's lost his voice in the locker room. I think that he's much too cerebral a person. I think you need somebody that can give him a little bit more fire. And that's my take on that. So
hold on, Ken. So are you advocating that since he's lost his voice, that maybe it's time to turn the page on Kyle Shanahan?
I think I've been saying for the longest period, and ever since he's been in Atlanta when he lost a 25-point lead to New England, that I really would question his ability to coach past the end of the second quarter. Continuously this year, years prior, Super Bowls, multiple point leads, or what do they say, double-digit leads that have been lost. Now, either that's the fault of the offense and not being able to make adjustment, or that's the fault of the defense and the defensive coordinator and the fire that the defensive defensive team need. You know what I mean? I need somebody to jack them. I need a leader of men. I need you to stand up, man. It's time
But you know what, though, Ken? And I respect the call. But to say that he hasn't been a leader on this football team and flipping his organization, listen to how the players speak about Kyle Shanahan. Nobody's quit on this guy.
If he's a player's coach, they're naturally going to agree with him.
Yeah, but nobody's quit on this guy.
If you have let's put it out there. If you got a woman and she agrees with you all the time, or she loves you, she's going to back you up all the time, right?
Sometimes mine doesn't all the time. Oh, I get your point, Ken. But to say he's not a leader of men, what? This is year 8. He's yet to lose a locker room. Now, trust me, I've come full circle on Shanahan. 3 years ago, I was the guy who was the Shanahan hater. Remember that? I've been here. Shanahan's not perfect. There's no doubt. But it's amazing that Shanahan still gets blamed for a Super Bowl loss in Atlanta. He gets blamed for losing the locker room. This team hasn't lost the locker room.
Bonte, they're 5-6. Do you know how many teams in the NFL right now would kill to be in this position right now, game out of first place?
You know how many teams would hire Shanahan if the Niners let him go tomorrow?
We're acting like they're the Raiders, the Jaguars, or the New York Giants.
Yeah, stability.
Come on. Yes.
Stability. It's been really good. This is whoa. All right, let's go to let's go to Caleb in Livermore. Then we'll get the Oreo cookie. What up, Caleb?
How's it going?
Good, not too bad.
Good, great to hear. So it's kind of a loaded question. What do you feel is the biggest culprits to the Niners' downfall this year? Do you feel like it's injuries, Kyle Shanahan? I know you guys talked about the offseason guys wanting to get extensions. What do you feel like it is? That was a loaded question.
Yeah, no, it's a loaded question, but it's a good question, Caleb, and you can stay on the line here. I think it's a multitude of things. It's injuries, no doubt about it. It's coaching. There's no doubt about it. It's lack of execution and money times. You look at their third down defense, Caleb. Their third down defense is bottom 7 in the league. And Green Bay felt like they were getting first downs on third down all day long. So creativity with blitzes, creativity with scheme on defense, creativity on third down on defense, that's taking a massive step back. And also your red zone offense is taking a step back. Your play calling's taking a step back. So it's not just one thing. It's a number of things. It's a plethora of things that equals into a 5-6 record, Caleb. All right, Caleb's gone. Let's go to man. This is all 5-6. Why are they 5-6? And yet, it sounds crazy, and you guys are going to yell at me for saying this. Friday, we're having a round table. I said, look, man, they could lose this game and still be one game out of first place. Because I truly felt Seattle was going to win that game on Sunday, and they did. And I felt like the Eagles were going to smack the Rams around. And for some reason, it worked out like that. Now they're still one game behind first place. And I know it doesn't look good. We're not talking about that
really
today.
One game behind.
But okay, tiebreakers or whatnot. You're going to win tiebreakers. But no, of course it does matter. But you play Arizona again, and you play Seattle again, and they play other NFC teams, and they can, you know what? They could crap the bed, just like the Niners.
Well,
so
right
there's
now
still an avenue.
Right now you have one win in division, which that's the first tiebreaker. Then the second one is NFC.
Yep.
You've beaten Seattle and Tampa Bay and who?
It hasn't been good.
Right?
So it hasn't been good.
They've lost base. I mean, essentially, you got to win out.
As of right now, it looks ugly.
Yeah, and you only really can lose, if we're talking about what games you can lose, you can lose one of the AFC games, meaning Miami or Buffalo.
Yep.
If you win out, you cannot lose another NFC game, probably.
So look at the conference records. Seattle 3-4 in conference. Arizona 3-4 in conference. The Rams 3-5 in conference. The Niners 3-5 in conference.
It's not good.
It's not good. But if you win the rest of your conference games and divisional games, there's an avenue to win the West. Let's go to. It sounds crazy. Sounds crazy.
You need stuff to happen.
But yeah, you need Seattle and Arizona to lose a couple games. And you know what? Arizona's going to Minnesota this week in that dome.
Here's what I would say to that. Like, because your point, like, the math is still there. And, like, I understand that. But, like, we said the same thing about the San Francisco Giants, right, at times. And what I always believe in, and the Warriors to a degree, like, they're still alive. They still just, your eyes don't lie to you.
Yeah, I'm not going to sell. I'm not selling that the Niners are contenders.
I don't know. You're just saying, but even winning the West.
To say that the season's over is not mathematically correct. That's all I'm saying.
Well, my soul is telling me in my eyeballs that the season's close to over.
Yeah.
You know, like this team, what do they do well?
They don't do anything well right now. Yesterday was an embarrassment.
Like even in 2020, when Bosa went down, they still had a top 12 defense. I don't think they're a top 12 defense.
Well, technically, by the rankings going into yesterday, they were number 6 in the league defensively.
At what?
Overall.
What, yards?
Kevin Burkhardt goes on the broadcast. What did he say? There's sixth best defense in the league.
Yeah, that's
so
not.
By the numbers, they were the 6th best defense.
I don't
believe that they're. So, I don't believe. Listen, I don't believe they're the 6th best defense. I don't believe, from what my eyes tell you, that they're a top 6 defense. But by all the metrics and everything like that, they were technically a top 6 defense.
They don't sack the quarterback with proficiency. They don't get a lot of turnovers in the back end. They drop them, actually. They don't cover well in the middle of the field. They don't stop the run. Second, obviously, special teams literally is one of the most penalized units in the league. And they have an unreliable kicker, and they have 0 return game. Offensively, they're an undisciplined pre-snap infraction waiting to happen. They don't create holes in the run game like they used to. They put up yards because they fall to 2nd and 25, and teams allow them to, complete a pass over the middle. They don't have a dynamic pass catcher downfield. George Kittle's their best offensive weapon, and Jawan Jennings can make 5 guys break. He can break a tackle with 5 guys draped on him every now and then. They don't do a lot well right now. And the quarterback play has been up and down. And if you have a backup in there, we know it's going to be more down than up.
Let's go to, let's take one more call before the injury report. Let's go to Oreo Cookie. What's up?
Hey, man, what's up, man? It's a sad day today, but we saw it coming. Unfortunately, this is a season of injuries. It'd be another thing if we were healthy and we weren't playing well and things are still, going out of whack, but it is injuries this year, so we're going to give Kyle a pass. But what I do need Kyle to do is I need him to find his quarterback. In the 8 years he's been here, he has not found his quarterback. He does with what he can with what he has, and he does very well. Last week I called and you guys poo-pooed with the Danny Dimes that I was talking about. But the thing is, he wants somebody with a strong arm. That's when he's at his best. The number 9 route right now does not exist. They're going to load up the box, and we ain't got no shot.
Yeah. Does Shanahan have a quarterback problem? I don't believe so after watching last night. Brock Purdy made a lot of money last night, it felt like to me. Boy, the drop-off from Brendan Allen to Brock Purdy, pretty massive. But what is the issue, the number one issue for the 49ers right now? We're going to get to everybody. Ronnie and Tracy, Rocky and Vallejo, TC and Sack, Orlando and San Bruno. Everybody will be on the lines. We're going to talk about it. Is it a coaching problem? Is it a player problem? Or is it just not the Niners year? Is it just one of those years? We'll see. 6 games left in the season. They have a chance to turn it around, but it looks pretty bleak. Let's go to the injury report. Among the many 49ers dealing with the injuries this past weekend was left tackle Trent Williams. Big Trent, who held out, was dealing with an ankle injury that had him listed as a game-time decision on Sunday. Niners said that he gutted it out last week against Seattle. Well, he couldn't do so this time around. Shanahan said the pain in Williams' ankle had actually gotten worse, leading him to being inactive. So we'll see if he plays against Buffalo next Sunday night on NBC. Maybe they could flex that game to 10 in the morning. Maybe it's not too late.
I don't think they can flex.
No, I know they can't.
Oh, okay.
Flex.
I was going to say
I was being sarcastic.
I will. Boy.
I was being sarcastic.
Yeah, no, waiting all day for that.
Oh, boy. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What is coming up in the game? Brought to you by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Your phone calls. Everybody on hold. Stay on hold. We're going to get to everybody as the Niners get embarrassed at Lambeau Field, 38-10. Where do we go from here?
Save on pantry staples at Whole Foods Market. Get 25% off $3.65 by Whole Foods.
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. A gloomy Monday morning. It was raining hard when I got out of bed today and got on those roadways. Hopefully you're driving safe. All the truck drivers, all the overnight dancers, all the firefighters and cops, all the high school teams that won their section championships, man. What a big win for St. Ignatius High School, beating St. Francis in the rain at San Jose City College. Shout out to De La Salle, outlasting Pitt and DVC. A lot of good football over the weekend. Reardon lost a tough one to Los Gatos. Shout out to Los Gatos. That program's been good for so many damn years. They pulled the upset in the city. The Niners, unfortunately, weren't able to pull the upset at Lambeau Field in Green Bay. They got smoked 38-10 as we shout out those watching on YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal Financing at the dealer. What up, Shasky?
You know, you referenced Friday and some of the games Saturday, high school-wise. Biblical rain on Friday. I'd never seen anything like that. That was incredible. Dude,
it took me an hour. It took me like 15 minutes to get from my home in San Bruno to the NBC Sports Studios. I was almost late. It was traffic was at a standstill.
Bonte, I had and we'll get right back into the Niner game, but I had a talking thing down at the San Francisco Italians Athletic Club.
Speaking engagement.
Yeah, and then I had to go back to get my car at the club.
Italian.
And then I had to go home because I had a confirmation. It took me an hour and a half to get home.
It was nasty.
An hour and a half. Then I pull out of the car. It's like 4:45 or whatever. Right. We're late for the confirmation. I'm supposed to be there by 4:30. And the umbrella flew right out of my hand, holding the baby. I'm holding the baby one hand, the umbrella in the other. It was so bad. Oh my gosh, it was horrible. But also AAA Friday, I heard a rumor. It was the final ever game at Lincoln on grass between Washington and Lincoln, and that Lincoln is going to be turning that field into turf, and it looked like a mud pie. I believe Lincoln beat Washington in a very low-scoring game.
They've kicked our ass for many, many years. Many years.
It looks like, final game ever. History was made.
Yeah, wow. Lincoln. So Lincoln's getting turf. I played Pop Warner football there one year.
Field.
The field wasn't bad, but it's good. It would be good to see the AAA get a turf field. Galileo has a turf field. Washington has a turf field. Lowell has a turf field. Balboa has a turf field. They deserve it by Lincoln. They've been a really good program ever since Phil Ferrigno took over that program. Weight program's been great. They've done a great job. Shout out to JoJo. He was mad at me. JoJo Serrano, who was one of the ball boys of the city for so many years. He's been an assistant at Lincoln High School for so many years. He DM'd me. He's like, where was my shout-out Friday? I've been coaching up there for years. All right, big JoJo. You're on the wrong sideline, but I'll give you love anyway. I love JoJo, Rudy, and Manny, of course, and that whole family, Serrano family as well. Go ahead, Spinoni. Get in
real
here.
quick, shout out Palma High School, my alma mater, advancing to the championship round of the Division II Central Coast Division II football championships. They will take it on the number 1 seed, Wilcox.
Yeah, Wilcox.
Where are they at?
Chargers.
Santa Clara?
Wilcox Chargers down there in Santa Clara, San Jose area.
So this is the number 7 seed, Palma, going up against the number 1 seed. It's a miraculous run. Shout out to Eli Dukes, the running back, the sophomore, racked up over 240 rushing yards and 3 touchdowns.
So he was like Josh Jacobs.
He was. Even 40 receiving yards on top of that.
Wow,
so almost 300 all-purpose yards.
He was like Saquon Barkley yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
The very first drive yesterday, Niners, Packers, you could just feel right away like, oh, we really don't have an answer for Josh Jacobs.
He missing tackles left and right. It was unbelievable.
D. Winters made a play in space midway through the game, and I'm thinking to myself, look, man, I'm not saying that he's a flawless player. You're telling me he can't get on the field ahead of Devondre Campbell? Like, those little tiny personnel decisions drive me crazy.
I went on with my boy Doug Russell on the Packers pregame show. Doug Russell, him and Bill Smith, they work with each other. Doug and Bill, they're great up there. And Doug asked me about Devondre Campbell. And my reply was, I see why you guys gave him up. And he just chuckled. I said, I see why you guys gave him up. Can't cover in space, can't tackle, can't fill gaps, can't fill holes, can't do anything right.
And talks.
Like
he's a A1 player.
Well, he's not. He's not. And you see why Green Bay gave up on him.
The Greenlaw absence has been, man, it's been something. Like, it is a hole that I think most Niner fans, we were like, yeah, Greenlaw's good. But like now we're like, no, Greenlaw was great.
I mean, we saw the Super Bowl. The minute he left, the Super Bowl changed.
100%.
Oren Burks was out there wearing number 48. Oren Burks. Struggling to line up in the right spot. And then you had Logan Ryan playing the slot corner. Just didn't make any sense. Let's go to the lines, man. Let's go to Ronnie and Tracy.
Hey, Ronnie.
Ronnie, what's happening? You're on the roast. What a depressing Monday, man. That was humbling yesterday. Right, Ronnie?
Yeah, that was bad.
I sound like Shasky on the cutback talking about Campbell. Get his ass off the field. Get Sorensen out of there. I mean, they got 10 men on defense right now because of him. He's terrible. Get Winters out there. I don't care if he makes mistakes. He is so much more athletic, and it gives us a threat at making a play. Second thing, yesterday's play from the quarterback, I know Brandon Allen didn't play that bad, but it makes me think we should extend Purdy right now at hopefully the cheapest cost we can get him, because we just need to get this lockdown, get it over with, so we don't deal with this in the offseason. That's all I got.
It's going to be interesting with Purdy. I expect the unexpected with Kyle Shanahan.
What does that even mean?
Does Shanahan even know what he wants at quarterback? If they do move, I don't think they're moving off of Shanahan. But if that happens, let's just say hypothetically that happens as we play hypotheticals. The one thing that's going to loom over this tenure with Kyle Shanahan is the fact that he never really got the quarterback right. Now, he fell into Brock Purdy. We got very fortunate with Brock Purdy. But along the way to Brock Purdy, there has been a mishandling of the most important position in all of North American sport, the quarterback position. That is undeniable. Undeniable. If he does get axed, which, again, I think it's a very, very low probability of that happening, nor do I think it should happen. I think Shanahan should be allowed to coach in 2025. But the quarterback spot and how they handle this moving forward, that's the one that's been looming large. Everything has been home run hits, build a great roster, all that stuff. But there's still questions about quarterback. And right now the question is, can Brock Purdy stay healthy? Is his shoulder injury serious, Shasky? Well, serious enough for him not to play yesterday, and we have no idea about his availability for next Sunday against Buffalo.
One thing cannot be argued. The game is violent. I'm talking about football. Ben Roethlisberger was a big, strong, strappy man, and then after about 10 years of wear and tear, his body just gave out on him. Peyton Manning. When people walk into a room with Peyton Manning, they're like, wow, I can't believe how big he is. Mm-hmm. I got a chance to be on the court, if you will, as he was walking by with Carson Palmer. Carson Palmer is one of the largest men I've ever seen in my life. And I was like, if you told me he was 6'7", I would have believed you, even though I know that's not what his listed height is. I got a chance to meet Brock Purdy up close and personal at the driving range one day, and not a very big guy. And I think that, if you're going to be a smaller guy, you got to avoid the injuries and you got to avoid just the hits, right? Jimmy's body gave out on him at the end. It just did. Jimmy was physically a shell of himself. Mm-hmm. Jeff Garcia, his body gave out on him at the end, especially out of the end of his 9 or 10 year. His whole body was injured.
Well, heck, he bounced back, though, with Philadelphia.
No doubt,
had a good
but
year.
It took a couple years.
No doubt.
The injury thing with Brock is real. And I know he's played 30, 40 games, but staying upright and not getting hurt is a big part of the game. And some you can avoid, some you can't. Some stuff is just normal wear and tear.
Right.
If the shoulder is hurt and he needs some sort of off-season surgery, now you've had off-season surgery on the throwing elbow and the throwing shoulder. That's a real thing. And now I'm looking at this and I'm saying, Baker Mayfield, when he had the shoulder injury, that was kind of the beginning of the end to him in Cleveland. Now, there was other stuff, leadership and whatnot.
But it took him a couple years.
He signed a 3-year, $100 million deal. $50 million guaranteed.
Yep.
Geno Smith signed a 3-year, $75 million deal with $40 million guaranteed.
Those were good contracts, in my opinion.
Good contracts, great contracts.
Baker was making plays yesterday, boy. They got my boy Bucky Irvin finally running the football.
Downfield.
Yeah, Baker's been good.
And then Kirk Cousins this offseason, because you keep referencing Jordan Love, Kirk signed a $100 million guarantee deal with 4 for $180. I think that a Purdy deal starts in between the Baker and Kirk number, meaning somewhere in the $65 to $85 million guarantee.
What if Kirk becomes available? What if Kirk becomes available?
As in?
What if he becomes available? What if Atlanta says, we're going to give the keys to Michael Penix Jr.?
So a 37 to 38-year-old Kirk Cousins? Yeah, I'm probably cool off that.
Would
but
Kyle
who knows with Shanahan?
Was Kyle Shanahan cool off of an older Tom Brady? Basically said no, and then he called him back last year.
So let me ask you this. We watched
Aaron Rodgers. Did he not call Green Bay about Aaron Rodgers?
No doubt.
He'll be available again this offseason, too, according to Dyer.
So I expect the unexpected when it comes to Kyle Shanahan and the quarterback. I think Brock Purdy deserves a job, But I don't know what Kyle Shanahan is thinking.
Do you think Kyle's sitting here? And I'm serious. We heard the TK cut earlier this year where he says, then I see how much a starting quarterback costs. And then I kind of compare.
Yeah, we played it on Friday. Because we'll play it. We'll play it, but we played it on Friday.
The reason why I bring it up, I watched that game yesterday, and I was thinking like I'm Kyle, right? Because this is how Kyle does the math. It's not, is Brandon Allen better than Purdy? Of course Purdy's better than Brandon Allen. It's, is Purdy at $55 million, $45 million better than Brandon Allen?
I think he is.
No, but I'm saying that's how he's doing the evaluations.
I know how we do the evaluations.
So, like right now.
I would say Brock Purdy's $100 million better than Brandon Allen.
I agree. Now the question is, is Sam Darnold going to get re-signed in Minnesota?
Who knows?
Well, Sam's making $10 million this year, even if he takes a big a jump up. Is Brock Purdy $15 to $20 million a year better than Sam Darnold? Like, these are I'm not saying I'm doing this. I know the head coach is doing that equation in his head. So that's how you got to view these things.
Let's go to Rocky and Vallejo. Rocky, what's happening?
Yeah, what's up, guys? I wanted to talk about the defense. Obviously, they had a rough day, but then after listening to the other callers, I got to say some of these callers are asinine. They say fire Kyle Shanahan, and they say he's not a leader of men. I mean, it sounds like to me they're Raider fans that think Antonio Pierce. I mean, I have a lot of respect for Antonio.
Hey, Rocky.
He's a leader of men, right?
Right, Rocky, real quick. Wait till you get off the line and see some of the calls that we have coming up here. And you think people are asinine about getting rid of Shanahan? You ain't heard nothing yet, Rocky.
I got you. Yeah, but I do agree with some of the you guys when Shanahan is stubborn. He fired with Silk Wilkes last year. He should definitely fire Sorensen. Man, he's not playing D Winters. Yadam, soft as hell. Once Ward comes back, I don't want to see Yadam. Put Rock in there. If the other corners are hurt and stuff, we got to put Rock instead of Yadam. Is too soft, man. He can't. He don't want to tackle. You see him, And D Winters got to play more. But pretty much, I still think the season we can make the playoffs. We can win the division. We're only one game out. I understand the tiebreakers. We only won one division game, but we still got all three. We still got to play Arizona, the Rams, and with Seattle. I mean, we're done with Seattle, but we got to still Arizona and the Rams. So I'll take your comments off the air. But yeah, man, these callers, man, they got me going today.
Just wait until we go to Sacramento right now, Shasky. To TC and Sac. TC in Sacramento. What's happening, brother?
Hey, before we get started, Bonte Shasky, I love you, man. To the last caller, man, it ain't got nothing to do with being callers. It's being callers like me, bro, that's using their head. Damn the faithful, damn all that, bro. It's about using your head about Kyle Shanahan, bro. It's over with this dude, man. We talking about a dude that passed on Brady, Mahomes, hasn't got the quarterback situation together, not finna get out of his way, not a leader of men. We talking about who we gonna go get. Okay, I'm not gonna use Ben Johnson. Let's go get Robert Saleh. He's a leader of men. He come in right now. The whole team gonna believe in him and turn it around, bro. Let's cut it out.
TC.
Brock Purdy fell in the cup.
I'll let you finish. Come on, Saleh. You're limped in with Saleh. Come on. I'll let him run my defense, but not my team.
No, like Saleh's a leader of men, bro. I'm telling you that. Coming up with excuses, let's keep it simple. Coming up with excuses for Kyle Shanahan. This is like being in a relationship, right? And your partner keeps cheating on you, and you keep coming up with excuses. Oh, wait a minute. No, they're going to change. Oh, wait a minute. No, that girl wasn't as good as me, so you're going to be good. No, bro, it's over for this guy. It's over, man, and it's fans that's starting to realize that it's over for Kyle. It's not about your fandom. You don't know what you're talking about. It's about you have common sense, period, bro. That's all I got. What's up, Joe? And I love you. And I love you and Bonte. Y'all my boys, bro. But I'm keeping it 100, bro.
So it's time to move on. You think it's time? Yesterday was an indictment on everything with Kyle Shanahan?
Period. Yes, Bonte, yes. Yes.
Let me, before TC, I know you've covered the whole team. What's your thoughts about Deebo Samuel?
Deebo, it's time to move on from Deebo, too. Lock in. You talking about lock in, but you dropping passes and all that, bro. You're declining, bro. You lost a team when you made that big ruckus. Talking about you want to be traded, you want to do all this, you want to do all that. Man, stop it, bro. It's over for you, Deebo. Period, point blank, bro. I love this team, bro, but I'm going to be honest. I'm not going to get on these airways just because I'm a Niner fan and sugarcoat anything, dog. Period. Joe, what's up, man?
Why do you keep asking me what's up? I'm just listening.
No, because I'm spitting, bro, because I'm tired of these fans getting on this airway talking about fans like me is crazy, dog. No, we're being honest, man. What's up, Joe, bro?
I'll tell you what's up. I hear you hollering, but you ain't really talking about nothing. I'm not going with Robert Saleh.
You're a high-level loser, bro.
Robert Saleh couldn't get the quarterback right with the Jets. Like, that's the last guy. Like, look around the league. If you get the quarterback thing right, and you figure that out, everything else is so much easier. Robert Saleh is the last guy I want coaching my team when it comes to quarterback questions. Like, no, like I have a lot of questions about Shanahan, but I know that he can move the ball, right? And I know that his offenses, though not as good this year as I want them to be, have been pretty damn good over his tenure. I get that. But if you're going to go Kyle Shanahan to Robert Saleh, like, no, I'm not with that. I'm not with that.
I'm not with that
I'm
either.
not. No.
888-957-9570. If you had one word to attach to yesterday's performance, what would it be? Would it be subpar? Would it be embarrassing? What would your word be?
Sadness. Sadness that it feels like this year has like a ceiling to it.
Yeah.
And that it feels like some of my favorite players aren't going to get that ring with the Niners that I wanted them to again. We're going to come out of like a little run here, and there's going to be all-time Niners who aren't going to get the championship that I feel like they freaking deserved. You know, and we're going to look at like great examples, like someone like Debo. And we do this all the time. That guy's a loser. It's like Debo was such a winner for the Niners for so long. And if this is the end, like how could you not just be thankful? He was awesome for the Niners. He was awesome. We were dying for a wide receiver when he showed up. Dying. And had some monster seasons. And now we're like kicking him on the way out the door. And it's like, man, come on. He was amazing in that Detroit NFC Championship game.
Well, you're surprised
amazing
people,
in that Philly game.
You say that like we didn't just have Klay Thompson here playing for the Warriors for 13 years. And he won 4 damn championships. How many people blasting him on the way out? They're still kicking his ass out on the door. It's pretty embarrassing. So, of course, they're going to do it with Debo. 888-957-9570. One word to describe yesterday's performance. And I see a text here, Shasky, and I want to address it for a second. Bonte, there's a reason why you're not blasting the Niners. You are, but in a nice way. You should be pissed. It does not get easier with Buffalo. You had a convo with Jed. You had said, I actually didn't have a conversation with Jed. We just shook hands and made small talk. We lost to the Rams in Arizona. That's who we are. Look, you want me to be angry and kick and scream and bitch and moan about yesterday's loss? I saw the loss coming. It was an embarrassing loss. It was bad. It was all-time bad. But what did me blasting the 49ers this morning going to do? I'm looking for solutions. I'm looking to get the season back on track because me personally, my mind is wired, hey, you know what? Weird things can happen. We're in last place in the NFC West, but Seattle's in first place. They're 6-5. Oh, well, what do you know? They got some tough games coming up. Arizona has tough games coming up. So if you do get Brock Purdy back and you do get Nick Bosa back and you do get some of these guys rolling here, maybe there is a way to get into the playoffs and win a division. That's why I'm not really going crazy this morning because I kind of saw the loss coming once you made the announcement.
You blasted me on Friday for being skeptical.
No, you
didn't.
I thought Brock Purdy was going to play. By the time we left the show, Brock Purdy was out.
Well, I kind of had an inkling.
I mean, we all had an inkling.
Well,
we kind of had an inkling.
Oh, did I get fooled?
I'm not going to go into a game scared. I'm not going to go into a game just like, oh man, hey, Green Bay's not impressive. That's what my big takeaway was like. Green Bay's not world beaters.
They won by 28,
right? Yeah, but come on. Was that a 28-point loss?
It could have been a 40-point loss. It was
24-10 midway through the quarter.
And that wasn't even their best performance. Right. So in a way, it was impressive that they didn't even look that good and still won.
But Green Bay hasn't looked that good all year.
It's a tough division.
What I'm saying. They haven't looked that good all year. They haven't. They haven't looked that good all year. Have they, Green Bay?
It was the worst Packer-Niner loss in the history of our two franchises.
It was awful.
It's kind of crazy.
It was awful.
I couldn't believe that.
Look at that roster. But
like to your point about like Bosa coming back, even if Bosa comes back, he's got an oblique injury that's going to require surgery.
He's probably not coming back.
He's their best player on defense.
Let's go to
second best, depending on
Orlando and San Bruno. Orlando.
Hey, Orlando.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I watched the game. When the score was 10-0, I told my family it wouldn't surprise me if the final score would be 31-9. The thing that was big issues, of course, was the first quarter. Tons of missed tackling. The 4th and 2 play call, I really felt that they should have used Mason at the I-back, but kept McCaffrey where he was. Because with that formation, to me, everybody knew what he was going to do, and that's what the minus of Shanahan, that he's not that he's getting too predictable in those kind of scenarios. Last thing is, I had hopes when the score was 17-7. The third quarter was looking good, but I told everyone like three days before the game that the only way the Niners had a chance was going to be if Mother Nature played with the snow and whatnot. Yeah. And then the last thing was, you're talking bad about the Packers not being consistent. They've been consistent on the running, and then that cornerback, he got that opportunistic interception because of Debo. I don't know what's going on with Debo, but he didn't help that quarterback. It is an embarrassment of a loss. You guys just mentioned that is the worst deficit defeat in 74 meetings. With that being said, the last thing I'm going to say, I want someone's head because of that. That is ridiculous. That's all. Thank you for taking my call, and happy holidays.
You too. Happy holidays. Bonte, I believe that the 4th and 2 play was actually a really good play, and the quarterback, Brandon Allen, was late to anticipate. You had the McCaffrey breaking, and Purdy, I know, hits him on that play. Mm-hmm. And you had the cornerback on the inside of McCaffrey. It was set up, ready to go. He was late because he saw a little bit of the rush and put his eyes down, didn't step into his pass, threw high and late, and that's why it was incomplete.
Yep.
I mean, I actually like that. Now, we could argue about having a different guy in the backfield and still having McCaffrey split out wide, but I still think that was the right play call. That goes back to the execution of players.
On the 4th and 2, I like to get something in the middle of the field and not just hit the sideline and just 1-2 throw the sideline. Your margin for error on that play, especially if you don't have a lot of separation, it's low. It's slow to complete. But we're nitpicking here. The 4th and 2 play could have been better. They would have been in the game. They were moving the ball. Felt like they had some hope there. Once they didn't get the 4th and 2, I was like, damn.
Well, the Debo callback on, right before all that, it was just like, it was a gut punch. I mean, that was Debo's biggest play of the game by far. It felt like the biggest play for the Niners, and Sauber gets called for the tackling or whatever the hell the call was.
No doubt. All right, 2 minutes, Lubman. BPA, since we have 2 minutes, shouldn't take BP long to get his thoughts out on the morning.
Hey, bud.
Morning. I think there's 2 extremes. There's fire Kyle, he's done, and then there's this is just a blip, and Kyle is still the all-powerful, never accountable, does whatever he wants, and answers to no one, sort of leader of the 49ers. There's somewhere in the middle. Like, I'm pretty concerned. My word is I'm concerned about the state of the organization, and I don't know what's really salvageable going forward. I watched that Eagles game. You have Vic Fangio, defensive coordinator. You have a super high-level offensive coordinator. And the Niners have a defensive coordinator that would not be hired by any of the other 31 teams in that role. They have a special teams. They've gone from this incredible, talented coaching staff to, in my opinion, maybe the worst coaching staff in the NFL. I'm welcoming Shasky. I'd love your take on that. But he's got some questions to answer. He's not going to be able to blow them off because he's so powerful that he doesn't have to answer them. They need a massive restructuring of the organization, coaching, and that would be my mandate. Honestly, if I'm Jed, what I would say is go get yourself a world-class defensive coordinator and go get yourself a world-class offensive coordinator. And go get yourself a special teams coach who's competent, because if you don't want to pay attention to these other things, it means you're going to need great coaches there.
Brian, BP, I know you're talking about the Niners coaching staff, but I know you don't mean it. You're being a bit hyperbolic, but there ain't no way in hell they have a worse coaching staff than New York Giants and the Dallas Cowboys.
Once again, you have, okay, great. Good. Okay, 30th. Great. Thumbs up. That's really confident.
Well, you said it.
Let me defend. No, but let me defend BPA's point of view. What he's saying is that like they have lost a ton of people, and it's hard to replenish.
No,
when I look at Belichick at the end, and he spoke about this, he's like, it was really hard because I lost so many guys. He said this on the McAfee show.
There's no doubt.
And he goes, I just kind of ran out of contacts, and then no one would grant me permission to steal any of these other coordinators. So look, just in the last couple of years, some of the names that they've lost: Mike McDaniels, Bobby Slowick, LaFleur's brother, D'Amico Ryans, Robert Saleh, Kubiak. Like at some point, it is like you hit a wall with guys.
It's going to catch up to you. But I'm not. I'll still take the staff over what I've seen with the New York. Did you watch the New York Giants yesterday?
No, I agree. But
did you watch the Dallas Cowboys?
But that's not the bar.
I know it's not the bar, but we say the worst coaching staff. There's about 10 other staffs that are terrible.
Teams we take serious,
right? I mean, come on. It's the NFL. We can't just say, hey, they're the worst coaching staff. Semantics matter.
If Seattle hired Nick Sorensen, we'd laugh.
Nick Sorensen's not a defense, but you know what? Some of y'all deserve Nick Sorensen with the way you spoke about Steve Wilkes last year.
Steve Wilkes is unemployed.
Yeah, so what? Yeah, he's unemployed because he got fired after the Super Bowl when all the jobs were filled up.
There were still openings.
So how many openings were there? There weren't many openings. There's no openings. But some of y'all deserve Sorensen with the way you talked about Steve Wilkes. You thought it could get worse. You thought it couldn't get worse than Steve Wilkes.
But their personnel was significantly better last year.
Hold my beer.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Their personnel was better last year on defense.
Steve Wilkes better coach of the Super Bowl than Shanahan. Those are facts. More of your phone calls coming up. Brought to you by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts is proud to offer a 10% military.
looking for Jaden Reed. Not there. Goes back the other way. Sets up a screen. Bouncing off of people and into the end zone. It's Tucker Kraft for the touchdown.
What up, what up? This is Big Pun from South City. You are now listening to the morning Rose with my boys Bonte and Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
How's Big Pun feeling? I got a
joke for you, Bonte.
I got a voice memo from John Perez on Instagram. I haven't listened to him yet, but John Perez.
Who's that?
He hits me up all the time. I don't know. It's just we follow each other. Or he follows me on IG. Where's this stuff at? John Perez. Yeah, John Perez. He sends me. He's sending me essays. He's done with Shanahan.
Essays.
He's done. He told me.
Is he citing the sources?
John Perez. Shout out to you, Bonte. I'm done with Shanahan. I really hate this man. He's inept, and I'm done with saying he's a great coordinator. Where is the innovative, creative coach? I haven't seen it. I watched the Browns and Steelers be more creative in a snowstorm last night than Kyle. Sometimes you have to cut the cord and regroup.
Well, if you're asking me who's the better quarterback, just straight up, Jameis is better than Brandon Allen.
Okay, it's not even close.
One thing I do want to dispel, we spent multiple years in the preseason as a media and a fan base, it's not mutually exclusive, it's both, arguing about which of the backup quarterbacks of the many options can win you a game if you need to and keep your season alive. And part of why Trey Lance is gone, there's many reasons, but one of them is Brandon Allen can win you a game or two with the season on the line.
We did not spend many hours on that. I know you and I did. I'm going to cut you off for a second. Anybody who spent many hours on whether or not Brandon Allen can win a football game are insane. They're insane. You wasted time.
Happen?
I don't know if it happened or not. Because, if it happened, I ignored it.
It did.
If somebody brought up Brandon Allen can win a game, I turned the station.
Now,
come on, man. You're we watch football. We don't get everything right. We missed on Trey Lance as an evaluation, but everybody knows who watches football. Brandon Allen ain't winning games, and I'm not trying to crush the guy. He's not a good quarterback. It's a reason why he's a backup.
The irony of the Trey Lance thing is the coach and the GM missed on it. I didn't draft him.
Right.
The guy I like, Kyle Shanahan did.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan.
Ghost of Trey Lance.
Kyle Shanahan told Tom Brady no.
And we were all
not
wrong.
Me. He told Stafford, hey, wait a minute. Shanahan, a lot of people didn't want Brady. Not just you. A lot of people wanted Brady. Shanahan said no. A lot of people wanted Tom Brady. Nah, a lot of people wanted Tom Brady.
They were arguing till the wolves were crying.
A lot of people wanted Tom Brady. Guru wanted Tom Brady. I remember that. He said it right after the Super Bowl. Hey, go get Tom Brady. A lot of people wanted Tom Brady. But Shanahan said no. Someone get on me about it.
On the broadcast yesterday.
He was okay.
Oh, no, he was good.
He's all right. He's getting better, but he's all right.
And then I like him on the OT show. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's not.
Yeah.
The Fox overtime show, it's good. You're not high on him?
He's getting better.
He might be one and done. I can see him just going full owner with the Raiders.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked on that. Because I think he needs a scoreboard like John Lynch.
Okay.
I think he needs a scoreboard. He needs to know whether or not he won or lost, not whether or not he did a good job or not.
Okay, now here comes the question. Would you hire Tom Brady as the GM of the 49ers?
No, John Lynch has done great.
I'm teasing.
I mean, you asked it. I don't know if you're teasing or not. Because if it happened, you would... let's just check out to the lights.
If it happened, what?
Nothing. Brandon Allen.
You would be super ecstatic and say Niners to the Super Bowl.
No.
I would let Brady run my team. If I ran a football team, why not? It's one of the smartest players of all time. Like, that doesn't mean he's going to be an automatic success.
Yeah.
But I definitely would trust him. And I know that he has work ethic. And I know that he knows what to look for.
So then Michael Jordan, he had work ethic.
No, I'm not. Again, it doesn't mean you're going to be successful.
Right. Like Magic Johnson, let's not even. I think we're good with John Lynch.
The Raiders say give Tom Brady plenty of chances to prove whether or not he could actually run a team or not. So let's let Brady do his work with the Raiders before we crown him the next great GM.
San Francisco 49ers, by the way, if the season ended today, they're picking 17 overall.
Yeah, I saw that. 17.
I'd like to get in the top 10 if we're not going to make
Not going to happen. All the people in the top 10 and above that have already fewer wins than you do, 4 and 7, and a lot of them aren't going to win again the rest of the year.
No, they're not. They're not. Let's go to, you know what? Trey in the East Bay. He wants to vent. Then we're going to get to Samita. We're going to get Casey. We're going to get to everybody. Trey in the East Bay. What's happening? Trey, you there? Trey going once.
The ghost of Trey Lance.
Damn, Trey. I wanted to hear him
The
vent.
ghost of Trey Lance.
I wanted to hear him vent.
He was gonna spit some stuff too.
Trey in the East Bay.
Trey in the East Bay, call back. We'll get you on.
All right, he was going to spit that hot fire? All right.
He sounded really hot on the phone.
All right, well, let's go to Samita and Los Gatos. Hello, Samita. What's happening?
Hey, guys. Looks like today's weather is pretty much my mood when it comes to Bay Area sports this weekend. So I watched that game yesterday, the Niners game, and Bonte, you were asking for one word to describe the performance, and I would say sloppy. It was not impressive in any way, shape, or form. And, I keep coming back to, the community wisdom of 8 or 9 wins for the season, and I think that's exactly where we're going to end up. I don't know where that's going to put us in the playoff picture, but I think 8 or 9 wins is probably what we're looking at right now with the play that I saw yesterday.
Mhm.
And also just wanted to shout out an analyst, Manti Te'o, who, boy, if anybody knows about emotional damage, it's him. And he said before the season even started that this team looks like they're emotionally drained. Yeah. And that's kind of what that looked like to me on the field yesterday. Like, they were like, man, Purdy's out, Bosa's out, Ayuk's not around. I mean, they just did not look like they had a winning championship mentality.
Man, you know what? That's a great call, Samita, and I'll add to that. There was at one point in training camp they couldn't even scrimmage the Saints. Remember that? They had to cancel the scrimmage because they did not have enough healthy bodies.
Forgot about that,
Out of all the things, like think about that.
Forgot.
They had nobody to even practice against the Saints. They couldn't even scrimmage against them. Now, Damian Woody on Get Up, longtime offensive lineman. He's on Get Up on ESPN. Damian Woody, here's what he had to say about the Niners.
Are we sticking a fork in the 49ers? That's my question. Are we? I knew I'd find a use for. Oh, we are.
Oh,
the fork is in the 49ers.
It's in the 49ers. Listen, I know the NFC West is still wide open, but when I talk about the 49ers, I don't talk about division. I talk about Super Bowl. And when I look at the 49ers as it relates to a team that could represent the NFC in the Super Bowl, I just don't see it. Like Bruce, when you had that many opportunities, you got to kick in the door. You got to kick down the door and validate all their hard work. They've been there time and time again, and they have nothing to show for it. And when you play that deep into the postseason, you know what it does? Guys get tired. And when guys get tired, they get injured. And that's exactly where the 49ers are right now.
They're injured, talent deficient. Third worst loss of the Shanahan era. Third worst loss. They got beat 39-10 by the Rams in 2018, 40-2 in 2017 by the Dallas Cowboys. Again, a talent-deficient roster right now. They ran for, the Packers, that is, ran for 125 yards in the first half alone. They converted 6 of their first 7 third downs. Any blitz that Nick Sorensen dialed up, doesn't get home. It got home like once. I mean, the run defense was just all-time bad. They missed 10 tackles in the first quarter. I can go on and on and on. As Samita said, sloppy. Yeah, I can see that. Sloppy is a perfect word to describe yesterday's events.
Watching just the Niner game, and then you kind of like bounce around. You're watching the morning games. You're watching the evening game with the Eagles, and they feel like the second best team in the NFC. And you say to yourself, the Niners so desperately need to revamp their trenches so bad. Their offensive and defensive lines are just nowhere near where they need to be for them to be a winning team. And as much as they've gotten away with patchworking that offensive line, I could make an argument, even including Trent, because of the financial nature of where he's at and what maybe he can net you back in the trade. The only keepable guy on that line right now is Dominic Pooney, considering Aaron Banks is going to be a free agent. I don't know what it's going to cost to keep him. Defensive line, I think I would just start with Nick Bosa. Maybe keep Malik Collins as some sort of a rotational D tackle, and I need a complete revamping. I need a revamping of the linebacker position. I need to get Campbell out of here. Obviously, Warner can stay.
What about a revamping of the scheme?
I think there's just adjustment. Oh, you're talking about defense or offense?
Y9, yeah, the Y9.
Well,
the scheme, because it doesn't.
I
their blitzes don't seem exotic at all.
No,
they don't. Their blitzes look very predictable. They rarely get home. How about a scheme change defensively?
So they're running a variation of the Seattle defense, right? Mm-hmm. That defense is prevalent around the league right now, and offenses are gashing it. And what are the defenses that are doing well right now? The 3-4s. Baltimore, not necessarily this year, but Seattle with McDonald is doing much better as of recent. Chargers, Broncos, teams that have the 3-4, it's back in vogue. I love the 3-4. I think we need to get more speed on the field. I want to see them go to a scheme change. You know, Vic Fangio specifically runs the 3-4. I know you're going to be in more nickel packages anyway because of the amount of
you're going to be in nickel,
3 receiver sets. But look what he's doing with Philly.
No doubt. No doubt.
But you got to have players too, though. Like I know we can talk, and I'm here for a scheme change. I'm open to it. But you got to have players. They got no players.
Also, the little things too. I read this quote from Chris Conley. He said the league is predicated on defensive lines that jet upfield and get off the ball. We have to be more disciplined when we use our cadence. We've got to keep repping it. There's no way around it. You have to lock in. You can't make those mistakes. We have to be disciplined when we use our cadence. So basically, what Chris Conley is saying is that people know our cadence. So they're getting off the ball effortlessly, and they're getting a great jump off the ball, getting to the quarterback and snuffing the run game. Got to mix up the cadence.
This year, more than any year of the Shanahan era, they have been getting out of the huddle so late and getting to the line so late. How many times do you see whoever's under center hike it, like with 2, 3. What ends up happening is these defensive linemen time that. And they know it's either going to be a, delay a game or I get a perfectly timed release.
I can't wait to find out what Shanahan says today about having consecutive plays in which the defense lined up with 12 men on the field.
Monte, how long have you been watching football?
I've never seen that before.
In my life.
Back-to-back plays.
Never seen it at the pro level.
Back-to-back plays. Just kind of wild. Back-to-back plays. So... let's go back out to the lines, man. We got full lines here. Let's go to Trey to East Bay. We'll give him another shot here.
What's up, Trey?
Trey, what's happening?
What's up, fellas? My bad, man. I lost y'all earlier, though.
It's all good.
But, man, listen, man. Lately, it's been a drought. No Super Bowl rings. But I've been a fan since we was 2-14. Shout out to Dave Canal Heat, man. But listen, real talk. We are spoiled as fans, bro. 4 out of the last 5 years, we've been in the NFC Championship game. 2 years ago, 2 Super Bowl appearances, and now all of a sudden we have 1 bad season and the sky's falling. I mean, what are we doing, man? What are we talking about? This team is having a bad season. That's all this is. It's a bad season. Oh, well. Suck it up, Buttercup. We've been through this before. 2-14 seasons, like I said. This is not a big deal, man. If we have a bad season, oh, well. Guess what? We'll be back again next year. And as far as Shanahan goes, who's better out there right now in the market? Is there a better coach out there? Please tell me, because I don't see him. I don't see nobody better than Shanahan right now. Well, if there is, we go get him. But I don't see nobody better. Do you?
So it ticks you off that people talk about firing Shanahan?
It definitely does. I mean, my thing is this, bro. Like I said, 4 NFC Championship games in 5 years, 2 Super Bowl appearances in 5 years.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. Who else has done that? I mean, what else? Who else is better right now? Please tell me, because I don't know.
You know, one thing that was very interesting was that Belichick was on McAfee, I don't know, weeks ago.
Yeah.
And he goes, all of these guys that are going to get named as head coach candidates coming forward, like the prerequisite is you're good with the X's and O's, right? Like that's how people become coordinator to head coach. Just everyone like really likes you when it comes to the X's and O's. What you can't understand, and you will never know until you get the job, what happens when you find out about running the entire organization and let's just say hypothetically somebody's going through a divorce on your coaching staff, when one of your players gets hurt away from the facility, gets in trouble legally away from how do you deal with that? Think about what the Niners had to deal with this year. Okay, a new head coach, whoever it is, just hypothetically, would have had to deal with Trent Williams holding out, Brandon Ayuk holding out. This has nothing to do with X's and O's, okay? The whole quarterback saga of, just what's happening with him financially, CMC getting injured months before the season even starts.
First-round pick.
Your first-round pick gets shot at Union Square? Like, again.
Return to Hufanga. You didn't know whether or not he was going to start the season or not.
These are all things that have nothing to do with X's and O's. And so I hear all of these people, get this guy, get that guy. Ben Johnson clearly knows X's and O's. I don't know if Ben Johnson can deal with all of this stuff of running a professional organization. You know, what will happen to Dan Campbell? And I think he'll find someone good, but what happens when Dan Campbell has to find the next OC? Think of how many people Kyle has lost in the building over the last 7 years.
He's lost
8 years. A lot of guys.
He's lost a lot of guys.
At some point, you are going to have a down year and you're going to run out of guys, and you just need a little reset. And maybe that's where we're at right now.
And the reset's not the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst thing in the world. We're not there yet, but it's not the worst thing in the world. You have a damn good head coach. You have a damn good quarterback. It's something to build around. We'll see about the rest of the assets here. We got to get Fred Warner back. When is Fred Warner? Fred Warner, something's got to be up with him, man. The play for Fred Warner has evaded him.
Did he make a play yesterday?
I don't remember Fred Warner making one play yesterday. Let's go to KC in Los Gatos. KC, what's happening?
Hey, guys. So the one word I would say is where the 49ers are right now, not just about yesterday's game, is predictable. And you guys just hit on it. We got a great sequel out in Gladiator 2 now. This is what you call, and I'm not saying it as a negative. You guys just said it. This is the end of an empire. This is when nobody is listening to the king. The king is only getting advice from people who are weasels and we're just in his ears. There's an echo chamber. You got a bunch of senators, bunch of players with their own agenda, want to get paid, which is okay, but everybody's talking, and all that noise builds up. Then you guys get young players shooting, all that stuff happens. This is what happens. Now, who's the gladiator in 2025 who's going to get up and say, I got this? Can they find that guy? Can they find that? Because Debo's not it anymore, Trent's not it anymore, and that's okay. This is what happens when guys get old. They play too many games, but you got to find the next guy. That's what football is about. And if Shanny can find the next guy, then he sticks around. And I'm not going to get rid of a guy who's turned the franchise around after what happened for the last 4 years after Harbaugh left. You don't get rid of a guy like that. You give him another chance and you keep at it. This year's a lost year, but so many things that happen. You can make any one game and yes, stuff happens.
Yeah.
But this is it. Find your gladiator next year and go fight.
I'm watching the highlights right now on the television screen. It's been muted, but it's Baltimore Ravens versus the Niners in the Super Bowl, the Harbaugh Bowl, the Harbowl. And I'm just filled with so much sadness when I watch that. Like when the Warrior one of 2016 comes up, I get angry, but I know that like, hey, we won one on the front end, we won one after it, but I'm still angry.
Two after it, yeah.
But when I watch that Niners Super Bowl, I get so sad because I know that group of guys, that was their moment. They didn't cash it in. And I'm looking at this moment right now, this morning, and I'm thinking about what you had started the show with, which was the Super Bowl last year. And now I'm filled with just tremendous sadness.
I remember, and I'll share this with the audience before we go back out to the lines. We walked out that Super Bowl, and I was depressed. I was depressed. We ran into Katie Mox, and she gave us both hugs. And
no, she gave you a hug. She didn't know who I was.
She gave us both hugs.
It was just exactly how I planned it out.
She gave us both hugs. And then we saw Coach in Los Altos. Coach in Los Altos. And we saw his family, and I had a guy coming at me and whatnot. No Kingstown. Not today. Not today. I'm in a serious mood. I ain't here for the fun and games when I speak this out. But I remember talking to Anna, and I was in the hotel room thinking, I had a tear coming out of my eye saying, I think that was our best shot, and I don't think they're going to win it. I don't think we're ever going to win it with this group. We don't. We're not. And Super Bowl 54 felt like the beginning of a great run. Okay, yeah, I know you lost the Super Bowl, and I'm ticked off about it because it was a dream season, but these guys are young. Debo's a rookie. Bosa's a rookie. Fred Warner's so young. You got a young Greenlaw here. Man, we got all the time in the world with Shanahan. We're just getting started. And you go through an NFC Championship loss to the LA Rams. And then you have to go through another season, and you lose a quarterback 6 plays into Philadelphia. And then you get all the way back, and you have the number one team offensively. And you get all the breaks in the world. Home field advantage. Oh, man, this is it. This is it. Health. Oh, my gosh. Detroit's not ready yet. Green Bay's not ready yet. KC's vulnerable. And you don't cash it in. And you move on, and you think about this offseason, you're saying, damn, as 2019 was the beginning of a great run, the Super Bowl loss probably was the end of a great run for this core. because it's going to look different next year, Shasky. We don't know if IU's going to be back. We don't know if Trent's going to be back. We don't know if Devo's going to be back. We don't know if Greenlaw's going to be back. He's a free agent. Hufanga, is he going to be back? He tore his ACL in November of last season. He hasn't been the same since. The fact is that the reality is set in that for this core, it feels like it's over for this core of playing in top-notch football games, high-profile games in the playoffs, defense in the playoffs, and that when they do get back to the mountaintop or if they do get back to the Super Bowl, it's going to be with a lot of different faces. And that's sad that this core group couldn't get it done, and they're going to end up in the same category and on the same bus at the same kitchen table as the Frank Gore, Patrick Willis, NaVorro Bowman-led 49ers. Same group, same results. Couldn't quite get to the mountaintop.
I just don't know where they go. Like, for this year, like, where do you go from here? Like, what? Look, I know the season's not over, but what the hell do you do with CMC? I'm just going to rattle off some questions. Is Trent going to come back or what? Like, what's going on with Trent? Like, come on, Big Trent. We paid you $1 gazillion. You held out to the last second. You've been kind of meh this year. Are you coming back this year? Mm-hmm. What's going on, dude? Kind of looking at you side-eyed. The way you looked at Sherman that final year, that's the kind of way I've been looking at Trent this year. He's a great player, but like, what's up with Fred's ankle? Does Fred's ankle need off-season surgery? Because like a running back, I think I might need to take the linebacker off the field to save him from himself. Mm-hmm. Like, I need him to be good and right for next year. What are you doing with Bosa? Does he have 1 or 2 giant surgeries looming, like both sides of his body looming this offseason? If so, just do it now. Like, do it right now.
Well, he'll be able to recover. He'll be able to recover by the time training camp comes. He does that after the season.
Kittle went 3 months without lifting. 3 months.
Kittle's having a great season.
No,
maybe that was the break he needed.
Yeah.
We talk about playing. We just heard from Davey and Woody talking about sick and fork. They played in so many football games and their bodies been up. Maybe the rest is what Kittle needed.
Hence why I would just shut Bosa down now, like, because he's that important. To the team.
I pay him too much money to shut him down. I pay him too much money to shut him down.
This is my asset that I need good for next year, and I think
he'll be fine for next year. I really do. But I want to play him. By the way, Shanahan on the 12 men on the field penalties, on how the team committed 2 back-to-back too many men on the field penalties. Shanahan spoke. Do we have the sound of that? You have the sound? Go ahead and play it, Spadone, if you can. Which one is it here? Is it on the penalties dealing with personnel? All right.
They had 12 personnel, 2 tight ends in the huddle, which means we have base defense out. They sent another receiver on the field to sub, which when they sub, they're supposed to allow us to sub. So as soon as they did that, we started to change our personnel, and then they rushed up to the line and snapped it. It was a strategic play by them, but one that I don't feel should have been allowed. They didn't give us time to sub on that, and that's why I was upset on that. And then the next one, because they got away with the first one, they tried to do it again the next play, and that's when I went out there arguing again. This time they did allow us to sub. I was out there screaming the whole time, so I'm not exactly aware of what happened with our 12 guys, but obviously we had 12 guys out there. They gave us time to sub, and we didn't get one off. So the second one was on us.
The new Niner defense, the 12th man. And they still couldn't stop them.
But look, that is something the league needs to do something about. You got to give these guys time to sub. Like, everybody gets a chance to sub, right? You got to give them, the officials they're not great. So Shanahan said, they didn't give us time to sub, and that's why I was upset. And he started screaming.
That's the worst part, though, is that they did give him an opportunity the second time around, and he was yelling so much that he wasn't even paying attention.
Well, that's where Sorensen's got to step up as a defensive coordinator to say, hey.
Well, that would require him to actually show some life on the sideline, which I don't. The guy looks like Weekend at Bernie's over there.
The beard looks great, though.
Does he not look like Weekend at Bernie's? He's just standing there. He's not doing anything. Hands in the hoodie pocket, just doing nothing. If we're going to do body language 101 last year, all year long, right? Sorensen, did the guy take a gummy, an edible? Maybe
he needs to go up to the booth, do the reverse Wilkes. Maybe that'll help, Monte. What do you think?
Maybe Kyle just needs to call both sides of the game.
Who knew that in November 2024, that Steve Wilkes is a name that we still be talking about.
Can I just say this? Let me close the book on this. They both stink, all right? He was a little better. There's no question. I think the personnel was significantly better. He was really good for about 3.5 quarters in the Super Bowl. Not denying that. But Steve Wilkes isn't great either. Sorensen is a downgrade, shockingly. I don't know how.
415.
Impossible.
415. We need to stop screwing around with mediocre quarterback play. I love Purdy as best as the next guy, but if we keep if we keep beating Mahomes in a big game, we need a proven stud at quarterback. And Purdy's not that guy. Purdy played well in the Super Bowl. He played all right. Played well enough to win.
I'm getting messages that Sorensen looks like he's the guy standing right like around the keg, like asking if he can get a hit of that.
Or just get a cup. Or a hit of weed.
Yeah, the
old around the keg.
Smoking circles.
Yeah, just say
Puff pass.
Just say it. We're in 2020.
Make it last.
I mean, my guy, dude, come on, dude. Like, how back-to-back 12-man penalties?
I knew this would happen.
What?
With Sorensen before the year, with the way he looked and everything and his demeanor. You just knew it was a matter of time before the finger starts getting pointed out his body language.
Well, you wait till Brandon Staley comes down to that booth.
You can stop asking that question. You don't have to ask that again.
Yeah, you guys are, zero blitzes.
He runs the 3-4.
Zero blitzes. Cover zero blitzes.
Honest to God, I would the simplest change. And I'm not saying it'll turn them into some elite defense. Just get Devontae Campbell off the field for Christ's sake.
Man.
Get him off the field. I don't care how many mistakes D. Winters makes. Just play the young guys.
Devontae Campbell wasn't his fault yesterday, man.
He's not good
It
either,
wasn't his
though.
fault. It wasn't his fault. Mr. Pablo in the city. Mr. Pablo, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, Bonte and Shafty? Hey. What's it called? My biggest thing is we don't need a new coach. The coach needs a new approach. Can Lynch sit him down? Coaches are supposed to challenge to improvement, right? Can Lynch sit him down and say, look, man, you have to start taking accountability for everything. Missed block, my fault. Missed 18 million flags, my fault. Missed tackles, my fault. He built the team. Those two built the team. If he would take accountability for everything, I feel like maybe the team would start feeling like, hey, it's us against the world. We need to play for this guy. We need to step up. But this whole thing about it's this, it's that, it's this and that, it gives the players an out too.
Well, I think Shanahan did say we should all be embarrassed, right? Is that not taking accountability? He said we all should feel embarrassed.
Yeah, he needs to take accountability.
Well, I think he has for the most part. He explains himself. I just don't. We're now we're nitpicking. I feel like we're really nitpicking when it comes to Kyle Shanahan, a guy who was 54-29 his last 5 years coming into this season.
Are we looking for like him to be? I'm sorry.
Like,
I was the one who made mistakes.
Right. No, but he's held himself accountable.
I agree.
And that'll come at the end of the season anyways. If they don't make the playoffs, he'll say that. Like, he'll say,
I wasn't good enough.
Yeah. It's just...
and you know what? He doesn't get credit for it, but since Trey Lance was brought up, when they moved off of Trey Lance, that was the moment I said, you know what? For all the heat I've given Kyle over the years, you know what? This guy, okay, I respect him. Because he took us down that entire road with Trey Lance. And the accountability I heard from that point when he got ripped because he didn't make a media appearance on the Thursday and, oh, my God, he didn't talk to us, blah, 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 blah. He sat there after a preseason game. I said, you know what? That was truthful. I rock with that. Let's move forward. Because you know what? At the end of the day, Trey Lance wasn't good enough to be on the team. He wasn't good enough. Whether we like it or not, he wasn't good enough. He's not even good enough to get on the field in Dallas.
This morning, just... If Purdy can't go on Sunday, do you go with Dobbs or
Sure,
Allen?
why not? Just go with Dobbs. Sure, why not? Why not? You can't turn the ball over like that.
When they zoomed in and then they did the Tom Rinaldi sideline piece, like, well, you know, he fractured his finger in practice. Niners Twitter was losing their minds, and all of a sudden my phone blows up. It's all my boys like, we're really starting a guy with a broken finger after he fumbled on the first drive?
Right.
What are we doing?
Do you guys, do you really feel like Shanahan doesn't hold himself accountable? Did Jim Harbaugh hold himself accountable with the Niners when he was head coach? Because I don't remember him being accountable. I remember Harbaugh kind of being a sore loser. Well, that's what I remember with Harbaugh.
I remember with Singletary specific. You know, it all falls on me. I'm going to have to watch the tape. It all falls on me. I'm going to have to watch the tape. Remember when he used to say that? I'm going to have to watch the tape.
Didn't you get tired of that?
It felt hollow at the end. Right. Completely hollow. So there's a happy medium I think that people are looking for. I don't know.
I don't know what
people just want. They want
I don't
blood.
know what you're looking for.
They're looking for blood.
I don't know what. Yeah, exactly. People want blood. It's exactly what it is. Do you really want Shanahan's blood? Because let me tell you, as we talk about retinkering and retooling the roster, they made who you bringing in? Because, again, I keep hearing Belichick, and I remember the conversation about Belichick his last few years as a Patriot, head coach. As a head coach, the guy was awful his last few years. Now we want to bring that guy back in here. Now you're retooling everything.
Let me hold you there. He won one of the greatest games in the Belichick archives when he beat the Buffalo Bills with Mac Jones having the windiest night in the history of the league. We all said this is the Picasso of Bill Belichick. Did we not?
Oh, my gosh. No, I didn't say that. I said it was a great win.
It was one of the greatest wins ever.
No, it wasn't. Oh, my God.
I give that more to Josh McDaniels for abandoning the throws altogether. And
the greatest win ever?
No, I'm saying given the circumstances, it was one of his great regular season. It was one of his great wins.
Stop
Was it not?
No, it was a good win. And then guess what? They went back to Buffalo later that season and got their asses clowned in the playoffs.
They clearly weren't as good. Because the personnel man in Belichick did himself in.
Oh, my gosh. Let's go to Matt in Santa Cruz. Matt, what's happening?
Time for the legal.
First legal.
Yeah, before we go to the mystery spot, hit the legal.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HG1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. December 20th.
What's that?
Keep your calendars open. The Doobie Awards will be taking place at a location.
Oh, my God.
Maybe we'll reveal a location later this week. We'll wait for the green light, but make sure you have December 20th off. The Doobie Awards will be on and popping. We, your friends, here on the Morning Roast, will be providing you free food.
Are you serious?
Oh, yes. You will be fed. We may even quench your thirst with some beverages.
At the confirmation on Friday night, there was a parent of one of the students who was getting confirmed, a lady. She comes over. She's like, I listen every single day. I just wanted to come to say what's up. You tell Bonte I listen every single day. And I said, hey, the 20th, we will be disclosing this. You have to get down there. She's like, I am going to be there. She told me she's going to be there.
Confirmation? What's the confirmation?
It was the St. Brandon's confirmation. Oh, well, that's one of the last sacraments that you get. To be married in the Catholic Church, you're going to have to go through all of the sacraments. And so it's the final sacrament. Some schools have it in 8th grade. Some schools have it when you have to come back to the school in like freshman or sophomore year in high school. So it really depends. And so the Cardinal McElroy, who was born and raised in San Diego, he now, born and raised in Daly City, but lives in San Diego. He flew up and was there for the St. Brendan's 8th grade confirmation.
Wow.
And so Mikey G, Guido's son, had me as his sponsor, and I went up there and we got confirmed, or I was his sponsor confirmation buddy.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a beautiful, lovely night.
Look at you.
Yeah.
510.
It's a lovely day.
510. Can we bring the whole family to eat? It's about 20 of us. Absolutely.
I want you to.
Bring the whole damn family.
I'm begging Michelle to show up and bring the little guy, and I'm going to tell my mom to be there because she knows it's not going to, we're not going to do it at a strip club, and so I'm going to let you know that right now. Yeah.
That hasn't been confirmed.
Spoiler alert. God.
That hasn't been confirmed, actually. That part hasn't been confirmed. It may still be at a strip club.
I can't argue with you.
So, Noreen, if you're ready to go to the strip club, why she didn't say nothing about it? I saw her before the Seahawks game. She should have checked me in because I said, hey, Noreen, you come to the Doobies at the strip club? She said, yeah, I'm there.
Bull. She's just too nice.
I'm capping now.
Spadoni, you've had an afternoon with my family. If the whole crew shows up, we should have a lively attendance.
Yeah, I thought it was a Spadoni household. I got 9 brothers and sisters, and that was incredible. And the spread, by the way, shout out LJ's first birthday.
Yeah.
Michelle doing a hell of a job. It was really good. It was really nice to see him dig into that cupcake. Very cute.
So great.
Good job, buddy.
Good job.
The La
Happy
Cornetta
birthday.
was hitting.
Happy birthday, LJ.
Nora ate half a plate of rice. It was great.
Shout out La Cornetta.
Half a plate of rice.
That's all she wanted.
Was Benny there?
Benny was very shy.
Benny was chilling.
He was big chilling though.
You know what he said to me? It's like Colorado wasting an opportunity. I was like, what?
He did say that. Yeah.
You down on the Big 12 too? And he was like, absolutely.
Yeah, why do you hate Colorado?
No, we were just all watching, laughing, thinking about you.
Why were you thinking about me watching Colorado?
Because we were like,
living
this is a big loss in the Hill House.
They ain't no big loss in my household.
You're the only person in the Bay Area who's hyping them up.
No, I wasn't hyping them up. No, I said they have a chance to win a Big 12 conference championship. And you guys poo-pooed on them winning a conference championship.
And then you asked T.O.
Even though
two
you
questions
guys,
about Dion.
I got to hear this guy talk about CYO Division III championships, and we talk about these conferences in high school and whatnot. We don't poo-poo on their conference championships. But since it's Dion involved, we want to poo-poo on Colorado being in the mix for a conference championship. So all I did was bring up Shador because we were talking draft. And by the way, I wasn't mad because I had Prize Picks props. I had Prize Picks props with Travis Hunter scored a touchdown and Shador throwing 2 touchdowns. And guess what? Ding, 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 ding.
So you were
ding,
hyping up
ding.
your picks?
They both hit. I hit a parlay. I wasn't mad. I don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to Colorado. I don't have a dog in the fight when it comes to Colorado.
Did you hit the parlay yesterday?
Things have changed in one
I did
weekend.
not.
Christian Watkins dropped that ball.
Yeah, Christian Watson.
Oh, my God.
I would have had it. I would have had a
What'd I
parlay.
say? Watkins?
Christian Watson
my bad.
would have had over 30 yards receiving. That would have been a 50-yard touchdown.
You lost a lot of people fantasy potential playoff spots yesterday with that drop. Jordan Love had like 14 points. I would have gone to like 20.
Yeah, they were going to re-sign him, but he dropped the pen.
Yeah, he did. He did.
That's good. That's really good.
So, no, I don't know why you guys are thinking about me about Colorado. Colorado's not my team. Just said they had a chance to win the Big 12, and it's a great accomplishment for where that program came from. And you guys poo-pooed it. Meanwhile, Miami is out there struggling with Wake Forest. I can't wait for them to get humbled. Oh, my God. Guy gets one winning season. Guy gets arrogant around here.
2-9.
Did we already get the Matt in Santa Cruz?
Oh, my God.
Got to save Billy Napier's job this weekend?
Oh, whatever. Billy Napier saved himself.
Who is this character you're carving out? Angry Miami fan going to Florida State fan.
This guy, the biggest Farhan Zaidi apologist out here trying to flex. God. You should not be talking sports right now.
Let's keep talking about Colorado
Miami gets their ass kicked in the playoffs, you're not going to want to hear from me. Because I will be.
State doing the playoffs
No. Because I will be.
I will be. You're always insufferable whenever someone wins.
Insufferable when your team loses.
You're going to be insufferable in Colorado.
Sorry ass Miami, paying for players or whatnot. You guys should have lost a cow.
You don't think Colorado's got the checkbook out? Come on.
No, Deion's so wholesome, right?
We know that.
Give me a break.
Get off Colorado. I don't care why you're so
pull
mad
your Colorado rant right now and how you were gassing him up.
Why are you so mad at Colorado? What did they do to you? I don't care why you got so much anger. It seems a little personal to me.
You're just a super big Colorado fan. It's
I'm
okay.
not a super big Colorado fan.
You're allowed to like Colorado.
Hey, man, seriously, you're kind of annoying me. You're kind of annoying me because, again, when I said was they have a chance to win a conference championship, and all of a sudden you started poo-pooing on it, and all of a sudden I'm the biggest Buffalo fan? What the hell is wrong with you, dude?
Hey, when when Lucas comes walking in, just let him know that USC game was unwatchable.
Big win for them over UCLA.
Miami's been unwatchable for a decade. They got one winning season. Now this guy's flexing and dropping nuggy nuts.
I didn't think I'd see worse play than Trey Lance, at quarterback. Whoever that quarterback is for USC is literally worse than Trey Lance. It's horrible. They're
a bad football team.
They're horrible.
UCLA's a bad football team.
But everyone chasing money at the end of a Saturday night betting on that UCLA-USC game.
Oh, we got a break. All right.
It was also hiding the stink of the Warriors scoring like 5 points in the fourth quarter and losing to Wemby.
Don't talk about that.
I was pissed.
I'm about to say something about our producer, but I'm going to go to break.
He loves you.
I'm going to stall him out. Love it starting to piss me off. He is. But it is good, though, to know that I live rent-free in a lot of people's homes. Ask Sacramento. They got me all T-shirts up there.
I'm squatting.
I've had enough.
You guys are watching Colorado thinking about me. Why?
I don't know what I was watching. We checked the score on our phone. Why would I watch that game?
Why are you talking? What do you produce a show for once?
Oh, I think I've been doing all morning.
We haven't heard from you all day long.
Go to break.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Good Lord. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. A 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians. Check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and much, much more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com.
Vontae, you're doing great.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center.
Jacobs in the eye. He'll get it. Jacobs shook it in. Touchdown number 2 of the day. Jacobs, no shot. Barreling forward. Touchdown again. Number 3 for Jacobs in Green Bay.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
All right, Larry June, you heard Kevin Buckhart, Fox Sports. Niners get blasted by the Packers. Third worst loss during the Shanahan era. Lose 38-10. They had a loss 39-10 against the LA Rams in 2018. Lost to the Cowboys 40-10 in 2017. This is the third worst loss. And you have a backup left tackle, backup quarterback. Got a right tackle who starts, but really should be a backup. And you got backup linebackers, got backup DBs, backup defensive linemen. This was a recipe for a disaster. Yesterday was a disaster. It just was. You give up a 100-yard rusher for the first time in 55 regular season games. The penalties, nonstop. I feel like there was a penalty every other play. I felt like I was watching the Colorado Buffaloes, who are one of the most penalized teams in NCAA football.
It's the pre-snap ones that were killing me.
Pre-snap, post-snap, special teams. Just nothing went right for the 49ers yesterday.
You finally completed a pass for a chunk play to CMC, and he just coughs it up.
And he fumbles.
You know, it's funny. Like, I saw multiple beat writers after the game said that McCaffrey stood there. He started fielding questions from everyone. Maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. I don't know. I don't know what the length of time was, but he took all the questions. He exhausted all the questions. And then he sat there and kind of just stared off into the abyss. And there's been times in my life for X, Y, and Z reasons where I've done that. And you catch yourself like contemplating your own existence. Where am I at in life? What is going on? How do we fix this? Like, and I started thinking about CMC, and I'm thinking to myself, like, what do you think's going through his head? Like, is this who I am? Is this, like, not that he's washed. I don't want to say that, but, like, he's got to be thinking to himself, like, what do I do here? Like, I'm healthy enough to play, but I'm not clearly myself. Man, I just think they're in a tough spot.
11 carries, 31 yards, 2.8 yards a pop.
No
had a long of 9. Jordan Mason, 3 carries, 8 yards, but he had the 16-yarder, a long one there. And he has some juice. Isaac Rando, no touches. Ricky Pearsall, no targets, no touches. So, if anything I want to accomplish this season is let me see Cowie, let me see Pearsall, let me see Garando and Mason, and let the youngsters play. And the same thing on the defense side of football. Renardo Green, Tig Brown, Malik Mustafa, any young defensive lineman, any young linebacker, D. Winters, Jalen Graham, I don't care. I want to see youngsters get some reps, get some playing time to see if one of these guys can come along for the ride next season.
So, like, Renardo's playing, Malik's playing, which I'm really happy with. Garendo, him and Jordan Mason have fumbled on these kickoffs. Like, I don't think they're kick returners, personally. That's just me.
They're not.
I don't think they're kick returners.
They're
In
not.
the same way, I don't know if Cowing's necessarily a kick returner. But they're fumbling on those, and I feel like understandably, the coach doesn't have faith in them as pass blockers and as reliable guys who aren't going to put the ball on the ground. But, like, CMC's putting the ball on the ground.
Yeah.
So, and I'm not saying CMC doesn't get more leeway. He's earned it, like, clearly. But, God, you got to find a way to get these guys on the field. And Jordan Mason's in a tricky spot. He's a restricted free agent at the end of this year.
I would re-sign him if I'm the 49ers. I would keep him here in this building. The guy
I would
has
too,
proven he can run at a high level.
But if you're investing that much into a guy who's only getting 3 touches a game, like,
well, I think moving forward, Shanahan's going to have to take a page out of Detroit's book. The way they use David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, it keeps them fresh. They both get their carries. You run 2 running backs. You're a running team anyway. You want to get to 30 carries, so it's okay to divvy it up. If you want to give McCaffrey 15, give Jordan Mason 10. It's okay. Well, it's okay to do that.
And on a team that's lacking guys who can get open quickly, CMC as a route runner could be deployed, split out, and you could still have Mason in the backfield. It doesn't mean like if this were like Frank Gore, like you're not using Frank Gore in the slot. You can use CMC in the slot. So to me, there's no excuse to not find combinations of ways of getting them out there. And I'm not trying to pick on Kyle Juszczyk. I'm just saying, like, quite frankly, I actually want them to move off of Kyle Juszczyk because one area where I feel like Kyle's very stubborn is taking Kyle off the field.
Yeah.
Juszczyk off the field. He refuses to do it.
What about
No
Debo?
one fears him in the passing game.
What about Debo? Do teams still fear Debo in the passing game?
I don't know what's going on.
It feels like that fear factor's gone.
I don't know what's going on with Debo. But here's the other part. The Packers were packing the middle of the field, and Allen's not a great over the middle of the field passer. He's an edges passer.
Well,
he's a guy that I want to throw like beyond the numbers.
You brought up something.
What?
The middle of the field was congested, which teams know that the Niners want to throw the ball over the middle field. How many people have we talked to this year? Whether it's Brian Baldinger, Patrick Peterson, listening to the Jay Gruden sound, Kirk Morrison, Jerry Rice last Monday, Jerry Rice was questioning why the Niners don't throw the ball outside the numbers consistently. You know, I got into it with David Lombardi yesterday on Twitter, and I respect David Lombardi. I think he's a fine journalist. I think he covers the Niners at a high level. But we disagree that they don't throw the ball outside the numbers consistently. At least Brock Purdy does it. And Brendan Allen actually has a strong arm, and he was getting it out there easily. It felt effortless for him to throw the ball outside the numbers. But the Niners don't do that as a whole consistently enough. And so when the paint is congested, I'm saying the paint, but the middle of the field, and everybody knows what the Niners are going to do, that's where the tinkering needs to start with Kyle Shanahan and the retooling, the philosophical approach to a football game, especially in the pass game, where you're going to need to drop back, throw it out third down on the money down to make a play. Too many times they don't go outside the numbers or deep down the football field. Everything is in that 10 to 15-yard radius over the middle of the field. They got to change that because teams know what's coming.
So, like, when you say they don't throw outside the numbers, all the Purdy lovers, right, over the top, come on, they do. It's like, all right, let's break this down. It's one thing to do a 6-yard out that's against zone coverage with anticipation or even man and throwing the lollipop throw. And I'm not knocking Purdy, but he'll throw that lollipop out. You know what I'm talking about with a little bit of arc. It's another thing to throw the deep comebacks, the curls on the outside, not on the inside.
On the outside.
Curls on the outside, the posts on the outside, or flag route. They don't throw those. And I'm talking about the ones where there isn't a lot of separation and you have to rifle it in, 15, 25 yards, not down the field, but across the field because of where you are stationed as the quarterback deep in the pocket. They do not throw that pass a lot with Purdy. They will throw the anticipation out route, but they don't throw those deep comebacks and those curls, and they don't throw those out. So I think that's what you're talking about. And
plant your back foot and just zip it.
Now, Brandon Allen actually did make a couple of those throws. And so I'm saying to myself, like, Purdy brings a lot to the table, a lot. Pocket presence, feel, anticipation, touch, accuracy over the middle. The one little area that has kind of bugabooed him, which Jimmy had the same problem, is that hard out throw. Now, how many can you make? I don't know. But what I've learned is that defenses now are like, oh, we dare you to consistently make that throw. And it's made their offense harder to run.
Yeah, the passing game looks stale. As Jay Gruden said, if he's looking for a passing game to study, he doesn't like studying the 49ers passing game because they're not a good third down passing team. And they reared its ugly head again yesterday. So that's all I was saying. And people got, oh, man, you disrespect Purdy. I never said Brendan Allen was a better quarterback than Brock Purdy. You say that maybe there's not a $45 million difference between Brendan Allen and Brock Purdy. I say there's a $100 million difference between Brock Purdy and Brendan Allen. I know when I walk on the football field with number 13, Brock Purdy, I have a chance to win a football game. With Brendan Allen, I don't think you have a shot in hell to win a football game. I'm sorry. You don't have a chance. Brock Purdy, I know, will be in a lot of football games. You're not going to get blown out. This guy, Brendan Allen, got out there, and it wasn't all his fault, but the turnovers just started snowballing. He's a statue in the pocket. He can't move. He's not mobile. We got no shot with Brendan Allen. So I actually think Brock Purdy did make some money yesterday within this franchise. Hey, you really want to go with Brendan Allen? Josh Dobbs, if I go down, this is what it's going to look like. And it was ugly yesterday. That game's not 38-10 with Brock Purdy at quarterback.
Oh, probably not. But I would also say to you that, like, this is the same conversation people have about Tua, because Tua missed a lot of weeks. And then, like, we're talking starter caliber, whatever you think Tua is, to like clearly unplayable backup. That's what Brandon Allen is.
Yeah,
I keep saying Josh. Like he's unplayable backup. He's not serviceable. There's no one who thinks he's serviceable. Purdy, whatever anyone thinks, at baseline is middle of the road starter. Even the most harsh Purdy critic can admit that. So that drop off is precipitous. But like again, as we do these algorithms, like if Sam Darnold's available because JJ McCarthy is going to take the job in Minnesota, I don't know what ends up happening. Like, is there a $30 million difference price point wise between Purdy and Darnold? Because if that's the case, as much as I love Purdy, like,
you move on to Sam Darnold?
Well, it would make me think. I'm just in no hurry.
Have come a long way when it comes to Sam Darnold.
Whoa. You know what I've learned? You know what I've learned this last 3 years with the Niners? I'm in no rush to pay any of you anymore. Like, it's the NFL. I'm in no rush to give anyone anything. And if I have to, I'll franchise tag you. Like, because look at some of their contracts. They're not good. Is the Trent Williams deal good? No. Is the Debo deal been good? No. And I would have paid every one of these guys. I admit it. I would have been wrong. I like the George Kittle deal has actually aged gracefully. It's been amazing. Is the Juice deal that good? Not really. Like, really not really. He making like a $2 million more than Derrick Henry, for Christ's sake. Like, come on. Is the Brandon Ayuk deal good? No. None of those deals are looking good right now. So I'm in no rush to pay anyone.
JC, Sacramento. JC, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas?
What's up?
I just want to I stepped back and I kind of had to assess the team and everything. And, I've been calling in saying, I'm not panicked because the division does not allow me to be panicked. Now, I'm starting to adjust that because do I think we're going to win a Super Bowl? No. Now, can we make the playoffs? Yes. But that can also hurt us in the long run with draft picks. So, I'm still not panicked, but it just is what it is. But I lay the entire blame of yesterday and the season at Kyle Shanahan's feet. Now, I want to say this about Deebo Samuels. He had pneumonia. I had pneumonia last year. You can still have lingering effects on your lung capacity and your energy. So we don't necessarily know. So until I know what's going on with him and his health, after dealing with pneumonia, I don't really want to harp on him too much. As far as the team fumbling yesterday with the quarterback and Deebo dropping passes and the penalties, I'm laying all that at the feet of Kyle Shanahan. Every last bit of it. You drafted these players. You overpaid Jawan Jennings and Deebo and Kyle Juszczyk and everybody. You overpaid them. Your team is undisciplined because your managerial skills are not making a disciplined team. They're taking after your temperament. That's on you. The game plan yesterday called for, we know you have discipline as a head coach. We saw you run the ball 8 times in a playoff game to get to the Super Bowl. We know you can do what it takes to win a game. Why the first 3 of the 4 plays was passes? You have a backup quarterback. Your starting tight end is coming off of an injury. Your best wide receiver's out. Run the ball. You got 3 backs back there. You're trying to do play action when there's no run action to play off of. So, of course, Green Bay is not shocked or surprised or not even buying it because you haven't established a run. Run the ball. Jordan Mason is there. Use him. Take some stress off of Christian. Put Garindo on the field. Let him go. He's a 4.33 guy. The fastest back on the team. One of the fastest players on the team. Put him at wide out. He played wide receiver in high school. So he has probably some decent ball skills. I'm not saying it's a one-quick fix, but what I am saying is I put all of this on Kyle Shanahan. His inability to want to change, his inability to sit here and you sit here and say that, oh, yeah, Jacob Cowing he's a young receiver. He's not ready. But you got Ricky Parcell in there. He can't beat man coverage at 23 years old in college playing against 18, 19-year-olds. What made you think he was going to beat it in the pros? You got a guy running another 4.3. Put him out there for a decoy, if nothing less. Just get some speed on the field and exhaust all of your options, and he's not doing that. I think, personally, y'all might think I'm crazy. I think after looking at the last 10 years or so, his offense is a mirage. His offense is not really that good. It's good when you have all-star players and A-list actors like last year and in Atlanta, but we got a little bit, we bought into that mirage with Julio Jones and Matt Ryan, the number 1 receiver in the league and a top 5 quarterback, and we said he can duplicate that here. It took him 7 years to have a good offense here. We generally have a great running game and a subpar to mediocre passing game.
Who has a good offense in the league, regardless of talent?
This year or in the last 7 years?
Just let's say the last 5 years, give or take.
I'm going to say Cincinnati's had a good offense at times. Baltimore, we know, has had a good offense. You could even go as far as to say San Diego wasn't winning, but they were putting up great numbers on offense. We don't have to mention Kansas City. We know Buffalo has put up big numbers. The Dallas Cowboys put up big numbers on offense. Like, it's teams out there who are consistently going to the playoffs and vying for those Super Bowls and those championships. They have good offenses. Like, your defense is banged up. They are compromised from top to bottom at every level of your defense. There's no reason why Green Bay had 40 runs and you had, 17 runs? You should be having...
Let's be real. Green Bay was shutting down the run yesterday. There was no lanes. McCaffrey's not getting to the second level, JC. I hear you, but it wasn't like, hey, let's just run the ball. Trust me, Shanahan wants to run the ball. If anything, Shanahan wants to run the ball at least 30 times. Where's the run game open at?
What's funny is
they shut the run game down.
But you say that like, oh, Shanahan wants to run the ball, 30 times. And I do believe he wants to. But then you have to stick to the script. And
the script goes out the window when you're down 17-0. You're trying to get back into a football game.
But again, his point,
you can't just run the ball and just get to your McCaffrey ran the ball for 2.8 yards.
McCaffrey's not the only guy that can be on the field running the ball.
Sure, you could run Jordan Mason here and there. I agree with Jordan Mason getting more carries, but early on the run game was doing nothing. Like, the run game Green Bay was all over that.
They did drop back to pass on the first, 6 straight plays.
Yeah, well, if you're Green Bay, what are you going to do? Take away the run and make Brandon Allen beat
No doubt. But I get I guess where I get kind of caught up is there is a contradiction at times with Shanahan regarding like, hey, I want to get to the 30 run per game thing, but I have to be up in the fourth quarter to be able to get to that. Like, I feel like he does try to throw early in games.
Well, you got to throw to loosen up the defense. You got to get them out that. Defenses know coming into a game against the 49ers, they're going to want to run the ball.
But after that first drive, again, I'm and I'm getting in the weeds here, but after that first drive, like, your defense has been on the field forever. The worst thing you can do is go 3 and out quickly, which is exactly what they did.
I agree, but second down, so they come out first and 10. Green Bay scores and goes 7-0.
Pitch play.
They throw the first play of the game. First offensive snap for the 49ers. 9-yard catch. 9-yard pass, George Kittle.
Yeah, that was the one where he stepped up and flipped it.
So it's 2nd and 1. 2nd and 1. Dominic Pooney, false start. So now you're at 2nd and 6. You're running the ball. 1 yard. Now it's 3rd and 5. 3rd and 5. Then you get sacked on 3rd down.
He fumbled the ball in the pocket.
So you were going to run and get a first down on 2nd and 1 and reset the sticks. So then Green Bay goes with a 51-yard kick. Next drive, 1st and 10. McCaffrey for 3 yards. All right, McCaffrey for 3 yards. And where is it at? Oh, wait. McCaffrey rushes for 3 yards, and guess what? Penalty. Dominic Pooney. Holding. So now you're at 1st and 20. Well, you throw a short pass to McCaffrey, 2nd and 15. What do you think they're going to do? They're going to pass the ball, 2nd and 15. We're going to run the ball there? Everybody would have been kicking and screaming, the 2nd and 15, why are you running the ball? So your drive gets derailed with 2 penalties.
I hear you.
Right away.
But again,
first 2 drives, you get 2 penalties on both of those drives, and all of a sudden you go from a 2nd 1 to the 2nd and 6, and you go from a 2nd and 7 to a 1st and 20. So I hear everybody saying run the ball more. They were going to try to run the ball. That's what Shanahan does. And then with JC, I will push back on JC and second this. I know I'm long-winded here, Sasky, but bear with me. When you say that their offense hasn't been good in the last 5 years, it's been a mirage. Well, look at points scored the last 4 years. 13th, 6th, 3rd, 13th. Top half of the league. 2 of the years, you're top 7. Yards, 7, 5, 2, and 4. They're still getting a lot of yards. Is that a mirage offensively?
No, they're a good offense. Now they're not, but they've been a good offense.
Points. 9th, 1st, 3rd, 20th.
Yeah, they've been a good offense.
Hey, so I don't describe that the offense has been a mirage. So their offense has stunk this year. But let's be real. Shanahan's been really good at dialing up plays and moving the football. Like, that's not a mirage.
Well, this year, I would say that the yardage feels a little hollow because, to your point, how many times were they 2nd and 25, 3rd and 16, and they'll get like 9, 10, 11 yards, and they had no chance of getting a first down, and it's teams playing crazy prevent. So, like, the passing numbers this year feel a little skewed, specifically the passing.
Well, look at penalties, right? And, it's penalties on coaches. Well, players got to execute as well. Dominic Pooney jumping off false start.
What was his worst game he had 3 penalties in the first half.
Right, exactly. Is that all on Kyle Shanahan?
No, it's his worst game as a Rook.
I mean, the Niners got penalized 9 times for 77 yards. 9 times for 77 yards.
But Jake Brendel is on Shanahan. Like, we've been screaming about center for however many years. And there's times where Brendel's serviceable, and there's other times where he's really let them down. Right? Like, his inability to have a quality center, and it does rear its ugly head at times.
He tried to get one, Western Richburg. And he underwhelmed, and he got hurt.
Ago.
And he got hurt. And so you allocated your money elsewhere. And you got cheap with Brendel, and Brendel hasn't killed you. Richard Sherman. He couldn't believe all the missed tackles.
The thing that just hurt me more than anything was the tackling. There were 15 missed tackles in the first half alone. I just have never seen it from these same men in these jerseys. Now, there are some new faces, some new people on the D-line, but 15 missed tackles in a game is mind-boggling. But 15 and a half of football, I mean, it was disappointing to watch. It was disappointing to feel helpless. You feel helpless watching it happen because Josh Jacobs just was doing whatever he wanted. I mean, it looked like 2 or 3 guys have a hold of him, and he just runs through the tackle. I mean, it was demoralizing consistently. And that was just the first drive of the game that he was doing this. He was, I think he had 77 yards in the first quarter or something like that.
So, missed tackles. Shanahan, Sorensen can't tackle for you. They certainly seem like they were in position to tackle the 49ers. And I don't mean to, I'm not exonerating Shanahan because I think he could be better. Sorensen obviously could be better. But when you're beating Josh Jacobs in the hole a yard deep into the line of scrimmage, and he's still plowing forward for 5 and 6 and 7, well, that's on players. Tackle. You're not tackling. Well, you're being soft.
It was hard for me to come out of that game after seeing Cooper, who was drafted just a few picks after Pearsall, make plays, and the Niners could clearly use a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, the Pearsall pick is a head-scratcher today. It just is. Like, look, you could pick all the other receivers. You want to say Ladd McConkey, fine. But I think about, like, what Harbaugh did with the LA Chargers this year. They had the 5th or 6th pick. Everyone was like, take a receiver, take a receiver, take a receiver. He took a tackle, Joe Alt, and it was a great pick. And he realized, like, there's a ton of receivers. I'll take one in the second round. And they took one, Ladd McConkey, who was injured a lot at Georgia, and he's been awesome for them right now. I look at the Pearsall pick, and I'm like, you're a team that doesn't really necessarily throw the ball. You needed defensive linemen. There are literally, if you look at it, wide receiver, then D tackle, wide receiver, D tackle. Cooper DeJean goes right after that. And then a slew of cornerbacks. Then Jackson Powers goes to the race. I am looking at that first-round pick, and I'm saying, like, that was a horrible value in year one. Maybe he ends up being a great player. Maybe you end up squeezing the lemon, and he becomes a dynamic player for you. But in year one with Debo and with Ayuk, it's a real head-scratcher taking wide receiver on this team when you had offensive line issues, D-tackle issues, linebacker issues. I have a hard time saying that was a good pick today.
They went Pearsall. And right after Pearsall was Keon Coleman, Xavier Legette, and Ladd McConkey. And then you think about the Rams and their D-line, Verse and Fisk out of Florida State, picked after Ricky Pearsall. Now, Ricky Pearsall may end up being great. Who knows? But it just felt like with Ayuk right there, with the intentions of paying Brandon Ayuk, and you have Debo back, and you have Juwan Jennings, maybe you undervalued your wide receiver room. Maybe you undervalue them. Or you're like, hey, we know Debo's playing this last year. Let's get Ricky Pearsall in here. We're going to be okay without this first-round pick contributing at a high level. But, Brandon Ayuk gets hurt. Juwan Jennings has been out. Debo's been hurt. We got to expedite the process with Ricky Pearsall and Jacob Calvin. Maybe that's what they're thinking down in Santa Clara. I have no idea, but it doesn't look good right now.
Like we could say that.
It doesn't look good right now.
They've made a lot of great moves. That was not trading Debo. He hasn't had a great year. I don't know whether that's mentally, physically, whatever. He hasn't been great. Waiting to pay Ayuk screwed up the beginning of the year for Ayuk, and then he got hurt, which is out of your control. But it doesn't look like great money right now. And then whatever the hell the pick was with Pearsall, you can't control him getting shot, but he did get hurt twice before he even got hurt off the field, right? And then when he's played, he's been all right, but they don't target him. They don't throw the ball like that. So it's like taking the D tackle 13th overall. It's not great value for that pick.
Let's go to Richard Sherman on whether or not the Niners are looking at Daniel Jones.
just couldn't get right. You couldn't find a way. You couldn't see it. And I just don't see the hope, that I want to see. And I know that people are like, man, they're considering Daniel Jones. Even that's disappointing to me, Mitchell.
Hey, and that would be disappointing if Daniel Jones walked into a locker room in Santa Clara.
Who's the saddest starter in Niner history for you? For you, the saddest starter for you. Like, that's when you knew, like, wow, we're down this bad, because I know exactly what name I'm going to go to.
Blaine Gabbert.
Oh, Gabbert was bad. Was it Chris Wenke bad?
I mean, they're all in the same boat. Cody Pickett.
Brian Hoyer.
Hoyer was pretty bad. And that you started the year off with Hoyer.
JT O'Sullivan.
He actually had moments. I think they started like 3-1 or 2-1 or something like that.
Got a podcast.
Just turnovers.
If they brought in Daniel Jones, that would be really sad.
The picture that the teams too were hilarious. It was like a top contender in the Ravens, kind of a middle fringe team in the Niners, and then just dumpster fire the Raiders. Like, you got your pick of the litter there, I guess.
I just don't get what's the fascination with Daniel Jones. He can't throw.
I mean, you could watch the game yesterday, and the Giants were just so bad, like awful.
Oh yeah, DeVito was terrible.
Like, I would feel better about Daniel Jones after that game and get performance yesterday. It's like maybe it wasn't his fault completely because Tommy DeVito just looked even worse.
Okay, I saw a stat fly across the timeline last night. CMC, basically, Barkley's having the CMC impact to the Eagles that Bonte predicted, that a lot of people predicted. He has 12 touchdowns this year. Barkley. How many touchdowns do the New York Giants have this year as a team? Offense
they probably
and
have
defense.
like 10.
16. He has 10 plays of 30-plus yards, Saquon Barkley.
Love Saquon.
The New York Giants have 9.
Love
as
Saquon.
a team.
Love
crazy.
Saquon. Love Saquon.
And
first play of the third quarter, boom, 70.
And McKinstry, who is the let go, he was the secondary player, the safety.
Yeah.
He made
McKinney.
the interception yesterday for Green Bay. He was the best player on the defense for the New York Giants last year.
Yep.
Joe Shane's done.
Might be done. But Saquon's not having this type of impact with the New York Giants.
Yeah, no one's saying that, but you can't let him go to your rival.
Can't let him go. Well, you didn't know he was going to go to the rival, and he does. That sucks. But
you lost him for nothing.
You lost him for nothing, no doubt about it. But I'm glad Saquon's not that. You wasted Saquon Barkley. Like, Saquon Barkley needed to get out of New York City and get away from that organization. Thank God he did. Now, he went to the Philadelphia Eagles, which drives me crazy, but, boy, it is his talent. And, it's funny you bring up Saquon.
Well, because I was watching him and I got sad for CMC because Saquon looks unbelievably electric. And I'm like, what happened to CMC?
Not to make it about the internet or me or anything about that, but it was funny because you mentioned this back on September 6th. I was like, he's going to have that Christian McCaffrey. As soon as he signed it, I was like, boy, that's their Christian McCaffrey. I was really worried about him signing with Philadelphia. And I'm seeing all the comments from Niner fans. Yeah, he ain't CMC. He's injury prone. Yeah, they ain't got nothing. Blah, blah, blah. The same people who was in my mentions yesterday telling me how much of a clown I am. Here it is September 6th. These guys telling me that Saquon ain't nowhere near on CMC's level. We forget. Saquon was a top 5 pick.
2.
He was a top 10 pick just like CMC. Does a lot. Just couldn't stay healthy for a long time, which was the knock on CMC when he got traded to San Francisco. Well, he's healthy now. And he's taking 36 touches, 30 touches a game, and he's getting stronger as the season goes along. However, the theme of the show seemed to be like Shanahan this and that, Shanahan blah, blah, blah. Luke Kuechly, who's going to be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame one day, star middle linebacker for the Carolina Panthers. I thought he stole a DPOY from Navarro Bowman, but whatever.
He did. And then got dismantled in the playoff game, but that's okay.
But here is Luke Kuechly on the whole Shanahan rumors or whether or not the Niners should move off of Shanahan.
I think it's preposterous. I have played against Kyle Shanahan. I love him as a coach. I think any talk about them moving on from him would be a terrible decision for the 49ers. I don't know what else to say. I had such a challenge playing against that offense and that system and what they're capable of doing. I just think that they've had some injuries at key places this year. And with that being said, they're a game back in the NFC West.
That's Luke Kuechly, Niner fans. Luke Kuechly saying it would be idiotic to move off from Shanahan. Idiotic. Is that the avenue you guys really want to go? I don't.
I don't see what the alternatives are. You know, I think he's earned the right to come back and see what he's got next year at minimum, if not multiple years. Like one down year doesn't make you a bad coach.
No.
Now, if you trend multiple bad years, now that's a different question. But one down year does not make you inept and stupid and like unvalidate all the winning that you've had. I'm sorry. That's just like, did Phil Jackson have down years?
Absolutely.
Okay. Steve Kerr?
Yep.
Okay. What about Bill Belichick?
Yep.
Bill Walsh?
Yeah.
Parcells?
Yeah.
Like pick whatever sport you want. Joe Torre? Like all the greatest coaches have had down years. This is a down year. Sometimes things are out of your control.
I laugh at this, like 925, because I hear it a lot.
What?
We don't have to move off from Shanahan. He can stay on board as the offensive coordinator. Just like,
could you imagine Shanahan? I know I've welcomed in Bill Belichick to be the head coach, and I'm going to step down to my appropriate role.
I'm going to be the OC.
Of OC. I know I've been running things with an iron fist for the last 8 years, and everything falls on me. And I've actually had a better record than Belichick since I started here, but I'm gonna move aside.
Wait,
I'm gonna take a lesser role. Spadoni, I'm gonna allow you to host the show from here on out, and I'm gonna go into that room, and we're gonna flip flop because it's the betterment of the show.
But I'm sure Kyle Shanahan and Joe Shasky will keep that salary. Just I will also remove myself, but I need to get compensated as such as well.
It's just
Give
Shanahan
me my
stuff.
money.
Shanahan stuff. Wild. I want my money. I want my money now.
That was the theme of the Niners.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Vontae, you're doing great.
My final thought is this. I love this week. Just show up on Monday, get through Monday. Tuesday, it's like, just get about halfway through the workday. And then Wednesday, it's the least productive workday in the history of America. I love this week. Thanksgiving week, my favorite holiday.
I'm going to be locked in 6 to 10 when I'm filling in for Bonte Hill, so I'm going to be working very hard.
Well played, Spadoni. Will Lubman be producing Wednesday morning?
Mm-hmm.
Will he work hard?
I'll be locked in.
Oh, no, he's going to be locked in for
Food
Friday.
with Butcher.
It's going to be locked
All
in
show.
Friday. All show, Food with Butcher? Oh,
why not?
We might. There might not even be an open for the morning roast. It'll just be Food with Butcher opening the show.
Oh my gosh!
So there's nothing you can do about it.
You like mac and cheese, Butch? You a mac and cheese guy?
I love all of it. I love a little bit of stuffing. I like gravy. I like mashed potatoes. I like potato skins. I like mac and cheese, little asparagus, some green beans. Like, give it all to me, baby. And we had a little turkey on Friday night. The dark meat is so much better. Like, give me a good, moist thigh over the breast any day. Save that drop.
Relax. Everyone is so wild right now on a Monday morning. Everyone needs to chill.
Lubman in my ear said dark meat is better.
Oh.
I don't remember ever saying that.
Oh,
you limped in with that comment.
Yeah, no, say it with your chest, man. Why are you guys so afraid to
I'm
say
not going to
things out loud?
sugarcoat it. You can sit here and do a sugarcoat job.
We're just doing radio. My final thought is, what the hell happened to the Warriors in the fourth quarter Saturday night? Can't get over that one. Only scored 13 points in the fourth quarter. It's tough. Got to win tonight. Got to beat the Brooklyn Nets, who beat the Kings last night.
Sell me on the Nets.
Oh, they can shoot the three. Cam Thomas could light it up with the best of them. Really good point guard, 6'4", strong, gets to the free throw line. Cam Johnson, a guy who a lot of people want to trade for, 3-and-D guy who can hit the three. Brooklyn gets up and down, one of the top 3-point shooting teams in the league. Athletic. Not a game you could just walk into, roll the balls out, and say, hey, we can win. No, you got to play. You got to play well. Got to play button-up basketball. There's my take on the Brooklyn Nets.
Good sell job.
Well,
who's their coach?
Some no name.
There you go.
Playing hard for no name.
Oh, I found him. Jordy Fernandez.
Yeah.
There you go.
Sacramento Kings assistant.
Hey, you better be careful. Coach Prime might want that job.
Oh, he was the head coach for the Canadian men's national team. That's right. He had to take the questions on why Wiggins. It was very weird why Wiggins wasn't like part of the team. Yeah.
Mike Brown's assistant coach. Some people in SAC said they wanted him to be the coach instead of Mike Brown.
I like how you forgot his name, but you remembered all those fun facts
I just
to go
needed
with
a reminder. That's all.
Bonte, you know what we did during the middle of a Saturday, me and Spadoni?
What's that?
We switched off college football for a brief second to watch USC Notre Dame women's hoops, baby.
Why'd you do that?
Juju Watkins, future Valkyrie.
You don't watch the film. We watch the film.
We're scouting the Valkyrie's first overall pick, Juju Watkins.
You guys weren't
doing
that.
They have the 5th pick.
They have the 5th pick, so
I don't like
have the
that.
first pick.
It's not fair.
Well, Paige Beckers and other people might go.
Hey, Juju's not going to be available to leave until
next year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not like men's.
Yeah.
Okay,
And also, those Notre Dame uniforms for football, woo, with the gold,
they're not there.
They were sick.
That's another team I can't wait to be humbled.
How do you like that, Mr. Bunte?
How do you like that?
They beat nobody all year.
Touchdown Jesus.
They
Lost
beat
to
nobody
NIU.
all year.
We remember that.
They haven't beat nobody all year, man.
It's all right.
Damn. All right. Oh, by the way, tune in to Warriors Live today.
What time?
What time is Warriors Live? 6:30?
6.
Who's doing it?
Evan Giddings.
Evan Giddings doing it? Hour pre? 30-minute pre?
He's doing 30 minutes, and then they go to the network. Tim Roy be on the call 7 o'clock alongside Tom Tolbert, and then after the game, tune in the Warriors wrap up with Evan Giddings.
Look at you.
He's going to be. He's going to have to dual screen it though, because his Chargers are playing the Ravens tonight.
The hardball.
He's struggling. The hardball. That's going to be a good game.
I need Lamar to not score 20 points.
Who do I pick? Who's going to win that game?
I like Chargers defense.
Where is the game?
L.A.
Oh, we had 2 SoFi Stadium games back to back.
Is Chargers winning tonight? Jim Harbaugh gets his first win over his brother?
I would love that. That Thanksgiving loss with Ted Ginn Jr. dropping that pass, I'll never forget that, Niners.
Oh, Ravens are coming off an L. I like the Ravens.
Yeah, I need that because I'm in the pick and pull. I'm only up 2 games.
No Lamar touchdowns.
I need to make a good pick. It's me in second place and the rest. Some separation there, but I need to win this pool.
Before you do that, Reed Bonte, my final thought is I just want to give a quick shout out to the Cal Bears.
Sorry.
Great 98-yard drive
Forgot
there
about
to bring the axe back to Berkeley where it belongs, man. Love doing it. Sent that picture of the stare down that I know Shasky loves into the group thread, too. That was really cool to see.
Biggest dork moment all time.
It's one of the coolest rivalry traditions in all of college sports. The Stanford Axe,
It
one of
is
the
not
elite
cool.
rivalry
Who
trophies.
are you
Shasky,
kidding?
read up the history of the Stanford Axe. It's a pretty cool trophy. Anyway, so shout out to the Bears. Shout out to Fernando Mendoza. Great interview after the game. Very emotional. Check it out.
Great Cal Unis.
Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Hey, Lubman never misses the opportunity to crack the mic.
It's my final thought, Shasky.
Can't get on the book of gas, but boy, he can get in on the mic. I'm kidding. Alice Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go. You get the fastest internet to all of your devices.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Have you ever had an unwelcome pest in your home?
invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
Yeah.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Jacobs, no shot. Barreling forward. Touchdown again. Number 3 for Jacobs in Green Bay.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. One of Josh Jacobs' 3 touchdowns. 49ers, they get beat pretty bad. 38-10. Go ahead, Goo.
I lost. I'm out.
Goo,
I hate that drop.
Let me just...
I didn't lose. I missed it.
We haven't spoken yet about the game. We purposely didn't give our thoughts to each other before the game. So, I'm sorry, this morning. Go ahead, Goo.
All right, so I'm not going to come in here, and I don't have the power, but I do have a show with you and Evan for 4 hours a day, 20 hours a week, and I'm not going to come in here and be blinded to the fact that Kyle Shanahan has not built something here during his tenure. He's built a bully, right? So much so that they played the 2 Super Bowls, 4 straight trips to the NFC Championship game, but now, partner, with injuries and the fact that they weren't able to cash in, I was the one guy that kind of saw the meteor, the asteroid before everybody else, and I kept saying, tomorrow's not promised. You know, it could just be attrition. It's not just automatic you're going to get back. And I feel like that's what this season is now with injuries. I'm not mad at Brandon Allen's performance yesterday. Steiny, I think the game was lost in so many places, but my biggest takeaway, you're going to laugh, and I've been kind of consistent with this, is, okay, Kyle Shanahan, this is where I call you up front. How the hell can you not get Jordan Mate? I'll forget Garindo. How can you not find a way to get him more involved? And moving forward, Steiny, with what I'm seeing from McCaffrey, I would split the carries. That's where I'm at. I'm not coming down McCaffrey's road, but also, too, the defensive coordinator, I don't know what's going on, Steiny. I don't know if the players have quit on themselves or they quit on him. But those penalties, 2 back-to-back 12 men in the huddle, that didn't look like the Niner team I'm accustomed to. And even then in the second half, it was still a game. But they couldn't do anything and get out their own way. And Deebo Samuel, wherever you're at listening, because I know you got a head start, I would return that C back to my coaching staff, because you, again, were a no-show, let a ball go right through your hands. It was an interception on Allen's ledger, and after the game, you have the audacity to dip and say you don't want to talk? That's what hurt me most if I'm a Niner fan about yesterday, Steiny.
Yeah, I think if I were a Niner fan, what would bother me most is just the way they played so sloppily. I mean, they couldn't get out of their own way. There were penalties galore. I mean, if I have a question, it would be...
Give it to me.
Well, can you really play a backup quarterback who's got a broken finger on his left hand?
What was that?
And he fumbles twice and throws a pick. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. You know what's funny is here's... Everybody's talking about the injuries. Oh, the injuries, this, that, and the other. Let me approach it from a different standpoint. You ready?
Yeah.
Let me run down a list of guys who've been healthy. You ready?
All right, wow, okay.
Brock Purdy has missed 1 game this year. George Kittle, 9 of 11. Juwan Jennings has played 9 of 11. Juszczyk has been healthy the whole season. Bosa missed 1 game so far this year. Warner, he's been healthy for all 11. Lenore, McKivitz, Pooney, Brendel, they've played every game this year. Trent Williams played every game but one this year. Malik Collins, Burford, they've been healthy. Deebo Samuel, he's been healthy. There are enough names on that list of players who've been healthy for this team to be better than 5-6. Yeah. That's the way I look at it. The injuries have not helped, but injuries happen to every team, and it's a matter of how you deal with them. And I don't think there's any doubt that a guy here and a guy there being out has absolutely flummoxed Kyle Shanahan in terms of how to play when you're down a player or two. I mean, yesterday was a little bit different, but look, let's not get it mixed up. The San Francisco 49ers, that game yesterday was very similar to about every game they've played this year. They're 5-6. They're still looking to play a complete game. They might even be looking to play their first complete half. They have not played well. They haven't shown any inclination that this thing's going to be turned around. And now there's only one thing to do, and that's you keep playing, you try, but it seems like at this point they need to do one thing, and that's catch lightning in a bottle, and there's never a guarantee that that's going to happen.
Wow. Stoney, I'm not mad at you, and I appreciate the homework. And the bottom line is this was the third game in the last four that a Kyle Shanahan coach team, get this, Stoney, had more than 9 penalties. So, okay, I know you're coming in and you're hampered. You don't have the top-tier talent at certain positions, but what about the mindset? What about the next man up? And Josh Jacobs took their soul from the outset. They could not stop him. And, Stoney, you're looking at the game and the final score, and it didn't even feel that close. And, you know, I was listening to the guys this morning, and it's all psychology, what type of fan you are. But the crazy thing about where the Niners are in this season with, 7 games left, 6 games left, they're 1 game out of first place for the division. But I'm wondering, and I'm hearing the calls to the roast this morning, Stoney, and I'm online last night, depending on who you are and how you think and you're wired, do you even want this version of the Niners in the playoffs or to win a division? And you know I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm Malcolm X, by any means necessary, but I just didn't recognize this team yesterday just from the tactical standpoint. Stoney, what's up with all the penalties? 12 men in the backfield, 12 men on defense back-to-back? And I know Kyle said, well, one time they tricked us, the league needs to – but, dude, you guys weren't singing that song when you were going to 4 straight NFC championship games. I just don't know if you start thinking about shutting down guys that are out that are your future, if it's that dire or you feel like you can't win. That's the $1 million question, because you and I could talk about it all day. What do they feel?
You can't shut anything down because they have too many veteran players who you have to give them the last crack at it, I think. And you know what I don't subscribe to? Shutting people down this year so that Trent Williams will be fresh next year and McCaffrey will be fresh next year. I don't buy that one iota. There's only one thing this team can try to do, and that's beat Buffalo next week and get to 6-6 and see then where the chips fall. But I'm not for resting guys at this point because you're too far into the season. But I don't think there's any 49er fan out there that now believes this thing's definitely going to be turned around. I get the hope.
Look at the schedule.
I get the hope. I get the notion that one win can start a winning streak. But, boy, this reminds me of a little bit like the Warriors last year where they teased you a little bit and they won 46 games, but they didn't make the playoffs. And when it was all said and done, they just didn't play well enough to make the playoffs. And it just feels like that's where this season is headed for the San Francisco 49ers. But this is what we do on a Monday. We open it up to 49er fans.
Overreaction Monday.
We talk about where this team is going and what happened yesterday. And I don't know, is it possible to have an overreaction to this loss yesterday today? I mean, if you say this team's done, I don't think that's an overreaction anymore. I really don't. They're 5-6.
But
They
just think
haven't
about the
beaten a winning
Debo
team.
run in the second half, 87 yards negated, Steiny. Like, if that, I know woulda, coulda, shoulda, but there's just, when did they start becoming a team infested with penalties?
All year long. All year long, penalties have gotten them at terrible moments. 888-957-9570 is the number. Niners get hammered yesterday, 38-10. They are 5-6 after 11 games.
Last place.
And look, let's be honest. Is this the lowest point of the Kyle Shanahan era right now? Now, I get it. They won a Super Bowl or went to a Super Bowl and then came back and went 6-10.
Yeah.
But they lost the quarterback that year. 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment also brought to you by Lucky California.
Make it a holly yay with festive deals at Lucky. Gobble up the savings on honeysuckle white whole frozen turkey, 12 to 22 pounds, just 49 cents per pound, with a qualifying $25 purchase. Limit 1 while supplies last. See store for details.
Sports at the Art Museum. Sports at the Art Museum. Like football's first helmet and the black and red shoes that sparked a rebellion. Get in the game at SF MoMA, where sports and art collide. October 19th to February 18th. Tickets at sfmoma.com.
Love looking for Jaden Reed. Not there. Goes back the other way. Sets up a screen. Bouncing off of people and into the end zone. It's Tucker Kraft for the touchdown.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. That was the first touchdown of the game by the Green Bay Packers. Put them up 7-0 after about a 7-minute drive to open the game. And the 49ers went on to get beat 38-10. And, just a couple of things. And you mentioned one, if they don't hold on the kickoff return to start the second half, that game may change. The 2-6-2, if Debo catches that ball yesterday. But that's been the story of the season. If there have been so many plays throughout the year where had the 49ers made them, maybe things would be different.
Right.
But they haven't made any plays all year. They really haven't.
Yeah. Now they're making mistakes.
Now they're 5-6. And Goo, remember last week we threw out the question, what's going on with the Niners? And I said, if somebody were to ask me what's going on with the Niners, they're just not together. And yesterday was their 11th game of the year, and once again, they just were the opposite of whatever cohesive is. They just can't put together a full game for whatever reason.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it, partner, is we do not know why. But what I do know is the Packers ran for 167 yards, Steiny, 87 of those in the first quarter. The Niners had 10 missed tackles in the first quarter. So I'm not trying to go Skip Bayless or stir something up, but when you guys have the season right in front of you, you're 5-5 is a defense led by Fred Warner. Where does the 10 tackles signal to you? 10 missed tackles. Steiny, I go back to the Minnesota game. Mooney Ward, God bless his soul, taking care of his family. But he talked about how he was being used and he didn't like it. That's what I got from it. So when I come to you, are you just, I'm asking, going to say it was cold weather, so 10 missed tackles is okay? Because now this team is playing out of character and is starting to play like a team that is not listening to their coach or could give a damn.
Well, that's where I disagree. When you say now this team's playing out of character, I think they've played out of character all season. All season long. And here's the way I look at it, is yesterday's game was atrocious. And yes, yesterday's game, they played without Purdy. They played without Bosa. They played without Trent Williams.
Every team has a story.
And they absolutely got blown out. And so, yeah, you can say, well, we were missing a ton of guys yesterday. But what about the first 10 games when you were 5-5? See, that's the problem. If this thing starts to really go downhill, and some people would say it already has, If you want to blame injuries, I think that's very, very dangerous. Because if you told me right now they could bring back the same team and everybody's healthy, I wouldn't do it. But what I don't think this team has it anymore.
But
they
what
haven't
are your
proven
options, though, Steiny? And I know Purdy's one of them, but
to start to retool. But that's what the options are.
But how long is that going to take?
I don't care how long it takes. Well, what is it scarier than the way they're playing right now?
Well, if they're not playing up to par, which we don't know why they're underperforming, but you're right, 44 yards on the ground with Christian McCaffrey. So this is the third game since they've gotten McCaffrey back that they haven't been able to run the ball. Steiny, I'm being real. I'm asking you, is that a McCaffrey problem? Yeah. Is that an offensive line problem? Because if it's a McCaffrey problem, you're really in trouble.
Of course.
Because that's what you become. Now Debo's become a zero. Like, what is going on? And again, all I'm asking, partner, is why. And if you think this is a quick fix, this is not a quick fix.
They're old. They're too old right now. McCaffrey's not McCaffrey. Debo's not Debo. You want to blame that on Kyle?
Trent Williams is not Trent Williams.
No.
But is that age?
Yes. Yes.
Steiny, this is going to get worse before it gets better.
Maybe. That sometimes is what happens when you're at the end of a run.
And again, I'm no coach, but I'm a human. And I played sports and I've watched it. How can one quarterback beat out another quarterback with a broken digit on the non-throwing hand? Like, Make that make sense, Steiny. I'm not just how could Brandon Allen with a broken digit still beat out Dobbs? And Brandon Allen had thrown an NFL pass since 2022. Our man Dobbsy, again, Steiny, just thoughts I had. He's quarterbacked and started in this league since then. That was odd to me.
Dobbsy.
A broken digit. And I'm putting that at the doorstep of Kyle.
Well, wouldn't I just tell you that? I mean, this is where I don't really feel like I have to ask the question. He thinks Brandon Allen with a broken finger on his left hand is better than Josh Dobbs.
And that's what I'm saying.
There it is. I mean, plain and simple.
He's also the guy that says he can't devise a game plan with Mason and McCaffrey. And now he's telling on himself. That's the only thing I would tell Kyle, you're doing wrong, bud. Listen to the guys doing the game yesterday. They're perplexed that you, the smart Jedi, can't. Come on. And then when he gets in the game, he runs for 16 yards. Mason.
I mean,
Steiny, I know it's small, but it's big.
I know. I'm not saying you're wrong on that. But they didn't lose that game yesterday because they didn't split carries between McCaffrey and Mason. It's much bigger than that.
You're right.
It's so much
bigger. Maybe you have more than 10 points, Steiny.
But what about then that's one thing. Then what about the 9 penalties at critical situations? What about the fact that the defense cannot get off the field?
Hey, I got you.
If it's not one thing or it's another, it's not one thing, it's another.
But 4th and 2, I got a backup quarterback in the conditions, but I got a raging bull who I don't use. I would have handed that thing off and tried to get 2 yards on the ground. I'm going to trust the conditions and have a guy that hadn't played since 2022 throw a little out route. That's nasty work to me. Again, Monday morning quarterback, but as much as I respect Kyle, I am really perplexed that he can't, Steiny, draw it up and have Mason, but Garindo's a kick returner now, fumbled, lucky to get it back. But Steiny, those are the questions that have me shocked.
Yeah, I'm not shocked at all. And why would you be shocked? We said all offseason during training camp that this team was off. It's been off. There hasn't been anything good that's happened to this team in 6 months. Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and Brandon Ayuk, to my way of thinking, set the tone for the year. And it was an awful tone to be set. And the 49ers organization was an accomplice because they apparently thought they could push the Ayuk negotiation and the Trent Williams negotiation all the way to the end of training camp and think they could get away with it. And they didn't. And they started out slow, and now some of those guys are starting to wear down. I mean, to me, you can get on Shanahan all you want, and he deserves a lot of criticism, but the veterans have not come to play this year. Plain and simple. They're other than George Kittle, who has had a good year. Maybe I'll give you Jennings. But here's the other thing.
I'm saying
now
Mason.
We're starting to be honest.
Yeah.
What's happened to Fred Warner?
No doubt.
There we go. It's just when the big boys don't play, you're in trouble. And when I say don't play,
you still lose.
I don't mean don't play like they're hurt.
Okay.
When they haven't played well.
No, you're right.
Okay, it is.
But
there it is.
Coming into yesterday, and again, Steiny, I didn't expect him to win the game, but I did expect him to compete. Coming into yesterday, Steiny, I don't have to tell you, it's a marathon, not a sprint. They were right there. And again, Fred.
When were they right there?
No, going into the game in regard to the division, trying to win the division.
Well, they're still right there.
If you want to put the right on the table, they were down 14 points. That game, Green Bay, I know you're going to come at me. They didn't impress me. That wasn't their A game. And a couple interceptions, if you hang on to the ball, I know that's why you play defense. Brown had a chance. This thing is spiraling out of control. But everybody, and I'm with you, that you just mentioned, you got to put Kyle in there. Because a guy that calls and controls who's on the field, Steiny, and all of a sudden now you want me, after watching Ricky Pearsall run against Dallas and run against Tampa Bay, I'm supposed to sit here and think he's no good? You can't find a way to get him a ball? he's too young for me to say he fell off or something changed. This is the chef in the kitchen, and it's not Steph Curry. It's Kyle. He's in that line.
Here's another bad game. Another bad game. Okay, well, we keep criticizing Shanahan. Do something about it. If you really think he's the problem, I don't necessarily think he's been great at all.
It's just hard-headed, stubborn.
Yeah, I think the team is juiced the wrong way.
Have they tuned somebody out?
No,
how do you know that, though? Think about it. How do you know?
How do they look?
Like a team that's not listening to their coach. Get 9 penalties and 11 missed tackles in 1 quarter. That's how they look. I'm asking you, that means nothing. If your kids act up and they're under 18, that's on the parents.
Okay, well then do something about it. What do you want to do about it? What do you want to do? You want to fire him?
I can't do anything now. We got 6 games left.
Well, no, you can. You can rip them for 6 more weeks.
And I got to slow down.
Which it sounds like what's going to happen. They're not a good team.
But they
aged out in front of our eyes.
Mason, Steiny, people are, it's not just me clamoring for Mason.
They were 4-4 with Mason. They were 500 with Mason, without Mason.
I get that. Okay. But you do understand it's odd now when you got guys that are rendered ineffective or not on their A game as to why can't we see more of a guy that when he gets on the field, we see burst, we see pop. Why is that off? What's going on? Use that more. I think that's fair. But the penalties, Steiny, the 3 turnovers, I think that's on coaching. The missed tackles.
Okay, so do something. I'm sick and tired of everybody complaining about the coaching staff.
We're in season.
Well, then make a move at the end of the year. If you think, has he lost the team?
I have those questions.
Okay.
I'm talking about the defensive coordinator, too. I'm not just talking about Kyle. Yeah. I'm talking about Sorensen.
Right. So, you can say Sorensen, you can say Shanahan, and I'll say Purdy, regression. I'll say Ayuk stunk when he got here. Trent Williams, he's been bad. Bosa, he's been okay. Okay, so if you want to blame the fact that all their veteran players have fallen off on Kyle, well then don't bring Kyle back and bring back all the veteran players, and I bet you that you won't see much of a difference.
Well, see, I'm not.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I can be passionate and smart at the same time, Stoney. I'm not. I just have questions.
Let's start off with Carlos. Carlos is in Oakland. What's going on, Carlos?
Oh man, quick question for you.
Yeah.
Would it have been wrong for Moody and the field goal kicking unit to go after Debo yesterday?
No, it wouldn't have. I wish it would have happened, man. I'm really down on him, man.
You mean after he dropped the ball that led to an interception?
And I'm going to question that C on his chest.
Man.
That was all I had to say.
That's real. I appreciate that.
I'm sorry. I don't blame. I'm not blaming Kyle Shanahan for the fact that Debo Samuel has had a horse bleep year. Yeah. And you know what? That pass that he quote unquote dropped, and it was, he could have caught it. He doesn't catch those though. That's not how he catches the ball.
Yeah.
So let's go to Billy Bones in the city. What's up, Billy Bones? How you doing, man?
Hey, okay. I got a quick question.
Yeah.
Quick question. Did Shanahan's father, was he the offensive coordinator too, as well as the head coach?
I think so, yeah.
He was?
I don't remember, to tell you the truth.
Okay, but I think that is the issue. We need an OC, or Shanahan needs to just say, I'm going to be the OC, because he apparently can't do both.
Wow, man.
I'm telling you. Because look, you guys even said it. You was like, why is Dobbs? That's what I said. Why is Dobbs not playing at quarterback? Because put Dobbs in there, he's going to make something happen. He's a football player. And then you send him in with another guy in with a broken digit? Come on.
Man.
Yeah.
No, appreciate it.
Gary Kubiak, I guess, was the offensive coordinator under Mike Shanahan.
Well, he was just basically going, Stoney, do you think he's overwhelmed? Kyle. But no, and I got to keep it real.
Nobody said that the first 7 years.
I was calling him a genius. And that's why, Stoney, I'm not offended. I am perplexed that he can't get what we deem some game makers into the game. I am perplexed. And Allen was not bad. He wasn't perfect yesterday. But how is he more attractive than Dobbs, who has more recent starts in the NFL, has some escapability? And then real quick, Steiny, whose job is it to get the quarterback with the right cleats? I mean, what are we doing? Couple times he's dropping back like you didn't know you were playing in the front. Come on. Like, that's just not on that's on the whole thing. What are you? Wake up.
I mean, this is where I think there's two things. You weren't winning that game yesterday. You weren't going to win that game yesterday with a backup quarterback, a backup left tackle, a backup defensive end. The problem is
shot
that
yourself in the foot a bunch of times, partner.
They lost by 28 points. Let's put the rattle. And the guy dropped a touchdown pass.
Yeah, that happened.
So, miss me with a play or two in that game's different.
All right.
The issue is that had you come into that game 6-4 or 7-3, like you feel like you should have, that loss wouldn't mean anything yesterday because we'd be saying, look, we're 7-3, and now we suffered some injuries and we're missing some guys. What did we expect is going to happen? The problem is what we saw yesterday was exactly the same thing we've seen for the first 10 games. Regardless of who's been playing and who hasn't been playing, this team has underachieved all season long. They just have.
And now they can't run the ball.
If you want to start scapegoating, let's go. Let's start scapegoating.
Yeah.
I put most of it on the players. That's me.
Hold on, Stud. I'm with you in that same line, but I'm not saying you're not thinking this.
I mean, go ahead and rip Shanahan, but what are you going to do about it?
Coaches fired. You know that, right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, all right.
Sure. Let's go to Randy in San Lorenzo. What's up, Randy? How you doing?
Not much. Love you both. Hey, so my thing is I believe that most of the players don't respect Shanahan anymore, okay? They don't like his play calling, and I really believe that it goes back to this past Super Bowl, and I didn't like it when they fired Wilkes, so I believe that that's coming back to haunt them, and I would really love to see them sign Daniel Jones, okay? They need a legitimate backup quarterback, and I believe that Daniel Jones would be a great fit, and I see the Detroit Lions putting up a 50 against the Niners.
Yeah, thanks, Randy. Appreciate the call.
Well, Green Bay could have. But Daniel Jones is no answer to any question, partner.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if Brock Purdy's out for the rest of the year, is he better than the two guys that are going to play? Maybe Brandon Allen and Josh Dobbs? I don't know.
What did you see from Allen yesterday? Like, Stunny, he wasn't bad.
Saw a backup quarterback. That's exactly what I saw. Did some nice things, but he fumbled twice.
Yeah.
Fumbled twice. Threw a pick. God, there's the other thing.
Dropped that.
Well, you know what?
Hit him in the hands,
you know what?
Debo.
That's what he gets because he should have been picked off earlier in the game. Packer defensive back. He threw it right to him.
I remember that one.
So,
but to leave out of there, this is bigger than just the score. To have your captain leave out of there not talking, but 2 weeks ago you're grabbing Cat's neck for accountability. That stinks, and that's hypocritical. I don't like guys and gals like that. Oh, you can go chastise somebody and embarrass him on national TV, but then you skate when you leave after one of the greatest receivers called you out and said you focused on the wrong stuff, and then you miss a pass hitting you right in your frying pan for an interception, and you can't even be stand up and talk? That's weak.
Let's go to Javier in Vacaville. What's up, Javi? How you doing?
Javi.
How you doing, Mr. Simon? It's Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
And, listen to the early morning show, and they, I don't call that show, but they said I wasn't impressed by the Packers. The Packers had 20 broken tackles. The Packers ran all down our throat, pause. But the difference between the Niners and the Packers is the coaching staff, LaFleur fired his defensive coordinator last year, and it's all business. Shanahan is losing this team not based on his love or lack thereof for the team and vice versa. It's his loyalty. He shouldn't be loyal to Nick Sorensen. Nick Sorensen has shown he's not ready, and that's okay. John Snyder, the defensive or the special teams coordinator, 15-year special teams coordinator, he ain't got it no more. They had over 100 net yards and penalties, and we're saying we're sniffing our nose up to the sky saying, Daniel Jones, Daniel Jones would be a asset pick up of the last 3 to 5 years. Look what Sam Darnold has become in Minnesota. He was not wanted by anybody. I'm not saying they couldn't be all be all, but this team is checked out. This isn't the quest for safety anymore. Because of this enablement of the players, this has become in San Francisco the quest for checks. Trent Williams, a joke. Deebo Samuel, a joke. Nick Bosa, a joke. And none of their talent, they're in here trying to get paid because it isn't about the 4 yards. It's about, hey, I want more money. And if I don't get that money, I'm just going to sit on my ass. Well, you know what? Take you and your ass up out of here because the Niners are showing that they've lost control of the goal. The goal isn't to win championships. Them players have become homies with Kyle Shanahan. And that may or may not have been lost respect because now they look at each other as mutuals and he's not the superior. But, yo, there got to be a foot in somebody's ass, dog. Somebody got to go.
Appreciate the call. Who?
Yeah, but see, that's
who goes?
Yeah, Stoney, and I'm
now
up
it
on
gets
my
tougher,
soapbox.
doesn't it?
But
now it gets tougher. Who goes? What's the
Kyle's
problem? What do you do?
He's earned this, right? He's earned the right to come back from this.
I don't know.
I'm on his neck just because I'm shocked about how you can't scheme it up with all your talent and why it's got to be one or the other. But, I mean, come on, man. We all have to keep it real. He's earned whatever this is going on right now, and he's part of it.
What I think has been earned more than anything else is a 5-6 record. That's what's been earned by the San Francisco 49ers.
The missed tackles from the outstart. When do you see a Niner defense not bring it?
I don't know. All season. I mean, all year. Seriously. Yeah. Seriously.
And I saw
there's been no bright spots. None.
George Kittle.
Oh, great. I mean, great. He's been great. Terrific. But I'm talking about 11 games. They haven't played a good stretch of football.
No, they have not.
They haven't. No. Offense, defense, special teams, coaching.
Stoddy, I like to fell out my bed last night. They had an old clip. It might have been last week or this week.
Well, that makes sense. It's an old clip.
Sorensen talked about the missed tackles like there's, again, he knows more football than me. There's a thing called good missed tackles, Steiny. The way that they play defense and are so aggressive in attack. He was up there basically saying you would have to look at the missed tackle and I could diagnose it and tell you if it was a good missed tackle and why. I'm like, please.
When I see 10 missed tackles, I give credit.
Gosh.
I give a lot of credit to the running back.
Well, Jacobs was
on the other side. Plain and simple.
Steiny, they couldn't stop him.
I know. What's like?
Wow.
If it's like how many times do we have to see this team play like this and pretend like it's not who they are? It's who they are. It's who they are. I really do. The toll of the last 5 years is showing up. And it's showing up mostly in their veteran players who I think are just mentally fried right now. But it's a good thing a bunch of them got paid. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. 888-957-9570 is the number. You want to jump into the conversation. 49ers now 5-6. Buffalo awaits. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this deal for members and more. Fresh Signature Farms turkey, 9 to 24 pounds.
McKinney again. Xavier McKinney blocks. Down the sideline he goes. Finally knocked out of bounds inside the 25.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No, you're not, Debo.
All right, that was Brandon Allen's interception. They were down 17-7. Defense actually did a nice job in the third quarter against the Packers, but the 49ers offense couldn't take advantage of it. What's Kyle Shanahan thinking after this one?
They had 12 personnel, 2 tight ends in the huddle, which means we have base defense out. They sent another receiver on the field to sub, which when they sub, they're supposed to allow us to sub. So as soon as they did that, we started to change our personnel, and then they rushed up to the line and snapped it. It was a strategic play by them, but one that I don't feel should have been allowed. They didn't give us time to sub on that, and that's why I was upset on that. And then the next one, because they got away with the first one, they tried to do it again the next play, and that's when I went out there arguing again. This time they did allow us to sub. I was out there screaming the whole time, so I'm not exactly aware of what happened with our 12 guys, but obviously we had 12 guys out there. They gave us time to sub, and we didn't get one off. So the second one was on us.
All right. That's what happens to teams that are finding ways to lose. Things go against them. You know what the 49ers' point differential this year is through 11 games?
Give it to them.
0. They've scored 260 points, and they've given up 260 points.
And they're 5. I was going to say that's a 500, but they're 5-6. With the Sunday night game in Orchard. Man, I'll tell you what, though. You didn't ask, but my guy Cole Dixon from Texas everybody's talking about what they're not seeing from McCaffrey. I'm not sitting here telling you, Steiny, he looks the same to me, but there's no room for him to run at all. The tosses, up the middle, there's just traffic everywhere, but the amount of vitriol that I feel he's getting because they feel like he's not the same. I'm not seeing it that way, and yet I'm the dude lobbying for getting more Jordan Mason. Getting more Jordan Mason doesn't mean McCaffrey's not doing something. It's just like Mason's proven, use both. And I'm going to blow your wig off with this one. Yeah. Option A, moving forward for the rest of the season for me, would be George Kittle. He had 6 targets, Steiny. It would be 12 targets. I would use him like the Patriots use Gronk. You can mum all. I'm just telling you how I see it. He is your best player right now. Give him more. How I see it.
Sure, give him more. And I'm not saying you're wrong. But I'm also, I always think it's interesting when, you want to call Christian McCaffrey the best back in football? Well, you can't not play him then. I just don't.
But you understand, people aren't saying take him off the field. There's a way they both can be on the field.
Partner. Well, it doesn't look like there is.
Well, to Kyle. Okay. But I bet if you ask
then hold that against
Andy
Kyle
Reid,
and do something about it.
I don't have the power to do it.
No,
I'm complaining, and I'm not the only one.
No, but you can blame Kyle. He's had a bad year. Players have had a worse year as far as I'm concerned.
I'm not disputing
that. They just have. And I don't know why, again, like what sometimes is frustrating to me is that we all saw how the season started. And at that time, we all said, I don't like the way this is starting off. I don't like the optics with Ayuk. I hate the optics with Trent Williams. I don't like that Christian McCaffrey got broken off money and he misses the first 8 games of the year. And we knew that may set a tone, and it absolutely did. So when we look back, we can be upset, but why are we surprised? Why are we surprised? We didn't like what was going on before they played one game, and we knew it. We all knew it. We
but
knew
you knew
it
more than me.
We knew it.
The old adage in sports is you don't speak on the next man trying to get more money. So we saw it with Debo.
Maybe you don't speak on it, but you live with it. You have to live with those feelings.
But I'm going to still perform or try to perform at my best, Donnie. I'm not going to.
What's going on with Debo?
I'm going to tell you. You asked me a question. Give me a second. So this is why I'm at the doorstep of Kyle and on his neck. The Super Bowl, the Niners offense was a no-show. The playoffs, the Niners offense was a no-show. Now I was blaming the players, but now I'm starting to feel like that was a Shanahan problem then, and we kind of just buried our head in the sand. You say what to that?
They're 8-9 since they lost to Baltimore. That's a full season. They're 8-9 since they lost to Baltimore.
But now we're questioning Debo. We're questioning McCaffrey.
Yeah,
the
that's
dude's
right.
not out there in a cast. Like, he's running. There's nowhere to run. So my question, and I know you don't have the answer.
But Mason's going to be the difference then? Like, that's the thing.
He led the league in rushing and was a bull in the china shop.
All right.
I wasn't saying he's perfect. How does that just go away? How does that dissipate? How do you just say, okay, I'm going to act like that didn't mean anything? How can you not add that to the menu? You're helping Green Bay out and other teams by not using him. Thunder and lightning. Lightning and thunder.
They don't. That's not the way they play.
He can't coach it that way.
Okay. Well, then, do you want somebody who can?
I don't know yet.
Well,
but the answer right now is no. But if you're not going to look yourself in the mirror, Steiny, at any point, then you're not going to change.
Maybe he can't change. He doesn't know how to devise plays like that.
They scored 7 points in 2 halves and 2 home playoff games against downtrodden teams, the teams they were supposed to beat, and they were a no-show in the Super Bowl.
Well, and so why did we think that they were going to turn it around this year? Why? Like, seriously, if Steve Young is saying this team has been completely different since the Christmas game against Baltimore, then why did we think they were going to come out guns blazing and be 8-3?
Oh, man, I don't have the answer, Sway.
Well, I do. I do. They've gotten older. The mental fatigue of having gotten there and not winning it has taken its toll. Now they're not playing as hard as they used to play. They think they're playing hard, but they're not really playing hard. All their veteran players have slipped, with the exception of maybe Kittle. And now you're 5-6.
Wow. Real quick, how do you coach mental fatigue? Do you swap them out, or do you just say this was the gap year?
Comes with it. Well, to me, a gap year would be you bring back the same team. And this would be the vintage, to me, vintage. That would be insanity.
Well, this whole line
bringing back
help.
This team,
this whole line needs help. This whole line needs help.
We're actually an 8-3 team.
Well, both your lines need help. I know you got Hargrave.
Well, you're not going to win that. If we all acknowledge right now their offensive line and defensive line is subpar, substandard, and in the bottom of the league, then maybe they're not underachieving.
Do you believe that's why McCaffrey hasn't mirrored old McCaffrey?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things.
He's out there like Isaiah Thomas in the finals against the Lakers limping. There's nowhere for him to run.
Well, to me, if there's nowhere for McCaffrey to run, there's not going to be anywhere for Mason to run.
But when you see it, Steiny, and they pitch it to him and he takes off, there's a different element to it. They're two different style backs.
You know, it's that kind of, to me, it's like if McCaffrey's your Steph Curry, you have to keep playing him and hope that he breaks one or comes around. You know, Steph Curry has a lot of games where he doesn't play well for 3 quarters and then he wins the game for him. And they think McCaffrey's a game breaker, so they're gonna keep him there. You got to
be close. You can't be down 17-0.
Let's go to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco. What's going on, Robin? How you doing?
I'm doing okay. Hey, Steiny, I have a question. There was a backup left tackle, backup quarterback. Who was the third backup out there?
Dobbs.
Okay. Now, here's what I want to say. It's more.
Go ahead.
Dobbs is more of my way. I totally agree with you, Steiner. You know, I'm only called in because I'm so sick of the whining, the pointing the fingers. Even when they win, Niner fans still whine. It is nerve-wracking. The quarterback yesterday, regardless, wasn't the sole reason we lost that game, and the other quarterback everybody's crying for damn sure wasn't going to help us win the game. I'm not pointing no fingers at Shanahan, but as a head coach, his job is to manage, and the team doesn't seem to be managing well because of the lack of discipline that they're showing. Even the vets, you guys go too far. You take it as he's lost a team, he's lost that. I do believe it's mental stress, and I don't care what anybody says. Injuries do make a difference, regardless to who else is injured in the league. I'm going to leave you with this, what Isaiah Thomas said. He said, when a star player, which the Niners have many, go down, you say to yourself, yes. as long as it's not a life-threatening injury. You know why? Because it lessens their chances of winning, and it gives the other team more chances to win. And that is the bottom line. I hate that cliche that, well, everybody else is hurt. Well, some are diminished. Some are just torn apart. And that's been the Niners from day one.
Robin, before you go, the Robin I know, just real quick here, because we keep it real, 10-2. I'm shocked you haven't brought this up. The Robin I know would call out a player that had the audacity to put his hands and embarrass his teammate and then go out there and play like garbage and not talk to the media. Where does that rank on the Robin scale?
That was a love tap. And so you're going to blame one game. So there's enough fingers to be pointed at everybody. You understand? The team lacks discipline. And I'll tell you the real truth why they lost the Super Bowl. That offensive line, in particular, that right side. Where you going to run if there's no coach?
Well, we lost.
Robin,
she was defending Debo. I'm standing. You're a captain. You can't dip out, man.
That's what players do nowadays. That's what this young generation does. Seriously.
Fred Warner doesn't do it. Bosa even
Fred
speak
Warner's
to you.
Fred Warner's a grown-up.
Yeah, Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy's a grown-up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Anybody got any solutions out there? I mean, we can vent.
Well, who's available?
Can vent all day.
You and I and Evan, nobody knows who's playing this Sunday against Buffalo, right?
Okay.
It starts there.
All right.
But you got to coach and you got to play better.
They're not as good as Buffalo.
Okay.
And
all right.
They're mentally fatigued. Buffalo's surging. Yeah, it's going to be a really hard game on Sunday.
I've been holding on to something.
You're not better than anybody like you were in the past.
When do you notice that? When do you accept that?
Right now.
Because it's not disappointing if that weren't the case. You are better. You've been better.
Right, but that was last year. This team's not played good football for 17 games. So, again, what do you believe? You believe this team's the team that was 11-4 before the Baltimore game? Because it's been 17 games. And I know it's a cheap shot because that last game of the year, they didn't play all their starters, but they're 8-9 in the last 17 games. Doesn't just extend to the beginning of this year. It extends into last season. The Super Bowl played a big part of it. And then, you know what? They had an off season where guys wanted their money. And they got it. And you can't tell me that doesn't impact the locker room.
Okay.
I don't care if people comment on it or don't comment on it.
Right.
But hey, I get it. Trent Williams is terrific. Great player. Don't tell me that him holding out didn't affect this season. Brandon Ayuk was talking about getting paid 5 minutes after the Super Bowl.
Right.
Their priorities right now are misplaced. So they're not playing like a team. They're not hungry. They're not edgy. And I'm going to blame it on fatigue mentally and good old-fashioned father time.
All right.
And Kyle Shanahan hasn't pushed the right buttons. This thing is comprehensive as far as I'm concerned.
Nah, and you've been consistent since the offseason that you didn't like how it looks. And it's your prerogative in your mind, and you can feel how you feel, Stoney. I feel differently because I just felt like, when you're going up for a contract or somebody else, that's your business. I still need to be the best goo I can be. But I'm wondering why that Robin call, why I'm running hot. And the reason I'm running hot is because you talk about the impact on the locker room. And you can feel how you feel, and I think it's valid about this stuff in the offseason. But you can't tell me when Kyle stepped to the podium, I'm not letting this go, and said that Pepper overreacted and basically sided and gave Debo the license to put his hands on a player. You can't tell me, Stoney, because if I had a uniform in that locker room, I don't care if it's the lone snapper, and I saw my coach go up there and basically call me out and say I was the one wrong, the victim, You can't tell me that's not perpetrating in that, all in that locker room that people are like, oh, really? So if we can go there and you can hold on to how the locker room was impacted with the contract, I can damn sure stand up and say, I don't think Kyle handled that right, saying Pepper overreacted and basically Debo had a license to do what he did. And then Debo plays like garbage and then leaves and he's a captain and supposed to be a role model. All that stuff is lumped into me.
Bottom line is when Debo Samuel did his thing, they were 500. Like, there has been no turning point. There's been no pivotal moment. They haven't played well and then all of a sudden not played well. They've played the same way all year long.
But it was a sign of frustration.
Yeah, of course it was.
And it's not getting better. No. And now you dipped out and didn't even talk to the media. But do you?
I mean, we can run down the list and just start hammering guys.
I'm not hammering them.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying.
I want to hear him talk after the game.
Why? He's going to say, we still have time. We can get it. We can figure it out.
I want to ask about your game. What's happened to you?
Ball had too much velocity on it.
He might have a few answers that don't have anything to do with him.
Okay, so he should throw people under the bus?
I don't know.
Well, that wouldn't help anybody, I don't think.
He wouldn't catch it.
But the reality of the situation is, to me, the Debo situation. Okay, well, they weren't winning before that, and they were not winning after it. Well, what about Bosa being out and Trent Williams being out? Well, they weren't winning with those guys playing. Like, you can't point to any moment in the season, I don't feel, and say, boy, everything changed then. No, that's the problem with this season is nothing has changed.
Well, you said it changed in the offs coming into the season.
Exactly. And maybe it changed on Christmas. I don't know. Let's go to Tony in Oakland. What's going on, Tony? How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
Hey, so I'm a long time 49er fan. Matter of fact, when I was 17, I watched the catch. So my thing is, I've been watching preseason this season, and I saw Dobbs, and I was like, yo, that is our backup. I ain't seen nothing that Allen dude did, nothing on the field, period. So my point is, I think Kyle plays favorites because you see how Jordan Mason was running just like, and it's like McCaffrey comes, he just shut down. Like, why is Kyle making those type of decisions in moments of as critical as a moment as this is in the season? He just makes decisions. If you watch football, okay, if you watch football play, there's no way that Allen outplayed Dobbs this season. I'm sorry. That's all I got, fellas.
Yeah, we have no idea because Allen and Dobbs have not played. So Kyle made a decision based on how they practice. And maybe he's made the wrong decision. Maybe Dobbs should have been playing.
And probably would have did no better, but he don't have a broken digit on his
and that's the thing. And maybe we should do that. But, every Monday when we come in here and they lose, it's never one thing. And that's why I don't think they're a very good team. I don't think Dobbs wins that game yesterday. Does he make it closer? This is their first
blowout of the season, Stoney.
I don't think if Jordan Mason runs more, they win that game. They may have been better, but...
Well, who's to say if Debo's 87-yard run back to start the second half
and if that's the way you want it, yeah, okay.
We got a ball game.
Well, then bring back the same team, keep doing what you're doing, and hopefully you'll start getting breaks. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
You're asking two different questions, and I know it's.
When are you going to acknowledge that this team's not very good? That's my first question. Why do we all think this team is a 13-4 team when they haven't shown you they're a 13-4 team for the last 17 games, including last year, and the first 11 this year?
You get the benefit of the doubt.
For 17 games.
No, for 5 years. For 5 years and
but they're 8-9.
Okay.
Over the last 17.
Right.
And you still think that they're a Super Bowl contender.
No, I didn't. I don't think they're a Super Bowl contender. I'm perplexed where they're at right now, 5-6.
Well, I can tell you a million reasons why.
They've
gotten old.
From other season.
They've gotten old. Their big players have played 12 playoff games the last 5 years.
And their coaching has gotten questionable.
Okay.
But that's the more important than the age to me.
Well, then do something. If you think the coach is the problem, then they have to make a move. I don't necessarily think the coach is this big a problem. I don't think they have their priorities in order as players.
So you have no problem
I
not
blame
seeing Mason.
70. I mean,
seriously, I'm not. You
listen,
got to have a problem with it.
This is the same issue we talked to Steve Kerr about. If you don't want Steve Kerr to lean on veterans, then you need a new coach because that's who he is. If you don't want Kyle Shanahan to utilize what he thinks is the best running back in football as much as possible, and he needs to split time with Mason, I think then it's fair you need another coach because that's who he is. And that's what has been successful for Shanahan for 7 or 8 years. And I don't think it's as easy as, well, switch it, change it. It's like asking Jim Boeheim, hey, you know what? We're having a bad year. Let's not play that zone that's been a staple of our defense for 25 years. It's like, go ahead and get another coach in here. Get Dan Campbell in here. He likes to utilize 2 backs. But again, I just think it's so much more than who we used at backup quarterback, how many times McCaffrey runs. The defense has not, it's been comprehensive. Again, the defense has not gotten one big stop, it feels like, all year long. The offense has not had one big score, it feels like, all year long.
Well, they stopped Tampa Bay for you to win that game.
All right. Well,
I know it's not a lot, but I mean, so where's Lynch in all this then? If they've gotten old overnight, what's realistic? What can you do? Who do you do?
Well, you know what? And here's the other thing.
Win.
But again,
because you got 6 games left.
During the summer, just acknowledge that during the summer, a lot of people out there were like, oh, you got to just pay Ayuk. You got to just pay Trent. You got to just pay McCaffrey. Well, that impacts your depth. And then you pay these 3 guys, and all of them are subpar. They've all been subpar. So you've not only paid 3 big boys big money, they're not producing, and then your team doesn't have enough depth to withstand injuries, even though, again, your big boys, for the most part, outside of McCaffrey, have been there. Purdy's been healthy. Kittle's been healthy. Jennings has been healthy. Juszczyk's been healthy. Bosa's been healthy. Warner's been healthy. Banks, Brendel, Jair Brown, Lenore, McKivitz, Pooney, they haven't missed a game, those 6. Trent Williams, he's been healthy. Malik Collins, Burford, healthy. It's like Deebo Samuel, healthy. Yes, McCaffrey's been hurt. And if you want to blame it on injuries, you can blame it on injuries. I think it's far deeper and more comprehensive than that. I think they've had plenty of quality players who have been healthy, who should have this team playing with more wins under their belt. That's just me. That's just me. I'm looking at the money makers on the team. And outside of McCaffrey, and even Brandon Ayuk, 7 games he played to start the season. He was not very good. And you know what? I blame him, and I blame Lynch and Shanahan, because they let it get to the point where it ended up getting to. And I think the chickens are coming home to roost. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Hey, picture yourself in a cozy room by the fire, enjoying breathtaking views of Bodega Bay. This time of year is magical at the Inn at the Tides. Special midweek rates start at just $159 per night. Book your escape right now, inatthetides.com. Plus, tune in. Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
There are Black Friday deals, and then there are Kohl's Black Friday deals. Where else can you get 40% off Levi's?
Jacobs in the eye. He'll get it. Jacobs shook it in. Touchdown number 2 of the day.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kyle Shanahan received a multi-year contract extension right before the start of last year. Oh. So Shanahan and Lynch under contract through 2027. 2027. That's this year, and then next year, and then next year, and then next year. So he's got almost 3.5 years left, both of them. Just some info for people.
And they're probably most likely going to finish it out, right? And
I wouldn't say that.
And we don't even know what this season's going to culminate in. But with all the bad, Steiny, I got to just point this guy back out, man. George Kittle, that catch in the end zone. Dude's in the zone right now, and One guy can't win a game. I didn't say it. I'm just giving him his flowers. He's getting older, and it seems like he's getting better, man. Catching the rock. You could count on him, man.
Let's go to Bob. Bob's in the city. What's going on, Bob? How you doing, man?
Hey, it's going on. It's going pretty good, guys. I love the show as always.
Thank you.
Yeah, you asked about solutions.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, I got 3 quick things. But first, the solution is obviously I would have these dudes hitting every day this week when they get back. tackling. Because it seemed like they didn't want to, they didn't want to get hit. They didn't want to hit nobody. So, I mean, it's just like the other caller said, it's the eye test, right? And he made a valid point, I thought, again, for Dobbs and a running back. So it was like, wow, I don't know why would they put the other guy, Allen, in? I mean, he looked okay, but with a broken finger? And plus, Dobbs' legs could probably hurt the other team because he can scramble, he can run. I mean, I remember he had a really good game against us when he was with Arizona. So I don't know. Oh, and then to get to Guru's point, Steve Kerr did the same thing with Draymond Green when he punched what's his name. It's like he made excuses for him. He didn't come out right away and say anything. So I think head coaches cover their star players. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
No, thank you, Bob. Appreciate the call.
I mean, season high, 3 turnovers, missed tackles, Steiny. And I just don't remember a Niner team missing that many tackles that early on in the ball game. And Jordan Love, Steiny, was only 13 of 23 for 163 yards. Could have been more. Dude dropped a wide open touchdown. Who was that?
Watson.
Watson. I mean, man, that ball was right there. But, man, you telling me you down 10 at half, 14 at half? No, 10 at half. Debo gets that run, and that is called back, but that's just like the microcosm of the year. So you're asking me for solutions. I don't know, Steiny, because I don't even know who's going to be on the field Sunday night against Buffalo. And when do you get to a juncture as an organization? I'm not saying they're not. Kyle doesn't strike me as the type of guy, i.e. Christian McCaffrey, that he's going to, Bosa, we'll shut you down for next year. But, I mean, if this thing gets out of hand and the more losses you pick up, but they just don't seem button up, coaching and the play.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the issue is if you think you're in a Super Bowl window, which they thought they were before the year, otherwise they wouldn't have caved in to Ayuk and Trent Williams and McCaffrey, then you got to ride it to the hilt. And for everybody that's saying, well, let's get Mason in there for McCaffrey, I can't imagine that happening until the 49ers are essentially eliminated from the postseason. And that's the problem. When you have veterans that you think can get it done, now you just can't sub in the young players when you're 5 and 6. You have to let this team fail on its own with the veterans that you paid and the veterans who have been carrying you for so long. Well, I don't see. I mean, hell, they're using 6 of the guys who they drafted this past year as rookies, so they're already playing a fair amount. And by the way, that may be an issue as to why they're not better than 5 and 6 is because their young guys used to not be able to get onto the field. Now their young guys are playing. And while they're all having nice little rookie years, there's a difference between having a nice rookie year and being a championship-type team.
Well, look at Pooney. He's had one. He had 3 penalties yesterday. He had 1 on the season coming into that game. Nobody's going to sit here and say he's not been better than Trent Williams. He's been more reliable than Trent this season. So when you talk about the youth aspect of it, Steiny, I mean, they are making contributions, but it sounds like you've been saying you got problems with the guys that got paid that have not even come close to hitting their target in regard to production.
Well, what I'm saying is if Dominic Pooney's let's say he's having a good rookie year. I said it. Okay, he's having a good rookie year. For a rookie, he's having a good year. But he's lined up on the offensive line, and they, as a group, have not been good. Now, I'm not saying it's Pooney, but he's part of it, and so's Trent Williams, and so are all the other guys.
But you can go down the line and see who's playing. The numbers will tell you who's playing better and who's not. A guy that came into what?
But do you understand, like, if you're a rookie having a good year, you're having a good year for a rookie.
Oh,
it doesn't mean you're an all-pro.
No. Well, we don't know if he's not going to be an all-pro. We can't rob him of that. And some rookie.
Why would he be an all-pro on a team that's 5-6 and can't block anybody?
It's not a team award. It's about people can hone in on you doing your individual job.
Okay, so
that's all.
So Pooney's been among the best linemen in all of football?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm not saying don't lump him in with Trent Williams.
It's like Brandon Pajemski. He had a really, really good year for a rookie last year. It doesn't mean he was an all-pro or an all-star. And I don't want to pick on Pooney, but I'm sure he's going to be a lot better in 3 or 4 years than he is now.
No doubt about it. Who's to say he's not on his way to
let's go to Leroy. Leroy's in Oakland.
Oh, Lee.
What's up, Leroy? How you doing?
What's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? How y'all feeling?
Better than your team, man.
Oh, man. You know, when we spoke last week, I knew it was going to be brutal. And y'all remember last week, I was like, I don't have any hope. But here's the thing. And this is a bad thing. Our division is allowing me as a 49er fan to have hope. And that's a shame, man. And that's a shame because I really do think that, and you guys know, I think that dysfunction has set in with this team a long time ago. And I think the players were, character enough guys to not want to throw Kyle Shanahan under the bus and say anything bad about him. But I think, he lost the team along with all those losses he's had in big games. You know what I mean? Going back to the Atlanta days when he was offensive coordinator and lost the Super Bowl to New England. I think the players are like, we trying to do it your way. We trying. And we're coming up short. And you see the players losing focus, man. That's a sign of internal dysfunction among the players when you have all those penalties. And a lot of these guys are deboned, and these are veterans on the offensive line that are having all these penalties. And it's a lack of focus, like they're tuning Kyle out. Because I know they practice hard, but the lack of focus, it's so unprofessional, all these penalties. And to me, it's just a sign of dysfunction. They're tuning Kyle Shanahan out silently. And I don't think Kyle Shanahan knows it because, again, we got character guys as players where they don't want to talk bad about them to the media or throwing them under the bus. But I think it's setting in where, because the lack of focus and then losing all those leads that they lose in the fourth quarter in the sure sign of dysfunction. And I hate it, but we're still in this thing in last place, but one game out of first. This is incredible, man.
Yeah. With 6 left, Leroy. What do you want as a fan? You want a chance, right? You want a chance? I'd take it. You ain't got to apologize for getting in.
But again, like the question I have is give me one or two things that you've seen through either 11 games or the last 17 games that lead you to believe that a switch will be flipped.
Nothing. But who told me Friday, Sonny? Hope's not a strategy. But if you're telling me I get another last chance at that finally manifesting, who wouldn't take it?
Of course you take it, but I don't know that you can count on it right now.
Do you think they tuned him out? Why would they tune him out? Unless they don't believe.
This season has been agenda city from the start. Just like the Warriors.
But they all won and got their way.
They didn't win and they got their way.
Well, I'm talking about the individual negotiations.
Like champions before they won a championship. They were paid like they won the Super Bowl, but they didn't win the Super Bowl. How can you, think about this. You don't win the Super Bowl,
you get
but
there.
you get rewarded.
Well,
now, I'm sorry. It's going to make the next trip to the Super Bowl harder.
But when you look at Brandon Ayuk and where his career was going and the year he had last year up into the Super Bowl.
Right, and he got paid, and he was a shell. Like, I'm not, okay, he got hurt.
But you wouldn't have held on to that money.
For 7 weeks.
I'm with.
Okay.
But now
so the
he's
guy
been gone, and the offense still stinks.
The offense stunk with him.
Okay, but is there a bigger thing going on why there's an odor? Because he can't be blamed.
Yes, he can be blamed. Brandon Ayuk absolutely can be blamed.
No, Steiny, stop.
Oh, so
now McCaffrey.
Brandon Ayuk does not.
Okay, let's talk McCaffrey now.
He can be blamed.
Is he all dried up? Is he done?
I don't know.
Old?
Maybe.
Or is there something going on with the offense as a whole to where everybody's looking dysfunctional?
If you want to say that Brandon Ayuk was not a part of this lost season, then you can
saying that.
Okay.
I see how you ran from the McCaffrey question.
He's been terrible. What do you want me to say? I've said it a million times. I don't know why it doesn't register. Their big boys have not played well. If you want to blame that on Shanahan, you can. I'm just saying, since when does Trent Williams need to be motivated? Or since when does Trent Williams need to be coached a certain way?
Well, that's fair.
Since when does Christian McCaffrey need to be motivated, need to be coached a certain way? I'm just saying. I look at their it's like you can't win if your supposed best players are all having bad years.
And then the guy that becomes one of your best players can't get on the field. That makes no sense.
All right.
But I'm not telling you.
Then, you know what?
You understand, Steiny, it's not NBA. If you got a center, you can't play a center at guard. You can figure out a way, especially when you're supposed to be one of the brilliant minds in this game. And you know how you floored me? You just brought up Detroit. They're running back you. That coach is figuring out Ben Johnson a way to use all the talent in the world. Why is it all just come down to either or? And now the secret's out. Like your offense needs a jump. And you got to jump.
What happened
but
to
he's
the
on
weaponry?
the sideline.
What happened to all the weaponry?
Well,
I thought this was a team with more weapons than any team in football.
I'm starting to question the cook.
Well, I mean,
I'm starting to question the cook.
You know, it's
yeah.
Okay.
George Kittle on line one. Remember, people told me he was average.
You know what?
And he's been the best thing going.
Everybody keep just throwing out, the best roster in football. And nobody questions it. Like, nobody questions it.
There was no reason
How's
to
Fred
not
Warner
question
been the
it,
last
Steiny?
4 weeks?
People are going to hate me. The dude is hurt, and he's not saying anything.
Okay, well, then just
he's
say.
the least of my problem.
Then say, let's just chalk this season up to injury.
That's not how it works.
Well, I know it's not how it works. But if you truly believe that, then you believe that next year you bring back everybody and they should be fine. But I don't think people believe that. Let's go to J-Dog in Boston.
Oh, boy.
What's up, J-Dog?
What's up, guys? Long time. Thanks for taking my call, man. I mean, I'm not starting your safe. Relax. I'm not even going to try to convince you. I know you got the bad case of the Shanahan virus, and, it's almost like I could get a Halloween mask and steal your car as long as I got a Kyle Shanahan costume, and you'd probably look the other way. So I'm not even gonna try that. But I just want to say, like, with not playing Mason, not putting your best players on the field, and Devontae Campbell still on the field, and the defensive coordinator and the special teams coordinator, and like, what is it gonna take for you and these Kyle Shanahan supporters in the media, the Bay Area media, with the lollipop questions? If Kyle Shanahan was in Boston, he would be barbecued. Like, what's going on with the accountability out there? And now it's getting weird with the people like you, Steiny, that defend Kyle Shanahan. And it's like, what is it going to take for you to really even consider moving on? You won't put your best players on the field. Yes. What you really have to understand is, what I don't know if I heard or not, or anybody saying is, Kyle Shanahan can't coach if he doesn't have an all-star team. So this is the time when you got aging players when you really need to coach. And when you got a guy like Isaac Garendo and a guy like Mason that are not getting any time at all, like, how are you supposed to improve your? Where's the development at?
I thought McCaffrey was the best running back in football.
Well, guys get old. Guys take a step back.
Okay.
That's part of the game. That's part of life. You know what I mean?
So,
I'm not the same J-Dog I was in 25. Big Shirley will tell you that. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, you know what I mean? You got to hold them accountable. And I just want to call you, and I'm glad to hear from you guys because it's been a little while. But I just want to say, man, some of the responsibilities got to go on the Bay Area media that's serving Shanahan these softball questions, and you're lucky you're not in Boston, Massachusetts, because you would be barbecued. And Debo Samuel, that's Bush League. You'd be barbecued as well. Thanks for taking my call. I love you guys, man.
I mean, the bottom line is, for 8 games, they played without McCaffrey, and during those 2 months, everybody said, well, maybe when McCaffrey gets back, things will turn around. So McCaffrey comes back, and they use him like they've used him, and things haven't turned around, and maybe now they'll do something different. I don't know. How many games, you know, I mean, were you going to bring McCaffrey back and only use him half the time? I guess that could have been a solution. But again, I'm just what I see, the difference between this team and a winning team isn't spreading carries out to Mason and McCaffrey more. I mean, it might help, maybe. I'm not saying it won't, but to me,
well, you scored 10 points yesterday, and your offense has been impotent before McCaffrey and since McCaffrey's come back.
Well,
and now you got people questioning Steiny, is McCaffrey finished, or does he need to? There's nowhere to run. I don't know how you could say he doesn't look the same. Maybe a step, a little bit slower, but you think Kyle's running him out there if he thought that he wasn't the same?
And the bottom line is, had they used Mason, let's say half the time or whatever, and they go 1 and 2 since he's come back, which they would have, because I don't believe that any substitution or any amount of Mason carries. So now they're 1 and 2, and Mason's still involved. Let me tell you what people would be saying. How come we waited 8 weeks for Christian McCaffrey to come back, and now we don't use him like we're using him in the past?
Well, you're getting that now with Mason. And especially on top of the fact that you're losing these games.
So the bottom line is, you have a player that touches the ball 25 times a game.
Well, he touched it 14 yesterday.
And okay, so what's the problem?
No, I'm wondering where are the other 11?
Well, when you get down 17-0, you can't run 30 times. And again, let me reiterate that.
Let me reiterate that. I don't believe it's the players.
If they would have kept, you don't believe it's the players.
No, they take some ownership, but I believe
that's fine.
That all of a sudden.
Well, then don't go halfway. And
what's halfway?
Halfway is just absolutely lambasting Kyle, but then saying, but we shouldn't do anything. He's fine. I mean, if you really think Kyle Shanahan's the problem, like J-Dog in Boston, then get rid of him.
We don't know where this is going.
I'm talking about the end of the year. Right. I think we know where it's going, don't we? I think we know where it's going.
You never know with sports, man.
The reality is that if McCaffrey would have come back and they kept Mason involved and they won 1 out of the 3 games where McCaffrey's back, we would all be complaining that McCaffrey isn't being used like he normally is being used, and why not? If he's healthy, he's got to play. I don't know, I think the problems are bigger than Mason needs 8 to 10 carries a game. I think that, again, the problems to me are comprehensive. The line is not very good. The defensive line is not very good.
Well, fact.
What's their best position group?
Receiver.
Okay, so it's receiver, and you don't have Ayuk. And Debo Samuel's had a terrible year. And Ricky Pearsall hasn't caught a ball in 3 weeks. But that's your strength. So I don't know what to tell you. I can just go by what's going on the field, and they're a 5-6 team. And if you want to make a change, the change probably has to be Kyle Shanahan. It does. I mean, I'm not saying don't fire him. I'm just saying what if you really think he's the problem, then you got to move on. Let's go to Will in the East Bay. What's going on, Will? How you doing?
I'm doing well today, Steiny. How are you and Guru doing?
Hey, doing well.
In there, man.
Yeah, you guys, you sound good. Always cool to talk to you. I'm going to try to make this point as well as I can. And I'm going to date myself now, okay? There used to be a time in football and baseball where you had players who were very well paid, but they had a hunger. And the reason they had a hunger, because they didn't have these huge guaranteed contracts with a lot of, like I said, the money guaranteed. These guys were playing with a certain hunger to achieve, but it was also a hunger to keep their job next year. And let me just state, I think all these players are worth as much as they can get from ownership. I believe 100% in full enterprise. But when you got a guy hanging around camp who is trying to get an extension, but he's not practicing with the team, and then you got another prominent player who's holding out, the rest of the team sees this. And then the ownership capitulates. They get their money, they get their big bag, and more important, they get the guaranteed contract. So as good as they are, and they've been in the past, they're very comfortable. And my problem is the rest of the team sees this, and this kind of comfort can breed complacency. And I wouldn't bring this up, except it seems like all of their weak spots, all the penalties, the turnovers, the just lack of effort, it's across the board. And I can't help think that maybe it's a much bigger problem, okay? There were players in the past like Brady, and you got a guy playing over there in Kansas City, the best quarterback on the planet. He's not making the most money. He doesn't have the most. But this guy, he's playing to win. He's playing for more Lombardis. He's playing for his legacy and the team's legacy. And it seems now that the money is getting centralized to a few different players. Fine, they're happy. Well, one of those guys is out for the season. The other one's injured right now. And it seems like a team whose big stars are not there, and there's a certain complacency that exists over the rest of this team. I know I'll think of something else later after we're off the line, but I can't help but think that.
Appreciate the call. And maybe, you know what? Maybe it's as simple as this. McCaffrey has been a workhorse for the Niners. We've known that. And then he gets hurt. And he misses 8 games. And so maybe you got to put him back in there to try to be a workhorse for 2 or 3 games. And now maybe Kyle says, you know what? McCaffrey's not really McCaffrey anymore. And now we'll give Mason more of a shot. But I don't think it's too late. I don't think McCaffrey's played 3 games since he's come back. You really think that you're going to allow McCaffrey to play 1 or 2 games, try to get back in his groove and take him off the field that quickly? Yeah, you had to try to give him a chance to be a big part of why this thing would turn around, and he hasn't been able to help. Okay, so now maybe there's another decision to be made in terms of who carries the ball and how often. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. That segment brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for this deal for members and more. Fresh.
So you mismanage the staff, you mismanage the roster, and lastly, the offense. This offense, this prolific offense, in a world where the Detroit Lions are running up scoreboards, running a ton of trick plays, in a world where offenses are changing protections, in a world where quarterbacks and players are being protected, this offense looks stagnant. Kyle Shanahan has mismanaged the staff. That's abundantly clear. I believe he has mismanaged the roster. I believe he's mismanaged the offense. This is the most disappointing season, considering expectations, of the Kyle Shanahan era.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That was Manuel Acho from the facility. Evan, he's feels like he's kind of agreeing with what you said about maybe it's just this team's run its course. It happens.
No, I didn't say the team ran its course. I said it was the lowest point of the contention era.
That's what I meant.
For Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah. You
said it was run its course.
That's true. Yeah. Thanks for the clarification. Appreciate it.
Evan's like, don't try to put that jacket on me.
Is it the lowest point of the Kyle Shanahan era?
It's the most I've questioned them. And I get their injuries, and I was just like, maybe this is not the year, and I get the, how do you term it? The residue of success, but I'm just, man. The fact Jordan Mason is exhibit A on why I'm at his door. I just don't get it. And Steiny, I know it's not one or the other. You get so many certain amount of plays in the football game, and you damn near control that. But to watch Mason lead the league, break tackles, lead the league in broken tackles, and everybody give him his flowers. Nobody's saying don't give McCaffrey any touches, but, man, you got to get in the lab, especially now with these injuries, and trick something up to where they can both be on the field to help your impotent offense, because that's what it is right now.
Yeah, it actually makes sense to me. When you get down 17-0, why would you bring in a running back who is not multidimensional? Like, you're not, if you're down 17-0, I don't think you're going to be able to run. I
don't even buy the malarkey of Steiny. The game starts 0-0. They were doing nothing. Romeo Dobbs and our guy.
Right. The defense is what put them in the hole.
Right, because the offense got the ball and couldn't do anything.
And that you'll see a lot with a backup quarterback playing with a broken finger.
What are you saying that for?
Because he fumbled.
That's an indictment on Kyle. How dare you say that? Just like,
well, I mean, you can blame Kyle.
Just think about that decision, how it sounds. Even if it were high school. How the hell you going to pick a dude with a broken finger on the non-throwing hand, and the Bay Area media didn't even get wind of it? Nobody even
they should have. He was on the injury report.
Well, man,
he was on the injury report quiet. A couple weeks ago.
Again, Steiny, you can start the game with Mason in a formation. You can get creative. That's all we're asking for. And it feels like Kyle on that front is leaving some meat on the bone.
Maybe all you jokers who think you knew football and were calling him a genius before he ever did anything, maybe you should have waited on that.
Well, you're defending the Joker.
I'm defending because the real
Joker is
I'm defending
the
nobody.
Play caller.
Okay, so if you want to put 90% of it on Kyle's doorstep, you're entitled to do that, and I'm sure there's a lot of people that are putting 90% on Kyle's doorstep. I'm not.
And say what you want about yesterday's game. They were lucky. It was still there, down 10 at halftime, getting the ball. And forget the Debo, the punt return call, the kickoff return call back. Just like, how long are you guys going to stay stagnant? And you got McCaffrey out there. You got Debo. You drafted a receiver in the first round because you said he had the goods, and your O-line just feels like it's decimated. I don't know how this team even got to the Super Bowl with this O-line last year. Like, make it make sense. It's on him to get Steiny.
They're older, man.
They just played in January in the Super Bowl.
Right. How did they play? How have they played since Christmas?
So Pearsall's not getting off because he's old?
Well, I don't blame.
He's not getting any targets because he's old?
Pearsall doesn't catch because of Kyle. I mean, is that what you're saying? I guess so.
No, I'm not saying
he's a rookie.
What's off of my metric is he's old.
Stop thinking this is a championship team when you're playing a rookie on the offensive line, a rookie at wide receiver, 2 rookies in the defensive backfield. This is a championship team. Rookies didn't get on the field for this team.
This season was Super Bowl or bust. Am I wrong? You can't move the goalpost. It's Super Bowl or bust.
Okay.
Fred Warner said it. George Kittle said it.
Okay, well, yeah, you can win with playing this many rookies. You can win a Super Bowl with this many rookies. I don't see it.
I'm not arguing that.
Well, why are rookies on the field this year when it was hard for rookies to get on the field the last 3 or 4 years?
Injuries.
Okay. Well, then you're going to pay the price for that. You're going to pay the price for playing rookies.
But that still does not exonerate Kyle Shanahan.
Nobody's exonerating Shanahan.
A lot of people.
I know you want to do that. I said it's comprehensive. What part about comprehensive don't you understand?
This is not insurance. I'm not buying it.
Okay, well, you want to. Okay, then you picked Kyle Shanahan, and I pick everybody. I'm not.
Dude, don't.
No, dude.
Yeah, I know how you get down. Don't put me in no corner. I'm not saying.
I told you what I thought. Their big boy players aren't playing well. If you don't like that,
matters. Steiny and the coach is not coaching.
You're not going to do this.
Miss me
You're
with
not
that
going to do
malarkey.
this. You're not going to.
Evan had to get a new contract, so I'm just going to stink it up. Miss me with all that Disney stuff. And ain't put on a football pad in your life. Be a man and go out there and kick the dude's ass in front of you. You got this old fictitious movie thing like Walt Disney because I'm worried about my contract. That's why the Niners are not performing. They're getting their ass kicked, and their coach is not helping them. Miss me with this.
Okay. I don't understand.
Was in the off season, and he wanted more money, so all the other dudes got mad. Miss me. They're not playing.
Do you think chemistry matters?
Of course it matters.
Okay, well then maybe they're not together, like I've been saying.
So they're not together because what now again, Steiny? Because guys got paid, and the bosses decided to pay the guys.
It sounds like you're upset because you wanted these guys paid, and now it's falling apart.
No, I'm just upset that you keep going to that like it's not.
Well, and
guys got jobs to do. They're underperforming. And I'm just starting to wonder and put the pieces together, starting to just pose the question, how much does the coaching have to do with the team underperforming? And that's why I just went to Ricky Pearsall, not saying he's Lynn Swan, had a couple good games, and all of a sudden he's been Claude Rains, the invisible man. Do you think the defense is taking him away?
Yes.
Or could there be the possibility that his coach is not dialing it up?
It's probably a lot of different things.
Okay.
It's probably a lot of different things. And I don't know when today you heard me say, boy, Kyle's doing a hell of a job.
No,
Kyle's part of the problem. Kyle's part of the problem.
But you keep
I've been saying that all day.
It started in the offseason.
Okay, that's what I believe.
Okay, that's all. I'm stand on it. Okay. That's all. Why are you screaming?
Stand on it.
Because I just said that, and I had to make you respond to that.
Maybe because you haven't heard me say it 5 times already today. Brandon Ayuk set a terrible tone. Trent Williams set a terrible tone.
That's weak.
Okay, it might be weak.
You got a coach. You got all-stars. You got all pros. I don't think that's it.
They're not all pros this year. They're not all pros this year.
They're getting paid like it.
Well, then blame John Lynch. Then blame John Lynch for giving in to Trent Williams when Trent Williams has lost his fastball.
What was your option though, Stoney? You had none, and that's why the guys got paid.
Okay, well then you were damned if you did and damned if you didn't.
But now what?
Now you're 5-6. And you realize you have a team of so-called stars that everybody has said, oh, this team, the weaponry.
I was one of them.
Exactly. So maybe they're not as good as we thought.
Okay, there was a juncture that you thought George Kittle was just average. Can you admit to the masses that you might have been wrong on that? He is actually better than Kyle had been using him?
Maybe one of the reasons he's getting the ball as much as he has is because the other guys aren't doing their jobs like they have in the past. If McCaffrey were doing his job like he has in the past, if Debo were doing his job like they have in the past, and maybe if Ayuk resembled himself at all and were healthy, they might not have to go to George Kittle as much. They could utilize him more in the run game and have the kind of weapon that they had in the last year or two with Christian McCaffrey. But I'm not going to blame Kyle. I'm going to blame Kyle for his responsibility because he's the coach of the team. But I'm not blaming Kyle because they signed 3 of their cog guys and they've all stunk. Like, I can't blame Kyle on that.
That's a fact.
All of a sudden now Christian McCaffrey needs to be coached a different way by Kyle.
But we can do a case study on number 1, formerly 10. What?
Okay, and I don't blame the coach for Deebo Samuel not having a good year. Okay. No, I don't. I don't. I don't believe Deebo Samuel is the same player. I don't see the Christian McCaffrey being the same player. That's just me. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. What's going on, Antonio? How you doing, man?
Not the best. Me personally, man, Kyle Shanahan does deserve some of the blame as far as not drafting Mahomes and not drafting offensive linemen early in the last couple of years. But at the end of the day, man, we're a couple plays away from winning those 3 division games. That hurt us. The pass rush got to get home. The pass rush deserves the blame because those division games came down to the pass rush. Now you got to put the quarterback on his back. But anyway, man, I'll say I'll give Kyle Shanahan 35% of the blame, though. It's just injuries too, man. At the end of the day, your stars aren't playing up to par. You're not going to win. And they start off with bad character, man. For real, I can't stand this. But at the end of the day, our division is so bad, we still got a chance. It's not over to the fat lady thing.
Wow.
Tiny.
Yeah, it's over.
It's not.
Okay, well then.
I mean, from that vantage point, come on.
Okay, you know what? Then calm down. It's not over.
I am calm.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
No, you're not.
I am so calm.
Yeah.
I just hate when you say stuff, you just take it to the bank like it's just matter of fact.
Well, you think it's possible to
do it in a
Kyle
different way.
Shanahan. No. I told you, I've been saying this about the way the offseason started.
It's everybody.
Okay. Well, then what are you mad? Why are you disagreeing with me?
Because I used Pearsall as an example. I used him
Maybe Pearsall's a rookie.
He is a rookie.
Right. Okay. So maybe rookies, what do we know about rookies? They're usually not as consistent as veterans.
Right. I totally get that. But I'm telling you, the way that this has been butchered with Mason and McCaffrey, now that Pearsall all of a sudden has been rendered ineffective to where he can't even get a target, I just scratch my head and say, I wonder if it's the defense. I wonder if it's Ricky. Well, I don't know. I wonder if it's the coach.
Why can't you see it's a million things, Goo? It's a million things. But if you want to lay it at the doorstep of one guy,
it's only because he's the offensive coordinator.
Okay, and how many points did the defense give up yesterday?
The most they have in a long time.
So the 49ers, they would have had to score 39?
First time the guy got 100 yards in a million years, Donnie. It was bad, but they still were within 10 points at halftime. That defense, I get it.
So what are you saying? They were in the game or they weren't?
They were in the game, but the offense can do anything.
Well, then a pretty good effort then. With a backup quarterback.
With a broken finger on the other non-throwing hand.
Well, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Let's go to Dr. Pigskin. What's going on, Dr. Pigskin? How you doing?
Hey, gentlemen. I think there's some super obvious things, but can I have a minute to dig a little deeper on where this year got away from us?
Go ahead.
Obviously, injuries. Injuries are obvious. I love Jordan Mason like Goo. He was on my fantasy team, but he was on it because I lost McCaffrey. So you always got to go that way. But I don't want to get into that one. So the Niners for the last 2 or 3 years have been not the defense is the problem. I know everyone loves to talk about the offense. The problem is their defense is way off what it used to be. Now, every year, they go for the bigger guys, stars, offense, Tiny, Goo. They have defensive line guys each year. They go out, they get a Charles Menahue. They get an Arden Key years ago. And they'll get 3 new guys every year. One of them will do really well. And they'll always let him go with free agency. There's another defensive end they had got from the Rams besides the Menahue. I can't think of that left went to Kansas City.
Leonard Floyd?
Leonard Floyd has been awful this year. He hasn't helped us. But I don't know. They're not keeping up on the defensive line. That was the strength of this team. They never had to blitz because their front four put on a rush. Okay, Greenlaw, I love that guy, and I think he is the soul, him and Warner, of the defense, and they have missed him immensely. And not only is he missing him, they put in Campbell, who's been pretty awful.
Yeah.
And Winter hasn't developed. Now you get to the secondary. poor Travarius Ward. My heart breaks for that family. He's gone. That's a huge thing. They lost their safeties. I would have brought Gibson back another year so you could replace him. They lost to Hufunga. Their defense has been tragically beat up, lost. If you had a good defense, you stay in the game until your offense gets it going. Now, to deny these injuries is a part of it. It's just ridiculous. Of course it's a part of it. Fire Shanahan, see how many teams line up to get him. Let McCaffrey go, see what happens in the rest of the league. I like Jordan Mason a lot. I also like Eli Mitchell, but you got to play who's not hurt. One thing you didn't say, Goo, and again, I had him on my fantasy team, I know, Mason got hurt. He was playing great. He got hurt. So he got hurt just when McCaffrey came back. McCaffrey's not right. His first game was good, and then yesterday Tom Brady says, they're just not getting any yardage on the left. Oh, because they might be missing the best left tackle in the NFL. Come on.
But even when he was there, friend, Trent wasn't lighting it on fire. I get you, appreciate the call. But also, you didn't mention Eric Armstead, who I thought was public enemy number one. I tried to run him out of town thinking they didn't need him, and it looks like they miss him. That's just a thought, Stoney. So, and again, it's not, and I guess, Stoney, you got me hot because you're making it feel like it's an NBA game. One of you two are playing point guard and the other's got to sit. I'm not saying that, but sprinkle in what's been obvious to everybody, that you got a talent. You got thunder to McCaffrey's lightning. Why? And when you only score 10 and you're not doing much and you're scoring 7.5, I think it's just fair game. Not he should be fired, Kyle, but to question the coordinator like, dude, I thought you were one of those dudes. And right now when they need you most and you're without, but all the people telling me McCaffrey now is Pee Wee Herman in the backfield, he's slow. I'm just like, it's traffic everywhere he goes. And the O-line is not blocking.
I mean, and
like, Stoney, this can be scary. If this is who they are, this is not going to
I don't understand why you would think it's not who they are, Gil. That's what I don't understand.
Just in the Super Bowl. And that's why they gave $30 million to IU.
And this is what I mean. We use all these phrases that we think what I thought the NFL was a year-to-year league.
Well, it is.
Okay. Well, then you can get old in a hurry and you can get complacent.
But the last 4 years,
if you're not
we
as
didn't
hungry,
see him get this old.
Right. That's right. We didn't.
But who would have bet that this would have been the year?
I would have.
Well, you would have been different, Stoney. And it's still, you wouldn't have won
There were a lot of people that said this team's getting older.
And I said I was worried about, does it catch up to you?
Well, it has, don't you think? Why did they, seriously? Like, everything they've done, all right, is part of part of what has led up to this.
Right.
Right. So, Brandon Ayuk, hurt him. McCaffrey, hurt him. Trent Williams has hurt him.
Totally.
Pearsall getting shot, hurt him.
Totally.
Okay. Well, that's why you're 5-6.
And your
quarterback
of the Lord
has regressed.
Now, okay.
The defense cannot get off the field.
Why has my quarterback regressed?
Because maybe we crowned him Joe Montana too soon. Right. Because when I'm saying, the guy still only has started 34 games. That's not even two. That's only two full seasons. Yeah. It's not like he's a seasoned veteran.
Okay, just real quick with that same mindset, Stoney, that thought process. One guy that deserves the crown, and we have all given it to him, is Fred Warner. Now we all can look each other honestly in the face and say, Fred doesn't look like Ray Lewis.
And is that Kyle's fault?
No.
Okay.
But is it Sorensen's fault?
Maybe.
Or, you guys laughed at me because I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe he's on one leg.
Okay. If you're saying I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt, he's playing on one leg, then don't ask what's wrong with Warner. He's playing on one leg. He's not the player he was at the beginning of the year. That gets you beat when there's 5 or 6 guys like that. I'm not
saying it doesn't.
Let's go to Aaron in San Jose. What's up, Aaron? How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you guys doing today?
Hey.
Doing well.
What's up? So I'm not one of those guys who are like fire Shanahan as the head coach, but I definitely think we should fire Shanahan as the offensive coordinator.
Man.
I mean, everybody wants to praise him and like, oh, wow, he's so great. But if you look at Andy Reid, and sure, it's Matt Nagy as his quote-unquote offensive coordinator, but the point was about Andy Reid is there's been more than one guy in the room to kind of be the end-all, be-all. You know, this team is a mess because of Kyle. It all points back to Kyle. John Lynch is there kind of, I guess, a de facto GM because we don't really hear from him. We all know everything runs through Kyle. So it's kind of not fair to, you throw Sorensen, another defensive coordinator, under the bus. But when it's come time to critique the offense, everyone's all, well, so the players got to play. The players got to play. But when it's about the defense, it's about coaching. So I think we just need to take Kyle off his pedestal, kind of take some of his power away. And sure, if he earns it and, balls out and the team is great, give it back to him. But there's got to be something done with Kyle to show some kind of accountability. The guy is not the quarterback whisperer. Everyone keeps, oh, he's so great with quarterbacks. I think he's like 9-31 without Jimmy G or Brock. Like, what has he done? Like, who has he drafted? And people like, oh, well, there's 30 other teams lining up to get him. Who's going to get Kyle after seeing this offense? Like, who is it lining up to be? If you think a team without all the all pros he has in San Francisco is going to be lining up like a Jacksonville Jaguars, how is Kyle going to make the Jaguars better with a less professional, like a less skilled team?
Well, I'll tell you this for Kyle, nothing stands out or shines brighter on his resume to me, and I understand how you feel, that he took Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, the last pick in the draft, and these are facts, and Jimmy Garoppolo, we remember him in Vegas, to a Super Bowl and almost won both. He didn't, but come on, man. That's almost a miracle in itself.
Well,
man,
what?
I don't forget. Hey, you didn't win. And you may never win, but I can't sit here and act like that didn't happen. And he had nothing to do with it. And that's why he got his name. And his chest was sticking out.
So did he become a bad coach?
No, but this is not right, what's going on offense in regard to, forget the result of the plays, Donnie, who you're using and how you're using them. He can be questioned.
You know who else can be questioned? Whoever coaches the defense and whoever coaches special teams.
The last guy got fired. Okay. This guy seems to be getting a pass.
Is that Kyle's fault? Should he have kept Wilkes? Then you can blame Kyle for that. That's fair. I'm just saying the offense hasn't been good, the defense hasn't been good, and the special teams have been worse.
But Kyle answers to himself, Donnie, so he's not going to – it's like Jerry Jones. He's not going to fire himself. He can fire Wilkes. He can throw him under the bus in the media, but there's nobody in this organization in regard to taking the duties away from Kyle. He's got the power.
You're really going to fire Kyle? Are you really going to try to keep Kyle Shanahan and say you can't call plays?
I'm not there yet.
Because you got 6 more weeks of ranting and raving about how lousy he is?
No, 6 more of what if they pull it off?
Let's go. 888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers 5-6 after yesterday's loss. What's coming up next? On the game is presented by Fremont Bank. 888-957-9570 is the number. What do you do if you're the San Francisco 49ers right now? You're 5-6, and you go into Buffalo against a team that right now is 9-2, and they'll be coming off a bye week.
Sunday Night Football.
So the San Francisco 49ers now 5-6. They're in last place in the Western Division, the NFC West. Still just a game out. We'll have to see what happens. Let it play out, and I don't know. What do you think? Can they turn it around, or is this year a lost cause? What's coming up? Presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. 49ers in a shambles.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2.
Incomplete. McKinney knocked it away from McCaffrey. And the Packers take over on downs.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports. Niners get beat 38-10 to the Packers. They dropped to 5-6. And they didn't do a lot right yesterday. How you feeling about Purdy right now? Brock Purdy. He make any money yesterday?
Yeah, he did, unless we find out that shoulder is more than just a 1-week injury. I don't know if you've heard anything, Donnie, but my goodness, they are going to need him Sunday night, and if they don't, and he's out multiple weeks, I'm just thinking out loud, what does that do to the money if this is a serious injury and he's not available? But they damn sure missed him if that's what you're getting at.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it, too, is, look, the offensive line, to me, has been poor.
Yeah.
They've been poor.
They have, man.
Okay, and that has affected the entire passing game, and it's one of the reasons why Brock ran 51 times already this year, compared with 39 all of last year.
All right.
And so that's impacted the running game, the passing game, because and defensively, their defensive line can't stop the run, so they can't get off the field, and their defense hasn't looked great. I mean, to me, now, if you want to say, well, that's on Lynch and Shanahan for not drafting offensive linemen and defensive linemen or having enough depth up there, that's fine. But if we always say, hey, the game's won and lost in the trenches, well, then we should understand why they're 5-6.
And why McCaffrey, just to that point, kind of looks pedestrian, but I'm shocked at all the people saying he don't look the same. It's hard to look the same when there are no holes.
It's also hard to look the same when you've missed 8 games, didn't have a training camp, and now you've played 3 games. I mean, why should we have expected more out of McCaffrey when we saw what happened to Brandon Ayuk when he missed all of training camp? And how did he look in his first 7 games?
But there was part of me, Stoney, that thought he was going to be fresher, like this could be a good thing. Like, does he look different to you? Like the same burst? Because I don't even see when he needs to hit the turbo.
No, he hasn't had training camp, and he's hurt. And he missed 8 games because of an injury. He didn't have any training camp. Maybe we're foolish to think that he was going to come back and look like McCaffrey of old. Let's go to Mike in Hayward. What's going on, Mike? How you doing, man?
Hey, Scotty, I usually agree with Guru, but I'm all on the same page you are, Scotty. Everything you're saying is right on point. Right on. You can't expect him to do something with nothing, okay? That's what it is. So same thing with the Warriors. They had this high. They paid all this luxury tax. They couldn't even make the play in, right? Now they readjusted their money, right? They made a move, got rid of Clay. They brought in 2 players. They made the right adjustments, and now they're winning. We'll see how it works out. But that's the 49ers got to do the same thing. They paid all this money out, and then it didn't work out. Paying more money don't mean don't accumulate the W, right? So so I'm standing here right on target with everything. And I never expect McCaffrey to come back off that kind of energy, be really a little good anyway. And the line, if they haven't put money into the line, they've been paying all these guys, all these big play guys, all the money. And now they're not performing for whatever reason it is, but it ain't happening. So they're going to have to do the same thing. The Warriors today have to readjust what they're doing with their money. Just go tell them what they need to do. And that's a good thing about the record that they have. It's going to tell them what they need to do. And that's all you can really ask for is the fan.
So you're done. You don't care about winning the division, limping into the playoffs, it sounds like. That doesn't interest you.
I look at it like this. Okay, we had our time. We had our due time to go to the Super Bowl twice. We've been up there. We had our opportunities. We didn't cash in on them. That's the whole bottom line. If they had 4 Super Bowl rings, Google, you wouldn't be saying like that, talking like that.
Right.
But they don't. So look at that point. That we were there, we didn't do it. Why didn't we do it then? What was the reason why we didn't do it those times? It's the same reason why we didn't do it this time. Add that to what we got going on now. They have to readjust everything. The money, maybe they need offensive linemen. It might be even more time. They won't pay Trent Williams all that money. He hella good, but maybe he ain't the same Trent Williams.
Appreciate the call, Mike. This is George Kittle on how optimistic is the team feeling right now?
I mean, we're not where we want to be by any means. Losing by 28, that's horrible. We don't want to do that by any means. Obviously, you got to watch the tape. And I think our first 2 drives, penalties backing us up, kind of put our defense at a disadvantage. I think they were it felt like they were on the field the entire first and part of the second quarter. So time possession was tough. I feel like it's something that I try to emphasize every single week. Like, hey, what are your goals of victory? Hold on to the ball, run the ball a ton, don't turn the ball over. And I don't think we did any of those 3 things tonight. So I think that's why we lost like that. We had 3 turnovers in the second half. They were 5 for 5 in the red zone. That's really tough. Hard to win on that as well. But no, my optimism is not broken by any means. We still have a lot of very talented players. We will get some guys back. And I still have full trust in this coaching staff to put our guys in position to make plays. And we got no worry about that. But definitely uphill grind. And gonna see what we're made of, which I'm looking forward to.
That's George Kittle. Says he's still optimistic.
Yeah, let's hope he's right. We'll get the guys back. And when you get them back, because it might be too late. Because this just me. This is not a Brandon Allen thing, Stoney, but I got to see him. We all did. There's no way in hell you're going up to Buffalo without Brock Purdy winning that game.
Well, you never know.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Rome. Rome is in the 650. What's up, Rome? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I just want to talk Shanahan about his accountability issues. Ever since 2020 Super Bowl, I want to compare him to McVay's Super Bowl loss. So after post-game Shanahan's Super Bowl loss, he took no accountability for any of his not running the ball with Mostert at the end of the game after setting NFL records in the champ game, the game before. He said he called perfect plays. Guys were open. It just didn't happen. He took no accountability for that loss. You look at McVay's Super Bowl loss post-game, he took all accountability. He said if he could do things different, he would. I think that's the difference in a leader. That's why you see the team kind of faltering now, because there's no accountability from the top, from Shanahan with himself. And it's been falling apart since I think since that Super Bowl loss in 2020. You see the champ game. I would have got rid of Shanahan after the Rams blown NFC Championship game in I forgot what year, 2022 or something. And he's just the perfect drive was last Super Bowl. Last Super Bowl, it's 3rd and 4 with 2 minutes left. The Chiefs have only 2 timeouts. Oh. It's 3rd and 4 with the game on the line. It's tie game. You're almost in field goal range. And you got to just say, you know what, Mahomes is heating up. We saw this before. When Mahomes is heating up, if you give him the ball back, he's going to drive down, either tie the game or win the game. And you got to say, I'm going to win the Super Bowl right here, right now. This is a 2-down drive. We're going to go for it on 4th down. You run the ball with your best running back at the time. I mean, this guy was the best offensive weapon all year last year. And you got to just run the ball on 3rd and 4, get it to 4th and short. You open the playbook. You get that 1st down right there, you win the Super Bowl. It's no doubt about it. You get that 1st down, but he played not to lose. And that's just the Shanahan way. And we've seen it time and time again. The team is – there's just no accountability. You saw with the Debo thing with the place kicker, that he's like – You gotta hold Debo accountable there. You hold your place kicker, accountable. Everybody gets, but there's just no accountability from the top. I think John Lynch has done a wonderful job. He's not perfect. I would love to keep John Lynch. I think he's a great GM. Obviously, he made some missteps on the way, but he's never had that kind of job before. So I want to give John Lynch another chance. But Shanahan, this is a great offseason to really look around the league and really find your next head coach with Brock Purdy. Because I think Brock, he's a really good QB. He has things that you can't really teach, the tangibles. And I really like Brock. If you just kind of do a little mini rebuild, get a new head coach, fresh message. I just think that's why you see Ayuk, like you guys said, 5 minutes after the Super Bowl, he's talking about money. This isn't a family anymore. You know what I mean? It was back in 20. And I'm tired of hearing Shanahan took Jimmy G to the Super Bowl. What a genius. How great is that? That defense was a top 5 defense of all time, maybe. Top 10 all time. Like, throughout NFL history, that defense in 2020 was no joke. You could have had Trent Dilfer at QB and probably won that Super Bowl. So, a lot of people give Shanahan a little too much credit. I mean, obviously, he's a really great offensive mind. But, he was great when Debo was in his prime, right? He had him in that motion offense, the sweeps,
all right.
We get it. Hey, put some respect on Jimmy's name. You're a quarterback, you can't hide him in the NFL. Jimmy and Brock did what they did and needed to do to get there. You got me thinking about this rookies too. I gave you the point like tennis because there's a lot, and I'm sure that's not how they dialed up. But Stoney, when listening to him when they went in 2019, Debo and Bosa were a rookie.
Yeah, I think Bosa was a little bit different.
Right. Well, obviously he was top pick, but I don't know where you go from here. And you told me you did say bring up Lynch. Well, how much credit or blame does he deserve if the people out there think these guys have gotten older overnight? You didn't think Ayuk got older overnight, so that doesn't count. He just got hurt. And before he got hurt, he wasn't playing. But the Trent Williams, who would have said no? That's
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe somebody.
But what would that have meant to your team?
I don't know. You might still be 5-6,
and that's what I believe.
Which is what
nobody in the building thought was even feasible.
Well, that's ridiculous.
5-6.
The guy's 36 years old, and he was coming off not one of his best years.
Well, good enough to get all pro again.
Okay. Part of the NFL is knowing when to play a guy and know when a guy's going downhill.
Man.
And, I also think I do think this team's got a leadership void on the team. Because when I really look at it, I'm going to be honest with you, the only leaders I see on the team are Warner and George Kittle. I don't think Debo Samuel's a leader.
I took
Brock
his seat
Purdy,
yesterday.
I don't believe can be a big-time leader yet.
He ain't seasoned enough.
Ayuk, he ain't a leader. Leaders don't act like he acted after the Super Bowl. I don't think McCaffrey's a leader. I think he's just a player. He reminds me of Chris Mullen. He just does his job.
And that's okay.
Christian McCaffrey, well, it's okay if you have a lot of lead. Is Trent Williams a leader? I don't know.
I wonder how he would answer that.
You know what?
Well, when he's on the field.
Yeah, I'm sure he'd say he's a great leader.
I'll tell you.
And I'm sure he's saying he had a great year, too.
I'm interested to get your answer to this. You can have the C all day, and I know there's a process to getting the C on your chest and be the captain. But when you saw the Niners at full strength and that bravado on display, there were two dudes leading the boombox, and that was Debo and Trent.
Front runners.
Wow.
Front runners.
Wow.
What if?
No, I felt runners? Like that thing with Pepper.
Like how
keep bringing it up. That was front running.
How have they handled adversity? Those two guys.
They have not, and Debo yesterday ran from it.
All right. Then
front running.
Then we're answering our own question about whether they're great leaders or not.
I'm worried about this software. They could win the division, but if you're right, and I'm looking at what I'm looking at, Steiny, this could get scary or more difficult to get right back. And it starts with the quarterback. Nobody right now besides the Niners know if this dude is injured for the next 4 to 6 weeks, if he's done for the season, or will he be back Sunday? We all want to see the Niners make the playoffs, but they have Brandon Allen, again, didn't play bad, didn't play well enough. This offense has been limping even when it had its starting quarterback.
Been limping for over a year. 17 games.
I don't know why I always hate that, but what did you say? It's just the Raven game. Last year, Christmas.
I mean, that's the other thing. I mean, even and this is where. So you said, oh boy, this could get scary. I'm talking about for the next year or two.
No, for real.
Well, who in the hell just expects in the NFL a team's going to be good for 5 years? Where do fans get off just thinking that we're entitled to have great years in and year out?
Well,
you had a run.
Different. Yeah.
Now you've gotten a lot older. Guys aren't as hungry. You're 5-6. Your so-called key guys aren't playing well.
But you're right.
Okay, so guess what? You may have to. It's called the cycle of sports. You don't just get to win.
In the mirror. There's no, and I'm not saying you are. Nobody coming into this season looked at the Niners like that yet. Well, but now you can. But nobody had I think this has been a nightmare season, especially just with Ayuk. We give him $30 million. We really didn't want to. We almost traded him. Oh, my gosh, he's gone. And we still owe him. Trent Williams, you gave him that bag.
So you're answering all your questions right now.
But with all that said, Steiny, I don't think there's anybody that thought, Vegas included, that they would get old fast and hurt this quick.
Well, then everybody
and their quarterback taking a step back. Because I don't even know. I'm being honest with you on this Monday. Well, I don't know what category to put him in.
Well, that's kind of the thing.
He's done.
Like that's kind of the thing. That's the other thing too. It's Brock Purdy had 2 good years. 2 good years.
Yeah.
Like
I said,
nobody allowed for the possibility that he may be a tick less this year.
Well, how'd they look without him yesterday? He made some money.
Did he? And that's the other thing. You know, okay, if you think this is fine, go pay Brock Purdy, reset the market with Brock Purdy, and come back next year. It's a gap year, if you believe that.
Well,
I don't believe
that. Left tackle going to hold up next year? Is McCaffrey time off going to do him well? Because he had 8 weeks. I can't wait, man. I just
don't understand how in football people think that success is just going to be given, especially in football. The minute you lose a sliver of your hunger, you're not going to be in football.
That's heavy. Damn.
Not in football. You can't get away with that. But you
didn't tell me they were going to do that. I'm just saying, Niner fans didn't know. They were going off of what they've seen and been accustomed to. We're West Coast version of the Chiefs without the bling.
Okay. And they have a guy named Patrick Mahomes.
And Andy Reid.
I mean, anybody, you know, it's everybody. Why is everybody surprised now when nobody liked what was going on in the offseason? Nobody.
I assumed winning, and I thought that was the best deodorant.
Let's go to Steve in San Mateo. What's up, Steve? How you doing?
Good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So I think we have a lot of very good discussions right now, but the problem is we're at 5-6. Special team cost us at least 2 games this season. We could have been at 7-4 or 8-3, 2 to 3 games. So the problem is not all the Shanahan this and that, is the special team coach who hasn't delivered at all. They should have gotten rid of him. It can't get any worse. My prediction is they keep this team. They're going to keep grabbing on returns, keep fumble, keep hitting each other. You know, let people block into the receivers. I mean, they're crazy. Like they're high school special team. So get rid of it. All this other discussions are long-term solutions. You can immediately fix the special team.
Yeah.
Kickers, we drafted a long kicker. It can hit between 40 to 50 because he's not accurate enough. And the special team coach drafted him out of Michigan. He's buddy with Shanahan. That's simple solution. I don't know why we don't just go implement something. We still have the season to salvage.
Yeah, he's still Steiny. I get it. Because at the end of the day, nobody said what it was going to look like. It's been pretty. You've had the number 1 seed last year. But, man, could you imagine somehow they get their act together? And I know you haven't said it. What Niner fan wouldn't take it? Winning the division.
Wouldn't take what?
Winning the division and getting into the playoffs.
Everybody would take it.
Yeah.
What are you asking?
Well, we're acting like there's a funeral and there's still 6 games to go, but you play Buffalo Sunday night. You don't know who's in or out. I just don't see that happening, but if it did, is where I'm going. All in all, Ayuk and everything that you talked about, you know, starting the season with, sign me up. And that sounded like a fan that was like, that's still possible.
It is possible.
It's highly.
But there's no evidence that they're going to do it.
There you go.
That's the problem.
And yesterday was ugly, man. You got nothing from the offense.
You lost to the Rams, and they didn't have Nakua and Cobb.
Steiny,
we knew early in the year nothing was right.
You were right with that.
Rick in Anaheim. What's up, Rick? How you doing, man?
How's it going, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
I think you guys are both making some pretty good points.
Hey, Rick, you got to call back. Rick, you got to call back. We got a terrible connection.
Yeah.
Absolutely real bad real bad connection.
But for Sorensen, because I think Snyder's fired as a special team coach. I don't think he's coming back. This just been ugly and it's not done. But Steiny, when you see the amount of missed tackles by a collective, the defense yesterday, is that just the Warriors throwing the ball away and have 20 turnovers? It's just a bad night, nothing would occur? Or do you look at the coach?
I look at everything.
I don't know. Like, so much of me, and it's hard, I'm not going to say they quit, but I've never seen them miss those many tackles like they did yesterday in a game to keep their season alive.
How many running backs run as hard as Josh Jacobs?
Well, should that matter?
Yes, it does matter. You got to give credit to Josh Jacobs because he was running over the 49ers.
Well, damn.
And
I do like him.
I mean, what's happened to Fred Warner?
Wow. But we could put 8 other names on that list.
That's why I don't single out one guy. Nobody's having a good year on this team.
Kyle, Brock,
but for 2
Trent.
guys. This is Kyle. How did Brandon Allen play?
I thought Allen, from what I saw, first of all, we all got embarrassed. No one played that great. But Brandon, I thought he did some good things. I thought he made some big throws, just the plays I can think of. Had a rough one in the beginning that he threw to them. They dropped 2 plays. He just slipped on that field that, hurt us. But I thought Brandon made some big throws and stuff and gave us a chance.
I appreciate the beginning of that, Donnie. Like, no, we're all in the same boat, just like what you said. But you got to come down my road, but you got to get your cleats right. The running back can slip. The receiver can slip, not the QB. But I know what happens. But, man, that's why you go out there and warm up, man. It's chess, not checkers. Love plays there, so he knows what Stacey Adams to use.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49er fans, we're taking your temperature. Let's go to Bernie in San Francisco. Hey, Bernie, how you doing, man?
Good. How are you?
All right.
Doing well.
Well, fans expect teams to be good for 5 years when they have a good NFL coach. That's usually the case. Look at Mike Tomlin. His offense is fucking awful the last.
Yeah. Well, come on, man.
Yeah. Tomlin's been there quietly forever.
Yeah.
1 chip.
Yeah. So think about that. If you want to get rid of Kyle Shanahan, because I'll tell you, you make enough noise, you might be able to get rid of him.
But again, I gave you that relationship advice. Forget what the person you're leaving is going to get. Focus on you. Are you going to be better off? I don't want to hear people, 30 teams will be lined up. Well, 30 teams are not in a relationship with the coach like the Niners are. That means nothing to you. What are you going to get? And don't be afraid to do it because you're afraid to find somebody that might be better. I don't know.
Go get Belichick.
Would you do it? I would do it in a second.
Well,
he knows how to close. Do you laugh like I'm making up? Like,
he also got to coach Tom Brady. Greatest quarterback of all time. I don't know what he would do here.
Don't you think he learned from Brady, too, to give that to whoever the quarterback is?
Yeah, but okay. Right. Fire Kyle and bring in Belichick.
I didn't say that. If you had that opportunity, I'd do it.
Well, they do have the opportunity. They could absolutely do it, couldn't they? He's not working. Belichick's not working.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, seriously.
Monday nights with tonight he's
Go bring in Belichick. But I don't know if that's going to work or not. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Safe holiday travels start at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians, they check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for their members. And as always, earn 4 times reward points on hundreds of exclusive offers with your Safeway app. Fresh Signature Farms turkey, 9 to 24 pounds for just 87 cents per pound.
Marcus Van Ness got the sack. Packers get it back.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Burkhardt, Fox Sports, on the call. 38-10. Niners get beat.
Say what's real, that's a blowout. 17-0.
Teddy Bruschi from Get Up this morning. What do you think of the San Francisco 49ers performance?
You describe San Francisco as sort of the Cincinnati of the NFC. So close, so many times, coming up short. At some point, it just takes a lot out of you.
It's a lot of long foul balls in the playoffs, losing at various different rounds, and all of a sudden you're playing extra games, and all of a sudden now you're getting everybody hurt, and you really don't have any validation in terms of what all the work was for. Okay, they look tired. They look tired. They look like they've been playing a lot of football games, losing the quarterback, losing the D-line, everybody. You're not tackling well. That's just like, it's such a long season. It looked like they were tired.
He won a couple Super Bowls, right?
Yeah. Manti Te'o said the same thing, but he saw it in preseason. Hey, look, they're a game back. And Steiny, I always said I'd rather be one of those teams to where I could benefit from being in something kind of twisted or unconventional, and that's what the NFC West is. So, damn, in a year where they're not playing their best football, they got a litany of injuries, they're a game back. I'm just saying now, I don't know what's going on or who's going to be available, but if Brock – ask me who the most important piece that they're missing right now.
Who's the most important piece they're missing?
Brock Purdy.
And he missed one game this year.
But I feel like so if they can get him back and minimize that,
well, but
they'll be better off to try.
And that's what I've tried to been, when we talk about the injuries. Purdy's been healthy. Kittle's been healthy. Jennings has been healthy. Juszczyk's been healthy. Bosa's been healthy. Warner's been healthy. Aaron Banks has been healthy. Brendel, Brown, Lenore, McKivitz, Pooney, they've all been healthy. Bernardo Green's been healthy. Trent Williams has been healthy. Malik Collins has been healthy. Ayuk played the first 7 games. They were ordinary. Deebo Samuel's been healthy. That's a lot of star power. Yeah. That is a lot of star power that's been healthy for the San Francisco 49ers. So if you're going to blame injuries, that's fair, but then you also have to blame Kyle and the players for not being able to overcome injuries like other teams have been able to overcome injuries. Because to my way of thinking, all those guys should be enough to get you better than 5-6. But they haven't this year. Lost a couple games maybe they shouldn't have. And now you had to play a game yesterday where you probably had no shot of winning realistically with a backup quarterback. And
you might have even lost with Brock the way you've been playing.
Oh, I don't think they win that game. You think Brock could have scored 39 points?
No.
I mean, I don't know.
Why would I think this offense is capable of that and that you couldn't, you haven't done it.
Let's go out to Paul in Cupertino. Hey, Paul, how you doing?
Hey, guys. I actually feel Shanahan is a good coach, but not good enough. So he can win a lot of games with average teams. And I think the problem is that now even that changes because teams have caught on to how he plays, and I think it's his strategies seem uninspiring and kind of beaten down the road. I think he's still a good coach. He just needs to be a little bit more adaptive, and also, his player selection. I know you just rolled off quite a few stars, but the O-line and the D-line both are lacking any real presence other than Trent Williams. So, I think that's where the crux is. It's uninspiring plays. They're just running Christian McCaffrey again and again without any results. Actually, I'm not sure about this, but it almost sounds to me, Christian McCaffrey looks like the Klay Thompson of the 49ers now. Hopefully he recovers, but
Yeah, I don't know if he will or not.
But Clay?
925.
Y'all hard out here, man.
Purdy can do no wrong. They look the same with and without Purdy. Stop putting him on a pedestal.
I'm not.
And then the next 650 says, what? Jordan Love was not impressive. We absolutely win that game if Purdy plays. Okay. Well, then there's nothing really to see here.
And that just goes back to being down 10, and you think Purdy would, hit a couple people in stride or whatever. But, hey, look, the bottom line is it hasn't been good when Purdy's been upright. So we'll leave that there. And somebody's coming at me from the 307, Stoney. I didn't say Kyle should be fired for Belichick. I'm just saying he's out there, and we talked about it. But as far as this defense and Sorensen, and I mean this, Stoney, I've seen enough, and yesterday's a big part of this. If Wilkes can get ran after 1 year, so can this man. And Robert Saleh is out there. So I'll say that.
888-957-9570 is the number. What's McCaffrey have to say about all this and this team being at 5-6?
There's always a fight. It's one game at a time. Each day you got to wake up, look yourself in the mirror, and get better, whether you win or lose. And speaking for me personally, that's what I'm going to do.
All right. So McCaffrey's going to look in the mirror.
Okay. Just make sure every one of his teammates does the same thing.
He fumbled yesterday. Game was over, but he made a mistake.
I had a flashback to the Super Bowl. And then I was like, he was down. He wasn't. Did anything go right yesterday? Outside of Kittle.
Made a kick.
Kittle making a
Moody
nice
made
catch.
A
couple of nice catches. Yeah.
Let's go to Matt in Sacramento. What's going on, Matt? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Listen, I just think the 49ers, if you fire Kyle Shanahan, sure, there's a shot you could get a better coach than him, but there's also a shot you could get another Jim Kelly or not Jim Kelly, but Chip Kelly or Jim Tomsula. Like, I just think Kyle Shanahan, to me, he deserves at least one more year.
Yeah, he's going to get it.
I mean, I don't think Kyle Shanahan's going anywhere.
And
contract runs through 2027.
I just want to know if Stoney, does he even look at this team and its ineptitude without the excuses of the obvious, the injuries, and look at and do just what his running back said he's going to do for himself. Look himself in the mirror and say, am I maximizing this vessel that is my offense? Am I using it right? Or is he one of those? Frank Sinatra, Stoney, I'm doing it my way. It worked. I don't care if we're having some turbulence. I'm not changing. I wonder.
Maybe he can't change.
And
they never
hired people out there.
They never hired Phil Jackson to coach an expansion team.
Wow.
He needed a certain kind of team. Again, if you think he's lost his fastball, then what are you going to do? If you really think Kyle Shanahan's lost his fastball, then what does Jed York do? I mean, he got an extension before last year started. So he's under contract along with Lynch through 2027.
And he earned that.
Okay. Well, then we got to live with him. Let's go out to Peter in San Jose. Wants to talk about Deebo Samuel. What's up, Peter? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great, and I feel like I have a lot to talk about here, and I'm going to make a few fantastic points. First of all, let's go ahead and just take a real look in the mirror and say that if every single Super Bowl referee in 2019 and 2023 didn't do their best Angel Hernandez impression and avoid calling a darn holding penalty on the Chiefs, things might look very differently for the career of Kyle Shanahan. Anyway, going back to essentially the Deebo Samuel catch yesterday, I think he got kind of a raw deal on that. I think that was an incredibly high difficulty catch for him to secure. You're going over the middle. You've got a safety ready to crack you in the ribs if you actually fully lay out to try and get that. You have no control over how you're going to land. It's going to be really tough to maintain possession on that. Deebo deserves some flack for a lot of things. I don't think that catch was one of them. And going to some other things, just kind of going to the injuries. I don't think it's necessarily all the guys being out this year that is the issue. I think it's the combination and the order of which people are going out. You have Jennings missing a few games here and there. You have McCaffrey out the first 10 weeks. You got Ayuk going out at certain points. You got Debo unavailable, Kittle being out for Minnesota or whatever, and another game. And then you've got Pearsall out. It's the combination to where you never have any cohesion. It's not like they're all missing the same games. It's just, I think it's really difficult to kind of maintain any sort of rhythm when you have different guys in different positions every single week. And you also, your entire scheme, your entire plan for the offseason was to get Pearsall, to get, to keep Ayuk, to kind of go into this more, man beater type of system on offense. And pretty much none of those guys were available. Ayuk wasn't available for contract reasons and then showed up to camp out of shape or out of sync. And then you have no Pearsall for 7 or 8 weeks. You have no McCaffrey for 10 weeks. So it's just, there is blame somewhere. I think the biggest issue for me with the team is it's really what has cost us for years and years in the biggest moments. It's the interior line. It's Shanahan's inability to come up with the system to where quarterbacks can make reads at the line and to actually, put the game in a more favorable, or put the plays in a more favorable position when it's kind of nut crunch time. So that's my issue right now. Fix the interior offensive line, come up with better schemes on the offensive line to where you can have better protections at the biggest moment. That's where I think things really need to improve for the next iteration of this team.
Appreciate the call, Peter. I kind of agree. It would have been a tough catch for Debo Samuel, but to me, that's one of those things where it's one of those know your personnel, and
the ball went right through his hands.
It's not a catch he makes.
There it is.
It's just not a catch he makes routinely.
Good NFL receivers with good hands or average hands make that catch. And the worst part about it is look at the quarterback's reaction coming off the field when he knew on his ledger there was going to be a thing called interception, and he threw the hell out of that ball. He went right through his hands.
Yeah, and nobody's going to want to hear this either, but Brandon Allen throws the ball with more zip.
Oh, there's
than
no
Brock
doubt.
Purdy.
We hadn't got to that.
And I saw a lot of plays where it felt like the ball got on receivers just a split second early, and then they weren't able to make the catch.
Hey, I'm gonna say this about Debo. Why I'm really just disappointed thus far. What did we hear from everybody that was out in training camp all year long? Debo's in the best shape of his life. Debo's in the best shape of his life. And that's what's scary to me is you have a season like this when you were in that tip-top shape, allegedly? Come on, man.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Yeah, that ball hit. That went right through his mitts, man.
Yeah. And should he catch it? Yes. Is it a catch he makes all the time? No. Let's go to Phi, if I'm saying that right, from the East Bay.
Semper Fi.
What's going on, man? Am I getting that right? He's gone. Let's go to Alamo in Richmond. What's going on, Alamo? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Listen, I got a gang of things to talk about, man. First of all, I want to say the organization is in disrepute. It's embarrassing.
Wow.
As a fan, a lifelong fan, and I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. This is not Niner football. This is not acceptable football. We as fans deserve way more better than this, man. And I don't know what the situation is, whether it's personnel, whether it's coach shenanigans. I don't know what it is. But we're starting to look like the Minnesota Vikings. We're starting to look like the Buffalo Bills, teams that have lost consecutive Super Bowls. And it's not good. It's not a good taste in our mouth. You know, in baseball, there's a thing where when players begin to slow down, hand speed, bat speed, eye speed, they start hitting the ball to right field. That's the diminution. That's the dimension of what they're becoming. We're hitting the ball to right field right now, and it's not looking good. Look at yesterday's game. I mean, 15 plays with whiff tackles, missed tackles. I mean, what are we doing? Putting the flags on here? Is that next? Is that the next thing we're going to be doing? And then we had 9 penalties. We had 2 penalties with 12 men on the field. Like, come on, guys. Let's get it together. What are we doing here, man? and I'm going to keep it 100 with y'all. A lot of people got mad at me when I said this, but I'm going to tell you two guys this because y'all can identify with this. When we got the damaged goods, and I'm talking about CMC, we all knew that this guy was prone to injury. We all knew that every time you turn around, he was on the injury reserve list. And then we get him and have one good year out of him, and then we don't see him for 8 weeks. Man, the thrill is gone. We got to get back to Niner football ASAP.
Wow.
Okay, fellas, y'all stay dry in the rain, man.
You
Love
too.
y'all.
Appreciate it, Alamo. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, I will not get over the missed tackles. I just don't. I feel like they weren't doing it on purpose, but they weren't prepared. The team wasn't prepared. This is the third game in 4 weeks that they've had over 9 penalties. Like, Steiny, that's coaching, man. Or are you, I'm asking you because you're in front of me.
Is the Salbert hold?
That was
is that coaching?
Normally, coaches lose their job when they have teams, and I'm not saying Kyle should be fired, but that's how you handle these situations. Who's responsible for getting the guys in a proper mindset? It's coaching.
Yeah, I don't.
And if Sorensen, that was the most offensive thing my group could do for me is put on film that we're missing tackles. And you're going to come in here and, hey, Steiny, I got him on my fantasy team a few times. Josh Jacobs. But I don't care if it's Earl Campbell in his prime. There's no just, it was Earl Campbell, that's why we missed tackles. This team is known for its gang tackling mentality.
Again, the sign of a mediocre team is when it's something different every single week. And now we're talking about missed tackles. We haven't talked a lot about missed tackles.
Man.
That got them beat. Part of what got them beat yesterday. Again, they have not played. What's the longest stretch of good football they've played this year? How long?
I'm giving you the Jets, and that's it. I was going to give you Dallas, but then CeeDee Lamb got loose, and they had a chance to win. I don't know why.
Fred Warner, what do you think about this loss?
Yeah, no, that's about as bad as it can get. Probably the worst I've been a part of. And, even then it was still, 17-7 and the first half, 10-point game, still had everything in front of us, didn't make the plays we needed to.
Fred Warner, what happened on defense?
No, other than that, I don't think there was a ton of miscommunication throughout. I think they presented some different run looks than we had prepared for in the first half, which we adjusted to as the game went on, and which was helpful, but we got to be better from the jump.
He was talking about the 2 12 men on the field. He said outside of that, we didn't have a lot of miscommunication.
And you called him a leader, and I'm going to be real. One of the best albums in my lifetime is Thriller by Michael Jackson. He had a lot of hits. But, Steiny, that's like the 4th or 5th stand-up thing that Fred has said after the game, taking ownership, even after Dallas, that they hung on to where he's kind of out of answers.
Another sign of a team that's not very good. When you're out of answers, they have too much to correct in a very short period. And the other thing I'm thinking is maybe they can put it together for a game. But will that mean then they can put it together for 2 games?
Right.
4 games. They've shown they haven't won more than 2 games in a row all year. That's the other thing. They haven't even put a stretch of football together where you think they resembled the teams from the past.
The only thing, guys, that I will say, and I'm not privy to this, and we got Low Neal coming up in the crossover later, Steiny. What does it look like when guys tune out an NFL head coach? It doesn't have to be disrespectful to where our TV will show it or we'll see something. But when you talk about effort and missed tackles, it might be bigger than the coordinator, but those are the type of things you start to see, Steiny. And when one of your captains doesn't have another good game after an L and he leaves, I just think that makes it look funky, like something's going on.
Yeah, the guy's not a leader. Deebo Samuel's not a leader. He's not like Fred Warner.
But front runners lead when it's good. I ain't forgot that word.
Then they're still not a leader. It's easy to lead when things are going well.
Wow.
It is. You almost don't need leadership when you're rolling. like the 49ers have been rolling. But again, I'm just wondering what would lead you to believe that this thing can get turned around?
Well, we brought up Mike Tomlin, and I know he only has one ring, Stoney, but I feel like he's the leader of the Steelers, and he's had many dogs on that team. Maybe Kyle should be the answer of who's the leader.
Well, who's the face of the 49ers franchise? It's Kyle.
And that's, wow.
It's pretty, I think, and I'm not saying that's a good thing.
No,
but again, listen, if Kyle Shanahan has quote unquote lost the locker room, well, then you got to fire him. You have to. But if Lo Neal comes in here and says, yeah, they've lost the locker room, well, then that's a bigger problem than just 5 and 6. Then you got to make a big decision on next year. Has Kyle Shanahan lost the locker room? I have no idea. None. It's easy, but they're going through adversity now, and the team's splintering, and that's the way it looks.
But every time they get a good play, even after halftime in the second half, you're just like, how the hell are we down 10? It kind of felt Guru Maps, Donnie. It felt like you were down 4. If we could just put something together, even a field goal. Every time, all of a sudden this year, when this team in red and gold has a good play, there's the yellow hanky, man. Bring it back. It's just, and it's happening week after week. Dallas, they had a touchdown. Bring it back. It's just, Stoney, I don't know if that's bad luck, but now it's becoming more than just a trend. And it happened yesterday. Every time this team does something, you think, okay, they'll go 15. Bring it back.
My question for 49er fans is, why would you think this is a Super Bowl team? Because they were last year when they've played 11 games this year, and they've been the same team they've been since week 1.
Because nobody would have told us to expect this through 11 games. Kansas City played every playoff game on the damn road,
that's where I
won the Super Bowl, and they're playing.
That's where I disagree. The 49ers had a track record of signing players late, and then when the player gets in, they're not quite ready. We know that happens, and they went that route anyway. With Ayuk and Trent Williams. And I'm not blaming those 3 guys, but look.
There was a cost.
They pay. Hell yeah, there was a cost. It might be the cost of the season. Brandon Ayuk has had a disastrous year. McCaffrey's had a disastrous year, and Trent Williams has been completely subpar. And those were the 3 guys. They didn't need training camp. And the 49ers management acquiesced. And so now you got 3 very high-paid players who either aren't on the field or aren't producing, or in all their cases, both at some point in this season.
But all on offense, though, Stoney.
And?
There's no excuse for the D.
It's been, again, the defense has not been good, and the special teams have not been good.
Yeah,
coaching's not been good.
If you're telling me why I still feel like them just being a game back, they got action, and this is not the first time, I'm living in the past. That's what they've created in me. So till I see it, I won't believe it.
Well, what are you seeing now?
The fact that the division is in shambles too, in a sense. That Arizona had everything in front of them and couldn't muster up a 6 points on the road in Seattle. No shade at Seattle. But I guess, Donnie, it's the whole Jim Carrey thing. There's still a chance.
Okay. Well, then be optimistic.
No, but I can say there's still a chance and still be like, how the hell did we get here?
Yes, you can play all sides.
No, I can't play all sides because you got injuries. Could you look me in the eyes and tell me, would you be shocked if we get news that Brock is shut down for the rest? Like, I think there's a separated shoulder. You don't just...
I have no idea.
But that would, to me, then it's over.
Okay, then it's over. And then you know what? Certain kind of 49er fans can blame the season on injury. And then you can put your rose-colored glasses on and say, we'll come back next year with the same team and we'll just be ready to go.
Man.
But I think it's way more than injuries. Way, way more than injuries. What's coming up next in the game is presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your...
just couldn't get right. You couldn't find a way. You couldn't see it.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I'm looking at a headline from 15 months ago in the San Francisco Chronicle. There's a headline. After Trent Williams scared the 49ers with retirement talk, now he's ready to roll.
What made you go find that?
Because I know he's talked retirement in the past.
Okay, but...
Well, you could get a lot of athletes to tell you that the minute you're starting to think about retiring...
Oh, yeah, no, come on
is the minute you're not going to be the player you were.
So you feel like he snookered him?
I feel like the three guys that did what they did in the offseason set a negative tone, and they haven't been able to overcome that and other things. But that's what I believe. Okay. I think, is there any doubt that Christian McCaffrey knew he was banged up when he signed that contract, when he went in and held out?
I have
didn't
no
hold out;
idea.
they just gave it to him.
But I don't think that, Sonny, I appreciate how you feel. Yeah. I think the other things supersede those things. But I get you, because we'll never know.
Well, maybe I bet the team knows, one way or the other. Mm-hmm. I'll bet the team knows. So, not blaming the season on them, but the three again. You want to talk about when this started? You could say in the locker room after they lost the Super Bowl. That's when this tone started getting set. That's what I believe. I don't, and it got him off to a bad start, set a bad tone, and for whatever reason, maybe it's age, maybe it's guys getting older, they haven't been able to overcome any kind of adversity this year. Man. And maybe it just shows they're not good enough anymore.
Well, when they opened up against the Jets, scoring 32 points, I thought, here we go again, another stellar season from the San Francisco 49ers, and then the back-to-back losses to the, Vikings and Rams. And, years pass, you feel like, they pull those out. But, man, this thing, I don't think it's headed in the right direction, Stoney, especially with this schedule with Buffalo on Sunday Night Football.
Let's go to Alex in Atlanta. What's going on, Alex? How you doing?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. Listen, after yesterday's loss, I think the organization really needs to have a come-together moment, look at themselves in the mirror this offseason and say, have we spread Kyle Shanahan too thin in terms of responsibilities? Because I talked with you guys about this last week. He's not your typical NFL head coach. He's involved in a lot more of the behind-the-scenes decision-making processes than your standard head coach. He's got a lot more sway when it comes to coaching hires, when it comes to draft decisions, when it comes to free agent signings. I wonder if he's part of that is what caused the free agent signings or the new contracts for Ayuk, for Williams, and even for Samuel and Bosa to be slowed down a bit because Kyle had to be intimately involved with those. But I also just think, look, the stress of a Super Bowl hangover, the stress and the pressure of trying to be a playoff contender every year, coupled with the fact that you have your hands on the button for all of these decision-making processes off the field, I think has just become too much for him. They got to take some of that pressure off. And if he's not willing to do that, then you have to have a hard conversation. I mean, Goo, you're a Cowboys fan. You know that's how they lost Jimmy Johnson. He wanted more power in the front office. Jerry Jones didn't want to give it to him. He eventually walked. John Gruden, I think, was the same way during his second tenure with the Raiders. So that's number one. Number two, I think you really have to consider shutting down a lot of players. I don't know why they've been putting such a heavy workload on McCaffrey since he's been back from what was essentially a stress, wear and tear type of injury. Of
14 touches total yesterday, so that wasn't a super heavy workload. I'm just saying, only 14.
I mean, only 14 touches, but they were behind by double digits really early on, so the running game got neutralized. But, I mean, I just don't understand why you're not at least splitting more of his carries with Mason.
Yeah.
The last thing I'll say is it is probably time to look not only at your existing locker room and maybe prune out some potentially toxic personalities, but completely overhaul your draft strategy. I mean, they've drafted 11 wide receivers since Shanahan's been here, 5 tight ends, 5 running backs. they've gone very sparse when it's come to particularly the offensive line and the defensive line. And I think that's where they really have to focus on revamping their roster moving forward. They have to spend a lot of draft capital on just right now adding depth to those areas, because that's where they're hurting the most. The lack of depth on both sides of the line of scrimmage has been killing them this year.
Yeah, I mean, the lines have been bad.
Man,
the lines have been bad.
Even with Bosa, even with Trent Williams. But for the Niners to go draft another receiver with the first-round pick, saying there wasn't this is how they felt, there wasn't an offensive lineman worthy of getting drafted on their board in the first round, you kind of think, man, was that right? But then you hit, Steiny, as you can hit on a rookie with Pooney, and it's like, who's to say you couldn't add two of those?
Yeah, I guess you could have. They didn't think there was a first-round offensive lineman in the first round. First-round type of a player.
This team has some heavy-ass questions to answer, Steiny, and I don't know if they have the answers. If it's all about Operation NFC West, I get it. But even beyond that, and again, I keep using the word microcosm because it keeps happening every week. Now you're waiting your three best players. Are they available for arguably it is your biggest game of the season? It was just yesterday. Now here we go. Are they going to be ready? I'm talking about your quarterback, your DN, and your left tackle.
And the two things I would say is you haven't been great with him.
Oh, man.
You were worse without him. And this is the price you pay for losing those two games early in the year to the Cardinals and the Rams that you think you should have won. And instead of getting to that game yesterday at 6-4 or 7-3, you get there at 5-5, and now you got no shot to win that game yesterday. If you look at it realistically, you're not going to go into Green Bay in late November with a backup quarterback and no Nick Bosa and no Trent Williams. You're going to get beat yesterday. The problem is it should have been a loss that puts you at 7-4 or 6-5.
But where do you come off on? Because I'm just talking about preparation now. And you could have proper preparation, Steiny, and still lose the game, right? But you do tell on yourself when you have 9 penalties, third time in 4 games, you have double-digit number of missed tackles, and then on top of that, Steiny, you got 12 men in the huddle. Like, just forget the score of the game. The players are telling on everything that we are not unified or on. What did you do this week? Because it seemed like nobody in red and gold was ready to play a football game. And that's not me making that stuff up. That's out there. So forget the L. You weren't even prepared. And this is with Fred W. on your defense. Like, Steiny, what is going on? Who's not listening? Because it sounds like guys are not listening or don't care. Let them have double amount of penalties against Buffalo and get ran again, Steiny. This thing is going to get louder and louder.
You know, I hear a lot of the word deserve from 49er fans. We deserve better. We deserve for this team to play better than they have been playing. It's like you get what you earn in the NFL.
Right.
They're good. Their best players have not been good enough. Their coach has not been able to get it done when he's missing a guy or two. The defense, there's not one aspect of this team right now that you could say is overachieving.
But you need them back to hope that it will manifest in that week. That's what you need.
Okay, and how's that worked out when they've been close to health?
It had well.
So, I mean,
I'll ask you this. I have a dumb question. I don't care. Of the 3 guys missing, which one you need the most?
Purdy.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike in Castro Valley. What's going on, Mike? How you doing? Mike in Castro Valley. What's up, Mike? No, Mike. Let's go to Jeff in Rhode Island. What's going on, Jeff? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Yeah, I mean, it's this team is so lost at this point. And, I mean, obviously at this point, the best we're going to get is 9-8, and that's not going to get you in. The problem is now all we're counting on is that we're in a bad division. We have so many problems at every level of this team. And my question is, obviously, the starters, our stars aren't producing the way they should. But when you hear a guy like Fred Warner, who's run out of answers, and, he's the guy I always look to say, I want to know what he's feeling, because he seems to deliver the message to the team. And my thing is now where we're talking about losing the locker room. And I guess my question is, if the locker room has been lost, what made it happen that these guys have now either turned off Shanahan, turned on him, and what's the breaking point that they really have to make that hard discussion possibly and say, maybe we've got to cut ties? And just on a side note, being here in New England with Patriot talk, I must hear all the time now is, with the Niners falling, is Bill Parcells to the Niners. Bill Parcells.
Bill Belichick.
Bill Belichick to the Niners. And I was just wondering, what is that breaking point where Lynch has to make that hard decision?
It's a good question. I don't know if we're there yet or not. Luke Kuechly, who's he working for these days? He was a former Carolina Panthers linebacker. Great one. He was asked about the Niners and Shanahan. This is Luke Kuechly.
I think it's preposterous. I have played against Kyle Shanahan. I love him as a coach. I think any talk about them moving on from him would be a terrible decision for the 49ers. I don't know what else to say. I had such a challenge playing against that offense and that system and what they're capable of doing. I just think that they've had some injuries at key places this year. And with that being said, they're a game back in the NFC West.
Luke Kuechly.
Wow. The sunshine. I mean, man, I get it. And he is not ashamed. He played the game, Steiny, so they're 5-6 under 500. What you used to tell me all during since I've known you, Guru, don't talk about playoffs if you're under 500. Get to 500 and get back to me. But fortunately for the Niners, their goal for a division crown is still there. And if somehow you could get a win this week, we said that last week, and how'd that go? But
yeah, I just
he loves Kyle.
One win, I'm not sure is going to turn this thing around. I mean, it's got to start with a win, but I'm not sure. Let's go to Word. Word in Oakland. What's going on, Word? How you doing, man?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
So I'm going to say something, and I'm going to hear somebody's going to make that noise. Steve Young was right last year when he said the opportunity to win it was last year. Teddy Bruschi called it by saying that the players are just exhausted. They're tired. It's been a long run. And I think the players that held out agree with Steve. I think they had it in their mind, maybe not together as a collective, but I think they all individually were like, yeah, that was our chance. Let me go ahead and cash out and get my money. It's like a burning building. Everybody's trying to grab what they can grab and get out of there. That's what it seems like. And I said that in the preseason when everybody was holding out. I'm like, oh, man, I think they know that last year was the opportunity, and now they're just like, cash me out, let me get my money and bounce. Honestly, like the coach for the Patriots said, once the players step on between them white lines, it's really out of the coach's hands. So I don't understand what players or fans think they know what a coach is actually doing to deserve to be fired. Like, the missed tackles, Shanahan didn't call missed tackles. The fumbles and turnovers, Shanahan isn't drawing that up. He's drawing up successful plays. The players got to execute. The only thing we can really tangibly blame a coach for is management of the clock, timeouts, and stuff like that, which Andy Reid used to get hit for that all the time with the Eagles. Yep. That was why people complained about him. But it was never like he was not a good coach or he made, bad moves on the field. It was stuff like that, which you don't fire a coach for stuff like that. That's not Eberflus out there on our sideline. Like, he's a really good coach. The fact that these players aren't executing It's the players not executing.
Word. You're phenomenal right now, but let me just interject this. I get what you're saying. I've told Steiny I'm not saying fire Kyle, but another thing he's in charge of is personnel. So I'm not saying I want more Mason, less McCaffrey, but when you get called a genius or you're that dude, you got to figure out a way, especially when your offense is not doing anything the last 3 weeks, why has Mason disappeared? That's
Again,
fair.
So because he's not getting more touches, there's no reason to call for the man's job or to question his credibility as a coach. The funny thing is that caller earlier who was like, get rid of Shanahan but keep Lynch. We spent all this time saying Lynch don't do anything. He's just a figurehead. So now all of a sudden he's the GM that's making like fans don't know what they're talking about. They just get in panic mode when we lose and start pointing at everything. We go into the building shooting at everybody without knowing who the target is. Peace.
All right, man. That's word in Oakland.
My only issue has been the personnel with Kyle.
What's that?
My biggest issue is the personnel on why you can't, get everybody involved without causing one person to be out. We see it. You brought up Detroit. I won't let it go. You are right there. But I'm not saying he should be fired.
Well, the other thing is, when everybody says maybe use two backs, don't they use two running backs like 40% of the time?
But we saw in the 4th and 2, you can have McCaffrey. One of the benefits of him is he can line up outside.
And how'd that 4th down go?
But that had nothing to do with Mason. And McCaffrey didn't drop. It was just a nasty play. It was a bad play. But Stoney, it's just like, give the defense a headache. If you got both of those dudes on the field in a formation with Debo and Kittle at the same time, I just believe they would need a defensive coordinator would need a diaper.
Well, what about the people that look at Jordan Mason's game and say he's not a threat out of the backfield to catch the ball and he's not a great blocker? I got to believe that's got to be part of the reason why he doesn't play more.
But why did they draft him? And the only reason I bring that up,
because
Stoney,
they
is
needed a running back,
that
and they had him.
Supersedes all those deficiencies. Like you're ignoring.
It's like if his strength isn't catching the ball out of the backfield,
it's running the ball.
Why would you do
the league and breaking tackles.
And what was starting to happen as he got more and more time? And they knew that he was going to run the football. And he wasn't as effective. He just wasn't, especially in the red zone. When he's in the backfield in the red zone, he can't gain yards. They know he's going to run the ball up the middle. Well, they could use him as a receiver. Well, Kyle Shanahan must believe that he's not good enough as a receiver to use him there. And if Kyle Shanahan thinks that Jordan Mason's not great out of the backfield catching the ball, well, then you can't throw the ball to Mason and not go to Kittle or McCaffrey or Debo or Pearsall or whoever, Jennings.
Well, since he's been basically not benched, but kind of out of the rotation, they still have yet to fix their red zone issues.
And, now this is great. Steiny, two backs means the best two backs, not Juszczyk. Well, for 3 years, everybody's telling me how important Kyle Juszczyk is. Now he's not good enough, and we got to go to Mason. Well, I'll tell you right now, there's no chance Mason's as good of a blocker as Juszczyk. I've been hearing Kyle Juszczyk's one of the best blocking fullbacks in the league since Lorenzo Neal.
Well, yesterday,
so if you go after, if
he
you
blocked,
take Juszczyk,
if he was there, 11 for 31 yards, 2.8 a pop.
Okay, well, maybe Kyle Shanahan says without Juszczyk, he gets 20 yards, and if I can't have Mason maybe doesn't block as well as Juszczyk.
And I'm cooking the books real quick here, Stoney. McCaffrey, if you believe he's not the same, his longest run was 9 yards. Mason came in and it looked like a deer in the woods leaving. It just looked different. 16 yards. They're different type of backs, but it's almost the timing too of when you use them. That just don't forget about them, Kyle.
Well, that's again.
He has his reasons.
Well, no, but that his style is to lean on a back like McCaffrey, and we've learned that about Kyle. But again, if all these things were good enough in the last 4 or 5 years and they're not good enough now, and you think it's because he can't make adjustments, well, then go ahead and make the tough decision. But I think it's a little bit premature. That's just me. But I'm not saying he doesn't bear any responsibility to this. Of course he does. But I look at up and down the roster, they've got about 4 guys playing to their potential.
Damn.
Let's go to Bud in Oakland. What's up, Bud? Real quick, buddy. How you doing?
What's good, y'all? Hey, listen, right, Stoney, you just said something. You were talking about, guys being paid and not being available. Remember, a few days ago, I called you guys, and I made that point. But you got to understand, you said something about the 3 guys this past offseason. No, this started with Debo. Remember, Debo was holding out. Debo, they had that video surfacing to Debo in the club, and somebody had to sign him on Debo's returning, and he was doing the cut the throat sign and cut the neck like, I ain't going back. You know what I mean? Like, all of it started with Debo. So you pampered him. That's when you started the whole process. And yes, guys have been paid to play, and they're not available. You cannot tell me, I don't care how much of a grown man you are, you cannot tell me that if I'm here doing the same job as him, and you gave him $100 million, but he's not here, but I'm here every day still working for the few $100,000 to struggle and survive for my family. You don't think that's going to rub me the wrong way? Hell yeah, it's going to rub me the wrong way. And this is what I never understood.
We lost you, Bud, but
he went back to the holdout of Debo. Remember, he requested the trade.
I mean, how many times do the 49ers have to let a guy go, miss training camp, and not think it's going to affect
him and
his play and the team's play? Exactly. So when it comes to the holdouts, when people say, well, what were you going to do? I don't know what I was going to do, but I'm not going to let him not play.
But now, Stotty, we're talking about the interior lines. Your lines they're decimated. Like, you're no longer a bully up front, even with Bosa.
So then why are we asking why they're 5 and 6? Their offensive line has been subpar. I just can't believe it happened
that fast.
Well, it wasn't great last year. There were a lot of smart 49er fans who were saying the offensive line was the biggest weakness of this team.
But they always had an answer to make up for it.
Well,
that's how they got to the Super Bowl.
Okay, well, they didn't. They don't now because they're older and nobody else is playing to their potential. But maybe Christian McCaffrey's ceiling isn't as high as it was a year or 2 ago because he's older and he's not as healthy. Coming up on the other side, we've got the crossover and a couple special guests.
Yeah.
Low Neal, Mark Grandy, Jake Hutchinson. They're in for Willard and Dibbs crossover on the other side. And that's sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Check engine light on.
Tigers. Jacobs, no shot. Barreling forward. Touchdown again. Number 3 for Jacobs in Green Bay.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it is crossover time, and we got 3 interesting cats with us. Lorenzo Neal, 17-year NFL veteran at the fullback position. Jake Hutchinson and Mark Grandy. Welcome, gentlemen.
What's up?
How we all feeling?
Yeah, the Fab Five.
Go ahead, Goo.
I was just like 1, 2, 3 into the 4. Jacobs at the dome. He was just running in the end zone.
Yeah.
And it was like over.
Oh, you got to love a back like that,
Yeah,
Lo.
he's downhill. He's tough. But it was sad watching, though. Watching it, kind of like a couple weeks ago, we watched Mike Tyson, a shell of himself.
Well, that was fixed, but go ahead. My bad.
But just to see it happen to a team that you see that this is who they usually are. What you saw yesterday, it was what the Niners had prided themselves up on, beating you up, making you quit, making you tap out, call uncle, and now it's crazy. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun because they made run the ball down their throat.
Lo, I'm not Skip Bayless. I'm not coming in here. I had Grandy on after the game, and they did a great job. I'm not here to get somebody fired. I don't even have that power. But what I do know is what you just said. This is the third out of the last 4 games they've had 9 penalties, 15 missed tackles, and then two 12 men in the huddle on defense. I'm just asking a former NFL, should be Hall of Famer, what does it look like when a team tunes out the coach or coaches? Because it's starting to get that feel to me.
Yeah, I just think that you're at a point where it's just you're trying, you're reaching. It's not that guys are quit. They're just not good enough. And when you watch what happens to this team, they get beat off. Look at the defensive line. You don't have any of those faces from a year ago. The injuries, all the things that are going on. You watch them; they can't keep Fred Warner clean. Guys are able to scoop up, trade blocked up to the linebacker. He's not being able to run around and make the tackles that he usually makes because linemen, they're getting up to him, and that means the guys aren't doing their job in the trenches. It's just a tough year. I mean, team's been dominating for the last 4 or 5 years, and it's just tough because it's hard to say let it go, and it's hard to say goodbye when even though you have some of the same faces, your team you're not hitting on all cylinders.
But on top of all the injuries and the players you didn't have, I mean, first of all, you still got some talented dudes out there, but you're also making the same stupid mistakes you've made all season long. All the holding penalties and the false starts.
It's the worst time.
And Sauber's hold.
Right?
Yeah,
that's just who they are. They're a team that just makes mistakes, right? Game after game after game.
But that's why
don't execute, you know?
You're right, but that's what I like about Steiny. Steiny just constantly like, okay, here it is, guys. They ain't that good right now. They got to do a lot of stuff. You got to clean up things. This is who they are. Last year, same team. I'm going to tell you guys a team that looked just like this. They still limped into the playoffs, but everyone's saying, fire them. Who's going to happen? Now Philadelphia. You have these years, bro. You said it before I couldn't even finish the sentence.
But
how about another team that was lights out, your team, and now look at them. The Cowboys.
But also look what happened to Philly's coaching
better
staff.
coaching, exactly.
Philly fired, both of their coordinators, or they lost them the years before, and then they were just in flux. Right. And now they got good ones in. So the Niners might be looking that same route, bringing new coaching talent.
And you look at what happened to the Niners. You have been every year. Look at all the coaches that are head coaches that left the Niners the last 3-4 years. Philly went through that last year a little bit, and now
Wilkes is unemployed. But go ahead.
Yeah,
but that didn't work out for him.
It didn't. But Philly went through that, and now look at where they're at back. So it's just sometimes you just got to take it and understand who you are and be like, don't necessarily look for answers, look for solutions.
So this is not the erosion of a dynasty to you, because how do you? And then you got the quarterback question. We don't know when he's coming back. I'm just asking, Lo. Like, it's kind of scary thinking about not just this season, but we'll just run it back. Okay.
This is the first team that's been crowned a dynasty that's never won a title.
Man,
they're not a dynasty. They're not.
You're right.
How do you know, Lo, when you're having one of those years as opposed to you're getting too many guys a little bit long in the tooth?
I just think when nothing goes right. When you watch this team, it just doesn't seem like anything's going right. When you see, okay, God, we can't stop the run. We got guys, Gravedigger, Orm hurt. It's not that he's old. You got some young guys that just can't play. You know, you had a guy ruptures his Achilles last year, probably would have won a Super Bowl. You love Greenlaw.
Yeah, oh my God.
So you got so many guys on this team. Yeah, you got some guys getting older. Trent's getting older. We get that. I think that, you know, Debo is a guy that could be electrifying, but, you know, he plays when at times you see him take plays off. I mean, look at that return yesterday. Huge return. It was too bad you didn't. I thought that was a bad call. It didn't look like holding. But he's a guy that has to feel a part of the game. You know, 2 balls hit him in the hand. Ball went right through his hand.
Bad,
you got to make some of these catches. You're the leader. You're a guy that they're depending on.
But you don't speak to the media. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Just no. Yeah. And so, but you're asking, and you know, Steiny's asking a question. When do you say who's long in the tooth, or is it just one of those years? I think it's a little bit of both for this team.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can explain Deebo Samuel only getting 1 touch. I mean, I know there was a couple of the times he was targeted.
Oh my goodness!
But a game with a backup quarterback where you got injuries all over the place. I mean, 3 years ago, this is a game where Deebo gets 10 manufactured touches. Yeah. He had 1 touch. What? I mean, is that the Niners saying we don't believe that he's the dude anymore? What does that mean?
Or the play caller?
Yeah.
I think it's part of Debo not being the dude. You're mentioning Josh Jacobs. You know who Josh Jacobs looked like last night? He broke one where he should have been tackled 3 or 4 yards back in the backfield. That's what Debo used to do. He used to be like dead behind the line of scrimmage and turn it into 3 or 4 yards, and you just don't see that from him anymore. And I think that's part of it. But I think
do you think the 1-2's gone? So you think Debo's or do you think he's still capable of giving you, because he's not, the guy's not 30, is he? He's barely 27, 28?
Yeah, physically, I just don't know if he's got much left in the tank. I mean, that guy's taken so many hits over the years, and they ask so much of him, you know, and I don't know if he doesn't look like he's in the best shape of his career at all.
Every report this offseason, Jake, to that.
Yep.
Look at Debo in camp. Debo in camp. Oh, my God, this dude's in the great. So Jake might be right. I don't know. I think it's a combo. He cannot have fallen off that fast.
I think a hungry dog hunts best.
I'm with you. I'm with you. And I do think this has to have something to do with what's happened the last 4 or 5 years. And listen, of course everybody's trying as hard as they can, but I think when they lost the Super Bowl, they were disappointed. But I'll bet you a month after they lost it, they were even more disappointed, because it then starts hitting you how you gave this game up. Then you go through the whole offseason, and you're like, well, we're good, but boy, we still got to play 17 games. And it's like, I feel like sometimes you think you're playing as hard as you can, and you probably are, but it's not as hard as last year.
Yep.
It's just
spot on.
You're just not quite at the level you were last year.
Debo is not running as hard as he used to run. And that's just fact. And that's why I say a hungry dog hunts best. And no disrespect, but exactly what you're saying. Trent probably would have played this game if you only have 2 losses. If this game, Purdy might have played if you're like, okay.
I hope you're not right. But
isn't this game now when you're 5-5 more important?
When you need it.
But see, you guys are looking at it. They're looking at it financially. What is Purdy going? And I'm with you, Steiny. Some of these cats, bro. You looking at them and you're saying, "Oh, go out there." It's like, dude, for what? They don't. They're not.
Gosh.
But they don't think like.
My headphones.
I get it. No, I don't. But don't think like that. I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying. Man, you're playing football. Look at Parsons doing more of a podcast with the Cowboys. Zach saying he doesn't want to play because the team sucks, and he knows guys aren't trying. And so you start to see that. And I'm not saying these guys aren't trying, but when you're at that point, like Steiny's saying, you just like, you think you're playing, but look at the mistakes. It's just like, I think I got, and it's like, God, I didn't do it. And then, I got next week. And you start to pile that up, and then it's like, next week is come and gone, and now you turtle in the hair. You gave too big of a lead, and now you can't dig out of it. And teams see where you're at, and they smell blood in the water, and they just beat you up. And
but
it's
look
nothing
at
the Niners
Debo
can
on
do.
That kick return. That looked like vintage Debo. But when you see these jet sweeps, there's 10 guys waiting on him. It's stale, and it's the same thing with McCaffrey. if I had $1 for every caller that called Bonte and Shasky this morning, even the TV announcers saying to me, a guy that likes watching the games again, I'll tell you if I see a fall off or it don't look right. The people questioning McCaffrey and the Niner brass for letting him out there getting tackled the way he is, I don't see he's 20% of what he used to be. There's just 30 dudes waiting on him. There's nowhere to run. And why I question Kyle is the one thing that kept the rat on the table was, your boy, Jordan Mason, can run in this league. He can break tackles. It might have been 5-6 weeks he did it. And for him to just be Van Moose since McCaffrey came back, and I've called this guy a Jedi, I'm sorry, man. If you're only getting 10, the offense don't look right, I don't want him fired, but I feel like it's fair. I can double back like Kyle, make it work, because Mason, he's different and he can run. What's happened? It can't just be one or the other.
Out of everything you said, that is one that I'm in the same church, same pew. Mason should touch the ball 10 times a game, no matter at a bare minimum.
Steiny, you hear that?
Because he can move.
That's great. They're 5 and 6 with him and without him.
Yeah, because he can move the chains.
Yes.
You don't have a great offensive line. Jordan Mason can move the chains. He can run over guys. He can run through guys. And now you put McCaffrey and him in the backfield at the same time. You motion him out. Now, if you motion him out, if you know it's man coverage, you stay with the pass play because now you got a linebacker that's guarding McCaffrey. If you motion him out and you know it's zone, you hand the ball off to Mason and they're playing too deep and let him run over. He's going to have to run over someone, and that's what he is capable of doing. So I do believe that Mason could have made a difference. I think you win Seattle game. You don't win yesterday. Okay. But you do. I think if you use Mason against Seattle and run him and use that two-headed monster, I think 1,000% you beat Seattle, but you don't beat Green Bay. Yeah. And you won't beat Buffalo next week.
You're listening to the 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. A piece of news, Dre Greenlaw, practice window has been open. Wow. So there you go.
Season saved,
Savior?
Right?
Savior?
Too soon.
But you know what's going to happen. Greenlaw will come back. He won't quite be himself. And then everyone will say, well, he should be splitting time with the other guy.
D. Winters, yeah.
D. Winters.
Wow. No, I get where you're at, Steiny. I don't think that I'm not nowhere comparing Jordan Mason to McCaffrey.
You can't.
But I'm saying McCaffrey is a game changer. You put him out in space, there's no running back in the league that can do what he does. But when your offensive line can't block and move people and create a new line of scrimmage, Jordan Mason is more of a physical downhill runner. So he's going to give you an opportunity to at least get 4 yards in the cloud of dust. McCaffrey is going to get you 2 compared to 5 that Mason's going to get you. So I just think that you use those guys sparingly different in a different role, and at least your offense becomes a little bit more better. You're still hurting, and it still doesn't, like you said, necessarily win the game yesterday, but it helps you in Seattle.
It also doesn't really look to me like McCaffrey's himself yet, right? I mean, it's been 3 games, but we haven't seen. Maybe it's the offensive line. I don't know what it is.
I never know. Yeah, I never know whether it's him or the line. Or
I mean, it's the same offensive line for the most part of last year. I mean, maybe even better with Pooney at right guard.
It just seems like they're waiting on him. No doubt.
Go watch the tape again.
Give me a 15-yard sprint.
He's freaking running those zone plays, and there's a guy right in front of his face. He stops in the hole. He looks for a cutback. A guy's hitting him. Go watch. There's not a new line of scrimmage. When he has it, he'll hit it.
Grandy.
It's not there. Yeah. So that's all I'm saying.
How many times does he take the ball left? It doesn't look like there's anything there, but there is a seam, and he gets 9 yards. It's like this year he's getting tackled after 1 or 2.
I agree. I do think he looked better yesterday than the previous 2 games, but the juice, it's not there. And it's not being blocked well for him.
Well,
the offensive line is a total mess. And I think that's a huge factor. But it's like this team from the start. You go back to training camp, the vibes were off, right?
He brought that up.
They didn't have a real practice for like 2 months. They weren't really having a training camp. And so for all of this stuff where it's like the offensive line is bad, and they have all these penalties, and it's not blocked well, and then McCaffrey comes back after 8 weeks, it's just nothing is easy for them like it used to be.
Yeah. Let's say Purdy is a little more injured than you think, and they shut him down. Then what do you do in the offseason with him?
It's going to be interesting because Purdy's earned the right to get 40 to, he's going to command 50 to 55,
60.
Yeah, and maybe even 60.
Even if he doesn't finish this season, he was hurt. Let's just say there was some ruptured shoulder.
Because of the quarterback market. You guys messed it up. Dallas Cowboys. You guys gave
Green Bay with Jordan Love, but go ahead. That is the most.
I love this guy.
Stoney knows I mean it. Like, I can throw up.
That's why I love it. I got to throw it because I love you. I love when you get fired up.
Well, every team has screwed it up.
They have. When you look at what happened with Mahomes should always be the highest paid. When these quarterbacks jump out past him because they don't do it for receivers, they don't do it necessarily for defensive linemen, they don't just shatter it the way they did. And so you put your team, all these franchises, in tough situations because now you can't go out and sign other guys because you put so much stake into the quarterback position. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with Purdy because Purdy's not a greedy guy. His agent is going to make him sign and get the maximum amount of money because he doesn't really necessarily care, but he owes it to himself to get paid, and he should get paid, and he will get paid, and the Niners will pay him no matter if he plays another snap this year. San Francisco 49ers are going to do what's right by Purdy.
I think they have to. I mean, Jed York has come out and explicitly said they're going to pay him, which is a wild thing to do from an ownership perspective that far in advance. But yeah, I think whatever the cost is, they're going to end up cutting that check because what's the alternative? You bring in Daniel Jones and you see if that can work out.
You trade for Dak Prescott?
Yeah.
No. Do you want Dak over Purdy? I mean, honestly.
Trading up in the draft and taking another QB?
I would not take Dak over Purdy, but no.
What would you do if you're the Niners? Would you keep Purdy? Is that you seen what he's done?
I would see what's going on with Kirk Cousins. I would see what's going on with Sam Darnold because I do believe that's Kyle's type of dude if it got to that point.
Can they move in the pocket as well as Purdy? Either one of those guys?
No.
And do you have to have a guy that can do somewhat be mobile in the pocket now in this league?
I believe you do.
And so do I. And that's why I think those two guys, you can't take, Purdy's far and above those two guys, in my opinion.
Well, if you end up with one of those two guys, you better get about 3 or 4 new offensive linemen.
That part.
You know what I mean? Then you
1,
have to address
1,
that, the offensive line. Anybody have a problem with Brandon Allen getting the start?
There we go.
Getting the start.
With a broken digit.
So here's the thing about Brandon Allen. It's like Kyle trusts his scheme, right? He trusts his scheme over everything else, and he knows Brandon Allen can run the scheme. With Josh Dobbs, it's just a roulette spin. Now, you can make a very compelling argument. You'd be better off with the roulette spin in a game like this that you're down men, and at least you got a guy that can scramble. I think Allen did a lot better in the second half. He was ugly in the start. He was. I don't think he was the main problem. I think they were down talent. They messed up so many ways with the offensive line, so many penalties that no matter who is at quarterback, I don't think it really mattered. But I get Kyle starting Allen. It's not the sexiest
you think
decision
Dobbs
in the
starts
world.
this week?
I think he's going to stay with Allen. If there's no Purdy, I think he's going to stay with Allen. At least that's what he said on the conference call.
I mean, one of the things I thought I saw, and if you don't agree, tell me. I feel like Purdy's been able to buy himself a little bit of time, and it felt like Brandon Allen throws a little quicker, and he's got a little more zip on it. I felt like a lot of balls were getting to receivers just a split second before
they're ready.
It would have gotten there with Purdy.
Kittle caught his, though, Stoney.
And maybe that'll be an adjustment that they'll deal with over the course of a week, but that's just kind of the way it felt to me. The Debo play where should he catch it? Yeah, he should probably catch it, but it's on him in a hurry, and that's not his strength to catch that kind of ball.
He makes 28.5. That is not his strength to catch it. Like, that's not your fault. That's like, wow.
Yeah, I do think that Allen let the ball go. This guy said, hey, be there, I'm going to let it go. He's going to deliver on time. And that's what he did. He does get rid of the ball quicker than Purdy. I think you should. I think when you look at it, because Purdy can buy more time with his legs, move in and out of the pocket, this guy was running for his life. He said, okay, I'm letting it go. And guys should have made some of those catches for him.
We got a running joke.
A couple of those picks
on the show over the last 5 years about Kittle, and I think he don't dislike Kittle, but I'm like, oh, he's staying in the block. And I'm like, he can do more. He has everything. And I just feel good in the season right now that hasn't gone like they wanted. I mean, he is double the Kyrie Irving to anybody that doubted him. Dude's a badass. And if it were me, I'm not coaching, it's not Madden, his ass would be featured. He would be my number one option. Well, how does that work? Almost Grunk-esque, because dude is a mismatch. That catch he made yesterday in the end zone, the other one, like, dude, the back is
shoulder
badass.
catch.
And I always hated Kyle he has to stay in the block. Maybe that's why you didn't win a Super Bowl. Just saying.
Yeah.
Kittle is bad.
And I think that goes back to the offensive line. They don't. I mean, you go back to Chris Furster, their offensive line coach. We asked him, why did you think about drafting a tackle, a wide receiver? And they say they would rather have a skill position player than an offensive lineman. And that's okay if you got all your skill position players, but
you're robbing yourself of using that.
Well, also use the skill position player you drafted.
Well, you want to go to Kittle day in and day out. The running game's going to pay the price. Right? I mean, that's the reason. One of the reasons Kittle's so valuable is because he can do both. And
you're talking
Kittle
about
is invaluable to your running game. You want to start using him like, I don't know, Kelsey or somebody like that, then you're going to give up probably part of your running game, I would think.
What's wild is the Niners have been terrible in the red zone this year. We all know that after being the best in the league last year. Kittle, though, 8 red zone touchdowns. All of his touchdowns from the red zone. Imagine the offense in the red zone without Kittle.
Oh, boy.
They would bottom out. They might not score another point in the red zone without Kittle. It is amazing how good he's been, and you compare it to how bad the rest of the team has been. He's been their MVP, no doubt, this year.
Yeah, he's been their best offensive player. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Yeah.
So you don't think – go ahead, Stan.
No, I was just going to say, speaking of the red zone, Green Bay was 5 for 5 in the red zone yesterday.
Niners are 1 for 1.
Defense.
How about that?
Wow.
100%.
That is so bad.
Wow. Isn't that crazy how the mighty has fallen? Here, we are talking about a team that was in the Super Bowl last year. About a team that total dominant the year before.
I'm shocked still.
It is.
And it's not over because they can win their division to get it.
It's over.
Oh, whoa.
So let's not even. Let's not even.
Real quick.
No, but go for
Fred, you kind of touched on it. What's one to think the biggest Fred Warner fan? He's in a mess right now. His defense. Is his coach, a coordinator, helping him out, or is it like? Why is he not looking like Ray Lewis?
Let me tell you something.
And I'm not saying he's playing bad. I'm like he's on one wheel.
Let me tell you something. If Ray Lewis was in his studio, Ray Lewis wouldn't have a chance against me if they didn't keep guys off of him.
Okay, wow.
You see, that's the difference.
The Syracusas and all the
Syracuse would grab, and it's called a grub. You hold the center in the guard and you grub. Now you can't push up. They usually scoop up to the Mike linebacker. Ray Lewis cannot, I don't care how bad he is, he cannot handle a guard or a center coming at him all game. He just can't.
So that's what they do with Micah, and I get mad at him, but he should have somebody to do it.
Ray would be screaming, keep him off me. What are you doing? I mean, he'd be in Syracuse, be in these guys' face. He'd be like, you better do your job. Keep him off, for he can run downhill. You hold him like that. When you have a Syracuse, when you have a great nose guard, when he holds that guy like that, now both those guys in creating line of scrimmage, they're not able to scoop up. The linebacker doesn't have to run over the hump because they're not in his lap, so he can shoot either side.
Man.
He can shoot either gap, and now that's how you play downhill. When you don't have a defensive front that can hold guys off you, it's coming, and they're engaging. So he's trying to get off a guy's 300 pounds. You're asking Fred to do something he can't.
Oh, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think you look at the start of that. You can just watch the first drive, right? And what they do is they had all these motions to take a linebacker or a nickel going one way, and then the 49ers defensive tackles get upfield and they just say, okay, fine, go that way. And then they delayed the handoff, and then they attack Fred Warner. And then all of a sudden it's 8 yards, and they just did it again and again and again.
And he was nowhere to be found. They was like, what's wrong with Fred? Nothing. Right. They're mauling him. Help me. Keep him up. That's what defensive lines, you can't. We had a guy, you remember San Diego, Big Jamal Williams.
Yeah.
Bro, and Big Hampton and the Steelers. You hold those guys off and let those guys play downhill. Donnie Edwards was just a guy. He was not better than Fred Warner, but Donnie Edwards get 50, 60, 100-some tackles during the season because the guys kept him clean. Wow. You show me when Patrick Willis and them was playing great, you go look when they was playing downhill because they had a great guy to keep these guys off. When you have great linebackers playing usually great, it's because they got someone up in front, Casey Hampton, the Steelers, someone up front. You got to have a great nose guard or a great 3 technique that's going to keep that Mike linebacker clean if you want him to be great.
So what is this an Eric Armstead problem? The Niners are missing him?
Or what
is this?
It's whoever's playing at 3 and whoever, they're not playing. You have to understand situation football. You have to be selfish. You can't worry about getting stats. You can't worry about anything. It's like your job is when you're playing that one technique, you hit that center and you hold it center in your guard. You keep them in both close and you don't let those guys, because they want to be hip to hip and they want to scoop up to the Mike linebacker. And now when they move you off the line of scrimmage and move you back 3 yards, now the linebacker, he's got to be on skates. He can't run downhill. He can't go hit the hole because now they're pushing him back. It's football simple, man.
And that's simple, man. And that's where we're going to let it go because there's one thing I know about Lorenzo Neal. He doesn't care about stats. He never did. It was about wins and losses.
Bingo.
Yes, sir. All right, don't go anywhere. Keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
Are they for smart?
Willard and Dibs this week here on 95.7 The Game. We got a special week for you, though, here from 2 to 6. My name is Mark Randy. Low Neal to my left, Jake Hutchinson. Hutch here with you from 2 to 6 today and tomorrow on 95.7 The Game. You'll hear these guys most of the week here on 95.7 The Game. Of course, Low Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks to ever do it. You hear him every week on the kickoff show leading up to Niner football games. You read all of Hutch's stuff on 957thegame.com. He's down in Santa Clara for almost every single game and every single availability. No one knows the Niners here at the station better than Hutch. It is a pleasure to be with both you guys. I wish it was different circumstances because we are trying to sort through one of the worst losses in the Kyle Shanahan era, 38-10 yesterday in Green Bay. It is the worst loss for the Niners against the Packers all time, and these two teams have been playing forever. It was a bad, bad day in Green Bay yesterday. Despite the injuries, it was still a relatively weak performance from most of the players that took the field in Green Bay.
Downright brutal. I mean, I think even knowing just how many injuries they had, you have to at least put up a fight. And the saddest thing, I think, about the performance is that Green Bay let them stay in it. Right? Green Bay was pretty unserious.
10-point game in the second half.
They just let him hang around, and the 49ers said, no, we're good. We're good. We're just gonna wait until, Jordan Love has enough time in the pocket to just launch it 70 yards down the field every time, and Josh Jacobs is gonna run us into oblivion because our defensive tackles can't hold up, and there's some questions about scheme we can get into, but yeah, they got outplayed in every which way and didn't take advantage of the many opportunities they had because they're fundamentally unserious this season.
When you say that, when you say, hey, look, they didn't take advantage of the opportunities, elaborate a little more. Are you saying they didn't take advantage, like they didn't try, or do they not have it? Because I think
they don't have it.
Yeah, I'm with you there. And I think that a lot of people, to the naked eye, they're like, dude, what's going on? You have a chance. You saw them have opportunities, several interceptions, hit the Niners DBs right in the hand.
Yep.
Should have been easy picks to swing, to swing the momentum, swing the game, but you couldn't. You took a lot of chances, you took a lot of opportunities, but you're just not good enough. Green Bay is a playoff team, and the Niners are not. And I know we like to continue to say, hey, look, this is this team. We've seen them. They still have the talent. Yes, but this is just one of those years, man. You're watching this team, and you're just watching the game. And like you said, Green Bay let them stick around. You go into halftime, you score right before halftime. You're down by 7 or whatever, 10 points, and you're like, wow, this game should be a lot uglier than what it was. And you get the ball coming out, and it's just no mas.
Yeah. I think fundamentally it's you look at their offensive line, they're not getting pushed in the run game. The interior of that offensive line is really rough. Even Pooney, who's had a great rookie year, teams have figured him out a little bit more. He had those 3 penalties, and sure, they had some ticky-tack ones, but this team fundamentally has those penalties all the time in key situations when they need to avoid them, and they can't recover from it because they've lost the talent and they're just not clinical enough.
Yeah, and you're not good enough. And when you talk about those offsides and the penalties, when you're a team that's struggling and you're a team that's not good, and you make mistakes, you compound it, and you're like self-inflicted wounds. It's hard to overcome that, especially when you're playing against a team that is a playoff team, a team probably top 3 or 4 teams in the NFC. I think Green Bay, when you talk about the NFC, top 4 teams.
Don't disagree there.
Yeah, you go into that game down your quarterback, down Brock Purdy, down Nick Bosa, down Trent Williams. Obviously, you're still without Brandon Ayuk, and you're without so many other guys that are valuable to this team. If there was ever a game to where you had to be buttoned up and you had to just play smart, simple, straightforward football, this was the game to do it. You still might have not won. You're going to have to play perfect, but you come out of the gates. A false start on Dominic Puny on the first drive turns a 2nd and 1 into a 2nd and 6. You don't get the first down, you punt the ball away. Next drive, there was a hold on Puny. 1st and 20. You can't come back from that, getting stuck behind the chains. On a relatively early drive for Green Bay, consecutive 12 men on the field penalties. The first one is what it is. I know Shanahan was a little upset about it. Green Bay caught you. Maybe the refs missed one. The second one, though, Lo, I mean, you've been in those situations before. After a stoppage, how do you have 12 men on the field again, and they weren't even trying to rush anybody off? They just miscounted. Someone missed their assignment entirely. Like, this is just a team, even without all the injuries. We can forget all that. If they had everybody healthy and they still played this same way, they still lose by 2 scores.
No question. That's just attention to details. I mean, that's self-inflicted wounds. You just got a 12-man penalty, both teams offsetting, so you get to redo it, and you still have 12 men on the field. What does that tell you? That tells you attention to detail, but also tell you that's coaching, because usually there's a guy on the sideline that tells you the personnel that he wants. When you see a team goes trips, when they go 12 personnel, or they go, then you go usually big. If they go, hey, goal line, you go big, jumbo. When they say, hey, look, they're going 3 wide receivers, then you go dime. If they're going, 4 wide receivers, you go nickel and dime. So you go, hey, let's put more DBs on the field. So usually the coach is usually matching what the team is doing, what the opposition is doing. So you didn't have that. You already got 12 men on the field. Kyle Shanahan's talking to the official. What are your coaches doing? What is the coaches doing that are calling in the defense? Who's the guy? There's a guy up in the box that's supposed to count the guys, know what you're doing, know what personnel. That's not there. That's attention to details, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think it's brutal. I mean, as a player, when you have stuff like that, that's just so blatant and such a lack of execution and just being able to get the right guys on after a situation like that where they actually, the second time, the refs gave the 49ers the time to make the right substitution, you get it right. How quickly does that trust in your coaches erode as a player?
Well, I think it's both, because now the player is saying, no one told me the personnel, well, who's yelling on the field? Nickel, dime, goal line. So it's lack of communication. It's lack of being ready, as far as the coach is saying, hey, make sure you communicate that, get that in. The head coach is engaged in the officials. He can't be counting the guys on the field. Where's your coaches? Where are your leaders? Who are the guys? You got Fred calling into place. Who is your leader out there that's counting? Guys know to huddle up. And a quarterback, you watch offense. Guys, quarterback steps out of the huddle. He counts, make sure that there's 10 other guys in there before he steps in. Hey, somebody get off. So it's just, those are simple attention to details that are slipping on this team. Yeah. And when you don't do that, that merits a losing.
Well, I think that's the most frustrating part for Niner fans. And you guys can give us a call, shoot us a text, 888-957-9570. That's also the Comcast Business text line. Let us know what frustrated you the most from the game yesterday. But for me, it wasn't even necessarily that you lost, because I'm sure you guys both agree. The Niners, rightly so, nearly a touchdown underdog in Green Bay. That's a good team on the road in a cold environment, and you're down your starting quarterback, your best defensive player, your best offensive lineman. Like, we could go on and on, everything that was stacked against the Niners. And it's one thing to just lose that game, as probably expected to do. It's another to lose it looking the way that you did. And you just looked like a team, as you're talking about, unprepared, undisciplined, that really, I mean, it kind of gave off a feeling of,
yeah.
Whatever.
I mean, you talk about the recipe for them to win was to be clinical and not make mistakes, force Jordan Love to throw some turnovers. They had a couple chances at those.
He wasn't great.
No, he's never. Sometimes Jordan Love looks like the greatest quarterback you've ever seen, and other times you're like, I don't think he knows how to play football.
Yesterday was the first game all year where he did not throw an interception.
And he should have probably had 2. Yeah. But that's the thing. The Niners don't take advantage of those. They get crushed defensively in the run game. And then their own run game, which needed to be the foundation for them to have any chance, they just get stuffed because, McCaffrey's not himself, but also the offensive line is just not doing it. They're not getting enough push. Nothing's clinical. And even when they do, it comes back from a holding or an illegal shift or an illegal formation.
I think if you had McCaffrey on the call and you ask how you feel, he'll say, guys, I feel great. I think if you ask McCaffrey, hey, what's wrong? Are you a little rusty? He'll say a little bit, but I feel it's nothing wrong. McCaffrey's trying to run hard. He's making a guy miss in the hole, then someone else the second. It's the second and third guy. Watch this guy try to run. He's not having those creases that he used to have where he could pick up 15, 20 yards in between. Watch a couple of those toss plays where they throw the toss. He makes 2 guys miss, and he picks up like 10 yards on the first play, couple plays. You say, okay, that's McCaffrey. But then watch him when he's running a zone. He gets to the outside, and there's a guy in front of him, and now the backside becomes the front side. The defensive end and the backside end, they're closing down, so he can't cut back in because they're usually the cut off by the backside guard and tackle. They cut those guys off, so you create a 2-way lane, but he can't cut back and get north and south because they're coming through. So when you're watching McCaffrey, sometimes he's losing 2 and 3 yards, barely getting back to the line of scrimmage. That's not McCaffrey. Yeah. I understand everyone's like, oh, he's rusty and all this stuff. No, that's not him being rusty, guys. That's just lack of being able to create a new line of scrimmage. Football is a game of inches, but you got to create a new line of scrimmage, offensively and defensively. When you don't push and get a new offensive line of scrimmage, you're not going to win. We talked about linebackers. We talked about defensive play. The defense, if it pushes the offensive line back, and now you got guys, running backs. Now there's one guy 2 yards in the backfield, guys another yard in the back. Where are you making the cut? If the running back's getting the ball 4 yards deep, now the ball's already pushed back 3 yards in the backfield. He's got a yard to make one move. How is he going to get the defense even moving? They can stay play side and stay play because he's not having opportunity to use his speed to stretch the defense. These stretch plays is the stretch the defense. It's to make the defensive lineman run laterally and go back. So you're hitting it and saying, okay, I'm going to run this track full speed. And he runs there, and the defense usually overflows because they're running lateral and getting pushed back because the offense line is pushing them back. Now you have cutback lanes. But when he runs to a point and he has to stop, that means they lost.
Yeah, I will say I think McCaffrey looked better in this game than the previous two. And after, not this week, but the one before, he did admit he didn't feel quite like himself. And it was a little interesting because you rarely hear him say stuff like that. But he admitted he doesn't feel like where he's at. And there were a couple plays you look, not this game, but the previous one, where he did have those cutback lanes, and it was like he didn't fully trust it. It was like he had a couple cutback lanes, and he didn't hit it with the same speed. Now, in this one, again, I think he looked a lot better. I think the problem is he doesn't look 100% of what he is, and when you're not getting blocked well, and you're not 100% of McCaffrey, and you're not taking advantage of the little spots you have to turn nothing into something, you know, this offense just can't afford it.
Well, if you know that and we all know that, then why didn't you play Jordan Mason more? If you guys all know that and Jordan Mason was leading the league, he's top one of the top rushers in the league up to about 3 or 4 weeks ago, what happened? Where'd this guy go? You see the way he ran. You saw the way that he did against Seattle the first time they played, and all of a sudden now no runs. So if you have a guy that is prolific as McCaffrey is and does the things that he brings to the table on a consistent basis, and you say, hey, look, I want to make sure McCaffrey utilize him in the best way possible, wouldn't it behoove you to use a guy who's a chain mover, a physical guy that can run between tackles because the line maybe is not doing as well as they did, and then bring in McCaffrey as that changer? What's wrong with that?
I'm with you. I think even between the 30s, something like that, where you let McCaffrey start the drive and then you mix in Mason. People will say no Garendo, but Garendo does have unique speed for stretch runs. I know it's difficult to get to 3 backs when they're not even really using 2. Yeah. But Mason, you're right. He is physical, and I do think there's a way for them to bring him in more. And that was something Kyle Shanahan said at the start of the season, that they gave McCaffrey too many touches. It wore down on him, and they wanted to take some of that off. And then McCaffrey comes back, and he's like, no, you're the bell cow. Yeah. You're going every snap.
Yeah, Mason 1 carry through the first, 3.5 quarters. He got into the very end, the last drive, when it was already 38-10. 1 carry, and it was for 16 yards, and it got the Niners across midfield. They went for it on 4th and 2. They failed. We can talk about that 4th and 2 play call because I think there's a major issue on that play call, and Mason could have been used on that play as well. We can get more into that. We got to take a quick break. It's Willard and Dibbs from 2 to 6 here on 95.7 The Game, but you might notice no Willard or Dibbs. I'm Mark Randy. That's Lo Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. And that's Jake Hutchinson. You read his stuff on the Niners and everything Bay Area sports on 95.7 The Game. We're with you until 6 o'clock today, 2 to 6 tomorrow as well. And you'll hear these guys on Wednesday as well. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. More with Grandy, Lowe, and Hutch next on 95.7 The Game.
All eyes on me.
3rd and goal. Allen looking around, fires, caught, in, touchdown, George Kittle. Allen fires, incomplete. McKinney knocked it away from McCaffrey. And the Packers take over on downs. Slips again. Allen hit. Ball is loose. And is picked up by Green Bay. Lucas Van Ness got the sack. Packers get it back.
I thought Allen, from what I saw, first of all, we all got embarrassed. No one played that great. But Brandon, I thought he did some good things. I thought he made some big throws, just the plays I can think of. Had a rough one in the beginning that he threw to them. They dropped. 2 plays he just slipped on that field that, hurt us. But I thought Brandon made some big throws and stuff and gave us a chance.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, no Willard and Dibbs this week. Happy early Thanksgiving to everyone out there. We got a fun show all week long here on 95.7 The Game. I'm Mark Randy, the great Lo Neal with us as well. Jake Hutchinson, you read his stuff on the Niners and all things Bay Area sports on 957thegame.com. What did you guys think of Brandon Allen yesterday? He was, honestly, probably a little better than expected for me personally. 17 for 29, 199 yards, 1 touchdown, 1 interception. Also fumbled a handful of times, lost a big one that hurt the Niners in the second half. But all things considered, Brandon Allen, he was pretty decent, wasn't he?
Yeah, I was impressed in the second half especially. I thought he was slinging it a little bit. The back shoulder to Kittle on that one. Oof. That was impressive. He's got a little bit of zip. We saw that in training camp. It's just that it's inconsistent. Sometimes you find him throwing the ball and you're really impressed, and then other times you're like, oh, that's why he's hasn't played in 2 years.
Right.
But I think given the situation, given what they had, I was more impressed than unimpressed with him. And I know there's been a discussion on the backup quarterbacks, but I did not think he was the main problem for the 49ers.
No, he wasn't the main problem. They were just out-talented. Green Bay had more talent. They were a better team. They were more physical, and they won. The best team won that game yesterday. But I'll tell you, man, just the Green Bay crowd, to be there, to hear that crowd, and that was, you know how much Green Bay's been carrying around. You remember I think several years ago when the playoffs and the Niners beat them last year, beat them the year before, and just been beat. You know, Green Bay must have
pent up frustration.
It's some built up, and you could feel it. You could feel it watching that game. The crowd, the fans, the players. They were trying to rub it in. They were like, "We got this Niner team. They're down. We're gonna kick them."
Well, you heard what Keyshawn Nixon said post game, right?
No,
one of the defensive back, right, for the Packers. Essentially said, they're down the quarterback. Doesn't matter. We were down our quarterback, and we won all 3 of our games this year without our quarterback. Doesn't matter. You go out there and play football.
Oh, he's rubbing it in. And
right.
Yes, he's absolutely right. And that's the reason why you look at, but he knows that it's a different team, and Green Bay got slapped around by the Niners, and this was just a great revenge for him. But that's another reason why you look at saying, okay, if I know my offensive line is kind of beat up, and they're not as good as they could be, and I know they can't protect my quarterback, and I know he's going to have guys in his face, why wouldn't you go with a more mobile guy like Dobbins? When Dobbins, you saw what he did in Minnesota. You saw what he did in Arizona. He's a capable backup. So how do you come to that point to say, why not Dobbins when you've seen this guy go win 2-3 games in a row? And then, of course, then the backup starts to take over. He can't win the big one because he's a backup quarterback. But you've seen this guy win and shown you more body of work than what you saw out of yesterday.
Yeah, I said it before, but I think what Kyle trusts is a guy that can execute his scheme, and so he values that more than the sort of chaos roulette spin that is Dobbs. Now, like, if you play Dobbs and it works out and he's scrambling all over the place and Green Bay can't figure him out, then you look a lot better. But I watched Dobbs in training camp struggle to run the offense at all. He struggled to get plays in, and they were basically getting delays of game, in practice because he was just learning the offense and didn't quite have it. And it got better as it went. But Brandon Allen's been in this system for 2 years, and I think Kyle valued that, which, Kyle obviously values his scheme probably a little too highly at times. But I think that's why you go with him over Dobbs. Even though Dobbs does have that upside, he also has the downside where he got benched for Nick Mullins. He was really impressive, and then he fell off. So you just don't know.
Well, we remember when he was with the Cardinals, he beat the Cowboys week 2 or week 3, whenever that was last year, and then he lost like the next 7 games. or whatever it was, and then he got traded to the Vikings. He had the crazy win, I think, in New Orleans.
Like 3 wins
with
in a
the
row.
Vikings, a couple of them, and then it went downhill from there. Then Mullins came in. We remember like the good stuff. We kind of forget all the bad stuff.
Well, what do you remember about Allen though? Tell me.
Nothing.
So that's the point. That
2021 Week 18 was the last game he played.
Right. So I get in that and. And I understand what you're
he was
saying.
on this roster last year. I understand. I think Jake's 100% right. Hutch is right. It's just Kyle Shanahan has a little bit more trust that Allen's going to go out there and be able to, translate the play from where Shanahan's calling it in and get it to the rest of the offensive team and get him in and out of plays and make the quick throw to Kittle and make the quick throw to Juwan. Maybe you have more variance with Dobbs, and maybe there's a more likelihood that you win the game with Dobbs because there is a higher variance, and maybe you have a higher ceiling, but you've also got a lower floor because there's a chance that Dobbs could go out there and throw interceptions on each of his first 3 pass attempts.
True. Do you guys think that, hey, of course, we're playing Monday morning quarterback now. Do you use both these guys? Do you have a packet for both of them when you know that you're going on a road?
The Trey Lance package?
Yeah. I thought go throw baby Trey in here. It's like, hey,
use your quarterback as a fullback.
Exactly.
Can't get outside.
Yeah, exactly. Right. No, but I just seen Dobbs is not a idiot by no stretch of the matter. The guy's really smart.
He's a rocket scientist.
The guy has know-how, and we've seen him struggle, but we also seen this guy being able to make every single throw. We saw him even with the Niners, the way that he played, and some people say, God, he's going to be the backup because how he played, but you got to see it firsthand, to see him struggle and see not getting the offense in and going through that maturation process to just say, hey, this guy's not ready. I'm just saying, when you know that your back's against the wall and you say, hey, look, this is it. Do you have a play or a packet, not for him to run because he's not running like Trey, but he can throw the ball and he can maybe scramble, move the pocket, do something with this guy to maybe spark your offense because you didn't have it yesterday. You never really was in that game. So, it's easy to, play quarterback the day after the game, but I thought that he would get something.
Yeah, I think it's tough because I think either way, no matter what they do, they lose the game.
Yeah. And even if Brock's playing, they lose the game.
Oh, yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it would be easier if Allen had played clearly badly to just say, all right, play Dobbs next game. And maybe that's what you do. I think sometimes I wish Kyle would just go for the chaos. Like, you remember when they were losing in the NFC Championship game and they just had Brock, after his elbow was torn, he just kept handing it off.
Yeah.
It's like, run the Wildcat, do something fun. Sometimes you just want Kyle to do something like that, and it's frustrating, but I'm not sure it matters which one of them they play, and I think that's the reality.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan has spoken already today. We're going to hear his full comments from his weekly press conference coming up in about a half hour at 3:15. He did talk about Brock Purdy, asked multiple times about it. The update is essentially he did some light throwing today. His shoulder responded well. They're going to rest him until Wednesday, and then they'll play the rest of the week out based on how he reacts on Wednesday. You will hear Shanahan's full comments coming up again in about a half hour at 3:15 here on Willard and Dibs. But no Willard and Dibs. It's Mark Randy, Lo Neal, and Jake Hutchinson with you here on Willard and Dibs until 6 o'clock today. Let's go out to the phone lines, and as we continue to sort through our frustration from this Niner loss, 38-10 in Green Bay. Up first is Fozzie, who's in the East Bay. I think he wants to comment on some of the effort that he saw from the 49ers yesterday. Fozzie, what's up? You're on Willard and Dibs with Grandy, Lowe, and Hutch. How you doing, Fozzie?
What's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call. Great show. Lo Neal, legend, Hall of Fame in my book. But, yeah, man, that was embarrassing, man. And then we knew it was going to be a tall task to go in there, even with Brock Purdy and without him, it was going to be tough to beat those guys. And that was just downright embarrassing. But the thing with CMC is what I wanted to talk about. I know fans are clamoring to get Jordan Mason more touches and stuff like that. But when you pay these guys the big money, you want that, you got to play them, right? And, 49ers went out and paid 3 guys, Trent Williams, Ayuk. His situation is unfortunate, and we've reworked CMC's contract and basically got nothing out of those 3 guys this year. And so I think Kyle Shanahan is probably trying to show some type of production from at least something, or, something from those 3 guys that you went out and paid. And, it's going to be that way for Jordan Mason. It's sad to see. I mean, the Jordan Mason, he's carrying the ball 5 yards per carry, and it just sucks to be behind CMC right now. And hopefully the rest of the season will be better for him. Hopefully we can get him more touches, but it is what it is. Cheers, boys.
Yep. Appreciate the call, Father. What do you think?
See, I agree to disagree. You already know this is Christian McCaffrey. He's the best back in the league. I mean, I don't know. Give me Saquon, McCaffrey and Saquon, who, flip a coin. They're pretty prolific. Once you get them past the interior line of scrimmage, I'm not betting against McCaffrey in a foot race against Saquon, and Saquon can pick them up and put them down. Get them past the line of scrimmage and get them to the secondary. It's whatever. McCaffrey can make guys miss. McCaffrey's probably a little bit better receiver. Saquon might be a little stronger. I don't know. But those two, when you look at those are guys. But look at Saquon. So that's why I disagree with the caller, because Saquon's running the ball, getting his touches, but number 14, he's getting plenty of touches too. They're backup running back. So it's like you look at Philadelphia, they're using two backs. You look around the league, you can use two backs and still have your bell cow. McCaffrey he should touch the ball more. Yes, you pay him, but you don't, just because you pay him don't mean you have to beat him up and when it's not working, let the other guy take some. Why let your workhorse take the blunt of it when another guy can save your guy? So I think it's plenty enough room for both those guys.
I'm absolutely with you. I think it's something where, because of who McCaffrey is and because of how much better he is in the pass game, both as a blocker and as a receiver, he's probably the best option route runner out of the backfield in the entire league. I think Kyle just says, well, we can run every single play in the offense with him. Why would I take him off the field? That said, every play in the offense gets a little worse when you just run him into the ground and he's not as fresh. And, when you're not necessarily going to get into those passing situations every single down, I think there's an easy way to get Mason back into the fold and just rotate a little bit more. And maybe some of that is just on, Bobby Turner's the running backs coach. That's usually deferred to them. There's a discussion there about, how they delineate that work. But I think whichever way you look at it, it's not saying, take McCaffrey off and play him even 50%. It's still saying play McCaffrey 60, 70%. Just get Mason mixed in.
Yes.
It's good for both of them, and it's good for the offense.
Yeah, and to Fozzie's point, talking about the money, and, you're paying McCaffrey a lot. You redid his contract, really not paying him that much, but you're paying him a lot as far as running backs go. You want to give him the touches. I don't know exactly what it is.
McCaffrey, he restructured his deal.
Yeah, it was basically it's like a 2+1. Like, he's locked in for this and next year. They didn't have to touch his money at all, by the way. They just restructured it sort of out of good faith, saying, all right, you earned it. But they didn't have to touch it, and they basically gave him 2 this year and next year, and then the third year sort of an option year. Yeah.
Okay.
But the point is, if you're Kyle Shanahan, obviously you're involved in all those conversations, and you have some, GM responsibilities as the head coach. He's obviously very involved in the front office and all those decisions. But Kyle Shanahan, the head coach and the offensive play caller, his job is just to go out there and put the best team on the field that he possibly can and help them win football games. And if you feel like Jordan Mason helps you win football games, contracts be damned, you're putting Jordan Mason on the field and giving him the ball.
Right.
No doubt.
I have a guy on the line right now. Do you guys know who that is? And that's Jawan Jennings.
Exactly.
He's not. But I would argue right now he's the best receiver on the team. But barring even if your guy wasn't injured, even if Ayuk wasn't injured, I think Jennings has outplayed them all.
No doubt.
I think so. So it doesn't matter who's getting paid the most money. It gives you the best opportunity to win, and that's why Jennings is on the field. He's earned that. You can't tell me that Mason hasn't earned the right to carry the ball at least 5 to 10 times a game, because he gives your team an opportunity to win. He helps you, because I know if you have McCaffrey in the back for both these guys, and now you motion him, McCaffrey played the F, and you motion him from the backfield, if the linebacker goes with him, that means you have man coverage. Do you think 9 out of 10 times, if McCaffrey going to beat a linebacker in a pass route?
Do it on one leg.
Yes. So that's what I'm talking about, Mark, is like, that if you know that he can beat him, why not motion him out? You got man-to-man coverage. Boom, he taking the guy out of the box. He runs around, throw the ball to him. And if they play zone, you run the ball with Mason. So it gives your offense just more diversification and more diversity, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think Kyle is averse to doing that because of just the way they run their offense with their wide receivers and the structure of all their motions. I don't think that's something that having two running backs that they use a lot of. I mean, they trust Juice, obviously, do that.
Of course.
But I don't disagree with you that that's something worth experimenting with. I think they are, at times, a little stagnant with their scheme, even though they've evolved their scheme plenty. I think that goes a little bit to all the coaches Shanahan has lost, and I feel like this has been one of the most stagnant years in terms of his creativity that I've seen from him, which is not to say they haven't evolved at all, but it hasn't been notable.
No, I'm with you. Okay, let me bring up a specific moment in this football game. This was one of the inflection points. We already talked about the Debo drop that turned into an interception and a touchdown for Green Bay. This was the drive right before that, at a halftime. Niners down 10, 17-7. This was when we saw the first Jordan Mason touch of the game, early third quarter, a 16-yard run. They get across midfield. Eventually, they're facing a 4th and 2. It's very, very deep field goal range, or not even field goal range at all, so you're kind of in no man's land. Down by
true.
10.
I mean,
sorry about that. Down by 10, 4th and 2 from just across midfield. And 4th and 2. And you motion Christian McCaffrey out of the backfield. Allen's in the shotgun, and you move McCaffrey into the slot left. So you go empty. And Hutch, maybe this is me not knowing exactly the intricacies of how it works and how defenses react when a team goes empty. But 4th and 2, where running the ball is still certainly on the table, especially with a back like McCaffrey. Why would you go empty and essentially tell the Packers that we're throwing the football here? That seems like you're doing the defense a favor, right? I mean, why you could have McCaffrey split out wide or in the slot. You could have Jordan Mason in the backfield next to Allen. You could keep McCaffrey next to Allen. That makes no sense to me. Help me explain it, because I can't get for the life of me why on 4th and 2 you go empty.
Yeah, I think it's something where that's a fair criticism, because they often do the thing where they put McCaffrey basically in no man's land. They use what they call bump motion, and they bump him out, where he'll start as a running back next to the quarterback and just go sideways a few yards. And that's so he can read, the safety or the linebacker and come off of it and run that option route a little better. I would bet that it's because they didn't think that they would have time, and so they were just saying, all right, let's get everybody out there. McCaffrey's going to run an option. He's going to win. Unfortunately, Xavier McKinney's a great safety, played outside leverage on him and shut it down. And they actually only brought 4. And if Allen had looked to the other side, they put a corner in conflict, and he could have thrown to either Kittle or really Ricky Pearsall, who actually came open on that route. But because it's McCaffrey, you just say, all right, I'm going to throw it to him no matter what.
Trust your dudes.
He's going to win. So I don't necessarily know if going empty is the problem so much as it is just, believing that McCaffrey's going to win that when the defense knows exactly sort of what you're going to do there. But I do think that is something where you're right. They do take an element of what could they do here out of it, and it makes it a little bit more straightforward for the Packers.
If you have Lamar Jackson and you put him in shotgun and you motion the running back out like that, what are your pass rushers going to do? They're going to slow rush.
Yeah.
Why?
They're worried about him taking off.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Put in Dobbs. Put in someone else. Now, if you have a guy like that, if you want to go shotgun, you put in a Dobbs, and now you got run pass option. Because now you can slow down. If you do rush up the field, I can take off and use my legs. When you don't have that threat, guys can pin their ears back, and they know your quarterback is not going to be able to run and get that because he's too statuesque. So there's other things you can do. Yeah, and like you said, when you motion him out like that, you're saying, okay, we know we're going to get home with 4 because the offensive line's not been blocking well enough. And you know your quarterback's not going to run. So you keep McCaffrey in the backfield. You do that bump motion. Now, when you bump him motion, either the linebacker or the safety is going with him, but you just throw the ball to him right there in the bump motion, and you got him in space. I'll take my chances giving him the ball in the backfield in space against a safety or a linebacker to pick up 2 yards. Yeah. I'm betting on McCaffrey 9 out of 10 times.
I think the other thing is maybe you could still move McCaffrey out in motion, and if you have Jordan Mason back there, the other thing is if you're worried about the Packers potentially bringing a blitz on 4th and 2, you can use Mason to pick up the blitz. Chip somebody. Give Allen a little bit more time. Allow him to step into a throw. You don't necessarily want to use McCaffrey to do that and take him out of running a route and actually impacting, being a guy that can go catch the football. But maybe you're a little more into allowing Jordan Mason to do that. I don't know. It just felt like a big moment in the football game, and that specific play call didn't give the Niners the best chance to do it. Now, what's crazy is the defense turned around and got you a stop and gave you the ball right back, and then the Debo interception happened, and then it all goes downhill from there.
Just to close the loop on that play, I think when you go back to it, if he reads it on the right side where they have 3 wide receivers coming open, and then you have McCaffrey in the backfield, it actually helps your timing, where he can look at that right side and then look back to McCaffrey. And McCaffrey can sort of read it out and just know what he's looking at.
Lowe's trying to get a look at the all 22.
Yeah, exactly.
And I like it. I'm just checking it out. So I'm just checking it out.
And it's something where if you do have that, it gives McCaffrey a little bit more time, and you can read it right and then go back to McCaffrey, whether he's running a Texas route or an option, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think you do make a fair point about how they run that. I also think Allen's expecting to just take a shot given how they pass protect.
Yeah.
So he's just saying, I'm going to throw it to McCaffrey no matter what, which I kind of get it.
But no, you're right, though. You're right, Jack, because if they put him in the backfield, he's winning because now he's got a two-way option to be able to hit him when he pushes up. So I think that put him in the backfield, Superior on the line, you have the safety came down and played him tight and played man coverage, tight coverage, and he got rid of the ball. But it's one of those things that happens.
Yeah. Easy to second guess it after it doesn't work. But, you're right. There were a couple of receivers that were open, but the timing of it kind of messed up. And, you mentioned Xavier McKinney, who had the interception a little bit later on. 7 interceptions now on the season for him? It felt like the Packers, they had a pretty good indication that it was going to go to McCaffrey, and it went to McCaffrey. If you're Brandon Allen making your first start in almost 3 years, what are you going to do? I'm going to look to McCaffrey. Everybody's going to look to McCaffrey. You know what's coming. But,
Yeah, Kyle's not going to get upset at you for throwing to McCaffrey on an option route. It's
when the other receivers in the option were what? You had Kittle, you had Pearsall.
Yeah, you have Kittle. It's basically Kittle or Pearsall, and the corner goes with Kittle, and then you can throw it to Pearsall.
Yeah.
But he didn't start off right, so he can't really look that way. There's plenty of issues with this offense that you can look at every play.
Yeah, we really could. All right, we got to take a quick break here on Willard and Dibs, but no Willard and Dibs this week. It's Mark Randy, Low Neal, Jake Hutchinson. You see Jake and read Jake's stuff all over 957thegame.com. Of course, you know the great Low Neal, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get more into what went wrong for the 49ers, some questions for Kyle Shanahan, and then we also will hear from Kyle Shanahan in about 20 or so minutes. His full conference call with the media earlier today. That's coming up when we return to Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. We are presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, he did some light throwing today, and it went all good. He had, we didn't push it that hard, but did some light throwing, which was a good sign that the pain hadn't come back, and we'll rest it tomorrow and see how he feels as the week goes. Yes, it's true. I mean, most guys we always get more than one. When you get one and it seems all right, then you have some pain later in the week, so you get another one to make sure you didn't miss anything. And so that's what he did, I think, after the Thursday practice.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
That was Kyle Shanahan earlier today on his conference call with the media talking about Brock Purdy, saying that he did some light throwing today. The shoulder responded as well as you could hope for, and that he confirmed that Brock Purdy did indeed get 2 MRIs on his quote-unquote sore shoulder from yesterday. We will hear that full conference call coming up in about 15 minutes here on Willard and Dibs, but you might notice no Willard or Dibs today. I'm Mark Randy, joined by the great Lo Neal and Jake Hutchinson. Of course, you know Lo, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time, and you read Jake all the time covering Niners and all things Bay Area sports on 95.7 The Game. Niners certainly missed Brock Purdy yesterday. Brandon Allen, not bad, but there's no doubt this Niner offense does not look anywhere near as good without Brock Purdy. And if they have any chance at doing anything, we all just were talking about the NFC West. Niners still only somehow a game out from first place, which makes no sense considering how poorly they've played. But if they have any chance of doing anything, making anything out of this year, they desperately need Brock Purdy back.
No question.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, it's a game, but they're also losing every tiebreaker as it stands right now, and
You're gonna have to jump. You're gonna have to jump everybody.
Yeah,
so you're 2 games out basically.
Yeah, they got to find 5 wins down the stretch. If I think this thing's over. But if they're gonna do it, that's what they've got to do, and 2 of those have to be against the Rams and the Cardinals because they've got to win the division. I don't think they're stealing a wild card spot, but yeah, Purdy's got to be back unless there's no unless. Purdy has to come back or this thing's cooked.
Yeah, it's
I don't know. Lo might believe in Josh Dobbs. I don't know.
No. Wait, whoa, Mark. Don't put me. Hey, listen. I am not saying that that Dobbs is the answer by no stretch of imagination. I was just saying that you're already out of it. You don't necessarily, not going to win that game yesterday.
Yeah, I'm just kidding.
So, okay, cool. Because I was ready to defend myself. I'm like, please, he's got slim to none, and none has left the building. The guy, he's just a guy. He's a stopgap quarterback, and I get that. But no, it's going to be tough for them to get in. But you see, Seattle went out there because the Niners gave them hope. If you win that game last week against Seattle, now you got a 2-game up against Seattle. Seattle takes care of the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So now you're in a good situation. Even though you have lost yesterday, you're still in a better situation because you win the tiebreaker against Seattle. Now Seattle's winning the conference, which is unbelievable. So you just got to focus on trying to win. The Niners can't think about the conference. They got to think about just winning a game.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be tough against Buffalo. You guys know that. Buffalo's going to be coming off of a bye. I think they're playing against the MVP of the league. I think that Josh Allen, to me, the way that he plays, he's got rid of all the other receivers, the big-name receivers, and look what Josh Allen has done. He put the team on his back, and it's his team. And this guy, watching that 4th and 2 against Kansas City a couple weeks back, I mean,
yeah,
Jake, you got to admit, the guy he's
unbelievable. Yeah. And I want to bring us all back to 2020 when the 49ers were, doing their residency in Arizona when it was that weird COVID year. And I don't know if everybody remembers it, but their whole thing was they were talking it up going into the Bills game. I think they were also 5-6 at that time. I might be wrong on that. But it was a similar situation. They had the Bills coming up. Nick Mullins was at quarterback, but they were optimistic. They said, I think we can win this game, and that'll get us on the right track. And then they actually played well. And then Josh Allen just took a flamethrower to him, and that was their season. And I said a couple months ago, I think this game, I marked it as this could be the game, just like in 2020. You face the Bills, you're like, all right, we just get this win somehow. I think it's far less optimistic right now than it was then. But this is the game I think you just go, they're going to get throttled, and that's going to be it for them.
Yeah, it was Week 13, 2020. Wow. Niners were 5-6.
Yeah.
They technically hosted the Buffalo Bills in Arizona and lost 34-24 and finished that year 6-10. Which honestly was probably better than some people expected, given all the injuries that they had that year.
Right.
But yeah, this is a different Josh Allen now.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, I mean, who says the Niners can stay within 21 this week?
I won't.
Yeah, I mean, it's because it's that bad right now.
And you talked about the Seahawks game last week. I mean, what the Niners have done to themselves with all these rough losses, like the Cardinals game and
the Rams.
The Rams, that might be the worst of them all.
That was the worst. You had a home. The Rams game, it was all Niner fans there. You're up by double digits. The Rams had all the backup offensive linemen. You remember they freaking found guys on the street and signed?
No Puka Nacua, no Cooper Kupp, and no offensive linemen. You're right. And you found a way to lose, to blow a 10-point fourth quarter lead. But what the Niners have done with all of those losses is you made a game like yesterday and the game next week in Buffalo. You made it like games you got to have. If you come into this situation yesterday without your starting quarterback, without your starting left tackle, without your edge rusher, without star receiver and Brandon Ayuk, without all these guys, if you just take care of business a couple of other games, you can afford to lose that game yesterday.
Right.
But you can't really afford it anymore. Like, they've given themselves no leeway and no room to slip up, and they slipped up, and now you're looking at, as you said, season might just be over.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think you looked at the schedule before the season started, and you said, all right, by the bye, they need to be at minimum 5-3. Like, that has to be the bare minimum. They limped in 4-4, and then at the bye they said it was basically, okay, maybe Christian McCaffrey can save our season. No, that's not happening, and that's where we are. They had to do their work early, which is not something this team historically likes to do, and they messed around, and now they're in this situation where everybody's hurt. They're not playing good football, and they need to beat a team that's way better than them. And it's just an impossible situation.
I knew it was over. The game, not the Ram game, but the game that I said, okay, they're done, Arizona.
Same.
Well, week 5, right?
Yeah, because Arizona, you're up by 2 with 4 minutes left? You remember that? And Arizona threw the ball, I think, one time on the drive. You're up by 2. You're at home. You're winning that game. Arizona took the ball and ran it down their throat. And the Niners had no answer.
I was with Nick Bosa on the field.
And I said, yep. And I said, after watching that game, I said, for whatever reason, I said, this team's not getting there. In no disrespect, there's still some great guys, and this team's going to bounce back. You have years like this. But watching that game that day, when you were up by 2 and you're at home and you needed to win that game, and they had no answer to stop the run, Arizona took the ball and went right down their throat.
James Conner just bullied him, just like Josh Jacobs.
Bullied him.
And this was something that I think was pretty obvious in the offseason is their defensive tackle group, they were relying on Hargrave and Malik Collins. I think Malik Collins has played well, but he's not a great run defender. Kyle Shanahan called Jordan Elliott their best run defender. That's not what I see on tape.
He's in the concussion protocol now, too.
Right. And I don't think he's a good run defender, and the way they just fundamentally defend the run is problematic, but they didn't get themselves a great run stopper up the middle when that was how you go back to Lions game. They just ran duo at him and double teamed him and moved their defensive tackles out like they were nothing, and they didn't address it. And then, lo and behold, all of these teams that have physical running backs are just dominating you. I don't think it's a surprise.
It's crazy because the beginning of the Shanahan and Lynch era was the Niners building from the trenches and then building out. And as we've already talked about a little bit, both on the air and off the air, now the Niners are so committed to picking skill position players and building from the outside back in, but they're getting dominated on both lines of scrimmage. And one of the greatest fullbacks of all time, you know how important the run game is and in controlling the run game when you're on defense. And the Niners, for a large part of this season, have been at a disadvantage almost on both sides. They haven't been able to run the ball. Even with McCaffrey back, their run game has gone down since McCaffrey came back, which is really, really odd. Even before yesterday, which was really bad without Trent Williams. But the run game has decreased with McCaffrey in. And like yesterday, obviously with no Nick Bosa, that's a big part of it. Josh Jacobs runs all over you. It happened against James Conner in Arizona, as you're pointing out as well. This is a team that is no longer dominating teams in the trenches, and that was their calling card for so many years.
Well, you guys both know this. When the 49ers were running great and Kyle Shanahan's offense, even in Denver, even when they had think about what he did, even when he was with the Washington, at the time, Redskins, and now in the Commanders. Who was the quarterback? You saw RG3 had his best season. Why? Because they had the read offense. They were option, and he let him pull the ball and do it. You watched the way the Niners, when they were dominant, even with your quarterback, when you had a guy who was statuesque, Jimmy G, why would he win? You played good defense, but you could run the ball. He would throw the ball. Against Minnesota, ran the ball past 3 games.
Yeah,
eight
in
passes.
the playoffs. Yeah, it was like 7 times or something.
Threw the ball
against
7
Green Bay in the NFC title too.
7 times right there, and we ran the ball.
Raheem Mostert had like 250 yards.
And that's what you have to, when you have Kyle Shanahan offense thrives. It thrives behind a great running game because of the fact the linebackers have to shoot up because you're stretching. They have to play the run first, and then the tight end or the people right behind at the second level windows, those 6 routes, those in routes, all that stuff come open because Kyle Shanahan's offense is a run first type of offense, and that's how the passing game opens up. And it's not there.
Yeah.
It's not there.
I'm with you. That's how Jimmy got it. They just would run outside. You're right. The linebackers would come down, and then Jimmy would throw over the middle almost every single time. And
almost too much.
Right. No question. He couldn't throw outside of the numbers. So you had to throw it down the middle, but the running game let them do that.
And it almost didn't even matter in Shanahan's tenure, whether he's been a coach, head coach, or an offensive play caller. Doesn't even really matter who the running back is.
It did matter. The one thing this team has did for the last 5 years under his era when they played well, it was one thing they could do. You know they were going to run the ball. They can't run it.
Yep. Elijah Mitchell and...
Didn't matter. Wilson.
Yeah.
Jeff Wilson. It was
Raheem Mostert.
This team could run the ball. Yeah. Where's the run? You can't run. You can't win.
Now you got, doesn't look like the best running back right now because it's been so bad through 3 weeks, but he was the offensive player of the year last year, and you can't run the football right now. It's bad. It is bad news for the 49ers. They're now 5-6 after losing yesterday in Green Bay, 38-10. Okay, let's hear from Kyle Shanahan. That's coming up next. His conference call with the media. But the Warriors, they're also back in action at home, taking on the Nets tonight. That means Warriors Live with Evan Giddings begins at 6, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And we are sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's Willard and Dibbs, but no Willard and Dibbs this week. It's Mark Randy, Lo Neal, Jake Hutchinson. We're back with more, and we'll hear from Kyle Shanahan next on 95.7 The Game. Haven't noticed, it's Low Neal, not Willard and Dibbs, along with Mark Randy and Jake Hutchinson here on 95.7 The Game. Low Neal,
Jake would stay for him. Let's go, baby.
You're trying to make us all feel a little bit better after that loss by the Niners yesterday, huh?
You know what? If you can't laugh and enjoy, and trust me, I've been on teams that win 2 games. I've had coaches quit in the middle of the season. Jim Moore when I was with the Saints. I've been on teams that win 2 games, and with the Cincinnati Bengals, the Bongos, and people wearing the bags over. We had the Black Knight, Achilles Smith, another Oregon guy in New York, but he was absolutely a hung to. I mean, love the guy, love him, but I mean, I know you're Oregon guy, but I mean, I'm telling you, it was like, it just, you didn't have a chance.
Yep.
And you had to go to practice. It's cold, you're in the dirty natty, it's freezing, and you're out there and it's snowing on the ground, and you got to go out there and practice, and guys are, I'm sick, they're not even out there, and you're still out there, and you're just watching your team and your players around you, and you're like, what is going on? What did I sign up for? And you could even have a great deal of resolve to get better, resolve to say, okay, how do I channel my inner self to say, I'm not going to go with the status quo? Because it gets hard. Niners are going through a little bit of adversity. This team's going to bounce back. It's a good organization. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, they got this place going it's going in the right direction. This is just a bump in the road. But I was on that dirty natty, bro. We knew that it did, we would have a meeting every Tuesday at the office where we just go and it's just a couple guys, the old heads just going to say, what did we sign up for? And just drown ourselves in sorrows. But tough times don't last, tough people do. And that was a year, believe it or not, you go look at the record. I went to the Pro Bowl that year. Went to a Pro Bowl where you only won, I think, 2 or 3 games because I said, I'm not going to let this define me. I'm not going to let this, where we're at, this record, where people are going to look at me and say, when you turn on the tape, I remember playing against the Tennessee Titans that year, and freaking 3 guys I knocked out on the game. Kickoff, Mitchell came down, Donald Mitchell, boom, knocked him out. Came on kickoff. I put him to sleep, carried him off the field because he's my boy. I mean, taking Randall Godfrey, we ran lead draw against Randall Godfrey, took his helmet off. I mean, I played angry because we were losing. And that's the thing that you want to see. And you want to see guys, when you're down and out, and it seems like you can't reach the goal that you started off to see, because every season everyone says it's a Super Bowl. But you still can reach goals that you have personally. And that's what some of the things that kept me going. I think that's why I played so long, is because of the fact when it was tough and it was dark and it was grim and you knew you didn't have a chance to get to a playoff, it was just like, all right, today, give your heart to God and give your behind to me, because I'm going to take it out on you.
I love that. I love that. And I think that's what you need from your vets, right?
Right.
The NFL, you know better than anybody, it's got to be the hardest league in the world when you don't have a chance, because in other leagues, it's whatever, you can tank. In the NFL, you can't be out there just
jogging around. You get killed. You get hurt.
Genuinely. And so I think with the 49ers, this thing keeps going south. I think the thing you got to watch out for is making sure the rookies and some of these younger guys who haven't been in this program the whole time, they don't lose that steam, that energy, and they keep building and have goals. And I think guys like Kittle, who, you can criticize him for maybe being, fake happy and all that.
I love him, though.
But I think it is sincere.
Plays with joy.
I think it's sincere, and he plays with joy, and he does force guys to have fun even when it's rough. Yeah. And so I think that sort of stuff is important.
That's why I hope Greenlaw comes back. And for me,
he lights up our room.
Yeah,
no question.
Because if he comes back, you'll have a guy that on defense, he won't take it. He's that guy that you're missing, that attitude guy that's saying, okay, I'm going to knock you out then. We're getting ready to lose, but I'm going to knock your butt off. And that's what I think this defense is missing. So hopefully he can come back to get that spark.
Yeah, no doubt.
Completely.
And Kyle Shanahan did provide an update on Dre Greenlaw during his conference call earlier today. That and a whole lot more. You heard a snippet of him talk about Brock Purdy. We'll hear that. We'll hear everything Kyle Shanahan said earlier today on his conference call with the media. He began, as always, by talking about injuries from the loss yesterday in Green Bay.
All right, guys, injuries from the game. Aaron Banks will be in the concussion protocol. Jordan Elliott also in the concussion protocol. Renardo Green hurt his neck. He's going to be day-to-day. Flanagan Fowles, knee, he'll also be day-to-day. And then Pooney had a shoulder. We're still waiting for the MRI to get back, so still being evaluated on that. Same situation with Demo, who banged knees in the game. We're still waiting on his MRI to get back, too. That's it from guys from the game. Go ahead.
What about Brock Purdy? Did he do any throwing today, or will he do any? And what's the plan for him early this week?
Yeah, he did some light throwing today, and it went all good. He had, we didn't push it that hard, but did some light throwing, which was a good sign that the pain hadn't come back, and we'll rest it tomorrow and see how he feels as the week goes.
It was reported over the weekend by Jay Glazer that Brock Purdy had a second MRI on his shoulder. Is that true? And if so, why a second one?
Because, yes, it's true. I mean, most guys we always get more than one. When you get one and it seems all right, then you have some pain later in the week, so you get another one to make sure you didn't miss anything. And so that's what he did, I think, after the Thursday practice.
What is the nature of his injury?
The shoulder.
Kyle, were there issues with the footing yesterday? I mean, Jake Moody from the start of the game slipped on that first kickoff. Were there issues with that was causing some of the missed tackles and whatnot?
Yeah, there was definitely issues with the footing. It happened to our quarterback on a number of plays, but it happened to a bunch of guys throughout the game, and guys were fixing their cleats. Some did in pregame, some did it right into the game, but that's an issue at Lambeau that time of the year.
You talked yesterday about your frustration over the penalties after watching the film, the video. How can you go about fixing that? Obviously, you still want players to play aggressive, but as you've noted several times, the penalties are really hurting you guys.
Yeah, you look at each penalty, and the ones that you can correct, you correct. Going back to, I think on the second play of the game for offense, Pooney went a little bit early, and that's something he's just got to have better patience with. Changing the cadences are always subtly different when you change quarterbacks, but it's something we harped on hard, especially Thursday and Friday once we realized what was happening. And that got us there. The false start that they called on Jake later in the game, we had been doing it that way all year, so we didn't see anything wrong with this. We're going to have to check with the league on that because he didn't move or anything. They just said he snapped it too early, so it's some disagreements there. A couple of the holding calls, especially on the long kick return, didn't totally see it the same way, but the other two I did, and we got to be better with that. So, the timing of those penalties, and we didn't overcome either. I think on one drive we overcame the 3rd and 1 penalty. And other times we didn't. So the pre-snap ones we got to be much better at. Those are the ones we can avoid. But a couple of those I got to get talk to the league on.
Hey, Kyle, to clarify, the assumption is that Brock would be available to play against Buffalo if he doesn't have pain this week, and if not, then Brandon Allen would start?
Yeah, to clarify, guys, with Brock's shoulder, it's exactly what I've worded to you guys every time. We got the MRI last week. His shoulder was bothering him. We thought it would be all right by Thursday. And it hurt worse Thursday than it did earlier in the week. So we rested it throughout the weekend, hoping that would help. He threw lighter today to see if that rest helped, and the rest did help him. So we'll see again, going through the same things we did last week. We're going to let him rest all the way up to Wednesday. We'll see how it feels on Wednesday, and then we'll take the exact same course throughout the week. And hopefully it responds better this week than it did last week with the rest.
Kyle, with these back-to-back long trips and Thanksgiving this week, kind of what will this week look like in terms of practice and workload, et cetera?
Not much different. I mean, I start a little bit earlier on Thanksgiving. We start earlier so I can get the guys, so guys' families don't have to wait as long for them to get home. My family gets very annoyed with me because I get home pretty late for Thanksgiving, so it ends up being a later dinner, but for the coaches and stuff, but we try to move everything up, get going earlier so the guys can get out, have a Thanksgiving, and then the next day we'll start a little bit earlier to catch up on stuff we didn't finish with the film, and then we'll be on our way to Buffalo.
Are you planning to open the window for Dre Greenlaw this week, or where does that stand?
Yeah, Dre should. We are going to open it this week. He should be able to start practicing on Wednesday.
Have you had a chance to talk to Nick Bosa and Trent Williams, and how are they doing?
They're in the same boat Brock is, really. We have the MRIs and everything. We kind of understand it, but just waiting to see how they respond. They didn't respond great last week. That's why they weren't able to go. Nick and Trent are both in the same boat. Nick with his hip and oblique and Trent with his ankle. And we'll evaluate as this week progresses, and hopefully it turns a better corner than it did last week.
Kyle, after seeing the film, how do you view the way Brandon played at quarterback? And if Brock can't go, is he definitely the starter then in Buffalo?
Yes. Something crazy happened during the week, but I thought Brandon did some real good things. He had one real bad decision at the beginning of the game early where he threw it to number 7. Unfortunately, that guy dropped it. But I thought he made some big plays in the game that gave us a chance to get back into it. Him going across the board and getting that touchdown to Kittle. He had a couple big third downs. I thought he had a hell of a throw on the one that Devo tipped and ended up being intercepted. I think his 2 toughest plays were a keeper on 2nd and 7 where he slipped right before he threw it. I think the next play was that pick. But what he does have to do better is protect the ball in the pocket. The ball was on the ground too much.
Kyle, what are you seeing from Fred Warner? Do you think he's just pressing? It looks like he's missing the plays that he's been making consistently over the last few years. How would you evaluate his play during the last couple of weeks?
I still think Fred's the man. I think Fred's playing at a high level. I know he had more missed tackles than he's had. I think he had, 4, which is too much for anyone and way too much for him. So obviously he can do better in that way, but Fred's still playing like one of the best linebackers in the league. So I know he's got a real high standard. So when he has something like that, it's going to stick out. But Fred's still playing like one of the best players in this league.
Kyle, the defense had 19 missed tackles overall. Where's the disconnect between the coaching and what they're able to do on the field?
I wouldn't say there's a disconnect. I would say, especially in that first half, they got some guys in space, and we sat in a chair a little too much versus that running back. And when you come to a jump stop on that running back, he is going to break your ankles. And he did it to a number of guys. It always helps if you can get two people there, but when we had one person there, he did as good as I've seen anyone make someone miss tackles in the way he ran. I thought we did better there in the second half. I think we ended up counting 12, so I know PFF has different numbers than we do, but it doesn't matter. 12 is still way too many also. I thought we tightened it up there in the second half and tackled better and got him in some third downs and got off the field, which I thought gave us every chance to get back in the game. And then but that was really tough to do when we led 3 drives in a row with 3 turnovers in a row. So that's really what killed us.
What's it going to take to get Debo going? It's been a few weeks now, and he is struggling from scrimmage, struggling in the receiving. Does he have the burst that he needs?
I think he has the burst that he needs. He didn't get a lot of opportunities last night. He had a pretty good kick return that I thought would have changed the huge momentum of the game. Unfortunately, I got called back with that holding call. I thought he had a good screen. And then the 2 plays he's got to do, he's got to catch both of those balls. And if he catches both of those balls, he's got a chance to do what he's good at after that and run with it. And he didn't get that opportunity because he didn't catch both those balls. So if he does, then that would be 2 more opportunities. And as far as anyone, I mean, we didn't get anybody going in that game. There was, we weren't consistent, and we didn't participate very much in the first half, and in the second half with those turnovers and everything, just killing our drives. And I think we had a total of 50-something plays, but we really weren't able to stay out there consistently enough to get any player going.
Kyle, Fred after the game said that there were run looks that they weren't prepared for. Is it more Josh Jacobs and his ability, or is it just purely not being ready for what they were dishing out?
No, I mean, you're going to see different formations and different run looks every game. When you do see that, you can't get out of your gaps. And there's a couple times that we had guys get out of the gaps. I'd say on the second play of the game, they got a long one. They caught us just in a blitz. We were doing a blitz, and when you blitz and they run the ball and you can get someone out of a gap, you're going to get 15 yards like that right up to the deep safety. After that, a couple looks that they had, we had guys overrun it. They cut out our DN, and there's not a guy in the gap, which leads to an explosive. And we had too many of those in the first half, without a doubt. And when you give a back like that kind of space, and they're getting 10 yards before contact, he's usually going to make that one guy left look pretty bad, and that's what we had way too many of.
Is Charvarius, is he going to practice in full this week?
Yes. That's the plan. He got a lot of work in last week. He just did most of it with the scout team and stuff, and seems in good spirits, and hopefully he'll come out there Wednesday, and we'll see how it goes. It's not something I'm pushing him on hard and trying to go at his speed, and but I know how he talked last week and everything, and hopefully he'll be able to take another step forward with that this week.
How do you feel about sort of the big picture playoff race, and to be at 5-6 at this point? How sort of urgent, desperate? I mean, do you view every game now as sort of must win to keep your chances alive?
Yeah, without a doubt. I think everyone knows. You just got to look at it for a couple minutes to realize where we're at. It's nice when you're one game out of first in your own division. So that does say a lot. Especially being able to play 2 of those teams left of our 6 games. But you also know, you look at the whole NFC picture, and if you don't win the division, it's 10-7 is not guaranteed to get in as a wild card by any means this year. So I think everyone understands completely, outside and inside, what the situation is. That's why that Seattle game was so tough of a loss, and that's why last night was even worse. We know what we got ahead of us. We know exactly what that playoff situation is. That is what it is, but really all that matters is this week. When you do need to go on a run and put a lot of wins to even think of that, then you better make sure you're only thinking of one thing, and that's Buffalo. And so we've had to take care of a lot of stuff today, hoping the guys will take care of their body stuff here over the day and a half they're away from us, and we'll come back Wednesday fully understanding the situation we're in and coming back ready to fight, because that's all we can do right now is just fight our asses off. And I'll be very surprised that not every guy in this building, when I see them Wednesday, isn't ready for that exact mindset that we're going to need to pull off what we feel we can. All right, guys, thanks.
That's Kyle Shanahan earlier today, his conference call with the media. Welcome back, Willard and Dibbs here on 95.7 The Game, but no Willard and Dibbs this week for Thanksgiving week. Happy Thanksgiving, early Thanksgiving to everybody out there. It's Mark Randy, the great Lo Neal, and Jake Hutchinson with you here on Willard and Dibbs. Shanahan said a lot of interesting things there. First of all, some injury updates. Brock Purdy lightly throwing today. Shoulder responded well. He had 2 MRIs on that sore shoulder yesterday. He will rest tomorrow. They'll check it out on Wednesday, see how he progresses throughout the week. Dre Greenlaw, the Niners are also opening his practice window, which means they have 21 days to activate him, and he can start playing football at some point. No guarantee that it happens this week, but it is a possibility. We will see as it goes along there. He also said interesting things about Deebo Samuel and his lack of involvement in the offense of late, and also missed tackles. But I want to focus on one thing he said at the very end right there, talking about the urgency that he says he feels that the team definitely has. He says, quote, "I think everyone understands completely outside and inside what the situation is." I don't know how you guys react when hearing that, because I think everybody on the outside of the organization has felt that kind of urgency for like a month now, but it seems like it hasn't really quite found its way to all of the players inside the organization based on how they've played at times so far this year. So there might be a little bit of a disconnect there. They should have been feeling this a while ago, and maybe they were, and it just didn't quite work out for them. But that's something that caught my eye, because this is a feeling that they should have been having for quite a long time already this year.
Yeah, I think it goes with the whole feeling of this season of just nothing has got into that gear.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't need it to be, whatever stakes it is, which is your season is on the line every single game to get in gear. And even if that is the case, they're probably not going to get in that gear, because I don't think they have it. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think Kyle Shanahan and this team knows what the stakes are. They've known for a while, but they also just I don't think they have the horses this year to really do it. And I think the way they've been inconsistent in every aspect of the game just makes it hard to say, all right, time to turn it on. They played basically one good quarter of football this year, the third quarter against the Dallas Cowboys. And outside of that, I don't know. I have not seen this team be in that gear that would make me, even if they somehow beat the Bills, I don't see it for this team competing with the Lions, the Eagles, any of these top teams that are really gunning for a championship. They just don't have it this year.
Yeah, I'm with you. Same church, same pew. You can sit on my lap this time.
I'm good. I'm all right.
You'll pass. That's all I'm passing. Yeah. Exactly. I just look at this team and think about what Kyle Shanahan was saying. Missed tackles. Deebo, 2 drops. Said, hey, get Deebo involved more. You catch those 2 passes, guess what? Those could be some big plays for Deebo to get him going. He didn't do it. You saw the screen that he had, talked about how explosive that was, the kickoff return, how explosive that was. So he has the explosiveness in him. So you got to make a conscious effort to say that I have to do better. The 12 men on the field, one time. Okay, I can accept it one time. The second time, right back in the role. Okay, that's not good. This team is not good in the second half. Second half, have you seen this team win a second half football game? Have you seen this team? You think about all the second half teams you play. Dallas almost came back and beat you in the fourth quarter. Arizona beat you in the fourth quarter.
Tampa darn near did it too.
Tampa came back and almost beat you in the fourth quarter. When you lost to the Rams, came back and beat you double digits in the fourth quarter. This is not a second half team. This team peters out. It just doesn't have it. Not enough horses. So what makes you think you can go on the road and play against the number 1 team in the AFC, the best team in the AFC right now today? If you said, who is the team to beat in the AFC? It's the Buffalo Bills off of a bye. You're going to go play Josh Allen in the snow when it's freezing off of a bye, and they know that Baltimore Ravens and all those other teams, they're trying to play for home field advantage. This is a team that's pretty dialed up. I understand what Cal's saying. He's saying everyone that's building knows a sense of urgency. Everyone knows what's at stake. It's when you lose this game, you're on 15%. That think if you lost yesterday, went down to 15% chance of making the playoffs. You're at 15%, barely double digits. It's going to be very hard for you to go to Buffalo with a team that their season, the home field advantage, everything is on the line for Buffalo. You think Buffalo is going to take it easy? Buffalo, you think they're going to put on kid gloves? You're going to Buffalo on the road in a hostile environment. People are going to be jumping off of chairs.
Sunday night football.
Yeah.
Night game. Yep.
Night game.
The Niners might need to sacrifice somebody to the pit behind the Bills Stadium.
Exactly.
That's what they need. They got to go. Yeah.
I mean, even if this was a Niners team that had 10 wins and only had 1 loss on the year, this still might be a game they would lose. Even if they were playing like last year, like this might be a game they would lose.
You could have everyone on the team. Go pick Buckner back up. Go get it. Go get a couple other guys. Hey, this is tall cotton, guys. Just realistically, this is tall cotton. That Seattle game and that Ram game and it's a couple of those games that you let get away. Carolina, the Cardinals.
Yep.
Those games right now are at the forefront because now you're getting ready to play the Goliaths.
Yep.
This is you played Goliath last week. You played that team. You played Green Bay. But this one even is a bigger juggernaut to me than even Green Bay.
And then you have another juggernaut coming in the future when the Detroit Lions come to town.
Right.
And Lions Bills might be the most likely Super Bowl scenario right now. So it's tough. It's tough for the Niners. And you're right. Those 3 conference losses gave them absolutely no margin for error, and now you got to go into Buffalo and take on a really good team and maybe the MVP favorite. Okay, time for a break here on Willard and Nibs. When we come back, we will continue to react to everything Kyle Shanahan say. I got to get something off my chest about Deebo Samuel. We can do that as well. Plenty more to get into. It's Willard and Nibs, but no Willard and Nibs this week. Mark Randy, Lone Neal, Jake Hutchinson. We're back with more next on 95.7 The Game.
It was reported over the weekend by Jay Glazer that Brock Purdy had a second MRI on his shoulder. Is that true? And if so, why a second one?
Because, yes, it's true. I mean, most guys we always get more than one. When you get one and it seems all right, then you have some pain later in the week, so you get another one to make sure you didn't miss anything. And so that's what he did, I think, after the Thursday practice.
What is the nature of his injury?
The shoulder.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. Not Willard and Dibbs this week. It's Mark Randy, Lo Neal, Jake Hutchinson with you. And yes, Kyle, thank you. It is a shoulder injury for Brock Purdy. Thanks for being so clear and transparent with us. It is kind of weird how maybe it's not that big of a deal. It seems like maybe there's a decent chance that Brock Purdy plays on Sunday in Buffalo. Kyle Shanahan saying that Brock got some light throwing in today and that the shoulder responded relatively well. They'll check back in on Wednesday after a day off tomorrow. It does seem to be a little bit more a bigger deal than just shoulder soreness. 2 MRIs for shoulder soreness. I mean, Lo, I'm sure you have undergone countless MRIs in your career. But shoulder soreness, that just seems like something that, maybe after a day or two it feels better. It did not, so he got a second MRI and then was held out of the game on Sunday.
Yeah, I think that this sometimes also is just more, I don't know if it's more to meet the eye or if it's just, hey, look, I want to be precaution. And I think that, is this Shanahan being cautioned about it? No, I think maybe this is his agent. Maybe this is someone that's saying, let me protect my client. Brock Purdy, this guy, he tried to go out there in the NFC Championship game against Philly with the torn shoulder. I mean, it's
ACL. He played with they called it oblique, but his broken ribs against Seattle. Yeah. I think it was first season.
He just goes. The guy loves football. So is this where someone has to step in and say, look, we're going to get a second MRI? And no, my client, because I've been there where agents will say, look, I got a call from my client. I'm stepping in. This is contract year for this guy. Hey, look, you can go out there and play and sore shoulder. Guess what? They don't give a darn about you. You go out there and play with a sore shoulder. You could tell them, oh, my shoulder was sore, but you throw 3 interceptions. That's not good. That's going to affect your pocketbook. So this could be just the agent, parents, people that are around him just saying, hey, man, we know you love this team. We know you love ball, but hey, look, let's make sure you're okay.
I do think it is something where if you're a quarterback who has yet to be paid and has massively outplayed your contract, it's not really in your best interest to go out there 50%, or even if it's more than that. If it's your throwing shoulder, you can play through other stuff, hip, lower legs, whatever it is.
Broken finger on your left hand.
Yeah, sure, exactly. But I think with Brock Purdy, I don't know if that's exactly what's going on, but I do think it is a concern that you go from, it's just shoulder soreness to, okay, he can barely throw the ball on Thursday before practice. He warms up and goes, no, and then he comes out. It's a little bit more than that. The fact that they had a second MRI, the fact that the reporting from, Adam Schefter in Rappaport was a little funny Sunday morning, where Rappaport's putting it out there that the 49ers could be interested in Daniel Jones. Schefter says it's good. He's using more commas than I've ever seen from Adam Schefter to write a lengthy thing about how it's fine. But if it's not fine, it's also fine. It's a little weird. A little weird.
And then Jay Glazer breaks the story. He got a second MRI. I think it's posturing for more money. And this is not me peddling or meddling or just being, trying to clickbait or hot take. I'd be shocked if this guy plays anymore this year.
Really?
Is that hot?
I think that is within the realm of possibility. I think he plays this week. I think if he plays this week, he plays out probably the rest of the year. But if he doesn't play and they lose, I could see them shutting it down.
What do you have to prove? You've already played and got injured for your team in the NFC Championship game. You've already played with broken ribs. You've already outplayed your contract. You've done all these things that this team has asked you to do. And you have done it being a good soldier. You've shut your mouth. You play. You never say anything negative. You might take a haircut because you want to make sure guys stay on the team. Why would you? You're not making the playoffs this year. You're talking about you got two Goliath.
Only a game out of the.
Stop! I can't with you right now. You got Goliath this week, and then you got Goliath's twin next week. Think about what you have left on the schedule. Why would you? Because he can't. No matter what he does, if they lose these next 2 games, which Detroit and friggin'.
Well, you got Buffalo and then Chicago. Yeah. You got the Rams in Miami, then Detroit, and then Arizona to close it out.
Right. So if you're playing these games, what do you have to gain? If all people are going to do is say, God, he played. Look what happened. They still lost. I just don't know if it's worth it for him to go through that when the season's pretty much over. And I know, and here's the thing, you know that he wants to play, you know that he can play probably, but it's just like, for what though? I mean, it's like, I understand you played this game and I love the game, but this guy has proven himself. He's earned this contract, and all he can do is hurt himself now at this point in time.
I also think within this offense, it's been a problem all year, not just pass protection, but the way they run their offense. Brock is running a lot of stuff where they run the plays where it's hot. Some teams max protect, and some teams run it where it's hot. You get blitzed, and you throw to a guy immediately. But on those plays, Brock has taken a lot of shots, much more than a lot of other quarterbacks in this league have to take, because Kyle puts a lot on him, and Brock can drift in the pocket and throw away from a blindside blitzer.
And he's running a lot and taking hits on the run.
Running more than he's ever run. They have, I think, the second highest scramble rate in the entire NFL because of that, because they're not blocking well. They're not necessarily getting the right protections against these blitz looks. And so if you're Brock, knowing if you play against Buffalo, you're taking some shots, I think that has to be a consideration on his part. I don't necessarily think it's all business from him at his end.
No, not in his end.
But I think he has to definitely consider that.
But I'm with you. I don't think it's his business decision on his end. I think it's other people, outside sources, the agent. And I think maybe it's Shanahan saying, okay, do I really want to trot this guy out here against Buffalo where it's going to probably be 30 degrees, the weather's going to be horrible, your shoulder's already hurting, you already got tendonitis, you've been playing hard, you're out there, and we're not playing for anything. I just don't think that this guy plays this week. If he didn't play last week and you lost that game, I don't think they're going to play him this week. Even though he threw the ball, they said, okay, he looked up. I don't see this guy playing this week.
And if he does not play again this year, they're probably losing every single game they play the rest of the season, which, I mean, at this point, okay, it might not be the worst thing that could happen because you might get a better draft pick as a result. But the other thing that the Niners have to consider, and we got Doc Pandy cleared to play coming up in about 4 minutes here. We'll run through some of the Niners injuries, including Brock Purdy with the Doc in just a little bit. But if it is maybe a little bit more serious and he doesn't play the rest of the season, or maybe it's not that bad, but they hold him out because concerned of it getting worse, something that the Niners have to consider is your throwing arm. You've already had a torn UCL, and now you got the shoulder problem. And is that a guy you want to sink $60 million a year into? Already's had relatively big problems to two different key areas of his throwing arm. I mean, that's not nothing. That's something to consider.
And he's not a guy with elite arm talent. You know, I have been a big defender of Brock in terms of people criticized his lack of arm talent. And I thought the way he operates in this offense with elite anticipation and the ability to read defenses, I think compensates for some of that. But when you don't have all those great skill players who are getting open and you can manipulate that, the protection's not the best. There are some times where there are like hole shots open where he can throw it against like a cover two look and try and throw a bead right to Pearsall or something like that, and he doesn't have the arm talent to do it.
There's the Rams game where it was Ayuk wide open deep down the middle of the field, right? And he missed him. He didn't see him. Or maybe he saw him and didn't want to throw it.
And I think his anticipation and his mental acuity is what separates him. And I think this season, with the lack of protection, with the inconsistencies, he hasn't trusted what he's seen nearly as much. This offense has been out of sync. And so if you're a guy without that elite talent, he can scramble, but his arm talent is limited. I think you should ask some questions about, do you just sign him to a mammoth contract that's going to be north of $55 million a year, because that's what the market is?
Yeah, I think that this is going to be a situation where he looks at it and he's like, look, it's a strained shoulder. If it's a strained shoulder, they say it could take anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks. 6 weeks, that's the season. So if you look at this, I think there's going to be something like that where, okay, it's a bruised muscle. It could be week to week. It's going to depend on Brock. And maybe he plays another game, but I just don't think it's this week because it's too much pressure on, not too much pressure on him, but it's too much to ask this guy to go out here and try to win this game against Buffalo, the best team in the AFC. I think right now, by far, the best team in the AFC. So why would you do that to a guy who's already carried you, the length that he's carried you? And like you talk about just his arm being sore, and it's the same side, his throwing arm. If you really care about this guy, not necessarily care about this guy, if this is going to be your quarterback of the future, why would you want to put him under that type of duress anyway?
I think it's a fair question.
Season's not over yet. You're a game out of the division. I know you don't want to hear that, but I mean, you string something together, you can still win the division. It is well within your reach.
Even if you,
I'm not counting on it anymore, but
I don't even think if you won out, you'd win the division. It's going to be really tough.
If they won out, they'd win the division.
I think if they won out, they would win the division. But
I mean, the odds of they're not winning out.
No. When you're facing the Bills on the road, you host the worst team you face are the Bears, who are looking a lot better since firing Shane Waldron. They're unpredictable. They've at least got some guys. Then you get the Rams. That one you have to win. Then on the road at the Dolphins, host the Lions, finish with the Cardinals on the road. It's a grinder.
Very much so. I'm not confident in it. I'm just saying.
I know you're not. You're over here trying to bait. I'm not even going to let you bait me right now. We got the doc on the phone. I'm not going to.
We got 2 more hours. I got a little bit more time to bait you.
He's trying. He's still here.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Let's now go out to the River Islands guest line because it's time for Cleared to Play, where we take you inside the tent and get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment and bring in Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Nirav Pandya. Doc, how you doing? Happy Monday.
Yeah, happy Monday to you guys, too. How are you all doing?
We're doing all right. Everything considered, 49ers get blown out in Green Bay, 38-10. It could be worse. It's Thanksgiving week, trying to be a little bit more happy about things after that Niner loss. But there's plenty, of course, to talk about injury-related for the 49ers. We've just been talking about Brock Purdy's shoulder, so why don't we start there? Kyle Shanahan spoke earlier today, Doc, and said Brock did some light throwing, and it went all good. They didn't push it that hard, but he did that light throwing, and the pain hadn't come back. He had 2 MRIs. Kyle Shanahan confirmed that earlier today, 2 MRIs last week. Does this just feel to you like run-of-the-mill shoulder soreness, or is there something more going on here with Brock? What do you think, Doc?
I think whenever you get 2 MRIs kind of back-to-back, you do get a little bit more concerned that, number one, are they looking for something more specific? Is there a tear in the cartilage or something that they're really looking for that explains their symptoms? Or was he getting better and did something new pop up during that week that caused the second MRI? So I think that's number one, the first point of concern. I think number two is the fact that anytime someone's had elbow surgery and then their shoulder starts bothering them on the same side, you do get a little bit more concerned as well, too. So you're just making sure, was there some elbow soreness maybe that caused him to overuse his shoulder and this is actually an entire arm issue? Or are you worried about the shoulder issue, then starting to call issues down by the elbow? So definitely something a little bit more concerning, particularly at that position. And the fact that he threw today is a very positive sign. So hopefully, as the week goes on, he feels better, and it was just a little bit of irritation and nothing to worry about.
That's interesting to note. I think McCaffrey is someone else we've been talking about. We've been asking, is this who he is? Is this just, you come off Achilles tendonitis, maybe he's hesitant? Is this something where when somebody has that issue, is it him being hesitant, or is it, the result of the injury with that Achilles tendonitis?
I think in general, the fact that they haven't talked about him, having soreness or, besides maybe not that burst being there, you don't necessarily see him limping or having other compensation. I really think this is just more of a function of he just didn't have a normal period of time to get ready for the season. I'm sure Lo can talk about this. Is you get your reps in training camp, you kind of ease into the season, and then you kind of are ready to go. Here, he didn't have that usual ramp up of time of getting his body ready. And then suddenly you're thrown into an NFL season after resting and you're trying to perform at the same level. So I think it's more a function of this is what happens when you have this much time off and you're trying to go full speed in the middle of the NFL season while everyone else has been practicing, as opposed to this being an issue with this injury. Because with the injury, you'd expect soreness, pain, he's limping. You don't see that. You just don't see his timing and burst there. So I think this is more a reflection of where he's coming in at the season as opposed to there being an issue with him not being the same CMC that we saw in years past.
Doc, Lo Neal here. How would you handle this situation with Brock Purdy when you know you're the doctor and you understand what this young man is approaching, a new contract, a new deal, extension, all the things that are surrounding it? How would you handle this situation if you were in that seat as the team doctor when you know what's riding on this, and is it worth it? How do you put your hands around this situation just in general?
Yeah, I think in general, whenever, he depends on his arm. His arm is what's going to be the thing that gets him to his next contract. So I would tell him, like, look, there's a risk of structural issues with this elbow, with this shoulder. Is it really worth pushing yourself and pushing through pain and then suddenly going down the route of needing off-season surgery? Because you imagine there aren't many NFL quarterbacks who have gotten elbow surgery and shoulder surgery on their throwing arm. So if he understands those risks and he's willing to say, look, I'm going to push through and try to make it through the season, I understand that. As long as he understands there's that possibility if this is something more major going on and that can impact a contract, then you kind of laid it out for him. If this really is just simply, look, I landed on my shoulder, it's sore, and it's just a pain issue, you let him know that as well, too. But I think with him in particular, you have to really, really be cautious, just given everything that's riding, both in terms of timing and what he's gone through before in that arm.
Doc Bandia, UCSF Health, cleared to play here on Willard and Dibbs, but it's Grandy, Low Neal, and Hutch here filling in for Willard and Dibbs. Doc, one of the other Niners stars who did not play yesterday in Green Bay, Nick Bosa, dealing with one hip and one oblique on different sides. I mean, for a guy, an edge rusher who's got to be flexible and he's got to be bendy around tackles and try to get to quarterbacks, those seem like major injuries. How concerning is something like that? And the fact that he wasn't able to go in a really all-important game like yesterday, how concerned are you that this might not be something that potentially could lead to off-season surgery for Nick Bosa?
Yeah, no, definitely a high level of concern. I mean, he's just someone who is shown again and again. He'll play through the discomfort. He's always want to be out there on the field. And it's really hard at that position to do what he does with those type of injuries. And I think people remember back when he was in Iowa State, I actually think he had core muscle surgery, which involves a lot of this general area on both sides in the past. So the fact that he's dealt with something like this before, this is clearly important at the position he plays. He puts a tremendous amount of force across his body. And he's, kind of re-injured the same area. I think it's definitely something of concern that may potentially need surgery in the offseason. It's just really hard to play, even if you're having a lot of, kind of pain relief at that position. If those muscles aren't working, he's just not going to be very effective. So something that you do worry about, him needing that surgery in the offseason, or even earlier if he can't really kind of get through this discomfort that he's dealing with right now.
Doc, tell us something. You look at Greenlaw. Here's a guy that's coming off the Achilles injury. How do you judge a guy? What is that predicated on? What is typically the amount of time? And when can we see this guy at 100%? I know he's been released to practice. How do you gauge something of Achilles magnitude?
Yeah, so it's a great question. I think usually, we know that biologically, right, the kind of the repair usually is healed right around 6 months. But then there's that long period of time you need, that 9, 10, 11 month period after surgery where you get your muscle strength back. So there are things you can do to test muscle strength. You can test flexibility. You can get other, MRIs and ultrasounds to see if things are healed. But at the end of the day, what you're really looking for is that player playing with confidence? Because it doesn't matter how much we as physicians say everything's healed, your strength is back. But if you don't have that confidence in your leg, you're not going with that same burst. You're not making the same cuts. And that's what's going to draw you out longer than maybe month 11, month 12. And if you look at most people coming off Achilles injuries, whether it's the NBA, whether it's the NFL, that first season is usually a wash. It's the second season when the statistics come back, because for a lot of these players, you're playing explosively. Once you tear your Achilles, you remember how that feels. That's something that you really have to come over mentally just to be able to really explode off that calf. So, you base it off what the player's saying. You're seeing how confident they're playing, but you really have to have that expectation that it's next year when you're going to see him back at that top level, not this season, what's remaining left.
Interesting. Doc, great stuff as always. We appreciate you taking out the time, and happy early Thanksgiving. We'll catch up with you again next week.
You too. You guys have a great Thanksgiving as well, too. Yep.
All right. Thanks,
appreciated. Doc. Don't eat so much turkey, Doc.
The proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health. We appreciate Doc's time as always. I mean, he might be in lockstep with you guys talking about Dre Greenlaw's return. Why rush it? And if you're 5-6, you go into Buffalo, you lose that game, you're 5-7. Maybe you don't play Brock the rest of the year. Maybe you don't play Bosa the rest of the year. Maybe you don't play Trent the rest of the year, and you just say, hey, Dre, you'll be back to 100% September of 2025, and we'll go get it then.
See, I played. Oh, go ahead.
No, I think it could be a blessing in disguise with all that stuff. This team is so much attrition from going through the playoffs year after year. I'm sure and these seasons are an extra game longer now. Some of these guys that are coming back from all that stuff, yeah. If you just say shut it down and actually get them some rest, I'm sure you know how valuable it is.
No question. I think Greenlaw won't play this week. You're playing in Buffalo. It's too cold. You can't risk that. I'm willing to bet that he doesn't play this week. Now, I would play him maybe at home. I'd let him get a game or two in because, hey, look, we're going to let you play these 2 games, maybe the last 2 games if they're here. But I wouldn't pay him in this type of weather. And with quarterback, I wouldn't either. After listening to the doc and hear him saying that, hey, look, if I was the doctor, I would say, look, you've already had surgery. We don't want to, you have a lot to risk. When you're hearing the doc say things like that, make you say, okay, what should this guy do? And what I've heard out of that, I don't know if this guy's going to play this week.
That's your moneymaker. You are Brock Purdy.
Right.
You are a guy who relies on your right arm. You might want to shut it down if you're trying to get paid an exorbitant amount of money this offseason. And with Dre Greenlaw, I think that might be up to him because he's worked so hard to come back. I wonder if he just wants to get back out there so desperately. And if they are theoretically still in it, that juice he can bring would be valuable. But yeah, like we've been talking about it. People have been like, well, when Greenlaw comes back, you're not the same after an Achilles injury, let alone in that first season. So whatever it is, I'm sure it's still probably better than what you've got from Devondre Campbell for the most part. But is it worth it to put him out there? I don't know.
I also think maybe when we were talking towards the beginning of the season about when Greenlaw would potentially return, you were thinking maybe it's for an 8-4 team and not like a 5-7 team, and that makes a giant difference, right? If you're fighting for the division, you're atop the division. Maybe you're fighting for potentially maybe the 1 seed, the 2 seed, whatever the case may be. You might be willing to take a little bit more of a risk. Not that you want to ever risk a player's health, but you might be more willing to roll the dice a little bit. Right. As opposed to having to do it for a team that might be 5-7 when Greenlaw's finally ready to go. There's a major difference in what you are even playing for at that point.
No question. I absolutely agree with you, and that's why I just don't think he plays this game. No, I think that Greenlaw will touch the field this year. I really believe he'll play 2 or 3 games at the end of the year. But you don't play this guy this week in a cold. You don't know what the temperature is. It's Buffalo. It's freezing. Your Achilles is already tight. You have to loosen it up. It's like a rubber band, and now you have to go out there and play in this type of weather. It's no way the organization is going to risk Greenlaw. Even if he looks good, you don't play him this week. Not this week.
I'm with you. I think they might take the full 21 days on the ramp up and just see where he's at, just to get him back in practice.
Right.
At the very least, even if it's just out of deference to him and his desire to come back and play. But at this point, it's no matter who comes back, I'm not sure it's going to really matter. It's just, does he want to get back out there? He's a guy that, he's going to have to get a new contract. Mm-hmm. So does he want a little bit of reps and think he can show something? I'm not sure, but yeah, I think with Greenlaw, you don't risk it this week at all. Maybe the Rams game in 3 weeks from now, but this thing might be wrapped up by
that Rams game is the Thursday night game, by the way. So that would be you have to get him ready a couple of days earlier than otherwise if that was a Sunday game. 21 days from now would be the 16th of December, which would be 6 days before Week 16 in Miami. Maybe that's the day we see Greenlaw debut. But as you guys are talking about, maybe by that point you've been eliminated from the playoffs if things continue to not go well. So we'll see how it all plays out. Shanahan speaking earlier today, they have opened the practice window on Dre Greenlaw. Brock Purdy did some light throwing. He said the pain did not return. Seems like slight good news there, but we'll see how it goes the rest of the week. Okay, time for a break on Willard and Dibs. No Willard and Dibs this week for Thanksgiving. It's Mark, Randy, Low Neal, and Jake Hutchinson. And safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Expert technicians check fluids, tire pressure, wipers, lights, batteries, and more. For locations and coupons, visit BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. More Willard and Dibs with Grandy, Low, and Hutch next on 95.7 The Game.
UCSF Sports Medicine.
Okay, you was liking it, wasn't you? Okay. Nice turnaround, baby, back there on the turntables. Baby, do what you do, baby boy.
That was not live. That was Low Neal about an hour ago here on 95.7 The Game. The great Low Neal filling in on Willard and Dibs this week. It's Mark Randy, Low Neal, and Jake Hutchinson. Of course, Low, one of the greatest fullbacks of all time. Hutch, you read him on Niners, All Things Various Sports on 95.7 The Game and all over Odyssey here in the United States. Does a great job with us. Is down in Santa Clara for Niners all the time. Going up to the city, though, for this week, joining us here on Willard and Dibs. Having a lot of fun here this week here on 95.7 The Game. And it's a rough day for the Niners because they did fall to Green Bay 38-10. But we're having a lot of fun alongside Low Neal and Hutchinson. My name is Mark Randy, and all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. The guests include Steve Kerr, who will join us tomorrow here on Willard and Dibs on 95.7. I think I'm looking forward to that. Also, Mark Schlereth, we'll get him to break down Niners. That's coming up tomorrow as well. We got that to look forward to coming up tomorrow. But today, guys, we got to continue breaking down what happened for the 49ers in Green Bay. I wanted to get into Deebo Samuel because this was an interesting game where you come into a game like this, and Low, correct me if I'm wrong, Hutch, I know you know how the Niners have handled things like this in the past. You've got a backup quarterback who hasn't played in the NFL, a regular season NFL game, in about 3 years. You're without your star left tackle. You're without your star edge rusher. Christian McCaffrey is, just his third game back off of an injury that's kept him out all season long up to that point. You got all the odds stacked against you. In the past, this has kind of just been the moment where the Niners give Deebo the ball and say, "Go make magic happen, buddy." We'll get you the ball. We'll find a way to give you 10 touches, and invariably he's going to find a way to break one for a 50-yard touchdown. I'll break another for 37 yards, and I'll break 4 tackles along the way. And if you're going to win the football game, it's going to be through Deebo Samuel's individual brilliance. He had 1 touch in this football game. 1 touch! And it was on a reverse flea flicker screen, which honestly was fun and cool and good to see. Love to see the creativity from Kyle Shanahan. That was his only touch. He had a kick return that nearly he took it to the house, but it was called back because of a holding. And then he had a couple of other targets in the passing game that he could not catch, and one that he tipped and turned into an interception. No rushing attempts, which is in the past something that he would get at least 5, 6, 7 of in games like this. And to me, guys, Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers offense only giving Deebo Samuel 1 touch like that, 1 manufactured touch, that seems to me to be them saying Deebo doesn't have it anymore. If they've thought he had it and he was a way for them to get the offense going, they manufacture 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 touches for him in that game, and they only manufactured a single 1.
No question. It's clear to anybody that's watching the tape, and it, I think, explains a little bit of why Deebo is especially bristly this season, is that he's not the same. And you look at it, he's just not moving the same, and stuff hasn't been blocked well for him, of course. But in years past, stuff was blocked terribly for him anyway. And you send
it didn't matter.
And it did not matter. Deebo was the king of the most impressive 3-yard rush you'd ever seen in your life, where he's getting swarmed behind the line of scrimmage, and you could count on him almost every single time he touched the ball to break a tackle. And he just does not have that. You look at some of the advanced stats of him as a ball carrier compared to every other, he is dead last in EPA per rush, explosive play rate, success rate, whatever you want to use. He's been their least effective runner, and a lot of that, again, not blocked well, but you can tell that they've seen what we've seen, in my view, and it's not working running him like that like it has in the past. Josh Jacobs breaking tackles like vintage Debo, but I just don't think Debo really has it, and you can't keep using him in that way. And you're right. Any other situation previous years, they absolutely would have fed him. I just don't think he has it this year. And, you have to hope if you're the 49ers, it's just a one-year thing. But this is a guy who has a lot of mileage, and you have to worry that it's more of not just this year, but the rest of his career.
Yeah, I think that Debo can play harder. I think that he thinks he's playing harder, but he can do more. I think that Debo has to make a conscious effort to catch the ball when those two other passes were in your hands, hit you. You got to find a way to catch those passes. That's just sometimes lackadaisical and just like not paying attention to detail. You expect more from Debo because he is your leader. And Kyle Shanahan, we had him on the show. You heard his press conference today. He said, yeah, we try to give him the ball, but he's got to make those two catches. He makes those two catches. Those are chain movers. Those are first down. And now you can get more targets. But I think Debo himself, I think that that this guy would tell you, yeah, look, there used to be better runs, but I think that if you look at McCaffrey, if you can go over his stats and, now they do the warp and all those things, and all the things they have, the analytics, and you can look at his numbers and say, man, what's going on with that? And I don't think there's nothing wrong with McCaffrey. I think that he needed to get round back into shape, but I also think that the line's not as good as it used to be. I think that you're not getting push off the line of scrimmage. I watched McCaffrey run the ball, and there's nowhere to go. So I do believe that Debo can play better. I do believe that Debo has taken a step back, and I think he still has it. I just don't think that he's putting the effort in the way that he's capable of. And when Debo was going, the team was going. When Debo goes, the team goes. Right now, I don't know if he was playing at his best, do you win yesterday? I don't think so. I just think that right now, you're a team that's going through, you're having a bad year, you have an off year, you just don't have it. No matter what this team does, offensively, defensively, they're just behind. They have not done it this year. They're not a second half team. They've squandered leads. Every single game they had one game that just dominated, and that was against probably the Patriots. But when you think about, they've almost given up every single game this year. They've almost lost in the end of these games.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting though. So you still think Debo has it in him, but maybe
I'd say that's worse. That's worse if he's still got it and he's just not giving it his all. I'm not going to guess or speculate how much effort he's putting in, but that would worry me just as much, if not more.
I just think that I know what you're saying, and maybe I'm saying it wrong, but I think instead of saying, okay, like I seen Debo on some of the stretch plays where he just runs and he gets to the line and it's like 3 or 4 dudes out there and he just keeps running out of bounds. Or last year he would have turned his shoulders, made a guy miss, run over another guy, and maybe picked up a couple more yards. So I just don't know if he's saying mentally, do I take these 2-3 extra hits for who? For what? And it's hard because you guys are saying, God, that makes it sound worse. I don't know, does it? If he's running to the sideline, you see it, and he's running out of real estate. There's 3 guys there, and he just says, I'm just going to get 1 yard and get out of bounds, compose it, put my foot in the ground, get north and south, and go pick up another 4 or 5. I don't know. I haven't seen that.
It's easy for Hutch and I to probably say that because we don't know what it feels like to turn up field when you've got a linebacker and 2 defensive backs bearing down on you. So
I'd go out of bounds.
I'd go out of bounds too. I wouldn't even take the ball in the first place. But I think where maybe there's some frustration is if that's the case.
I know.
It's been something that's happening all year. And fair enough to say, all right, Debo, pick your spots. You're down 20 points in the second half against Green Bay. You're about to fall to 5-6. Is it worth it? Sure. Okay, but was it worth it week 5 or week 4 when he lost to the Cardinals at home? And I mean, he's had a couple of nice moments here and there, but this has been something that's been happening all season. And when it was happening earlier in the season, this is still a team that had everything that they set out to accomplish in front of them.
Last year, you guys remember Debo, and the year before, where how many times you've seen a guy has his leg and he's pulling the guy on his leg and he sees him coming and he jumps and gets through. I've seen it. So
countless times. Yeah.
I mean, to be clear, I think Debo Samuel was at 2021 where he carried this offense single-handedly. He's one of the most dynamic football players I've ever seen in my life.
We'll never see another 2021 Debo.
No question. No question. But I think you knew.
But he doesn't need to be that 2021.
No. Right. He needs to be 60% of that. And
he's not even close to that, in my opinion. I just think it's tough to go from watching a guy who is that dynamic, who fundamentally changed what the 49ers could do with their offense, created a quasi-position of the wide back, to go to what he is now, where they're not even looking to feed him in a game where this would normally be, all right, let's be physical, let's put the ball in Debo's hands. He will turn some mediocre blocking into positive plays, and they didn't do that.
Is that the same with Brandon Ayuk? Because before he got injured, he was dropping passes, not catching. You didn't see the same type of Ayuk that you. So that song. So you had a bad day. I just think they're bad this year. I've seen, you guys have seen running backs that go from a great year and just fall off and then come back. I mean, I've seen quarterbacks. Shoot, they ran the Rams quarterback out of L.A. They ran him to Detroit. They said, get out of here.
Yeah.
Jared Goff, he was a bust. Everyone said he couldn't win. I was one of those guys. He couldn't go win the big one. He's just like, he's a game manager. He doesn't throw the big ball. Jared Goff, he's just a guy. And look what he is now. So it's like, do we throw these guys away? I think the guys can have an off year and still bounce back. That's all I'm saying.
I don't disagree at all. I do think Debo is particular in the fact that Kyle Shanahan has spoken explicitly multiple times that over the offseason they have to make sure he stays in shape and doesn't gain weight. That was something coming out of South Carolina.
He's South Carolina. He eating that good food, getting that fried chicken and fried okra.
I don't blame him.
I don't blame you. In South Carolina, Debo eating them pig feet. Debo grubbing. He getting his grub on, man.
Sounds good to me.
But he does. He gets a little. He can blow up.
But
Debo
it's something where you worry
about your cornbread. By the way, you want your cornbread?
But also in 2021, let's not pretend like he was in the best shape of his life in 2021 either. I mean, he was a big dude in 2021.
It's just that he's a guy that I think most people feel for at some point when the wheels fall off, they're going to fall off and it's going to be a hard fall with him in particular. And so you worry that this is that point. I'm not saying necessarily definitively it's it, but there are signs that, the way he's been used in the past is not viable anymore. And if that's the case, he's not a really true receiver. He can win it. He can win in zone, but he cannot beat man coverage for the most part, and that's how the Chiefs dominated the Niners in the Super Bowl. You got to worry about him. If he's not providing that second option as a runner, I don't know what he is.
Yeah. Can you? And this is the thing. He's 28 years old. We saw the speed last night. You saw him still make people miss and pick up that big return. So what's in there? I think if he's a guy that you line up in certain situations, 3rd and short, 4th and 1, or something like that, and you got him in that bunch. He's next to the tight end, and you fake the run, and he's going to be dragging across. You have to put him and scheme him open on certain things. I totally agree with you. He doesn't beat the press very well. He can't beat man coverage consistently. So you're right, but he is physical and he can beat guys up. Claw him, he's quick. So I think you have to find a way to get him in the right spots, scheme him open to do those things. And that's what makes Kyle Shanahan great. That's what made him great. That's what made him so elite of a coach, because he knows how to get guys open and makes average guys look better than average. And Debo's far from being average. He's a great talent. I just think that this is a bad year for a lot of guys. They haven't found it. And it's going to be interesting to just see how they rebound after the season.
I also think losing Ayuk, the fact that he was a guy that really challenged defenses, I think you could have mixed in Ricky, and if Ricky Pearsall was healthy from the start of the season, in an ideal world, they would have had Ayuk as the X, and they would have, I think, mixed in Pearsall with Debo a little bit and taken some of the load off of Debo, where he didn't have to be in every single down player. And maybe I'm wrong on that, but I think if they had those guys, there would have been less on his shoulders, and maybe he would have looked a little better. But that's not where we are.
So where do you guys put Jennings? Is he an X or Z? Y? What position do you put it?
He's traditionally a slot, but now Kyle trusts him to play the X, which I think he can, but he doesn't have any sort of the breakaway speed that someone like Debo or Ayuk have. And so,
but do you need it?
I think
does Pearsall have it? When you watch the Chargers play and you watch McConkey play, do you need the breakaway speed to play X or Z? Keenan McCardell, when he was at his highest, when you see great receivers, Jerry Rice ran a 4.7, 4.6. So everyone talks about the speed. I get guys that can take the roof off the building. They got to have a vertical guy to go vertical. But do you really need that type of guy in today's NFL to be able to say, can he beat coverage? When you look at Jennings, 160 yards, more receiving yards than any of these receivers ever did in one game. So can he play at a high level? Do you need a guy to be a speed burner to be able to play X or Z?
I don't think he necessarily needs to have that top-end speed, and he never will. But for this offense, to have those explosive plays where it's run after catch, I think that's something that and he's so physical, he can still rip those off. But it's a different thing than when Ayuk catches it and immediately has a platform for an easy 15 yards. I just think it's different, and they've counted on that speed and that timing, and it's different with Jennings, which is not a criticism of Jennings. I'm just not sure. Like, that's not his natural position. Yeah. And he's playing really well. It's just a different type of offense.
Juwan could play anywhere for me. He's just that dude, right? I love Juwan is an amazing football player, but I think Hutch is onto something when you talk about without Ayuk, you don't really have a lot of guys out there who can beat man coverage. And that's where you thought Ricky Pearsall was going to come in and be able to do that. But, I mean, the last couple of games barely getting targeted at all. I also think the other thing that's interesting is if, as you're talking about, Debo still has it in him to break off a great play here and there. I find it hard to believe how he's only getting one touch in a football game.
You think he should be getting more? So you're on the fence of saying I want to see more Debo.
I mean, it's either it's Debo Samuel doesn't have it anymore, and Shanahan and the Niners know it, so they're not giving him touches, or he has it and he's only getting one touch. I mean, it's terrible both ways. I mean, I have found some of the numbers here. So, like the example that I'm thinking of is Niners backs up against the wall. You got to get a win. Maybe you have some quarterback concerns. All right, what do? You give the ball to Debo. Go back to 2021. Niners were 3-5. Monday Night Football against the Rams. You lose that game, you're probably benching Jimmy and you're going with Trey Lance. Like, it was a must-win football game. Of course, we know they won it, and they went all the way to the NFC Championship game.
Should have gave Debo the ball in that NFC game on that, win that game, right?
That 2021 game against the Rams, 10 total touches, 5 catches, 5 carries. Later on that same year, Week 17, a Trey Lance start against the Texans at home. Win, and you keep your postseason hopes alive. 10 total touches. He had 3 catches, but 7 rushes. The next week, Week 18, in L.A. against the Rams, win and you make the playoffs. Debo Samuel, 12 total touches, 4 catches, but 8 carries. You go into the postseason in Debo's career. Take out his rookie year when he wasn't who we now know Debo to be. 13 touches, 11, 12, 11, 12. 2 against Green Bay last year because he was hurt, 11, and then 6 in the Super Bowl. I say all those numbers just to say, when the Niners are in situations where they have to win, or they're looking at maybe their season over, or where they're dealing with a backup quarterback, or with a guy that they don't have a ton of confidence in, they just endlessly give Debo the ball. And not just like target him 10 times in the passing game, give him carries, give him those manufactured touches, and there was one manufactured touch yesterday. That, to me, suggests either the Niners have lost confidence in his ability, or it was just mismanagement. Because if you still believe Debo can do what he's done in the past, and in that situation yesterday he only gets 1 touch, I don't know how you can make an excuse for that.
And it's interesting because, they put him back at the kickoff. They still trust him to be explosive there.
Yeah, and he was explosive.
And he was. But it's clear that I think 2 things. Debo's not what he was, but he's still got something in there, right? Like Lowe's talking, he's still got some in there. I just think it's far, far less consistent, and it's not as explosive as it was. And so I think there is a realization that all those jet sweeps and all those stuff, they're not being blocked well enough, and Debo's not quite as explosive as he once was to make up for the poor blocking. And so those are probably going to be negative plays anyway, so why run it? I think that might be where they're coming from.
Maybe just a perfect storm, a couple of things coming together. I don't know.
Yeah, it's tough because you guys are both making very valid points, and watching Debo and seeing the lack of productivity from this guy who's your superstar. And when the games were still in the ballot and still so much up to grab, Debo was huge, like you alluded to. It was give the ball to Debo, either throw it to him, let him run it, do something, let this guy touch the ball because he could be our savior. And you have not seen that this year. But I think this is a different team, though. I think that you guys have to look at the situations when you were in it last year and the year before when Debo did those things, things were different. The team felt different. You were in a different vibe. You were winning. Debo would take over. Your defense was playing a lot better. Your defense is a sieve, guys. This defense is ferocious. I mean, yesterday was what? Green Bay went 5 for 5 in the red zone and third down. They
started 6 for 7 on third downs.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It got better in the second half, but yeah.
And so you can't win that, and it deflates your offense when you're playing like this and your defense can't help you, your offense can't help you. You're not playing complementary football. Your offense is not complementing your defense isn't complementing your offense. Teams can run the ball all over your defense. Your offense can't run the ball. You used to sit there and watch. You remember those guys on the Niners defense would stand up and watch the show from the offense and just like, our offense is going to and they would just watch them just grind and eat. Have you ever seen this? This team does not have that. And if you remember our defense was 3 and out, people were going crazy. The place was just, the defense, you try to run against them. I mean, it was stingy.
There used to be that full belief that you could just lean on them and their identity. I think we talked about it before, but it was to be physical. It was as simple as you can possibly get in football, right? It's to build up an elite defensive front that can be. It wasn't to. Their philosophy hasn't been to be dominant against the run, but they had enough talent to be decent against the run, and when it mattered, be physical and challenge teams in the run game, and then get after them in the pass game. And then it's to run the ball and outside zone and counters off of that. And they just have not, that's their identity, and they have not gotten to that. There's been no level of execution in those key elements. And when you don't have that, and you don't have a clear identity, and all these guys with contract stuff in the offseason and didn't have real practices, you enter the season on the wrong foot, and then the way they lost those early games just puts such a sour taste in your mouth where you're like, we believe, right? And everyone's like, yeah, I still believe, but no one really believes. And so it's just, you're right. I think it is possibly just a one-season thing, but they are off this year in a number of ways, and it's not just one thing.
No, it's really not. And you just watch them the way that they play. It's just like you're like, wow, who is this team? Kyle Shanahan, when you heard him in his presser today, and I don't know if you guys can get that part up, where he says it's different when the running back is 5 to 10 yards down the field and no one's touched him. It's hard to make tackles because they got space. Usually you make guys stop their feet in the backfield. Now the cavalry can come and help them. McCaffrey can't be explosive because when he's running to that track, then he has to come to a complete stop. The pursuit comes and get him. When he used to have the lanes, he'd run to that track, and now he puts his foot in the ground and get north and south and just, like Steiny was saying, and see a hole, and he would hit it because he didn't come to a complete stop. He was running, he sees it, puts his foot in the ground, and then he got north and south. Now he's running, he has to come to a complete stop because there's a new line of scrimmage. It stopped him in the backfield, and now when he tries to stop and start again, the pursuit gets him. So it's a different type of running game. It's a different type of everything, and that's what Kyle Shanahan, we talked about what they were able to do in the running game yesterday. Green Bay, Kyle Shanahan talked about how the running back was able to get 4 or 5 yards down the field before he was even touched. That's why you had guys miss a lot of tackles.
Yeah, and we can hear Shanahan explain that coming up on the other side. We'll take a quick break. I also wanted to throw back to something that defensive coordinator Nick Sorensen said a couple of months ago about missed tackles, because I think it is very relevant now. It might not make a lot of Niner fans happy, but we can hear that. We got a lot more to get into. We've got a little more than an hour left. It's Willard and Dibs. No Willard and Dibs this week. Mark Randy, Lone Neal, Jake Hutchinson. We're back with more here on 95.7 The Game in just a little bit. We're presented by Fremont Bank, celebrating 60 years of full-service banking with no compromises. More next on 95.7 The Game.
Hi, I'm Brian. Back to you.
everything in the Bay Area, specifically 49ers. Nothing this guy does not know about the 49ers. I'm Mark Randy. Awesome to be with both you guys, and thanks to everyone out there for tuning in on this Monday. Happy early Thanksgiving to everybody out there. It hasn't been the brightest day here in the city. First of all, it is gloomy and wet and windy out there, but also the Niners fell to Green Bay yesterday, 38-10. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. And while you're there, check out how both the Morning Roast, Bonta and Shasky, and Steiny and Guru reacted to the Niners' 38-10 loss yesterday. And guys, we were just talking about Deebo Samuel and only one touch and what's changed. Is it the blocking? Is it the offensive line? Is it Deebo losing a step? What is going on here? He's also been in the news a little bit lately because he's been firing back at some people on social media. I don't know if you saw this, Lo, but T.O., one of the greatest wide receivers of all time, was on the Morning Roast earlier, or it was last week, with Bonta and Shasky, and essentially said something along the lines of, Deebo's a little more concerned with his pregame outfit than playing on the field. And then he said, I say that tongue-in-cheek, but he said it and then followed up after and said, I said it tongue-in-cheek.
It didn't sound that
It didn't sound very tongue-in-cheek.
Wow.
Deebo saw it, took to Twitter, and essentially said, T.O., like, cut it out, man, and then I think a ninja emoji on the end of his tweet. And then Deebo follows it up with what he did yesterday, which, as we've already talked about, not very good. Well, not a very good Deebo Samuel game at all. And then on top of that, he refused to speak to the media post-game. I know you come from a player's background, and Jake and I more so a media background, so we might see this differently. But Deebo Samuel, after what happened on social media last week, and then after that game yesterday, and then not speaking with the media, what do you make of all of this?
You know what? When you're on top and things are great and you win Super Bowls or you go to playoffs, you're in Pro Bowls, all those things, it's easy to talk to the media. When things are tough and adversity strikes, it gets a little tougher. But those are the times where it matters the most, because it's easy when you're on top to be able to say, hey, how's everything going? Your pockets are full. You got plenty of money. Everything is okay. So you're just laughing. You're just enjoying life. But when adversity strikes and you're a player and you compete and you know, and people are coming at your integrity and question your manhood and question who you are, and you've been for so long, you've been think about Pee Wee, Pop Warner, been a kid playing a game that you've loved for so long, and you're a grown man playing a kid's game, getting a king's ransom, and you're getting that ransom that's changing your life, your family's life, and putting you in a situation that you don't have to necessarily work like every Tom, Dick, and Harry that's out there in the real world, because you're getting paid millions of dollars. And it's tough. But that's the time that you have to stand up and look in the media and say, you know what? I didn't get it done. I fumbled the ball. I missed the block. And LT's career touchdown where he broke the record, I fall down on 70, on 70 Bob on the play. It's a boss. Back on backer. That's what it stands for. Boss. You pitch the ball. Back on backer. So I got the safety. I fall down. I'm thinking, okay, get on my hip and don't dip. I'm excited. I say, just going to break the single touchdown record with LaDainian Tomlinson. Pitch the ball. I come out of my stance, getting ready to knock someone out. I slip. I'm falling. There's three guys there, a corner, a safety. And I put my head down, close my eyes and I'm waiting to hear the crowd boo. And they cheered. He set three guys down and scored the touchdown and still got an end zone. You have to own it. I mean, so yeah, I'm glad that he scored, but it's tough sometimes because you've been revered so much as such a great and elite athlete. And then when you fall off or things happen and you don't play as well, it's hard to go in front of that camera and tell them, hey, look, I got to do better. I'm required. I'm the leader of this team. I'm required to make plays. I suppose when the ball's thrown to me, I have to catch the ball. When I get the ball, when my number's called, I have to make plays. Guys are depending on me. This is why I get paid to be a superstar. You got to own that stuff, and it's tough, but you got to own it.
I'm glad you said that, Lo, because here's the thing with Deebo and all this. I think as media members, especially sports writers, we can make our jobs holier than thou and lift up the importance of, no, it's really important, and it's not always as important as it's made out to be. But I do think Deebo Samuel is a captain for the San Francisco 49ers. And maybe that doesn't mean anything, but it's supposed to mean something. And if you are a captain for a team and you lose in a tough game where you didn't play well, it's your job to go out there and talk to the media. And Debo is not going to say anything anyway. Debo's hard to talk to. And that's his prerogative. He can say whatever he wants. But as a captain, you're supposed to go out there, and if you say nothing at all, that's fine. But at least face the media as a captain, as somebody who's supposed to be a leader, and show your rookies and the other young guys who look up to you and say, this is my guy, this is my vet, that, okay, you're going to be mature and just say, we lost, it's tough. Or do the Marshawn Lynch thing and say, I'm not answering any questions. I don't think that's necessarily the most mature way to go, but at the very least, you are standing up and saying, we lost, I don't want to talk about it. That's okay, but to just not talk when you're supposed to be a representative, a veteran, and I know it's hard, and I wouldn't want to be in that situation. No one really wants to ask him questions anyway, but you have to. That's just part of it.
That's your job.
That's your job.
And that's his job. And that's what's tough because, you lose a big game and things are not going well, and it's tough, man, to go and answer. But you have to realize the sun's still going to come out tomorrow. Debo and players, I had to recognize it. People have to recognize these sports talk guys and guys that are in the media and women that are in the media. They're getting paid. They have to. The fans want to know. You have to realize the fans, Debo, they love you. You guys love watching Debo play. So it's like players have to realize. You guys have a job to take the message to the fans, to the street, to put it in the paper. And these guys, these regular fans that support, buy tickets and go to games, using their earnings to go watch you play, they want to know. And you guys are in the locker room. You guys are there to be able to give the message for the fans to be able to feel like they're a part of that. And that's what players have to realize, no matter what, how difficult it may be, how tough it may be, even adversity, that you have a job to do because everyone feeds one another. And we all are in this together no matter what. They ask the tough questions. And yes, some of the media can be brash and they ask, hey, what's wrong? Why didn't you catch the ball? And you look at them like, what the hell? You think I'm trying to drop the pass? But no, but they have to ask. Right. Hey, you know what? I took my eyes off the ball. Hey, I got to do a better job. I got to catch it. I got to see that ball. I got anxious and I took off. It's you know what? If you give the answer instead of saying, well, you thought I tried to drop it? Man, why are you going to ask me that? What I mean? What do you mean? When you do that, you put up the defense and just, man, I got to catch that. You're going to respect him more. People are going to be willing to understand that. And that's what guys have to. And it's tough, man. It's easier said than done, but you got to do it because it's your job and you're supposed to do it.
Yeah. Here's how George Kittle faced the media. And obviously it's easier for Kittle yesterday because he had himself a really nice football game. One of the few Niners that showed up and played a really good football game. Here's something that George Kittle said post-game yesterday, facing the media and dealing with questions about a 38-10 loss. Not easy for anybody to swallow. Here's Kittle.
I mean, we're not where we want to be by any means. Losing by 28, that's horrible. We don't want to do that by any means. Obviously, you got to watch the tape. And I think our first two drives, penalties backing us up, kind of put our defense at a disadvantage. I think they were it felt like they were on the field the entire first and part of the second quarter. So time possession was tough. I feel like that's something that I try to emphasize every single week. Like, hey, what are your goals of victory? Hold on to the ball, run the ball a ton, don't turn the ball over. And I don't think we did any of those three things tonight. So I think that's why we lost like that. We had 3 turnovers in the second half. They were 5 for 5 in the red zone. That's really tough. Hard to win on that as well. But no, my optimism is not broken by any means. We still have a lot of very talented players. We will get some guys back. And I still have full trust in this coaching staff to put our guys in position to make plays. And we got no worry about that. But definitely uphill grind. And gonna see what we're made of, which I'm looking forward to.
That's a guy who gets it. I mean, obviously, again, it's easier to say when you go out when you had a touchdown and you were the driver of the offense, only 10 points score, but you were the driver of those 10 points.
But he would stay consistent. That's who he is. Tough times don't last. Tough people do.
And Kittle's definitely a tough dude.
He's a tough dude. He didn't want to go out there in it, but he owned it. He talked about, hey, we got to get the ball. We got to run the ball. We got to be more physical. We left our defense out on the field. He acknowledged. He said, hey, this is what I take responsibility for. You own it. And he's had bad games, and he's been on teams that you lose, but he still goes out there and he has to give the media something, and it's like, it's not fun. I think he wants to sit there and stand there and give, talk to people like that, but he understands that there is a job that has to be done on both sides.
It's also after you're going to call out your kicker and tell him to lock in and basically ask for accountability in the middle of the game publicly in front of everyone and whatever. You respond to T.O., that's your right. Again, all of this is his right to do whatever he wants. He's made money. He's a successful football player. It's his prerogative. It's just that if you are going to be a quote-unquote leader and you want a team to respond in tough situations, I think it does matter, especially with a lot of young players, again, looking up to you to say, all right, yep, we lost. Rough, but you have to be mature and handle it. And maybe it doesn't matter in that locker room. Maybe they don't care at all. I'm sure it's easier for players. But I do think that sort of stuff, you want to set the right tone and know that in a losing season, you're not just going to start, being prickly and immature about it. And I do think you should just at the very least say, yep, we lost, not going to answer any questions. You can ask, not going to answer, but at least stand up there. And maybe that's getting in the minutia and it doesn't matter. But I do think as a captain, it is important. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. It's Willard and Dibs, but Willard and Dibs off this week for Thanksgiving. So Mark Randy, Low Neal, Jake Hutchinson. One other Niners captain who always sends the right message, win or loss, poor play, great play. Fred Warner. Here's something Fred Warner had to say post-game last night.
Yeah, no, that's about as bad as it can get. Probably the worst I've been a part of. And, even then it was still, 17-7. And the first half, 10-point game, still had everything in front of us. Didn't make the plays we needed to.
I mean, not even necessarily about his play particularly, but I know he'll admit he's a part of it. I know, Lo, you feel like it's more so what's happening up front that's not freeing up Fred Warner. Maybe he's not getting as many tackles for loss as a result of that. But this is also a guy in Fred Warner who probably believes, much like Debo, not playing up to his standards, the very high standards that they hold themselves to. Fred probably feels that same exact way that Debo's feeling.
No question. I just think that when you look at the games that Debo's had, amazing games, and probably like, Debo needs to get paid. Everyone would say, you got to pay this guy. He's more than a running back. He's a receiver. He's a running back playing receiver. Look at the way that he carried this team to the playoff with the bad toe and how he just played at such a high level. Everyone was in front of him. Everyone wanted to talk to him. Everyone was talking about Debo. Everyone's just like the media, and Debo would go up there and like, hey, I'm just trying to win, all this stuff. You watched him cry in the NFC Championship game because he left it all out there. And you just watch him how he, boom. And now some adversity hits. And then it's like, you're upset, you're mad, you don't want to be out there, you don't want to lose, you're mad because you guys have been great, and you are a focal point of this offense, and you have 2 drops. There are so many things that are surrounding you, and you're like, I have to do better. This is the time that this is when leaders are made. This is when greatness stands up and says, you know what? I'm going to stand up here and say, man, this is not who I am. I'm going to play better. I'm going to work hard. I'm going to do those things. So even if you're not, say the right thing. And that's the thing. When guys start sitting there and minimizing it and try to blame and don't want to talk and they do all this stuff, all you do is create more negativity for yourself. You don't hear anything negative about George. You never hear it about, Fred Warner, because these guys get up there, they own it. Hey, we got to play better. This is the worst I've been a part of. I haven't been a part of something like this since I've been here. He acknowledged it, said it. And that's what the thing, guys just don't want to acknowledge. If you acknowledge and say it and put it out there, people will forgive. They'll write a story and they're like, man, Debo talked about, hey, he got to catch the ball. Own it. When you don't talk to the media, when you sit there, now people don't understand. And it's like, why are you doing this? We praise you when you're well. And that's just sports. You're going to get praised when you're on top. And when you play bad, when you're well, you're hell. When you're hurt, you're dirt. That's just the way life is.
No question. And I think part of it is frustrating because, as much as they are still in it, they know. These guys know. I think you go back to not this game, but the previous one, Debo on his podcast, which is where he will talk, he goes, it was dead silent in the locker room. And I went in there and it was brutal. And of course it's going to be brutal after a loss, but it was particularly bad. They knew they had to win that Seahawks game. You had to. Just the way the schedule sets up, the way they wasted games at the start of the season, they had to win it. And then you go, okay, now Bosa's hurt. Now Trent's not doing as well. Purdy's hurt. How are we possibly going to recover from this? And I think that sort of understanding under the surface
that's kind of bubbling up to the surface is part of all of this, is knowing we doubled down on the season. They reinvested in this roster and said, we're going to have one last, as Quan Alexander would say, legendary ride. And it's just not at all gone to plan. And they bought into this bill of goods that's not what it says it was. And that's tough. And that's really, really tough to go through. But, you have to deal with it how you can. And Debo's choosing to deal with it how he's dealing with it.
I think the other thing that's probably impacting the way Debo feels about all this, and this is, I would imagine, I've never been in this kind of situation, and I probably never will be in my life. Lo, you may have been in a situation like this before. He's looking at maybe this is the end of his Niners tenure too, potentially. The Niners could say bye to him this offseason.
Right.
And they got a lot of bills coming up that they got to pay, contracts to hand out. Deommodore Lenoir already signed one. You're going to have to sign Brock Purdy to some contract. Who knows what it'll be this coming offseason. And you might be looking at Debo on his way out. And that's also probably something that's getting to him, frustrating him a little bit. Because, I'm sure he would like to stay with the 49ers. He's been here his whole career. He's had so much success here. I'm sure he loves the way Kyle Shanahan has helped him elevate his career with his play calling and all of that. He might be pressing a little bit, realizing, hey, my time might be coming to an end. It's been a conversation for a couple of years now. Ayuk or Debo? Who are they going to keep? You can't keep both of them for an indeterminate amount of time, and they just signed Ayuk to a major deal in the offseason. The Niners can get out of Debo's deal this coming offseason. Maybe it's the end of his time with the Niners.
Yeah. His contract is tricky, where if they were to cut him, it would have to be after June 1st, which I know this is getting to the nitty-gritty of all the contract stuff, which is not the sexiest topic.
But I want to hear it.
But they gotta if they keep Debo around, it's like and they cut him before June 1st, it's like a $31 million dead cap hit. If they do it after June 1st, they save like $5 million. So that is a very reasonable route for them to do it. I do wonder, Kyle has spoken to this many, many times, that Debo's basically like a son to him, and they have a deep relationship. And so I wonder, given all that, given that you're probably going to eat some money, and they restructured his deal in this way, did they just say, all right, we're just going to like let him play one more year, and maybe he gets back to what he was, and it basically becomes a real contract year for Debo, and he goes, all right, I've got one last shot to really earn some money on the market. I wonder if that's the route they go, given that they restructured it and there is a lot of dead money. But, if this season keeps going the way it's going and he doesn't look like he can get back to himself, they're going to have some hard talks about that in the offseason.
And the reason why, really quick, the reason why that date is important, June 1st?
Yeah.
Is because free agency obviously is in March. So if you're waiting to cut Debo until after June 1st, you can't capitalize on the money savings that you're going to get because free agency has already happened at that point.
Right. And that's where I think that Debo has to look and say, what do I owe to this team and the organization for taking a chance on me, and I've been able to capitalize on it? That's why I think that he should say, I'm play with the sense of urgency and even play better, because you understand what's at stake. And you know what Kyle Shanahan went to battle for you, took care of you. So it's like, how do you justify not being a team player? And Debo might not understand that, and I think he understands, but hopefully Fred or Brock, or you have other leaders on that team that has his ear. Maybe it's Kittle that says, "Hey D, let me talk to you," when he cooled off, and like, look, you have to do this because you want to be the future. We want you here. You want to stay here. You need to just handle this professionally. I know it hurts. I hate going up there, but brother, this is what you got to do. Own this stuff. Let's start play harder, do everything you're doing. Because it's not that he's not playing hard, but it's got to be a situation where he understands that, hey, look, we're expecting a lot out of you, but handle it with professionalism. And that's the thing that's tough, because he's a professional, but sometimes it's hard to communicate and be professional in the way that you talk to the media and handle people, because you have to understand you got to be able to do it with the good and the bad. And when you don't do that, you turn people off, and he doesn't, and he has to understand that the same people you turn off, or the same people you go after, and he's not intentionally trying to do that, they have a pen and paper in their hand. They can get the last say, and you can't pick a fight with everybody. That's why you just go with the flow and just say, hey, look, I got to own this. I got to be better. and you move on. That's the thing that he has to understand, because he's taking it personal when it's not. And that's what a lot of athletes do. They hold it personal when it shouldn't be.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how he's going to respond to this. And if the Niners are going to do anything this season, make anything out of it, they're definitely going to need Deebo Samuel, especially when you consider the injuries that have hit all around the offense and all around Deebo Samuel. No Brandon Ayuk. You don't have Trent Williams right now. Who knows about Brock Purdy's status going forward as well, although Kyle Shanahan did provide an update earlier today saying he did light throwing. Brock did earlier today. The shoulder responded relatively well, but we still don't know anything about his status for Sunday night in Buffalo against the Bills. The other thing that was a major issue for the 49ers, in addition to the offense and lack of involvement for Deebo Samuel and everything else, it was the defense and all the missed tackles. And I know, Lo, an hour ago, a little less than an hour ago, you were referring to something Kyle Shanahan said on his conference call earlier today about all the missed tackles. I wanted to play that, and we can get into this kind of conversation about it. Here's Kyle Shanahan earlier today explaining. He said they tracked 12 missed tackles. I know other sources say closer to 20 missed tackles. Regardless, a lot of missed tackles. Here's Kyle Shanahan earlier today explaining all those missed tackles.
I mean, I wouldn't say there's a disconnect. I would say, especially in that first half, they got some guys in space, and we sat in a chair a little too much versus that running back. And when you come to a jump stop on that running back, he is going to break your ankles. And he did it to a number of guys. It always helps if you can get two people there, but when we had one person there, he did as good as I've seen anyone make someone miss tackles in the way he ran. I thought we did better there in the second half. I think we ended up counting 12, so I know PFF has different numbers than we do, but it doesn't matter. 12 is still way too many also. I thought we tightened it up there in the second half and tackled better and got him in some third downs and got off the field, which I thought gave us every chance to get back in the game. And then that was really tough to do when we led 3 drives in a row with 3 turnovers in a row. So that's really what killed us.
Kyle Shanahan earlier today. It's one thing, guys, if this was like an issue that just popped up every so often throughout the year, or if this was the first time it was a major issue this season. But, I mean, it has been a thing all season long for this Niner team, missing tackles. And Josh Jacobs is consistently breaking more tackles than almost any other running back in the NFL, and he's obviously very good at it. And he broke more tackles in a single game than any other ball carrier all season long. But this has been an issue that has been plaguing the 49ers all year, and it kind of begs the question, is it a personnel issue, or is this a coaching issue that the 49ers haven't been able to correct all season long? Because, again, it's been something that's impacted them in multiple losses already this year.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you're right, they have had tackling issues. Even last season, Fred Warner missed a lot of tackles, and Nick Sorensen described sort of their approach is to be aggressive as tacklers instead of being more conservative. And there's a philosophical discussion to be had there maybe another day. But when you're not a good tackling team and you have weak run defensive linemen, and the way they run with their defensive line is they sort of shoot their gaps and they get upfield and they're hyper aggressive. And the Packers, who by the way have Robert Saleh in the building now, giving them some advice as an advisor, they said, all right, we're going to let the defensive tackles get upfield. We're going to use our motion to get the linebackers out of the way. And then we're just going to target Fred Warner with double team blocks. We're just going to send whatever we have at him and let their safeties and their cornerbacks and their other linebackers try and beat us. And it works because those other players are young and inexperienced and have to face really tough assignments when, their defensive tacklers are basically not involved in the play. And it just felt like the Packers know how aggressive the 49ers are with their front and how they don't really hold up well against double teams, even when they're not trying to shoot upfield. And so when you have that and you have a fundamental schematic advantage that the Packers are taking advantage of, and you're inconsistent at tackling against who Nick Bosa, I think a couple years ago, called the toughest player to tackle in the league, in Josh Jacobs, it's just a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, and I think when you're trying to arm tackle, when you have guys going downhill and you're trying to arm tackle them, you don't slow them down with your interior linemen, it makes it easy. It makes it tough sledding. If we got in here and I had to run and stop, and now you get to hit me, you guys got a better chance of tackling me. If I'm running straight ahead and now you're coming off a block and you got to try to tackle me, it's hard for you to reach out an arm and bring me down because I'm moving forward.
I think it's going to be hard for us to tackle you either way.
It probably would be, but that's the point that a lot of guys, when they're seeing this defensive front and guys aren't slowing the back down and he's able just to hit the hole, and Fred Warner and the linebackers are trying to come off a tackle, you're trying to shed a block and try to get there, and you're not tackling Josh Jacobs like that. He's just too strong. He's too physical. Or if you're behind the tackle and he jump cuts and he's getting north and south, he's too hard he's got wiggles. He'll break your ankles. So if you can't stop this guy and swarm tackle this guy and slow him down, it's a nightmare. And you got to see that yesterday. It was a nightmare. That drive, they went 80 yards down the field, the first drive, and you couldn't stop him. He had a 30-some yard run. He wasn't even getting touched in the backfield. They didn't make him stop his feet at all. So this team has to get better tackling. You have to do a better job. And we've seen this all year long. This is not just one guy. We saw it, friggin' Arizona. We talked about what the running back was able to do. He just took the ball 80 yards and just ran it down the Niners' throat, and they haven't been able to solve it yet.
Packers' first 3 drives yesterday, 12 plays, 10 plays, 12 plays, 17-0. I was going to say 17-0 before you can even blink, but you could blink a lot. That's how long those drives were.
Yeah, they were grinders.
It broke them. It was breaking the Niners' defense.
Felt like what the Lions did to them in a little bit of a different approach, but it's been an issue that's been obvious since that Lions game, and they didn't solve it.
What's interesting is you brought up something that Nick Sorensen said a couple of months ago, and I want to play it because this I think kind of advances the conversation. It's about tackling, and this was after the Week 5 loss to Arizona. Exactly what you guys are talking about. James Conner running through tackles, running all over the Niners defense, and Nick Sorensen was asked about those missed tackles, and here's what the Niners defensive coordinator had to say. Again, this was nearly 2 months ago.
We miss tackles sometimes because we're aggressive. Like, we do coach our guys to take their shots. If you make me a cut up of those tackles, and I'll tell you if it's a good or bad one, to be honest. I mean, that's just, we play aggressive, we play violent. We have, sometimes Fred shows up with quite a few missed tackles, but if a guy stops his feet and they're having to take time and that guy loses a yard, but you kind of fall off, and now we've got 2 other guys coming, then that's not a bad missed tackle. Sometimes they're a little bit different. I'd have to quantify it by looking at tape. Then I could probably talk you through if they're good or bad or not.
That was Nick Sorensen nearly 2 months ago, and obviously he's right. There are moments where you can be overly aggressive because you have help coming and you're not going to give up a lot of extra yards if the first guy was to miss. But looking at the Comcast Business text line right now, the 262 took the words right out of my mouth. This feels like a mismatch between defensive philosophy and personnel. Like, you can be that overly aggressive tackling team if you've got swarming defenders behind you all the time, but that hasn't been the case for the Niners this year. Maybe you can do that if you've got Dre Greenlaw running around like a chicken with his head cut off, but you don't have that. You've got Devondre Campbell, who's oftentimes the second linebacker behind Fred Warner. Is he right behind Fred in the hole, out in the open field, ready to clean up the mess if Fred can't make the tackle? This feels like a philosophy that the 49ers have continued year over year over year, despite the fact that it might not match up with what their talent on defense suggests they should run.
You're getting beat up front. And when you think about it, Jake, they're getting beat up in the trenches. So you watch these guys, their defenses, offense are creating a new line of scrimmage. They're getting pushed back. You're watching linebackers trying to come off blocks. They are not winning in the trenches, and now it makes the linebackers even look worse. They cannot hold up against the run.
I'm with you, and I might be an absolute sicko, but at the trade deadline, I was looking at backup defensive tackles, and I was like, who should they go get? And I was looking at Jeremiah Ledbetter, who I'm absolutely positive no one listening has heard of before, but he's a defensive tackle for the Jacksonville Jaguars, and he's great against the run. He holds up against double teams. Right. And I said, this is a guy who's 30 on a losing team who does the thing that you're really struggling with. Exactly. Why not go get him?
You could probably get him for like a 5th-round pick.
You would think, but what the Niners did instead was they panicked, and I know they panicked because they waited until truly the last possible second of the trade deadline to trade for Khalil Davis, who's been inactive. I'm not quite sure what he's done on tape. I watched the tape because, again, I'm not well. But I watched him, and he's a guy who tested well athletically out of Nebraska, I think it was, and has been in the league for 6 years, not really done much. And the Texans were they're not great at defensive tackle, and we're probably thinking about jettisoning him anyway.
And they said, all right, we'll take your future 7th-round pick. And then he's not playing for the Niners. It's just like, it was not a move that advanced anything. It wasn't like, all right, we're going to use him as a pass rusher. We're going to use him as an every down guy. It was just depth for depth's sake, but not in an area that made you better, which is helping against double teams and just being stout. But I guess philosophically, they want to get upfield. They want to attack. And that's something I think they should reconsider. Chris Kaceric's whole approach of wide 9 and firing upfield. It's great when it works and you're pressuring quarterbacks, but it also makes things really tough on your linebackers. If you don't have a Dre Greenlaw funneling in to help Fred Warner, it's really, really tough on them.
Especially when defensive linemen fire upfield and they just push them where they want to go. Now you created even more running lanes, because now if I push you and you're already up the field, now I turn and go block the linebacker. I got a 2-on-1 mismatch against a linebacker. So you don't have guys that's penetrating, don't have those guys. So when you have those,
don't even need a fullback.
You don't. Sometimes they're going upfield and you're penetrating upfield, and that's I think philosophy. Sometimes it can be wrong. When you had an Armstead that said, okay, I'm going to hold these 2 guys and I'm going to let Fred run downhill. Now those guys can't come off and make tackles. They can't come up and block the linebackers. So you have to understand, when defenses that just fire up the field, sometimes you create more running lane and you open up the gates, the floodgates, instead of saying, I'm holding these guys here, I'm creating a line of scrimmage, I'm pushing them back, push the offensive line back. Now they're in the backfield. Now your linebacker can run A gap or B gap because he has 2 ways to go because there's a new line of scrimmage.
And you got Fred in one and you got Greenlaw in the other.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys will remember, I think it was the 2021 season, we referenced it earlier, the win over the Chargers the Rams, the Niners were 3-5, like back up against the wall. You got to start winning football games. I believe it was the same 2021 year, maybe it was the 2022 year, because they had a similar turnaround. No, it was 2021. I'm mistaken. And it was what turned around the season partly was Eric Armstead moving to the interior.
Yep.
And he became like the best run stopper the Niners have had in a really long time. And it freed up everything else. And that's what turned the whole season around and why they were on the doorstep of going to the Super Bowl again, because they had, as you're talking about, an elite run stopper who would just take on a center and a guard and free everything up for Nick Bosa, free everything up for Fred Warner, free everything up for Dre Greenlaw, hell, even Talanoa Hufanga coming down from the secondary. Like, it freed everything up. And, Malik Collins, a nice acquisition, but as you talked about, more of a pass rusher than a run stopper. They don't have that guy who can free everything else up. And that's kind of been the basis of the 49ers under the Shanahan-Lynch tenure. It's been elite on both fronts, as good as he can, specifically the defensive front. And they're just not that good. And I think it also highlights just how good Nick Bosa is, because you saw what Green Bay did on this Niners defensive line without Nick Bosa. I mean, this might be one of the worst defensive lines of football, and that's how good Nick Bosa is, making it look semi-competent, because it looks absolutely terrible without him.
You're not good up front.
Yeah,
and
it goes back to the DeForest Buckner trade, and they and sort of if Kinlaw worked out, this might not be an issue. And it sort of brings into question how they evaluate defensive tackles and whether they're looking for guys who are penetrators and just get upfield and can create pressure versus guys that are more well-rounded. Because when you have like a game record, it doesn't really matter. Like Jalen Carter for the Eagles is broken out and he's been stellar. But the 49ers, they draft Kinlaw, doesn't work out. And then they chase their loss with Javon Hargrave, which is quietly one of the worst moves that they have made, because Hargrave he started off well, and then he was not the same. He was on the wrong side of 30, and even when he's at his best, he's a guy that's not a good run defender. You
can push him around
100%.
I'm watching. You can create a new line of scrimmage,
and when you already
hold a point,
when you already have so much money tied up elsewhere, you're spending a ton of money on him too. And they chased their losses, and they didn't get somebody where, if you don't spend $20 million a year on Hargrave, you can do, I'm not saying I've been wowed by Leonard Floyd. I think he's played his best football as of late. Yetur Gross-Matos has been okay, but those are like mid-level contracts for guys that are semi-proven. Floyd, obviously very proven. Yeah. Gross-Matos, not really. But you could have gotten something like that on the interior where you're paying that mid-level price for guys that are more well-rounded, that aren't necessarily game wreckers, but can just be competent. And instead they go for the big fish, and it doesn't work out.
They want to go after guys that can penetrate and put pressure on the quarterback. And that's the guys they got. They got guys that are lighting behind. They don't have guys that could sit there and plug. you have to plug. You have to understand. You got to have pluggers to stop the run. You have this team is built around the second-level linebackers. Bart Scott, Ray Lewis, those guys could run downhill. Why? Because you had good guys up front that kept them clean. You got to have guys that's in the trenches that are not light, that can't push. Because when you put a defensive tackle in the linebacker's lap, he can't play linebacker. Fred Warner is one of the best linebackers. You heard Shanahan say he's one of the best linebackers. But now you have him guessing because he's the pals come into his lap. He says, I got to go make a decision because if I don't, they're going to be on me. So you have a linebacker now saying, I got to shoot my quad. I got to shoot my gun before it even happens because of the fact that I got pressure in my face. Sorry about that. So you got to understand that's how it is, though. He's like, boom, I got to fire my gun because of the fact if I don't, this pressure is going to end up in my lap and I can take bad reads. So if he has to run that hump, now he shoots that wrong gap. Now there's a crease on the backside.
Yeah.
And that's why you see guys running freak because you don't have those guys holding up front.
I think what's also interesting is we talked about all the injuries and all the players they've lost, right?
Right.
You go back to when this thing was built, they have lost so many coaches on this staff. They lost key guys, and you look at the offense not necessarily evolving in the same way. You look at the defense, they've gone with Sorensen and Brandon Staley, who's an outside hire. They've lost so much talent. I mean, they didn't lose that much last year. They lost Darryl Tapp, who is, I think, a really good assistant defensive line coach. They lost Clint Kubiak to the Saints OC job, but you lose LaFleur, you lose Saleh, you lose McDaniel, you lose D'Amico Ryans, Bobby Slowick.
You lost a lot. They have lost.
I interviewed them, at the Super Bowl. I talked to all their coaches. They lost 36 by my count since 2017. 36 coaches. 17 of those were promoted elsewhere, and 3 of those are NFL head coaches. 7 are NFL coordinators. You lose a lot of talent, and I think Kyle Shanahan has been excellent for the most part at replacing it. I'm not sure that they have that. He's had guys that he'd been with since like Washington. He has Chris Furster, but outside of that, it's not a lot of guys that have been in the system for a while, and I think it's hard to evolve if, as I suspect, he's having to teach some of the stuff that has been structural to them. And you can do a lot of that in the offseason, but when you lose a lot of your key pieces and you have to adapt on the fly with guys who haven't been around forever, I think that gets a lot harder.
Yeah, no doubt. And it's also not just the coaching staff, although that's where they've had a ton of losses. You've also have losses in the front office. Adam Peters now turning around the Commanders, and Rand Carthen is with Titans. Like, you're losing talent everywhere. Yeah. And at a certain point, you're right, like, you've got, Saleh leaves. All right, we got D'Amico Ryans waiting in the wings. But, like, you can only do that for so long, year after year after year, until you are promoting guys that aren't your first choice, guys that aren't your second choice. And, yes, you know where I'm going. It's Nick Sorensen, who was, like, probably Kyle Shanahan's third choice.
There was a reason that defensive coordinator search was a little protracted and weird. It lasted longer than it should have, because if Sorensen was just the clear, wow, okay, this is definitely the guy, it wouldn't have taken that long. And there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes. To just pin everything on Sorensen is a little unfair.
Yeah.
But I'd be pretty stunned if they did not consider an alternative this offseason, because it's not like you've watched him and been like, oh, wow, he's innovating. And part of that, I think, is, Kyle wants it to be sort of what Saleh and D'Amico ran, and you keep it simple and you win up front and you're simple on the back end for the most part, and you sort of let your talent work and you try and just keep it simple. But when the talent's not all there, you have to get a little bit outside the box, and that's not necessarily me saying they need to blitz all the time, because they're not an effective blitzing team. But it does not feel like they have creative answers, with a lack of personnel, where a team like Arizona and Jonathan Gannon, they do not have a talented defense, but they've been tough.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting just to see what they do. I know we still got games left, and we're already talking about firing all the coaches now. Well, I'm not jumping on that one yet. I just think that you haven't executed this year. And it goes to show you that, Sunday was a prime example of that. You have both teams have offsetting penalties. Niners have 12 guys on the field. They have Green Bay has an offside. The very next play, you already knew you had 12 men on the field, and you still have 12 on the field again. That's a problem. That's execution. That's attention to detail. That's coaching, and that's players. There's a disconnect. And like you're saying, there is a disconnect on this team because the sense of urgency, you heard Kyle Shanahan in his presser talk about, hey, we understand where we're at. We're looking down at time's winding out. Time was winding out against Green Bay. You're going on the road playing against a team that is better than you, and you're going to have not once but twice back-to-back 12 men on the field. That's a problem.
Yeah, here's Kyle Shanahan post-game last night on penalties, dealing with personnel, specifically talking about those consecutive 12 men on the field penalties. Here's Kyle yesterday.
They had 12 personnel, 2 tight ends in the huddle, which means we have base defense out. They sent another receiver on the field to sub, which when they sub, they're supposed to allow us to sub. So as soon as they did that, we started to change our personnel, and then they rushed up to the line and snapped it. It was a strategic play by them, but one that I don't feel should have been allowed. They didn't give us time to sub on that, and that's why I was upset on that. And then the next one, because they got away with the first one, they tried to do it again the next play, and that's when I went out there arguing again. This time they did allow us to sub. I was out there screaming the whole time, so I'm not exactly aware of what happened with our 12 guys. But obviously we had 12 guys out there. They gave us time to sub, and we didn't get one off. So the second one was on us.
And there you go. That's my point. And that's what you were saying too, Jake, that you talked about, you alluded to, is Swanson would it had been his first hire. You talked about, hey, look, do I really want to hire these guys? And you talked about how it took longer than what it expected. Kyle Shanahan said he was arguing with the official, seeing what's going on. They subbed on the first one. They didn't give him a chance. He thought it was a horrible job by the officials, and I understand that, and he's right. But now he's going with the officials, and where's his other coaches? Where are the other people that supposed to take? And he said, I don't know what happened.
He takes his attention off the field for 1 second, and then suddenly they leave 12 men on the field.
And that was something going back to last season. It felt like he had to take a bigger role with the defense because he didn't trust Steve Wilks.
Yep.
And Steve Wilks running a cover 0, and Kyle calls timeout and loses his mind. There was a lack of trust there. And I'm not necessarily saying he doesn't trust Sorensen, but when you have something like that where you have 12 men on the field, your first order of business should be, okay, let's make sure our personnel is right immediately. And to have that is, I'm not going to say it's fireable, but it is, what were we doing here? You better have a good explanation. And if you don't, we're going to have some serious conversation.
And Cal didn't throw him under the bus. He just said, he gave a very detailed description of what was going on. But you see how he said, I don't know what happened. Don't think behind closed doors he's not having that conversation.
No doubt. He just didn't say it publicly.
Exactly. Yeah. He's got to have that conversation because that you can't do. This is the National Football League. You match personnel. He said he sees 12 personnel, so I'm going to go with base. You have personnel. It's simple. You watch 10 personnel come in. If it's 12 personnel, if it's 21 personnel, 2 backs. If it's 22 personnel, that means 2 tailbacks. If it's 21 personnel, that means a fullback and fullback and a tailback. If it's 12 personnel, that's 2 tight ends. So you have a guy that's watching what's going on.
Yeah, it's unacceptable, and not to pile on.
Back. Okay, I already knew. I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize. Yeah. I love it. but not to pile on. But the tough thing also about this season going sideways, because they doubled down, they're basically already playing all of their young guys. So it's not like if they start, tanking, that they're just suddenly going to be able to play all of them. I mean, Garendo, you can make a case, whatever. Maybe Drake Nugent, their backup center from the practice squad. But that's what we're talking about. Like they've already had to rely on all of their rookies in this season. So when it goes sideways, as it's going, it's not like they're going to be able to just say, all right, just play all the young guys, whatever, we'll rest up. They're already playing all of those young guys. So it's not like it's going to get much better in that respect.
And at least, to be fair, a decent portion of the young guys playing pretty well.
They've been great.
Specifically the defensive backfield. Like they've been pretty darn good. Malik Mustafa and Renardo Green. I'd like to see Ricky Pearsall involved a little bit more, but the Niners young guys have been pretty good. So that is a plus if we are looking for a minor positive in what has been an overall major negative for the Niners so far this year. Let's go back out to the phones here. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game, but no Willard or Dibs this week. Happy early Thanksgiving to everybody out there. It's Mark Randy, Lo Neal, and Jake Hutchinson. Up next is Javier in Vacaville. Javier, what's up? You're on 95.7 The Game. How you doing?
How you doing, Mr. Randy, Mr. Hudson, and legend, Mr. O'Neal? So I have two quick points on each side. I want to say, it's an honor to talk to Mr. O'Neal. It baffles me that we play the blasphemy of Sorensen saying that missed tackles are a good thing, because playing 4 years of college football and playing physical with an F at the nickelback position as specialist and listening to Mr. O'Neal playing fullback when he posed his will on the person in front of him, A-gap to A-gap. And I try to preface my game on that as a defensive player at Cal University, nowhere near the level of Lorenzo Neal. But that is fireable offense because I don't want to hear anything about missed tackles or good. Any good defensive coach, any good football coach, period, will tell you no missed tackle is a good tackle. But that's where we're at right now as an organization defensively. You look at the All-22, to say we had 12 men on the field, 2 snaps in a row. Yeah, they had a legal substitution, blunder, first snap. Second snap, they're trying to go into a 50 front, a 5-man surface. So go 5-man front with their base 4, nickel, and Mike backer is Fred Warner. Devondre Campbell looking like he doesn't know what he's doing, like he's over there sitting, like he's back, getting a defensive install. He's just standing there, force him. Defensive coordinator. Scream at him, but I'm saying as a high school teacher and a football coach at the varsity level, I'm chewing out my linebacker if I'm going in the 50-man front because they're getting gassed. He got the D-gap the whole drive, and then Devondre Campbell just stands there when they go in their 5-man surface, and he's just like, well, what do I do? What do you mean, what do you do? You're coming out of the game. But again, we want to talk about them not being able to stop the run. Oh, it's the defensive tackle. No, it's not the defensive tackle. You're telling me right now you can't walk down Malik Mustafa and go into a 4-4 front and bring a nickel blitz from Diablo Lenore and go one high? I don't care if we're getting beat vertical. Stop the run. Defense, your job is to stop the run first. If I get beat vertical playing cover 1 or cover 3, then so be it. Jacobs looked like an NFL Hall of Famer yesterday. 20 broken tackles. Talking about defensive tackles that haven't played for us in weeks. No, Sorensen is not ready. Offensively, we have Kyle Juszczyk as the tight end H-back that we don't use it accordingly and the way we need to use it properly. Eric Saubert is a journeyman for a reason. Our best 5 skill position players go as follows. Juwan Jennings, George Kittle, Jordan Mason, Chris McCaffrey, and then Deebo Samuel and Kyle Juszczyk at 6. Them 6 on the field at all times, all game long. If that means you got to take Deebo out and or McCaffrey to give Mason some runs, it needs to happen. I don't want to see this. Well, we don't have you don't use Kyle Juszczyk the right way. Lastly, if Kyle Shanahan wants to get out of whatever he's in now, because he has a great system, but it's been figured out, he's lost touch. The NFL has taken it and expanded it, made it better. You need to get offensive coordinator. Brian Daboll and or Daniel Jones to add to what they're doing will only benefit. If people would smack their lips and roll their eyes, go watch the All-22 tape. The Niners were dominated from D-gap to D-gap from the second they started the game to the last second they finished. They got their head beat in. They didn't play any type of physical football. Most funny, they look soft, weak, and done, tired. Please, Mr. O'Neal, second what I'm saying, because I know you know what I'm talking about. I know you know what I'm talking about, sir. 200%.
Appreciate the call, Javier. He's speaking your guys' language over there,
huh? He makes some valid points. You gotta try to fix some things, and he's speaking. There's a guy that knows what he's talking about. Some of the things that he was saying, I'm like, okay, I do agree. Some of the things that you're like, okay, here's a question. He brings up a great question. You bring if you're playing with 4 down, do you bring the safety down, especially when you're getting gashed? Do you say, look, let's bring one more in that they can't block. Let's come off the slot. Let's figure something out.
And Mustafa's physical enough to do that.
I will say I did see a couple times that they had 9 in the box and the Packers still ran it against it, which begs the question of, like, is this a structural problem with how they run their defense and their front? That's something to think about. But yeah, I think Javier is making some really good points. I don't always agree with all of them in terms of you have to get everybody off the field so you can get Mason on. I don't necessarily know if we need to do the 2 running backs thing, but I agree with him for most part. That was a great call.
Yeah, I agree. I think he did a great job of just talking about his concerns and a guy that knows something about football. So the Niners understand where they're at, but Kyle Shanahan, he understands, hey, look, I'm dealing with the officials because they did do something wrong. They didn't give him time to match the 12 the 12 personnel. So he's like, look, I called the guy on it. The second time was on us. So here's Shanahan doing what he's got to do. You got to let a head coach do what he believes is right. That's when your assistants and players, they need to do a better job.
Yeah.
You can't put that on Cal.
And I do think the point about the offensive coordinator is interesting because I think people have been bringing that up a little bit more. Do they need an offensive coordinator? I don't necessarily know that would benefit Kyle in terms of having somebody else call plays. And you can have an offensive coordinator that doesn't call plays. I do think the point is, do they need somebody else in there who helps with either game management or who prods Kyle, to think of new ideas and going back to that. And that's what I was talking about with their assistants. And I think it's just tough to find that when you don't have the shared language that Kyle has with a lot of guys who've been around since Washington. And maybe it's worth looking at somebody who's been in a different system and and challenges you in a different way. But I do think some sort of substantial hire, on the offensive side of the ball would probably help, if only to take some of the load off Kyle and create, I don't know, some sort of discussion about approaches that he's not necessarily considering right off the bat.
I mean, just think to a couple of years ago what the offensive staff was. You had Mike McDaniel, who's a head coach for the Dolphins. When his quarterback has been healthy, they've been one of the best offenses in the NFL. Of course, they have great weapons, but Mike McDaniel went there and they immediately took a step forward. Think about Bobby Slowick right now, who's the OC for the Texans.
Yep.
Right? And I mean, obviously, you get CJ Stroud, who's kind of having a weird year, but you get a good quarterback, you get a good play caller, and that offense takes a major jump forward. Of course, the head coach there is D'Amico Ryans, who was defensively with the Niners. You lose, like, you had those guys in Kyle Shanahan's ear every single day for years, and now you don't have those guys anymore.
You also lost Mike LaFleur, who's the OC for the Rams, and you lost this last offseason. You lost Clint Kubiak to the Saints. It's just at a certain point you can't, like, the pipeline doesn't move quick enough, like you were talking about, and I just think that's where they're at, and that's not necessarily a criticism of Kyle. I think that means
honestly it's a compliment.
It's a compliment. It's that. And I wrote the piece last year, the Super Bowl. He's been so good at hiring these guys, but there's nothing more valuable in this league from a coaching perspective than, or at least more appealing, than a young offensive coach, because everybody wants the next great offensive mind.
Who's going to hire Ben Johnson?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And so when you have a lot of those guys and they're all young, you lose them instead of the Chiefs, who just have lucked into this incredible situation where Spags, because he was such a bad head coach,
is willing to,
doesn't even get a look, even though he's like probably the best defensive coordinator in the league, or at least a top 5 DC for the last decade. Yeah. And it's just, you get that situation, and even if Sorensen were to be great, somebody else would be looking at poaching him. But now you're in this weird situation where you have to think about, is Sorensen the guy? Do you demote him or something and make Brandon Staley the guy? Is that dynamic weird for both of them? You got a lot of questions about where your coaching staff is at going forward.
Yeah.
Well, if you put Staley, Staley was down with the Chargers. He was a hell of a coach, especially with the Rams as a DC. And then, head coaching job didn't work out in LA with the Chargers. But are you going to change? Is Shanahan willing to change his philosophy? Is he willing now to say, as a coach, is he going to say, I'm going to relieve some of my offense and say, you know what? I think my offense has to continue to evolve. Is he going to relinquish that? That's the question, guys.
I doubt it.
We can dive a little bit more into that. We're on the air, all three of us, tomorrow as well. We can dive more into that. There's plenty more to get into. We got just one short segment coming up next before we say bye today. We'll get to your last couple of calls. You can get them in now. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs, but no Willard and Dibs this week. Mark Randy, Lo Neal, Jake Hutchinson. We're back with more to wrap up the day, and then we got Warriors basketball coming up a little bit later on. By the way, should be a ton of fun. Warriors back at home against the Nets. Valvoline Instant Oil Change is your 15-minute drive-through oil change. Visit their expert technicians to check fluids, tire pressure, windshield wipers, batteries, and more. Safe holiday travel starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Locations and coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. That's BayAreaOilChange.com. One more.